Chapter 961. Duolai was a little surprised that the Black Dragon ancestor didn't give him any trouble. After all, he was no longer useful now. Duolai slowly recovered his original appearance, turned into a human and stood on the ground, saying in a faint voice, "Actually, if you can't handle it, I'm going to take action on the Nightmare Ancestor myself, an 8th level clone. I'm confident that I can handle him in one go, but I need your cooperation, and it seems that it's useless now." The Black Dragon ancestor looked at Duolai, and his heart suddenly trembled. What does Duolai mean by this? Can he handle an 8th level clone by himself? Blowing dragon, right? The old Black Dragon was a little wary. He looked at Duolai, groaned for a moment, and then said, "I will accept your favor this time. As long as I am here, the other 7 levels of the Baiyuan Mountains will not take the initiative to invade your Albiz Mountain, but the daily low-level confrontation will continue. This is my bottom line." Duolai looked at the old Black Dragon and smiled faintly. "No problem. I have no intention of expanding my territory. Albiz Mountain is the territory of me and my descendants. In addition, when we break up the will of the Nightmare Ancestor later, it is best to keep a hand and get his information." The old Black Dragon nodded and said, "Of course, I will share the information with you. Nightmare is the #1 enemy of all creatures in our West Ring continent." Duolai nodded. He saw that the battle in the sky was getting farther and farther away. It was estimated that the old Black Dragon was controlling it. After all, controlling the actions of the Nightmare, he had a certain degree of self-control ability, so he said, "Then we will see you later." As he said that, his figure slowly faded and disappeared on the spot. He left the dream of the Black Dragon ancestor. At Black Dragon Mountain, Duolai opened his eyes, slowly stood up, glanced at the old Black Dragon behind him, and then looked at some herbs around him, muttering, "Forget it, let's collect some rewards." The magic power turned into dozens of big hands, and put the surrounding herbs and some ambergris into the storage ring, and then walked out of the cave in a chic manner. When leaving the cave, Duolai saw Longfu still guarding the cave entrance faithfully, and nodded to him. When Longfu saw Duolai, he was a little confused. Why did this guy come out again? Does he think this is his home? He released his momentum, covering the door, and immediately said viciously, "Duolai, what do you mean?" Duolai looked at Longfu, expressionless. "What do you mean? Do you think this is your home? Come and go as you please?" Longfu roared, with strange fluctuations in his roar, as if he wanted to shock Duolai. Circles of silver waves flickered around Duolai, offsetting the vibration of the sound wave, and continued expressionlessly, "Old Black Dragon will wake up in 3 days at most. Congratulations, you were right not to leave." Dragon Bat was stunned, and his momentum slowly dropped. "You are not lying to me?" Dragon Bat waved his hand impatiently, took the Churin Bone Tower from his waist, and threw it in his hand like a ball. "Get out of my sight. The aura on the Churin Bone Tower has reached level 8, and the thick aura of death is released, which is very corrosive." Dragon Bat just took a look, his face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. "Human, you want to start a war?" he roared. Dragon Bat said lightly, "You are no longer worthy of my opponent." Throwing out the wizard tower, a white light flashed, and the whole person disappeared on the spot, and then the wizard tower enlarged, carrying an extremely strong aura of death, and rushed to the sky at a very fast speed. Behind him, a thick wave of air rolled, forming a white line tens of kilometers long, and a series of rumbling sounds spread across half of the mountain range. Seeing this, Longfu was immediately shocked. The air wave rolled and blew directly on his face, and his whole body took 2 steps back. Is this Duolai's new wizard tower? This is too cruel. Breaking the sound barrier directly, Longfu was silent, and a cold thought rose in his heart, standing there motionless. These geniuses of the human race are too abnormal. This guy only took 20 years to surpass his more than 100 years of cultivation. It's really sad to think about it. The human race is really hateful. He didn't know how long he stood there waiting, and suddenly a voice came from inside. "Longfu, I have sensed it, and you are the only one left." Longfu recovered and knelt on the ground hurriedly. "Ancestor Black Dragon, yes, all those above level 7 have run away." The old Black Dragon's voice was full of fatigue. "Tell them all to come back. I am fine now. I am not afraid of nightmares again. Baiyuan Mountains are safe now." Longfu shuddered and asked in a low voice, "Ancestor, are you okay?" The Black Dragon was immediately furious. "Duolai is gone. Do you think I am okay?" In addition, a notice was issued. In the future, high-level monsters and Duolai will not interfere with each other, and low-level monsters will consume each other according to the previous agreement, and go down the mountain as usual in winter. Longfu was shocked. "Ancestor, are you really going to let Duolai go?" The Black Dragon snorted coldly. If you think you can beat him, go ahead. I'm afraid he will tear your wings off immediately. Longfu was silent. Yes, he couldn't beat Duolai. He was silent for a while, and said, since the ancestor has returned, I will send a message. The voice of the old black dragon continued to come. After you are done, hurry up and practice, and quickly reach level 8. If you are not at level 8, you will be cannon fodder after all. Longfu was stunned and nodded in response. The battle with the nightmare ancestor explained everything. If you are not at level 8, you don't even have a chance to resist. If the nightmare ancestor was not invaded by Lord Black Dragon, Longfu would have run out long ago and caused trouble for Duolai, and then be killed or suppressed by Duolai. That guy is now a group of cruel people, and the upgraded wizard tower is too scary. But is it easy to reach level 8? The symbol of level 8 is to comprehend a rule to the full level. It sounds simple, but it is very difficult to do. It is simply too difficult. So far, Longfu is stuck at level 8, with only the last level left, but he can't comprehend it. The Black Dragon ancestor saw that the dragon bat was silent, and left a sentence, I'm going to rest, and you contacted me by yourself, and there was no sound. Dole's clone returned to the Albiz Mountains, placed the wizard tower in the middle of the mountain range, stood at the highest point, and looked at the entire Albiz Mountains. The storm field is now becoming more and more condensed, and the energy contained is getting bigger and bigger. He can take these powers back into his body at any time if he wants them. In this way, he, who is level 7, is truly invincible at level 7, no matter whether he is at the high level of level 7 or the top level of level 7, he is invincible at level 7. The energy of the entire storm field is much more than that of level 8. After solving the problem of the old black dragon, Dole breathed a sigh of relief and looked at a mineral vein in the mountain. At this time, Ball was still sleeping, and it was unknown how long he would sleep, but the blood breath on his body became more and more intense. Ash also regularly poured blood potion into this guy's mouth, but no matter how much he poured, this guy couldn't wake up. Ball was determined to be promoted to level 8 in this world, but he didn't know how much difference there would be between being promoted to level 8 and being promoted in their world. Chapter 962. At this moment, he felt a force belonging to his own bloodline flying from afar, flying directly to the Albiz Mountains. His heart moved, and the storm field automatically cracked open a hole to welcome the man in. Wushu, with a graceful and provocative expression, slowly flew in from the outside. While flying, he looked around, his expression gradually calmed down, and then became solemn. The surroundings were crazy and fierce, with thunder and lightning rampant. Those white winds were definitely comparable to level 6 witchcraft. As long as he dared to come in alone, he would definitely be left with nothing in an instant. The Dole mountain range has truly become a forbidden place for the human race, and a holy place for the human race. The current Dole is no longer the Dole that could be tossed around at will. This storm field is too terrible. Soon, she passed through the storm field and came to the center. She saw the wizard tower full of endless death and endless darkness, and her heart was even more horrified. Duolai was standing on the tower at this time, looking down at him. Wushu, what are you doing here? When she saw Duolai, she felt the endless power of the other party. Wushu's long-awaited plan was all dead in her mind. Facing Duolai in such an environment, to be honest, she began to feel uneasy. Wushu thought a lot, his expression was struggling, and soon, he flew to the position opposite Duolai and looked at him calmly. Actually, there is nothing to do this time, just to see you, and I want a bottle of super vitality potion. I know you must have it here. With your temper, you must have extra backup. Duolai was speechless. A bottle of potion worth 10 million. You call this nothing? Although Wushu helped him a lot, there was no affection between wizards. There was only exchange. Wushu looked at Duolai and nodded. I know, so I brought money. This surprised Duolai. This guy was usually poor, but now he had 10 million. He didn't think much about making things difficult for Wushu. After all, he learned a lot from her. He threw a bottle of potion and said, let's trade. Wushu looked at Duolai. At this time, Duolai's body was full of dark aura, which was a bit scary. In addition, the wizard tower under his feet exuded a dark aura and a breath of death. He was like a terrifying demon king. She was even a little afraid. A level 7 black wizard was no joke. Although she was almost level 7, she was still a little scared when facing such a black wizard. At the banquet, she was not so scared when facing Dole's real body, but today Wushu was really a little nervous about Dole's aura. Seeing Dole throw the potion to her, she hurriedly took it in her hands, then fiddled around with it, and threw a storage bag to her. A magic hand automatically emerged from Dole's side, and took the storage bag in his hand. He glanced at it, and his mouth twitched immediately. Wushu is Wushu. Although he is a little richer, he is not rich by much. The bag is full of magic crystals, but the sizes of various magic crystals are different, and the energy contained is also high and low. He sighed and said, Wushu, with your ability, it is not difficult to make money. Why don't you just be a good wizard? You have to bear the infamy. Wushu heard this and curled his lips. You don't understand. If a lone wizard relies on himself, it will be more difficult to become a white wizard. Dole also came from a weak background, so he naturally knew what she was talking about, so he waved his hand and said, everyone has their own choice. If you want to join a force, I welcome you here. The door of All Bees Academy will be open to you. Wushu blinked, not expecting Duo Lai to say such a thing. She said solemnly, I will consider it. Dole sighed, don't waste your talent as a biological wizard, make good use of it. He waved his hand, and a white light shot out from the wizard tower. Wushu was hit by the white light before he could react. The next moment, she disappeared. Wushu's eyes were white for a while, but the next moment, her eyes blurred and the scenery returned to his eyes. He looked closely, and found that he had come to the wasteland outside. She was shocked. Did Dole learn space magic? How is this possible? But thinking about it carefully, he just used the wizard tower, which should be a formation, so she was relieved. At present, there is only one person who can become a space wizard, that is, the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance, Vasily. He is already building a magic node. As for other people, it seems that they have not heard of it yet. If Dole becomes a space wizard before Vasily, that would be wonderful. Wushu's mind was in a mess, and then he looked into the distance and disappeared quickly. After getting the things, she still had more important experiments to do. If this experiment succeeds, he can directly enter the 7th level, one step ahead of Arangel. This was just a small episode. Wushu's arrival was just a rumor in the aristocratic circle. Then, a few days later, Wushu disappeared completely, and the rumor gradually disappeared in All Bees City. Every wizard will work harder and harder after reaching the middle and high levels, and will not slack off at all, unless they are the kind of wizards who really can't make any progress. The strength of wizards represents life, strength represents status, and strength represents more freedom. When you are strong, you can go wherever you want. For example, before, Dole wanted to go to the far north, but he had to sneak around various forbidden and dangerous places. Now, he can go wherever he wants as long as he drives the Turin Bone Tower. 10 days passed quickly in the world. News from the northwest kept coming, but most of it was good news, but there was also bad news around. For example, the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast were now invaded by monsters, and the Nightmare Forest was invaded by a level 8 monster. The war lasted for a day, and the elves, dwarves, dragons, and others dispatched many level 8 monsters to eliminate the level 8 monster. Originally, only the Northern Kingdom, Nightmare Forest, and Glory Empire had signs of monsters being controlled. Later, news of monsters being controlled in the light, darkness, and the more powerful East Ring Empire kept coming. The Nightmare Ancestor was struggling to death, but the struggle was a bit fierce. However, Dole was not afraid. He already had the ability to protect himself. For example, Dole was now standing in the laboratory, looking at a new body slowly standing up, and his heart was filled with infinite joy. Success. He closed his eyes, split his mental power, and entered the silicon-based clone. The face of the silicon-based clone, which had no facial features, slowly grew facial features, eyes, nose, mouth, and changed its appearance, and soon became like Dole. He slowly opened his eyes, and looked around. At this time, Dole felt a little strange. In the eyes of the silicon-based clone, the world was not in normal colors, but in the form of ripples. Chapter 963. In the laboratory, there were originally various instruments and test props, but now none of them could be seen. Everything looked like a fixed wave in his eyes, with only different frequencies, but no different textures. Dole thought for a while, then closed his eyes, and then sensed the optic nerve of his new body. After a while, he mastered the trick, adjusted the retinal nerve system, and then opened his eyes again, and then closed them again. This time it was even more exaggerated, and the whole world became something strange. He closed his eyes again, modified again, and opened his eyes. After repeating this back and forth dozens of times, Dole finally opened his eyes, and finally saw the normal world. In the test method, he felt the difference between the silicon-based clone and the normal carbon-based life. The silicon-based clone has stronger abilities, can see more things, and can feel more. Normal carbon-based creatures can only see matter from an optical perspective, subject to light, while silicon-based creatures can observe from an optical perspective, using vibration, fluctuation, particle fluctuation and other methods, which is very magical. He can even shoot certain substances from his eyes, and observe them by reflection, which is very magical. The silicon-based clone now has no power, only the power of the flesh. Dole stood up, moved for a while, and then punched out. Ouch. An air wave was hit, and flew far away, and was installed on the wall of the laboratory, making a booming sound. Dole saw this and nodded slightly. This punch was equivalent to the power of a 5th-level warrior. He was born with the power of a 5th-level warrior, which was quite good. He closed his eyes, and carefully experienced the power and structure of the silicon-based clone. After all, the clone needs to store power, and needs to be coordinated with meditation. If it cannot store power, then there is no point in making it. The silicon-based clone has no gender, but in terms of composition, it is just a piece of active silicon crystal. However, after careful experience, Dole found that the silicon-based clone is many times stronger than the carbon-based creature in terms of mental reaction, energy conduction, and energy storage. His brain is not the brain of a normal creature, but a silicon crystal that can accommodate more information. Generally speaking, the upper limit of the strength of the silicon-based clone is higher. If used for comparison, the silicon-based clone is equivalent to a low-level extraterritorial creature, and the lowest level of extraterritorial creatures is equivalent to the level of gods. Dole was more and more satisfied as he watched, and finally the corners of his mouth almost cracked with laughter. He just thought about it, and prepared to use the clone to practice the storm meditation method again, to see how much he could improve. The clone's thinking is faster, and the thinking ability is stronger. Dole feels that after entering the clone, his mental power has become more than 10 times more active. It's incredible. In an instant, he thought of many things. In an instant, the things he didn't understand before were suddenly solved. After only 10 minutes, he felt that he had a completely different concept from his previous self. Silicon-based clone, this is really a clone of God. The clone's eyes gradually brightened, and then slowly sat on the ground. From the outside, the brain of the silicon-based clone suddenly had a few bright colors, and thoughts and rays of light symbolizing knowledge were radiating. At the same time, the Dole clones who were still active outside also gained huge benefits. Their bodies were more coordinated, and they were more handy to control. They didn't feel like clones, but real people. Ash and Aurea felt this change at the first time. Especially Ash. The two clones were doing experiments together, and they could feel it clearly. In the laboratory of Babel Tower, Ash's clone looked at Dole, and there was some difference. The actions of Dole's clone next to him were just like those of a real person, without any difference. Usually, clones are clones after all, and there are differences. There will always be some subtle differences between actions. But just now, 10 minutes later, Ash thought it was Dole himself who was here. While experimenting, she looked at Dole, blinked her eyes, and said, "Have you improved your strength?" Dole smiled mysteriously, "Guess?" Ash said, "I can't guess." She put down the raw materials of the blood potion in her hand, sealed them, and then came to Dole and looked at him carefully, as if this was a perfect experimental material. Dole knew what Ash was going to ask, and then heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "The silicon-based clone was successful." Ash was stunned, then his face was ecstatic. "Really? Is the change so big?" Dole's clone nodded. "Bigger than you think. With the silicon-based clone, my mind is 10 times more active. I feel that I can reach level 8 within a year. I plan to refine another one for you so that you can reach level 7 as soon as possible." Ash was very happy to hear this. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry now. It's still early." She is only in her 30s now, and she is not in a hurry at all, but Dole himself has been very anxious, which makes her look very anxious, but he is not nervous at all. She would be satisfied if she could be promoted to level 7 before the age of 50. She doesn't want to learn from Dole. This is not an achievement that anyone can copy. She is who she is. Ash nodded and said, "My strength has improved very quickly, and the meditation method has reached the maximum level. If I want to improve faster, I have to go to the far north again to see where the environment is more suitable for comprehending the ice and snow goddess. However, if there is a silicon-based clone, I would like to practice the water element." Dole was a little surprised. Ash also wanted to change the meditation method. He thought for a while, and said, "The water element level is not good, it is not suitable for you. If you want to practice, I recommend you to practice the meditation method of the other world. Ball once gave me a method of ice ruins, which is very suitable for you. It is also a top meditation method. Ash was a little surprised. She said, "Let me see it." Dole casually flew to Ash. Ash took the spiritual light and looked at it carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised and shocked she was. The ice ruins was practiced to the end, and it was even more powerful than the ice and snow goddess meditation method. And the concept in this meditation method is also very strange. It is a higher level than the concept of the meditation method in this world. It involves many laws and the fundamental existence of the world. It is indeed a meditation method from a higher world. It is different. Ash only took a look and was deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate herself. Dole smiled slightly and continued to experiment next to him. In May, Dole quietly drove the Babel Tower to the Albise Mountains. Soon after, the Babel Tower returned again, but the Babel Tower had changed from 27 floors to 32 floors, which was about the same size as the Turin Bone Tower. The Babel Tower used to look like a tower, a normal wizard tower, but now it is full of mystery. The more you look at it, the less clear it is, as if it is in another world, and all you can see is its projection. At this time, Dole's reputation has spread to the 4 northern states and the 5 western states. One person guarded the Watzenberg, and no level 7 monster could wreak havoc for more than 2 hours. This is simply a miracle. The Albise Mountains, in terms of safety, even surpassed the Watzenberg. At this time, at the top of the Tower of Babel, 3 Dole were busy moving the experimental equipment to the center point, and then quickly assembling them. Soon, a small platform was built. Chapter 964. With Dole's actions, a sphere and a huge mirror were placed on the platform. This set of equipment cost him nearly 200 million magic crystals. From beginning to end, the materials collected would make ordinary alchemists cry, but the results were also obvious. The initial test equipment was built. Of course, this was only the initial test equipment, and it had not yet reached perfection, unless the Glory Wizard Alliance fully opened the experimental data and test device data. This was made by him based on the equipment at the Glory Wizard Alliance base. It was a prop for searching the outer space by himself, but it was stronger in some places, and worse in some places. After all, he only got the knowledge of a spool, and did not inherit their ideas. Everything had to be explored by himself. Searching the outer space has always been done by the Glory Wizard Alliance. Other organizations have no such opportunity. Now, Dole can do it himself. It was not easy to collect these materials alone. Dole also asked Usbool for help before he could succeed in the end, but he also owed Usbool a favor. When the last experimental material was put in, Dole quickly activated the wizard formation. As the white light lit up, Dole quickly recorded various experimental data to ensure that the experimental equipment could be used. Then he debugged the equipment, which took him half a month. Famous mountains. The skeleton demon god's clone stood in the sky, and the terrifying Turin Bone Tower under his feet stood fiercely, emitting an infinite breath of darkness and death. These breaths echoed with the breath of the clone, and Dole's clone was like a demon god descending at this time. Opposite to Dole, an 8th level ogre stood in the air, looking at Dole coldly. The ogre is huge, and the 8th level one is even bigger, but it is still slightly smaller than the wizard tower. At this time, the blood energy on the ogre's body dissipated, forming a series of blood flames that lingered around the body. That was the characteristic of the blood magic unique to the ogre clan. But at this time, this 8th level ogre did not dare to step out of the Mingyang mountain range, but just looked at Dole coldly, his face full of unwillingness. At the same time, in the huge mountain range, other magic beasts fled madly to other places, including the colorful dragons that occupied the distance, and now they fled to other places in shock. When the 8th level one took action, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. 2 8th level ones might even break the surrounding mountains, so they had to run. In the mountains, other high-level magic beasts were also a little afraid at this time, and did not dare to get too close. Mingyang Mountain is close to Huazi City. Huazi City just warned him, and Dole teleported over with the wizard tower. Dole looked at the restless ogre, slowly drifted over, and said lightly, "Old nightmare, why do you have to make trouble with me in the northwest?" The ogre exuded a strong bloodthirsty aura, and roared at this time, Why do you have to stop me? I just want to achieve the 9th level. Why do you stop me again and again?" Dole had a blank expression, "Because your way will kill many people." Nightmare's eyes were fierce, full of resentment and ruthless will. "This king wants to achieve the 9th level. No one can stop me. You are a small 7th level. I don't believe that you can always guard here. Your wizard tower is very powerful. This king admits that I am not your opponent. This king does not believe that you are in that direction." Duolai was somewhat helpless. In order to deal with you, I trained 4 clones, each of which can control a wizard tower. You can do whatever you want. Nightmare was stunned for a moment, and then retreated silently in anger. He had seen several of Duolai's clones, and he also knew that Duolai had 2 level 8 wizard towers, so even if he was crazy, he didn't want to waste the hard-earned level 8 power in his hands. The Ogre clan didn't have much wisdom, but if they wanted to control one, they would also spend a lot of effort. If Duolai destroyed his clone, Nightmare would have a headache for several days. Because of the current situation, the so-called level 7 and 8 were no longer easy for him to get. Many carriers would be inexplicably killed when entering dangerous areas, causing the spiritual power seeds to be ineffective. Duolai watched the Ogre retreat and said coldly, "The laws of heaven and earth are ruthless, but people are kind. Ancestor Nightmare, you have killed innocent people so recklessly and acted recklessly. Sooner or later, you will die without a burial place." Ancestor Nightmare snorted coldly, "We are not on the same level, young man. Wait until you reach my level, then you can talk." He changed direction and flew south along Mingyang Mountain. Everywhere he passed, all the monsters hid. The mountain was in chaos. Duolai watched him leave, controlled the wizard tower, and followed him for a long distance. This time, he did not let the other party out of his sight, but went all the way to the border of the Empire of Light, and then watched him leave. As long as he was not in the territory of the Empire of Glory, Duolai would not bother to pay attention to him. Anyway, the Empire of Light and the Empire of Glory have been hostile to each other for a long time. Once he entered the Empire of Light, the people of the Empire of Light would take over. Anyway, Duolai had warned him in advance. He stood in the sky, looking at the mountains in the distance, watching the departure of the Nightmare Ancestor. Not long after, he saw that the Ogre controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor fought with others. Duolai and the Nightmare Ancestor flew over. Although the movement was not big, the momentum was strong. Duolai had just stood there for a while when a level 9 and 2 level 8 warriors flew together from far away inside the Empire. However, these 3 warriors were very vigilant and strong. They stopped at a distance and looked from afar. Duolai looked at the Ogre and took a look at the 3 warriors, and then there was no surprise. People from the Southwest Legion. A prince and 2 dukes. He sent out 2 messages casually. "I am Duolai, the Marquis of the Northwest. I have met you 3. An 8-level warrior controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor has just been driven from here to the Bright Empire by me." The 3 stood in the sky in the distance, looking at each other. This person who is suspected to be a black wizard actually has such great power. An 8th-level magic beast was driven to the Empire of Light. However, the prince quickly remembered who Duolai was. Looking at the wizard tower under his feet that exuded a strong breath of death and darkness, he quickly confirmed Duolai's identity. 3 9th-level warriors are already the greatest strength that the Southwest Corps can bring out, and there is only 1 8th-level wizard who needs to stay inside the Legion, so he didn't come. In theory, the 3 warriors are not afraid of an 8th-level one, but when they think that the other party is a magic beast controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor, the 3 have to be afraid. On the warrior side, the most feared is the wizard on the mental side. If a mental storm goes down, the 3 will retreat. This is the disadvantage of the warrior, but if it is an ordinary 8th-level magic beast, they are not so afraid. The 3 of them can completely surround and kill it together. The prince flew over at this time, and stood 1 kilometer away from Duolai, looking at each other from a distance. It turned out to be Prince Duolai. Prince Duolai was stationed in the northwest, driving away nightmares, and killing more than a dozen monsters above level 7. We all admire him very much. Chapter 965. Duolai had no reputation before. At most he was a little famous in pharmacy, and he could make super vitality potions. But in the past 2 years, as he continued to kill level 7, his reputation had spread. There were no people in the northwest who dared to pick on him before. And this reputation has spread to the entire empire, especially Princess Aaliyah, who still lives in Duolai's wizard tower. As soon as this news came out, everyone thought Duolai was very powerful and awesome. After all, Princess Aaliyah was a princess favored by the empire, not an ordinary princess. Duolai married 2 princesses by himself, and he didn't marry down, which made many people feel incredible. In addition to Duolai's current record, the Albiz family in the northwest has become a large force. He alone is a force, which is absolutely exaggerated for the nobles of the Glory Empire. So, when the prince heard Duolai's name, he immediately became polite and no longer hostile. Duolai nodded to him and said, "Since you are here, I will not stay here. All the forces in the northwest have been transferred to the front line, and I have to go back to guard it." The prince nodded and said, I am Braun, the commander of the Northwest Legion. Welcome Dole Wizard to visit next time. The wizard tower under Dole's feet was too amazing, and he didn't want to take him back. Dole wanted to leave, and he was naturally willing. Dole nodded at this time, and then the whole person disappeared in the wizard tower. In an instant, a white line appeared in the sky and the earth, and he had disappeared. After a few seconds, the rumbling sound spread to the surroundings. The three looked at each other in shock. No wonder he could drive away the Nightmare Ancestor alone. This wizard tower is so powerful. There is a Dead Sea in the northwest. The Dead Sea is very large, and there are several small countries adjacent to it. At this time, these small countries have merged into an empire, the Nightmare Empire. The capitals of the former countries have become ordinary cities. At this time, among the many ordinary cities, in one of the magnificent cities, a middle-aged man sat in the palace, looking forward in contemplation. The Western Ring Continental United Army has fought to a distance of 1,000 kilometers, and will soon be able to border the Dead Sea. Originally, there were more than 30 small countries, and now at least half of them are occupied by the other side. Damn it. A colorful dream power always emerges from the middle-aged man, shielding himself from outsiders. If the Qianwei ancestor was here, he would definitely know that this middle-aged man is the real carrier of the Nightmare Ancestor. He may have changed his body, but he must be the specific carrier of the Nightmare Meditation method now, because on his body, the surrounding colors are about to become reality. Just take a look, you can see countless dreams constantly realized on him, disillusioned. He is not seen by normal people, even wizards of a certain strength cannot see this middle-aged man, but he is the real leader of the Nightmare Empire today, the Nightmare Ancestor. The Nightmare Ancestor sat there, his eyes blurred, thinking carefully about what to do next. Now, the number of level 8 magic beasts he controls has reached 8, but it is still not enough. Among the surrounding empires, the internal power of the Glory Empire is strong and cannot be shaken at all, especially in the northwest. With that damn level 7 wizard, it is impossible for him to make trouble. Now he can only make trouble in other empires, and pull their power. The most likely to cause trouble is the Northern Kingdom. Their wizards are weak and insufficient in number. Although the knights are powerful and numerous, the knights have too many limitations, and are not as flexible as wizards. The Five Kingdoms Alliance, part of the Northern Kingdom's troops, were sent back by him, and part of the Glorious Empire was also sent back recently. Only the Dark Kingdom and the East Ring Empire are left. It is still the Glory Wizard Alliance that has been tracking his whereabouts. The Nightmare Ancestor was very unhappy. If he was given 3 more years, he would definitely achieve the 9th level, and then he would definitely kill the little wizard. He now blamed all the problems on Dole, but ordinary small 7th and 8th levels had no way to deal with the opponent, unless he himself went out. At this point, it's useless. It seems that I can only hope to become a god if I turn all the remaining people into believers. The Nightmare Ancestor has been at the 8th level for almost 1,000 years, and he has been tortured by the infinite power of faith. Recently, his emotions have been slightly out of control. There are not many people in the Northwest. A dozen small countries have a population of 1 billion. Now they have lost more than half of their territory, the population has dropped sharply, and the power of faith has greatly decreased. However, if all the remaining people become believers and pray day and night, it will only take about half a month for him to feel that his spiritual power can expand tenfold. But once all these people become believers, the society will be in chaos. Within 10 days, everyone will die due to lack of food. When they die, they can only pray in the dream of the Nightmare Ancestor, and the effect of praying in the dream will be reduced by half. So the Nightmare Ancestor is now very entangled, whether to go all out or take it slow. Forget it, these people who were invaded by my dream will die sooner or later anyway, so why not give them all to me? The Nightmare Ancestor was furious, and his face showed infinite fierceness. Then, countless colorful lights emerged from his body, shooting into the sky and in all directions. Next to a temporary military camp, Vasily was thinking about a problem, suddenly looked to the northwest, and then his face changed. He felt a huge breath flashing by. This breath was grand, loud, mysterious, but full of mystery. This was the breath of pure spiritual power. He just felt it a little, and his eyes penetrated the wizard tower, and looked in the direction of the Qianwei ancestor. The voice of the Qianwei patriarch came immediately. All wizards above level 7, all go to the Imperial Mage Corps for a meeting. We may be facing a big event. On the other side, the Vice Pope of the Church of Light, the Vice Pope of the Church of Darkness, the Imperial Mage Corps of the East Ring Empire, and the Imperial Mage Corps of the Northern Kingdom issued orders at the same time. Vasily, who was at level 8, felt it very strongly, not to mention level 9. In less than 3 minutes, Vasily, the mage core of the Glory Empire, sat on the upper hand with a solemn expression, looking at everyone and said, "The Nightmare Patriarch has gone crazy, and now he wants to take all the people in the Northwest to extinction together. I can feel that a huge force is beginning to awaken in the Northwest." Hearing this, 10 level 8 ancestors nodded together. At this time, the Ice King Patriarch said, "Nightmare has begun to go crazy. If this is the case, his location will be easier to find. We are now the coalition of 5 countries. Let's go together. Don't worry about ordinary people. Just find the location of Nightmare and destroy his body directly." Patriarch Qianwei shook his head. "It's only a temporary solution. Once any of his sub-bodies are resurrected, the result will be the same. Hundreds of years later, we will face a new nightmare again. This time, it's best for us to unite all the forces we can unite to destroy Nightmare in one fell swoop. It's best for the 2 empires of light and darkness to use their magic or other equipment bestowed by their gods to destroy all the sub-bodies of the other party with the witchcraft of the law of cause and effect." Chapter 966. The Ice King was silent, and even the entire venue was completely silent. The atmosphere on the scene was a bit scary. Although the Glory Wizard Alliance is powerful, with many level 8s and more than 3 level 9s, the 4 supreme laws, fate, cause and effect, reincarnation, time and space, have only made achievements in space, while the 2 major churches have the support of gods and have the ability in cause and effect, which is beyond the reach of the Glory Wizard Alliance. The ancestors were silent. The law of cause and effect is really too mysterious. It is understandable that they are controlled by others. Ancestor Qianwei thought for a moment, and spoke slowly. "I will let the other 2 9th level ancestors wake up and participate in this matter. In addition, the other forces should know about it by now. When the time comes, we will hold a meeting at the 9th level to decide on this matter. The matter of Nightmare must not be sloppy. In addition, the High Priest of the Elves is coming, and the strong men of other races are also coming. This will be an unprecedented war. As for the 9th level of the magic beasts, the dragons and the gods are currently participating in the war. Other races will not come to cause trouble because their mental power is weak." An 8th level ancestor said at this time. Ancestor Qianwei nodded. "Today I inform you that the final decisive battle is about to begin. You must put down all your psychological burdens and do your best to eliminate the sub-body of Nightmare. The Nightmare ancestor invaded too many people, and all of them must be cleared out. This is a test for any living being. In addition to people with wisdom, other magic beasts such as wisdom must also be cleared out. Magic beasts and humans have reached a consensus. Once the Nightmare ancestor reaches the 9th level, the consequences will be unimaginable. Maybe the entire Western Ring continent will become a nightmare land, and all living beings will become the food of nightmares, and all will die without a burial place. This is the most terrible thing. This is something that no empire, any organization, or any race can bear. This is equivalent to the nightmare spreading to any race. The fact that the nightmare is releasing its power unscrupulously has been felt by the elves, dragons, and other races with higher mental power, who have been watching far away in the nightmare forest. At this time, they have only one thought, that is, they must destroy the nightmare before it reaches the 9th level. In the vast unknown land in the west, at this time, in a large mountain range, an ancestor dragon flew from a hidden place into the sky, and a dragon roar shook the earth. All dragons above level 8, listen to the order, except for the red dragon with poor mental power. All others will go to the northwest to participate in the battle to eliminate the nightmare. In the mountains, 5 voices came out. Yes, Lord Zulong. In a land of fire, large lizards with a breath of fire crawled out of the magma and looked to the northwest. One of the old lizards looked behind him and said, "Forget it. Level 8, don't go. Level 9, follow me to the northwest. As long as Nightmare is alive, all the intelligent creatures in the world will become his nutrients, so Nightmare must die." Another old lizard nodded. Yes, Lord Zu, Nightmare feeds on the spiritual power of all living beings. It is really too terrible. It almost killed half of the creatures in the West Ring continent back then, and now it comes again. This should be the last time. The Holy Sea of Light suffered heavy losses last time. They have brought the Oracle. The big flame lizard said. But we must also prevent them from using the Oracle to deal with us. This war should be very chaotic. We must mainly prevent the people of the Holy Sea of Light. The other lizards nodded together. In different places, all the races with level 9 power were discussing countermeasures and sending people to participate in the war. At the same time, each race must also check and clean up its own race to prevent the existence of nightmare subbodies. Albi's Mountain. Dole also received the news that Nightmare had begun to go crazy, and heard the news that the Empire of Light had the Oracle, and had a new understanding of the laws of cause and effect. He didn't care that Nightmare would die like this. His current actions had angered the heavens and the people. Almost 400 million people had died in the Northwest. With such a high death rate, the resentment alone could disperse his consciousness. Although he died in a dream without any consciousness, the death of a living being violates the laws of heaven and earth. If that guy is not killed by humans or monsters, he will be killed by the laws of heaven and earth. This is what Dole heard from Baal. In the hell world, there are similar terrorists who, in order to cultivate to become a god, have caused great suffering to living beings, and were finally killed by thunder tribulation. That thunder tribulation is more powerful than any other thunder tribulation. At this time, Dole was busy letting his clone practice the storm meditation method. In just 3 days, he cultivated his clone to level 6 again, and then stepped into level 7. Now Dole has 2 storm cores, 2 sets of identical meditation methods, and there is no obstacle for his clone to cultivate to level 7. After entering the 7th level, a mysterious wave appeared around the clone. That was the natural emergence of the laws of the surrounding world. After seeing this, Dual-Eye was shocked. He no longer had time to care about nightmares, but focused on checking the power of the rules around him. The clone was originally cultivated by an extraterritorial creature. It ate the initial substance. It was above the law and could travel through the void. After entering the 7th level, Dual-Eye's clone seemed to see another world. Once entering the 7th level, after the clone's mental power reached a certain level, it directly saw another level from the level of the world picture, as if it saw something outside the world. His eyes penetrated the matter, penetrated the space, penetrated everything, and directly saw the root. At this time, the clone still couldn't do without the initial substance. He saw that the clumps of mud-like things were clumps of things, like tangled hemp, kneaded together, and together formed mud. He was not really mud, but other substances. Dual-Eye didn't know what he saw. He only knew that he seemed to have come to a new world. The ability to comprehend is stronger. The rules of electricity in the thunder system that Dual-Eye comprehended were originally about the 7th level. The previous level was like a cloud of fog. Now the fog suddenly dissipated, revealing all the rules of electricity. Dual-Eye was stunned, and then his eyes lit up, and he tried his best to comprehend. In addition, the road ahead for other rules such as wind system and water system also gradually became brighter. At this time, the clone was like a small fish, standing on a small road full of rules, looking left and right, as if he was dazzled. Dual-Eye didn't have much time, really didn't have much time. If the Nightmare Demon really achieved the 9th level at all costs, he might be the first to be hunted down. So, when Dual-Eye saw these rules through his clone, he didn't hesitate at all and comprehended them with all his strength. At this time, all his clones fell silent, and even the original body returned to the Tower of Babel, supplying all his mental power to the silicon-based clone, and comprehending them with all his strength. I just sent a message to Aurea and Ash, and then didn't care about anything else. Chapter 967. The Albise Mountains are very peaceful, at least much more peaceful than the outside world. The impact of the war in the Northwest has not brought any impact to the people of the Albise Mountains. As long as the high-level monsters in the Bayuan Mountains do not come down the mountain, the people of the Albise Mountains can easily deal with some ordinary monsters. However, the war in the Northwest still caused some incidental effects on everyone. After all, the City Lord's Hall is responsible for conscription, propaganda, and some logistic supplies, caravan organization and other matters. The City Lord's Mansion is not responsible for this. On the one hand, each family operates on its own, and on the other hand, Dole does not want to take care of these things. He practices free trade. As long as there is no bullying and no forced buying and selling, everything is fine. However, in recent times, in the City Lord's Mansion, except for Ash and the 2 children, Aurea and Dole are almost invisible. In the eye of the storm, Aurea let out a long breath and woke up from her practice. In her eyes, lightning and storms flashed. She stretched out her hands, clenched her fists tightly, and then became a little discouraged. Compared to the power of witchcraft, the ability of warriors is indeed a little weak. No wonder they all think wizards are very strong, but not warriors of the same level. The destructive power is amazing. 10 times stronger mental power, and 10 times stronger mental control than before. Aurea has an extraordinary understanding of witchcraft. Now, she is a standard 6th level wizard, and any witchcraft in her hand can be 10 times more destructive than the previous 6th level warrior. It's amazing. Is this a wizard? In the Imperial capital, no warrior or wizard of the same level could match her, which gave her an illusion that wizards were just like that, just a little bit larger in area of destruction, and it was nothing. As long as she spent some time, she could also cause the same destructive effect. But after switching to the storm meditation method, she felt that it was more than just a little bit larger. The destructive power of the disaster level was fully demonstrated by the storm meditation method. At this time, if she was given time to destroy a medium-sized or above city, Elrea felt that she would not need much time. This is the real violence. She suddenly closed her eyes, and the 4 magic hands behind her stretched out together, constantly sitting around some changes, and there was no stagnation or chaos, but in order. The powerful mental control power has already made him master the skills of distraction. As long as she is calm enough, she can control 5 people. Wizards have no disadvantages except boring. After practicing for so long, Elrea was already tired of it, but she thought that she had to reach the perfect level, so she endured it for so long. She slowly stood up, floating in the sky, looking at the huge storm around her, and she was filled with endless awe for Dole. If it weren't for this storm field, she might not have been able to enter level 6 so quickly, and now she has completely consolidated level 6, and now she only needs to move towards level 7. Too powerful. At this moment, she felt that the surroundings were a little empty, only the terrifying and dark Turin Bone Tower was floating in the air, and the Tower of Babel was no longer here. She thought about it, and called Dole a few times, but there was no response. It's really strange. With so many clones, doesn't Dole have time to reply to my message? She sent a message to Ash again, and this time, the message came back quickly. We are all in the City Lord's mansion. Come over here. Dole has been in seclusion. Don't look for him unless it's important. In the City Lord's mansion, Ash is teaching Monica to write. Dole's seclusion is expected. After the silicon-based clone is promoted to level 7, there will definitely be an outbreak. Ash expected this, but it is still quite rare for Dole to be in seclusion so quickly and not reply to any messages. Elrea came out of seclusion, and Ash was relieved. Finally, someone was talking to her. Monica had grown up a little bit at this time. She felt Ash's movement and turned back and said sweetly, "Aunt Elrea is back?" Ash was a little surprised and said, "How did you know?" Monica smiled and said, "I can sense Aunt Elrea's breath." "Mom, can I practice? I can feel the little cutie in the air around me." Ash was a little stunned. Monica could already feel the elements in the air around her. Her face was serious and she scolded, "Practicing depends on meditation. Do you know the words in the meditation method? You don't recognize the words well every day, and you still want to practice. If your father knows, he will spank you. Wait until you recognize all the words in the meditation method, and then practice for you." Monica's face suddenly collapsed, but the next moment, she clenched her fists again. "Mom, Baba won't hit me." But when she thought of Dole's usual seriousness, she shrank her head again. "Mom, I want to learn words." Ash was relieved, and then sighed. This child is too young, and his talent is so strong, it's not a good thing. He looked at Brian in his arms. This little guy was still sucking milk. He didn't know anything, he could only hum. Not long after, Elrea walked in from outside, looking at Ash and the 2 children. "Hello, Auntie," Monica called sweetly. Elrea smiled faintly. "Monica, you are also good. You can recognize words. How long have I been practicing?" Ash raised her head and said, "Not long, mainly because this child is too smart. I must find something to do, otherwise the day is too idle. Well, Dole is in seclusion." Elrea said reluctantly, "Monica is indeed very smart, mainly because she inherited the talents of both of you." When did he go into seclusion? Why did he go into seclusion this time? Why didn't he even leave a clone? It would be good to play with the clone. Ash's mouth twitched suddenly. This little slut. He may have discovered something this time. It's normal to go into seclusion, but if there is something big, he will come out. Elrea still couldn't believe it. The man who had always been omnipotent and omnipresent actually went into seclusion, and there was no news at all. It was really unbelievable. Is he hiding from her? Elrea was a little unwilling. Hey, if I had known that he was in seclusion, I would have come out earlier. It would be good to have a child and save a boring day. Ash smiled and said, "You haven't got engaged yet. I forgot to tell you that George may succeed to the throne soon. You should make some preparations. If Dole hasn't come out of seclusion yet, I will go to the imperial capital with you." Elrea was very unwilling at first, but when she heard this, her attention was immediately diverted. George is going to be the emperor. Not bad, not bad. It's finally a result after so many years. I have always disliked Andes. He wants to control everything, but he can't control anything well. But is it appropriate for Dole not to go? Inside the Glory family, there is a ranking of status. Except for a few ancestors, the rest of the princes and dukes who are ranked high must go to the succession ceremony. This is a recognition of George's legitimacy. Not going means a big problem. Ash is now a duke. Although Aaliyah is only a marquis, her status and position are here. Although Dole is also a marquis, the status of the two princes-in-law is enough to make him one of the dukes of the empire, not to mention his status as a 7th-level wizard. Chapter 968. When George succeeded to the throne, except for those who needed to guard the border, almost all the people above the duke level would go to the imperial capital to congratulate him. On the one hand, they expressed their support for the new emperor and showed their loyalty, and on the other hand, they would build relationships with others and pave the way for themselves. Although Dole was only a marquis in the entire Northwest, except for the two 8th-level ancestors of the Glory family, everyone else, whether a prince or a duke, was inferior to Dole. Dole's strength was enough to suppress the entire western region. That force and that family dared not ignore it, although he never spoke out much. Moreover, Dole's relationship with George was very delicate. It would not be appropriate for him not to go. Ash knew what Aaliyah meant, and smiled at this time. It shouldn't be involved. Let's notify him when the time comes. If he wants to go, he will naturally come out of seclusion. If he doesn't want to go, we can take the children to see it. Hearing this, Aaliyah nodded helplessly. She was unwilling to give up, and sent another message to Dole, but this time she said that George was going to be the emperor. Not long after, Dole replied, "I will go with you in person." Elrea breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally replied, so she sent another message, "I have reached level 6. Dole did not reply. Elrea waited for a long time, but did not see a reply, and was slightly angry. Seeing this, Ash put Brian in her arms and smiled faintly. "Why are you in a hurry? He usually doesn't stay in seclusion for too long, and George will succeed to the throne in half a month. Why are you in a hurry? Just consolidate your level 6, and 10 days will pass quickly." Aaliyah took Brian, lowered her head, touched Brian's face, and said fiercely, "If you are like your father in the future, you will be in seclusion all the time, and I will kill you." Brian's young face laughed heartlessly. Aaliyah was completely out of temper, so she changed the subject and said, "Do you have a spare scarab here? I want to practice a clone." Ash nodded and said, "I have prepared it for you a long time ago. Do you have enough control now?" Aaliyah nodded fiercely. "I spent a lot of time practicing this time to train my control. I should be able to complete the clone before going to the imperial capital." Ash nodded, sighing slightly. "It took me a long time to master the Skyfrost worm. Do you know how long it took Dole? He only took a while at that time. His talent is too terrible." Aaliyah was still planning to argue, but when she heard about a while, she was immediately discouraged. People can't be compared. He is a pervert. Ash took the ownerless scarab and taught Elrea how to use it. Elrea was busy with her clones, and had no time to complain about Dole. Ash saw that Elrea's talent was very high, even higher than his own, but a little behind Daphne. When she controlled the scarab, she was still very slow, even worse than himself back then. He wanted to laugh. But it finally distracted this guy's attention. Nightmare Forest. In the depths of an underground canyon, a group of black-skinned elves looked at the rain falling above their heads, and watched the dead bacteria cultivated around them die continuously. Not a single one was left, and their faces were ashen. This is the rain arranged by the forest elves. They mixed a lot of potions in the rain and sprinkled it over most of the Nightmare Forest, taking almost every aspect into consideration. Of course, there are places that cannot be taken into consideration, but the black-skinned elves only took a look at the rain and knew that their plan had failed. This kind of rain has strong adhesion. They will exist on the ground for a long time. As long as the spores fall on this kind of thing, they will immediately lose their activity, and will never grow again. Although this matter went smoothly in the early stage, the elves finally found a solution. Only a part of the creatures were lost, and the foundation was not affected. They spent a huge amount of time and effort on this action, and now it has completely failed. The leader of the Black Elves sighed at this time and said, "The Death Strain is already the highest masterpiece of our wizard's alchemy and biological science, integrating the essence of flesh and blood and life witchcraft. This can't defeat the Forest Elves. It seems that we have to find another way." The other Black Elves were silent. The leader of the Dark Elves asked, "How much did the dwarves lose?" A Dark Elf stood up and said, "The dwarves lost a large number of low-level people. At present, the high-level combat forces are looking for us everywhere and threatening to eliminate us all. What about the dwarves and other races?" The Dark Elves looked at each other, and one of them stood up and said, "The dwarves are not affected much. Their bodies are highly energized. Other races are not affected much either. It's just that the impact on ordinary monsters, and some weak races is relatively large. The leader of the Black Mirror sighed. The plan failed. He then turned his head and looked at the elves. But this plan proves that our method is feasible. Go and find out who made the potion immediately. In addition, change your mindset and continue research and development. No matter what results you get, focus on the elves. The Black Elves and the elves are sworn enemies. The two families fight openly and secretly, and there is almost no room for easing. This time, the Black Elves developed this thing just to kill the earth-level creatures of the Forest Elves. The effect is obvious. The Forest Elves suffered a lot of losses, but not as much as they imagined. The other elves nodded in response to hearing this. At this time, a Black Elf stood up and said, "Report to the tribe leader, I have found out a piece of news." The elf leader said, "You say?" The elf said cautiously, "I heard that the elves did not solve our death bacteria by themselves this time, but invited a large number of foreign aides. They invited human masters, dragon masters, and the hateful high-level cannibals, but I heard that they developed it themselves, and I don't know whether it is true or false." The Black Elf leader was stunned and touched the beautiful black hair beside his ear. A large number of foreign aides were invited. It seems that the death bacteria still caused a lot of trouble to the other party this time, especially a large number of low-level lives within the elves. Many died, and the Forest Elves now wish they could kill them all. However, the High Priest of the Forest Elves has set off to the northwest to deal with the more damnable Nightmare Ancestor, which allowed the Black Elves to breathe. The Black Elf community walks in every corner of the Nightmare Forest, and does not completely own its own territory, which is completely different from the Forest Elves owning their own territory. Investigate with all your strength to see who helped the Forest Elves, damn it. The most likely person is the human race. Investigate with all your strength. The leader of the Black Mirror immediately directed his anger at the human race. Yes. The Black Elves came out of the Nightmare Forest and crossed the Bayuan Mountains, and it was easy to reach the north of the Glory Empire. They also had transactions with the human race, but most of them were black wizards, and it was easy to get the list of human high-level pharmacists from the black wizards. The first person they suspected was Dole. Chapter 969. When the Dark Elves crossed the Bayuan Mountains, they saw the Albiz Mountains in the distance at the top of the mountain. The huge storm field, the terrifying thunder and lightning, and the roaring storm really scared them. The leader of the Dark Elves was a level 7 female Dark Elf, with a graceful figure wrapped in a black gown. At this time, she stood on the outermost hilltop of the Bayuan Mountains, glanced at the Dark Elves behind her, and said with a serious expression, "Vigus, do you think our investigation will have any results?" Vigus was also looking at the storm field in the distance at this time, and said with a somewhat ugly face, reporting to Lord Beaky, "Even if there are results, it is difficult to solve it. I just asked some monsters, and the human race in the Albiz Mountain City, and the old black dragon in the Bayuan Mountains can't do anything to him. The Dark Elves, like the Forest Elves, are a race dominated by women, and there are almost no strong men. All the 4 people who came this time are women." Beaky raised her head, her black cheeks slowly changed to look like those of humans, and her ears gradually retracted. At this moment, if you didn't look closely, Beaky looked exactly like an ordinary human. But her figure was better than most human women. She was very tall, with long and strong limbs, and almost perfect curves. Such a person would definitely be the focus of all men in the crowd. The Black Elf changed a little, making herself a little inconspicuous, but still very eye-catching. She was a little helpless. This was the advantage of her race. No matter how she adjusted, she couldn't change into the way she wanted. Ordinary human race. At this time, the other 3 elves saw this place and also changed. Longfu stood on a mountain and noticed the movement here. He looked at it from a distance and thought, why did the Black Elves come here? They are looking at Mount Albiz. Are they also looking for Dole? What are they looking for Dole for? Looking for trouble? Longfu was a little gloating. The Black Elves spread disasters everywhere. They are a very extreme race. They are born very powerful. Otherwise, just relying on their ability to cause trouble everywhere, it would be enough for all races to kill them with all their strength. They have not died for so many years, because there are more than 2 level 8 masters in their tribe. But the level 8 masters have to lie down when they come here. He knows that Dole drove away an level 8 ogre a few days ago. Although it was just driven away, it also showed the opponent's strong strength. That guy is not a good-tempered one. If these Forest Elves come to do business, Dual-Eye will probably welcome them. Whether they are Forest Elves or Black Elves, they have many strange things. But if they come to cause trouble, most of these 4 will not be able to return. Level 6, too weak. Level 7, haha, Just then, a voice sounded in his ears. What are the black elves doing here? Go ask? The dragon bat paused, and then said reluctantly, yes, black dragon ancestor. He flickered his wings and flew forward. While flying, he complained in his heart, a level 7, now almost a runner, it's really unlucky, those guys haven't come back yet. However, running errands for the black dragon ancestor, although he complained in his heart, he was happy in his heart. Now he is the only level 7 left in the entire Bayuan Mountains. As long as the ancestor doesn't say anything, everything else is his. In the area controlled by the two-headed dragon lizard before, there is a large earth vein, and it is also a fire vein, which is just right for him to use. Let's not talk about the others. After reaching the top of level 7, he has to rely on himself, so he doesn't have too many extravagant demands. He thought about it, and flew out of the mountain. The black elves were also observing the surroundings. At this time, Bai Chi saw the dragon bat coming from a distance, his face changed slightly, and said, leave immediately, there is a magic beast coming, and it is still a high level 7. The black elf nodded, then turned into a black mist, and floated down the mountain. At this time, the black elf has a unique ability, and many similar abilities of the black wizard are based on the black elf's ability. The dragon bat flew while looking at this side, and saw them turning into black mist, and immediately sneered. But since the other party ran away, he would be fine, so it's better not to chase. The anti-biologicalism of the black elves is not welcome anywhere. If I run here, they will definitely run. However, judging from their direction, it should be related to Dole. I hope they can cause some trouble for Dole, although it is unlikely. What can a few level SIXS do? The Nightmare Ancestor level 8 can't do anything to that guy. When he thought of this, Lung Fu's heart sank, and he looked towards the direction of the storm field with deep thought. It's better to be dog-eat-dog hum. The black elves entered the human village, and soon found out that this was the territory of the Glory Empire. After asking around, they got a shocking news. The new emperor of the Glory Empire is about to take the throne. This is a very shocking news for any force. The succession of a new emperor is very normal for people in the country. The old and the new are replaced, and reforms are needed. But for people in other empires or other forces, they had been negotiating well, but now the master has changed. All the previous conditions have to be renegotiated, especially for various empires. All the trade conditions have to be changed. Emperor Yale has a general relationship with the elves in the north, but he likes small tools made by dwarves. He approved dwarves to do business in the country, but the number is not large. The previous emperor liked humanids more, and approved many humanids to settle in the country. This is the influence of a new emperor. The name of this emperor is George, and I don't know what his hobbies are. Several black elves discussed and prepared to pass on this news. The black elves walked into the village as adventurers, but their behavior was very different from that of normal people. At first, because they were all women, they attracted a lot of attention, but soon, they were found to be abnormal by the local baron and quietly reported to the wizard stationed in the village. The wizard was not sure about the other party's behavior, so he quietly reported to the Honor Wizard Alliance. Generally speaking, as long as a noble occupies a territory, it is equivalent to a small kingdom, and has the ability to use its rights normally, such as taxation, management rights, and land demarcation rights. They also have the right to control foreign populations. As long as they live locally, they belong to the town's residents, but for such foreign populations, they can only watch, expel or introduce them. For foreign women are extremely powerful, and the local lords will naturally report to the higher authorities, especially in the current turbulent situation. Soon, the Honor Wizard Alliance responded, and soon, a small wizard tower flew over and flew directly to this side. The dragon bat stood on a distant mountain, carefully sensing the breath in the distance, and his mouth twitched. These are 4 wastes. They were caught less than 2 hours after entering the human area. It's really miserable. The infiltration ability of the black elves is really poor, extremely poor. I don't know who made the move. He saw that a big battle broke out over there, and it seemed that a small village was destroyed, and then it caused the anger of the human race. The masters came and took down the 4 black elves in less than a minute. Alas, it was really miserable, but it also destroyed half of the small village, and it was a worthy death. Dole, that bastard, valued population more than anyone else. He destroyed half of the small village, and he probably had to pluck the black skins of these black elves. Chapter 970. Lung Fu thought maliciously, but it is also possible that Dole imprisoned these black elves with magic power, and used them as playthings. There are 2 races of creatures in this world that are easily treated as playthings. One is the elves. Whether they are forest elves or fairy elves, they are all born with extraordinary beauty. Moreover, the offspring born are often mixed with elf genes, with extremely high magic affinity, and it is easy to produce masters. The other race is the black elves. Although they belong to the same elves as the elves, they are two different races. Humans like these two races the most. These 4 black elves are really miserable. Among the intelligent races, humans, elves, dwarves, humanoids, and giants all like elves very much. Even if Dole doesn't use them himself, he can probably sell them for a good price. Longfu thought maliciously. Dorai is in seclusion. Under normal circumstances, the Glory Wizard Alliance can handle this kind of thing, but their combat effectiveness is insufficient, so in the end, he asked Axo to come forward and take down those guys. Originally in the town, they were finally let out and led to the village. Axo was dispatched to deal with the Dark Elves, and almost 200 people were lost. Dole was very angry. It was fine that the Dark Elves caused trouble in the Nightmare Forest, but they dared to cause trouble here. It was really unreasonable. When Axo caught the Dark Elves, Dole's Scarab clone had already walked out of the retreat and came to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Dole's clone turned into a streak of sparks and came to the door of the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, Sano was already standing at the door to greet him. Dole just glanced at Sano and said, "What's the situation? Did you find out anything?" Sano's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Those who disguise themselves as human beings are black elves. I don't know where they came from, but according to their direction, they should have crossed over from the Baiyuan Mountains. The details are unknown. They were severely injured by Lord Axu and fainted after a few questions. Dole came with anger, and his mouth twitched when he heard this. He thought for a while and said, "I will take these black elves away. Listen to my notification for the specific situation." Sano nodded hurriedly. Although his strength has improved a little bit now, he has only touched the threshold of level 5. He is also panicking because there are several level 6 and 1 level 7 here. Take them away quickly. I always feel that these black elves are a bomb. Our strength is still too weak, otherwise Lord Axu would not have to be dispatched. Dole rolled his eyes at him. Hurry up and practice, don't say these useless nonsense. Sano didn't dare to speak. Dole is now level 7. He felt a huge pressure when he stood in front of him, let alone refute. Just when Dole entered, Axo appeared out of nowhere and followed him into the wizard tower. Dole naturally sensed Axo and walked a few steps slower, waiting for Axo to come up. Axo was still young and beautiful, wearing extremely gorgeous clothes every day, dressing herself up like a queen. She came to Dole and said slowly, "Dole, give me one of these black elves." Dole waved his hand. "What are you doing? You don't know how to make alchemy?" Axo rolled his eyes at Dole and said, "I'm not an alchemist. I just have fun. After all, I helped you catch them, so just have fun." At this moment, Axo looked at Dole strangely. She was shocked to find that Dole was hazy, and she couldn't see through him with her 8th level eyes. This guy has improved a lot. How did he practice? Dole thought about it and said, "I will give you one after I get the specific information, but these guys should be looking for trouble for me. I ruined their action last time." As Dole walked, he introduced his deal with the elves to Axo. Axo was a little stunned. Dole is so powerful now that he can trade with other races independently. She felt very uncomfortable. You know, the elves are very arrogant. To be able to ask Dole for help, it is obvious that Dole's current ability is also recognized by other races. This is the embodiment of a real big man, unlike herself, who has strength but no one comes to him. She felt sour in her heart and said, "I want to learn alchemy recently. Do you have anything to teach me?" Dole's mouth twitched. Donnie's school is open. You can go to the alchemy class and listen. If you can listen, I will arrange a reasonable course for you. Axo curled his lips and said, "Master Wudong God Tree asked me to bring you a message and ask you to meet him in a few days." Dole nodded and said, "Okay." After the secret realm was built, Wudong God Tree stayed quietly in the space and did not come out. Dole almost forgot about it and rarely went there. After saying this, Dole wondered if this guy still owed him something. When he came to the innermost part of the wizard tower, Dole saw several black elves who were beaten miserably. With a wave of his hand, 4 black elves disappeared in his hand. "Turn around and leave." Turin Bone Tower. Axel stood behind Dole and watched Dole make some energy ropes to hang the black elves up in the air, then took out a bottle of low-end super vitality potion and roughly injected it into their bodies. Not long after, one of the black elves groaned and struggled to wake up. The one who woke up was naturally Beaky. She was the strongest and recovered first. Dole's medicine was indeed a bit overbearing. She opened her eyes, and saw two terrifying figures. She was a little frightened. How could there be two such powerful people in this damn place? They were comparable to the elders of the Black Elves. At this time, a man and a woman, both of them were unbelievably young, and the power they exuded was exactly the same. The difference was that the man's face was terribly gloomy. She snorted coldly and struggled a bit, only to find that she was tied up and her body strength was exhausted. She was as soft as a weak shrimp, so she snorted again, "Damn human race." Dole looked at her expressionlessly, and as soon as his eyes moved, a big cut appeared on the Black Elf's body. A layer of sweat immediately seeped down Beaky's forehead, and the severe pain flooded her head, and she almost lost her mind. But soon, the big cut healed quickly under the effect of the medicine, and she could even feel the process of body cells growing when the wound healed. Hiss. She groaned in pain and roared in anger. Axel watched Dole's movements, listened to the Black Elf's moans, and looked at Dole with a strange look in his eyes. "You still have this hobby. Is it because the moans sound beautiful?" Dole ignored Axel, looked at the Black Elf, and said in a flat tone, "I ask a question, you answer it. Don't say it, or deliberately say it wrong. The one just now is just the beginning. Don't think about committing suicide. I am an 8th level pharmacist. There is no such thing as death for me." As soon as this sentence came out, the originally painful Beachy's head seemed to be emitting cold air. Axel looked at Dole from behind and took 2 steps back. Chapter 971. This was the first time he saw Dole angry. This expression and demeanor made even her feel a little scared. What is the most painful thing? It is naturally unable to live or die. Dole has a set of ways to torture people. Beachy felt the power of continuous healing in her body, and she quickly thought of her own end. "You ask, I can answer, I will answer for sure," she answered in a trembling and calm tone. Dole nodded. "It's best to cooperate." He thought for a while and asked, "Where are you from? What are you going to do specifically?" Beachy gritted his teeth and said painfully, "I came from the Nightmare Forest. There is no specific thing, just to inquire about information." Dole frowned and said, "It's best not to lie about any information. There are detection magic circles around my wizard tower. If you say something wrong, you know the end." This female elf must have lied. The magic circle has already sounded an alarm to him, but he didn't know which one was a lie. Beaky's wound healed little by little, and her nerves were sending out tingling alarms, but she could bear it. She decided to tell some truth. "We are investigating matters related to human pharmacists. We want to find high-level pharmacists." Dole thought to himself that this was the truth. It seemed that the other party was indeed looking for him. They suspected that someone in the human race could crack their white silk fungus. Dole suddenly laughed. "I probably know what you are here for. It's for this thing." He suddenly raised his hand, and a small transparent bottle appeared in front of him, which he held in his hand. Beaky endured the pain and looked at the small bottle, and then the next moment, her face immediately turned pale. Axel also looked at the small bottle, but after just 1 second, her face turned very ugly. "This thing is so vicious?" The small bottle contained a piece of not very fresh meat, with a layer of fluff growing on the meat. These fluffs depended on the meat to survive, and absorbed the nutrients and blood in the meat, but the meat was not completely drained. Such a vicious thing was created by this Black Elf? This is also in line with the temper of the Black Elf. Axel finally understood why Dole attached so much importance to the Black Elf, and thought he had some special hobbies. She looked at Dole's lower body, and then at Dole's face. This man is still the man in her mind, who is devoted to cultivation and doesn't like perverts, who are close to women. Beaky's face turned pale, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that this lord knows everything. When we were caught, we had already sent out a message that our people will arrive soon." Beachy clamped his mouth and stopped talking. Dole sneered. His whole body was filled with murderous aura. "As long as they are not level 9, I will kill as many as they come." He turned and left. To deal with such a cruel race, violence can only be fought with violence. Dole quickly issued an order to closely monitor outsiders and report any disturbances. The entire Albiz mountain became nervous because of this order. Axo followed Dole to the top floor of the Turin Bone Tower. Axo sat down slowly and said with some doubt, "Dole, don't you want to explain something? That thing was made by the Black Elves. It's a bit weird." Dole nodded. "Well, this happened a few months ago. The Forest Elves suffered a great loss for this, so they sought help from outsiders. I was one of them, and I made the antidote." Axo was a little horrified when he thought of the hair on the mince meat just now. These damn Black Elves are as annoying as humanoids. Humanoids are just similar people, not human beings. They even eat people, beasts, and everything. Black elves have anti-world plots, and like to cause destruction everywhere. They are full of darkness in their bones, and they mostly practice dark witchcraft. They have completely lost the instinct to survive positively and tenaciously. The hair just now was the product of evil witchcraft at first glance. It can actually parasitize on the flesh and blood of living beings. This black elf is really not a good thing. Dole explained the matter again, and Axo understood it a little. You destroyed their big operation. Now the operation failed. They came out to find the source. Unexpectedly, they found you all of a sudden. It was really an accident. Dole was also a little speechless, but they shouldn't find me here soon. Even if they find me here, what can they do? You and I join forces. Can we still be afraid of the Black Elves? Axo saw Dole's confident face and suddenly laughed. You and I join forces. Do you still need me? I can't understand the power in you now. Dole smiled bitterly. You can't understand, and I can't understand either. I am in a very delicate stage now. In fact, if there is no invasion by a powerful master like the 7th level, I don't plan to come out. The Nightmare Ancestor is very sensible. He is no longer coming to the northwest. He is concentrating on wreaking havoc in other places, which has greatly tied down the coalition forces of the 5 countries. Now the pace of the search in the northwest has been slightly reduced. Axo nodded and said, well, this way, you will be much more relaxed. Here in the northwest, you should pay attention to the Nightmare Forest. The rest is irrelevant. Dole nodded. Now, the only one who can threaten him is level 9. Of course, this cannot be said in front of Axo. He thought for a while and said, while I am out of retreat, let's meet the Lord of the Woodone God Tree. Axo nodded and said, okay. Dole's body flashed with white light. He didn't need to walk or do anything else. He teleported directly. The advantage of teleportation is point to point. You only need to know the coordinates and the position between spaces to teleport directly. It doesn't need to be like the magic circle in the Imperial capital, which can only enter at a fixed location. Dole himself is the magic circle, which forms a magic circle super quickly, almost like witchcraft. In the past few days, he has comprehended those rules, which seem to be laws. In his heart, he has a faint impulse to transform the wizard's formation into witchcraft. It just feels that something is missing. In the huge magic space, there are mountains, rivers, which are well arranged. In the middle, a small sapling is growing vigorously, and it seems to be quite large. There is heaven and earth, nature, air, and a high level of energy storage here. The Woodone God Tree is very comfortable here. Dual-Eye glanced around and flew to the Woodone God Tree. The quiet tree of the Woodone God Tree swayed its body. He seemed to look at Dual-Eye, and then the whole tree stopped moving. It was shocked. Dual-Eye's power, what's going on? Nowadays, all kinds of power are entangled around Dual-Eye. Almost all the power that can be seen and touched at ordinary times are reflected in him. He has lived for tens of thousands of years, and has never seen such a thing. Earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, light and darkness, my goodness, the Woodone God Tree feels like it is going crazy. It remained silent until Dual-Eye came up to it. Then it slowly spoke, little Dual-Eye. Dual-Eye didn't react much when he heard this name, but Axo was surprised. Has Dual-Eye changed so much? Even the Woodone Sacred Tree is unsure. Chapter 972. I came to the tree. The tree was only 2 meters tall, just a little taller than Dole. Dole smiled and said, Master Woodone God Tree, I'm here. The Woodone God Tree was silent for a moment, then whispered, I feel the power of dozens of rules in your body. May I ask what's going on? Dole did not answer the question at this time, but glanced around. How is this space? Are you comfortable? The Woodone God Tree knew that Dual-Eye would not answer so easily, so it said, this space here is larger than the space of the Kumu God Tree. I asked Axo to arrange some things. It is a little worse than the volcano, but not much worse. It is very comfortable here. The Woodone God Tree did not dwell on Dual-Eye's problems, but paused for a while and said, I want to ask you about the things in other spaces. Dual-Eye shook his head when he heard this. I have had some opportunities recently, and I am busy comprehending these powers in my body. I have no time to explore the outer space. It is estimated that it will take a long time. The Woodone God Tree was a little speechless. How long is a long time? The power of this guy is a little complicated. How many rules and laws has he comprehended? What kind of adventure is this? As an ancient creature, he has lost his passion for too long, and he has not had the urgent impulse to understand the truth of a thing for a long time. It endured it, and suddenly said, Dual-Eye, I want to know what adventure you have. Exchange it with a drop of the great god's fire. Axo was really surprised at this time. God Fire is the highest achievement of the flame system at the rule level, and the Great God Fire is not far from the God level. It is a flame, but it is measured in liquid units. One drop of the Great God Fire is enough for her to go a long way on the road to level 8, and even level 9 is not a dream. Master Wudong Shinshu is willing to exchange the Great God Fire. This, Dory was also a little surprised and thought about it. At the age of Wudong Shinshu, it is estimated that the only obsession is to achieve above level 9. I am afraid that I have been targeted by the other party, because I have improved so quickly. A drop of God Fire, Dual Eye was slightly moved. He thought about it for a while, and then said, I agree to this exchange. Please divide a part of your mental power, and attach it to me. The body of Wudong Shinshu swayed, and a little green light separated from the branches, wrapped in drops of purple flames, and came to Dual Eye's side. As soon as this drop of flame came out, Dual Eye felt that the world around him had turned into a world of flames. If it weren't for the spiritual power of the Wudong Divine Tree wrapping the flame, he seemed to feel that the world around him was assimilated by the Divine Fire. Divine Fire World. Dual Eye took a breath. He had only heard of it before, but he didn't expect that this flame was so powerful. There was still a huge gap between level 9 and level 8. He still had the confidence to fight against level 8, but the method of level 9 was quite powerful. Master Shinshu, how do you use this flame? He almost didn't dare to take over. Wudong Divine Tree said, I have stripped off my spiritual power. You can use your spiritual power to merge. It may be a little painful. Dual Eye was stunned, and then a little unbelievable. So simple? He touched it slightly with his mental power, and then he felt what the Wudong God Tree meant by a little pain. The pain overwhelmed his entire clone, and the flames merged into his spirit, almost burning all his mental power. He used all his understanding of the rules of the fire system, and only then did he reduce it a little bit. Even so, he felt as if he was in a sea of fire, being baked by endless flames. This was mental, not physical. Dual Eye endured it for a long time before he got slightly used to it. This old sapling is cheating people. You cheat me, and I cheat you too. Dual Eye didn't think much about it, and directly pulled the spiritual power of the Wudong God Tree to his side, and then released the perception of the clone. For a moment, the swaying figure of the Wudong God Tree suddenly stopped, as if it was in some kind of shock. Then, the Wudong God Tree shone with light, and the mental power was working crazily, and spots of light dotted the tree like a dream. Southwest Volcano. The quiet Wudong God Tree suddenly emitted a powerful force, covering an area of dozens of kilometers. Within this range, all living creatures were driven away, including the Red Mountain Mother, and a layer of light red defense shield covered the entire land. This was a sign that the Wudong God Tree's own defense system was fully activated. The wizards, who were practicing around, were driven away and were shocked. They flew up and looked at the red defense shield outside the Wudong God Tree, wondering what happened to the Wudong God Tree. The Red Mountain Mother was driven out and was slightly stunned. He flew in the sky and looked down. He saw that the entire area where the Wudong God Tree was located was completely defended, which was a bit inexplicable. In the past, when something happened to the Wudong Divine Tree, they would notify them first and then close it. Now, without saying anything, it closed it directly. Maybe something happened, but what happened? What could happen here? The surroundings were calm, and there was nothing going on. It was inexplicable. She called the Wudong Divine Tree, and found that it was useless. The Divine Tree did not respond at all. There was no way, so he asked other subtrees. Subtrees and Divine Trees are different creatures. One of the subtrees replied that Lord Divine Tree may have encountered new rules, and was trying his best to comprehend them. Mother Hanshan lost her temper immediately. After so many years, she actually comprehended new rules again. It seems that she can't practice recently. Mother Hanshan thought about it, and slowly flew away from this area. Back to the Lihua Golden Tower, Mother Hanshan carefully sensed all the information of the Wizard Tower, and nodded slightly after knowing everything. Dual Eye's craftsmanship is really good. Their other Wizard Towers were all made by alchemists, but they can't compare with Dual Eye's. This is a real Wizard Tower. It has built-in zooming function. Although it is said that it also has internal transmission function, it was cut down because of the material later, but it is not bad. The hardness of the Lahujan Tower itself is also very good. It can be used to hit people. This is what she is most satisfied with. The Wizard Tower is usually very precious, and will not be deployed easily for fear of being damaged. But the Lahujan Tower does not need it at all. In Dual Eye's spiritual world, there are rules all around, and the rules flow over one after another, and the Wudong God Tree is completely dazzled. Rules, this thing, can be observed like this? What did Duolai get? Why can he directly see the bottom of the world's rules? With so many rules, even if he can comprehend 1,000, his strength can increase by more than 100 times. This, it didn't think much and was completely trapped in the selective problem of observation. Too many rules. At this moment, Dolai's spirit came from the side. The rules that are suitable for you are the fire system, the earth system, and the life system. I can help you separate them. When the Wudong God tree heard this, it was dazzled and confused. You can observe so many rules. How can you separate them? Chapter 973. This place is too grand. It is like looking at the whole world from the perspective of God. The eyes of the Wudong God tree no longer know where to put them. After hearing what Duolai said, he was shocked. If he can separate and comprehend one by one, wouldn't he be able to quickly cross the 7th level, 8th level, or even 9th level and reach the God level? What kind of method is this? Is this the reincarnation of God? Duolai's eyes are full of various lights, emitting a mysterious glow. He nodded slightly. To be honest, I got the body of an alien creature, and now I am observing the world with the body of an alien creature, so what I see is different from what ordinary people see. I can separate some rules, but it takes a certain amount of mental energy. As a wizard, it is an equal exchange. You pay the price you pay, and I will naturally meet your needs. The Wudong God tree was shocked. Dolai got the body of an alien creature, and it's not broken yet. This, he thought a lot. Aliens can be compared with gods, and to a certain extent, they are greater than ordinary gods. Dolai got an alien creature, which means that he can become a god in the future, or even a higher level than the god. He was moved. He looked at Dolai's profile, and found that his expression was very calm. He said this sentence as if he was saying something casual. He has an avatar of an alien creature, and his combat power is unpredictable. Wudong Shishu sighed that the other party is now fearless. He nodded and said, "Okay, I need 3 types of fire." Dolai nodded and said, "Only for 3 months." Okay. The Western Ring continent is in chaos. It is completely in chaos. Since August, monsters from all over the world have been harassing various countries. At first, they only attacked the Northern Kingdom and the Empire of Glory. Later, it spread to the Eastern Ring Empire, the Empire of Light, the Dark Empire, and other places occupied by various intelligent races, especially the Nightmare Forest. Various monsters are rampant, stirring up the entire continent within a month. At the beginning, they could still communicate with each other, but later, they could no longer communicate at all, and they started fighting directly. Level 7 and Level 8 monsters were dispatched together, and each country suffered heavy losses, especially the Level 8 monsters. Some medium-sized cities, and below were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye as long as they were touched by the opponent. Panic and terror spread to the whole world. Places with warriors above Level 8 and Level 9 were better, and those places with weak defense were almost plowed by monsters. The entire Western Ring continent was in an inexplicable black terror. Except for the northwest area, other places were destroyed by monsters, roads were destroyed, and cities collapsed. After a few days of seclusion, Duolai was overwhelmed by various news. Later, he had no choice but to come out and start supporting various places. With the space tunnel system, he could teleport and support quickly, but it was also very intensive. In the end, this consumption had to be paid from the Glory Wizard Alliance. Duolai did not have to pay taxes on the magic crystal mine for the first time, and all of it belonged to him. The war in the northwest became even more bizarre. In the villages, towns, and cities encountered on the road, most of the people were asleep. Except for the necessary population, the others could not get up at all. They were all dreaming. Seeing this situation, the coalition forces of several countries immediately launched various massacres, from people to various creatures, wielding butcher knives and slaughtering everywhere, and there was no power to resist it all. Cruelty, pain, and all kinds of emotions spread among the coalition forces. Even the Dark Church, which is known for its darkness, couldn't help but curse secretly at this time. What kind of experience is it to kill people until your hands are soft and you are desperate? These are living people. But if these people don't die, they will become the carrier of the nightmare's resurgence, and more people will die at that time. Within a month, the coalition forces advanced more than 1,000 kilometers to the north, and came to the largest sea-high area in the northwest. 7 9th-level ancestors of Qianhua flew in the sky, constantly scanning the surroundings. The high priest of the elves is a tall elf beauty. Although her whole body is covered under the thick elf robe, her graceful figure can still be seen. She snorted coldly and said, "In the past few days, more than 10 members of my elf tribe have been invaded." Ancestor Qianhua said softly, There are not a few people in my human race who are invaded every day. Except for the Northwest, the Alliance branches in various places are already exhausted. The nightmare trick is very useful. The others understood. As the largest wizard organization in the world, the Glory Wizard Alliance is also exhausted, and the others also understand. The Holy See of Light has replaced a new Vice Pope. This Vice Pope is an image of a white-bearded old man, but his face is majestic and cannot be looked at directly. He said slowly, "It's the same for my Empire of Light. We have been invaded by Nightmare. Now, we have to find his body and deal with it quickly. Otherwise, we will be dragged to death by him sooner or later." The Dark Empire suffered even more serious losses. Because of the internal policies of the Empire, it was easy to be invaded. At this time, it was too weak to complain. "When I find him, I must kill him with my own hands," he said viciously. The 9 levels of the East Ring Empire and the Northern Kingdom nodded, and the 9 levels of the Dragon Clan and the 9 levels of other races also nodded in agreement. Especially the Dragon Clan, which has recently lost a full number of 8-level masters, and the giant dragons have hated it to the extreme. Most of the massacres of the human race were done by these alien races. A giant dragon, with a breath of dragon, would burn several villages, leaving no trace of the dead. There are many 9-level dragons, but only one came this time. The other 9 levels went to take care of the territories of the various dragon clans, and had no time to take care of this side. Several 9 levels did not dare to separate too much, but launched a carpet search together. Although they were fast, they were surrounded by people who were trapped in dreams, which made it difficult to find them. They could only advance a few hundred kilometers a day. Seeing this, Vasily muttered a few words. If only Dole was here, he could find the other party directly from the dream with his dream skills. But it was not appropriate to ask Dole to come. This guy wanted to eat Dole because among all the empires, only the Northwest that Dole was in charge of was relatively peaceful, and everyone else was envious. If Dole was killed by these level 9s, he would not know where to cry. It was quite bitter and cold in the Northwest. In October, it had already started to snow. Ancestor Qianwei estimated that these people would not be able to hold on for long if they dreamed every day. Even people with strong bodies could not stand dreaming every day for long. But it was obvious that as Nightmare was desperate, his power was increasing. He could only control level 7 before, but now he could control level 8. Later, he could control the high end of level 8. Although the wisdom of the monsters was not very high, it was also extremely terrifying to control 7 or 8 level 8s. Several level 9 warriors reached a consensus that they must find Nightmare as soon as possible, otherwise, if Nightmare succeeded to level 9, they would be in trouble. Several level 9 warriors acted individually to speed up the progress, especially the level 9 warriors of other races except humans and dragons, who were particularly eager. They were born with poor mental strength. If Nightmare successfully promoted them to level 9, they would be the first to suffer. Chapter 974. The 9th level gate went out alone, while those high-level monsters slaughtered ordinary people who were in deep sleep. For a time, the entire Northwest countries fell into the black terror of life and death. Thousands of miles of uninhabited, smoke and devastation, this is the current situation in the Northwest. As long as it is a wise creature, as long as it is a creature controlled by Nightmare, almost all of them have been cleared. The number of lives in the Northwest has dropped sharply, almost degenerating to prehistoric civilization. After receiving the information from the front, Duolai didn't feel it was serious. Even he himself couldn't understand his current strength. From August to October, his strength has changed dramatically. Although his mental power has not increased much, the power he can control has improved by almost 10 times. Beside him, there is a faint spiritual light. It is the spiritual light of the clone of the Wutong God Tree. Standing in Duolai's sea of consciousness, the Wutong God Tree feels that he is in the bottom ocean of this world, and he seems as small as a grain of dust. Dolei's spiritual power is a larger dust. There are many rules surrounding the spiritual power of the two people. They are the various rules of heaven and earth that form the basis of spiritual power. Without these rules, the consciousness of creatures will not exist. The bottom of the world is very mysterious and very complicated. There are dozens of underlying rules surrounding the spirit, which are intertwined with each other and finally form something like biological thinking. This is a kind of radio wave, a kind of magnetic field, and a fusion of life field and other fields, which eventually forms a magical thing like thinking. Thinking is the basis of intelligent creatures. Without thinking, intelligent creatures are like monsters, relying on physical instincts to survive. The production of physical instincts also relies heavily on various basic rules. These rules are collectively called the law of life. If you can understand all of these rules, you are basically the same as an omnipotent god. Gods do not exist in this world. There has never been one in history. If one is really born in this world, it is estimated that this person will be favored by all the laws of this world. Of course, this is just Dole's imagination. Wudong Xinshu finally chose two paths. One is the spiritual power foundation around his own spiritual power, that is, the fire system, and the other is the life foundation. He has not touched the others. There are too many and too complicated. With the activeness of his spiritual power, being able to study too is the limit. He is not like Dole, whose spiritual power can be divided into dozens of channels, each studying different things. At this time, Wudong Xinshu used all his spiritual power to comprehend various rules and ignored the outside world. One person and one tree wandered in the world of the world strata and could not extricate themselves. No matter how the outside world changes, one person and one tree always remain motionless and stand in the world of rules. In a small village in the northern world. If you look closely, this village is completely illusory and does not exist, but if you don't look closely, this village is real. In the village, dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and sacred trees all live together in harmony. Outside the village, endless power poured in from unknown places and joined the village. Standing in the center of the village is the middle-aged nightmare. His expression is extremely ferocious, but also seems extremely calm and sacred. The pupils of his eyes have completely turned black, and his mental power radiates to the entire world. He seemed to be this village, and this village was himself. Looking at the constantly surging power, the nightmare ancestor, who was constantly impacted by the power of faith, screamed frantically in his heart. The power was still not enough. The power was not enough, just a little bit away, and he could be promoted to level 9 and fully materialize the village. Damn the 5 major coalitions. If this ancestor is not doing well, you can't be doing well either. He almost spared no effort to launch his power and erode intelligent creatures everywhere, but it was still not as fast as being blocked by the major empires. Especially the Glory Empire, relying on its achievements in space technology, killed the humans he lured everywhere, almost killing them as soon as they showed a little sign. A lot of resentment, a lot of hatred, and a lot of various negative emotions were transmitted through the hearts of believers, and the nightmare ancestor felt that he could not hold on any longer. As long as he could achieve level 9, he could become the master of dreams. At that time, he could directly transform the power of faith into various real people, and put them in dreams, so that he would not be afraid of being eroded by the power of faith. This is what he planned and did, but the power of faith was still too weak. Even with the power of tens of millions of people, he still couldn't break through the 9th level. Damn it. At this moment, his heart moved and he looked at the horizon. Not good, the 9th level of the human race is coming. He dispersed the village with a bang and disappeared on the spot. A moment later, the Qianhua patriarch arrived first. He took a look at the place and felt the traces left by the other party. He said, "The other party is gone. Deputy Pope of Light, it's up to you." Deputy Pope of Light nodded and took out a mysterious crystal ball. The crystal ball exuded a powerful witchcraft fluctuation. This fluctuation was stronger than the 9th level fluctuation and seemed to have exceeded the 9th level. Everyone looked at the crystal ball with envy. This was a gift from God, with a hint of mysterious witchcraft that could peek into the past and the future. However, the crystal ball itself was also very powerful. Even if they coveted it, they would only be jealous if they were not hostile. The deputy pope looked around proudly, and then the power of light poured into the crystal ball. Not long after, the crystal ball emitted a light curtain, showing the surrounding situation within the past 3 days at a very fast speed. After seeing what was in the crystal ball, everyone was silent, including the proud deputy pope of light. Damn it, he is getting closer and closer to achieving level 9. If we don't stop him, we will probably be in trouble when he achieves level 9. The dragon roared, releasing a powerful breath, and then released all kinds of dragon magic, destroying the earth in all directions like a vent, trying to find the hidden nightmare. The human race strongmen also began to release various tracking magics. After a moment, everyone said, "Chase." Far away, the nightmare ancestor fled frantically. While fleeing, he resisted the erosion of faith and gathered the power of dreams. His face was extremely ferocious and terrifying. At this time, the nightmare ancestor was like a super demon king. Dole didn't know that this side had entered a white-hot stage, and he was still watching the various rules of power slowly. In fact, he was not aimless, but had a purpose. The main direction of comprehension was placed on space, lightning, wind, and rain. The sign of level 8 is that one rule has entered the 9th level, and the sign of level 9 is that 3 rules have entered the 9th level. Although Duolai did not reach the standard of level 8, and none of them reached the 9th level, many of them reached the 6th level. As for how many, he himself did not know. He himself could not fully understand whether he was level 8 or level 9. Dole was comprehending, while observing his own information. The underlying rules are those of the world, but there are also many rules surrounding oneself, not to mention the top rules such as cause and effect, reincarnation, time and space. Dole doesn't even know which one it is, but he has some understanding of the other rules surrounding himself. Through this period of contact, he has a strong sensitivity to one of the rules. Chapter 975. He didn't know what this rule was specifically, so he temporarily defined it as the lucky line or luck value line involving himself. After careful observation, he found that this rule was floating, moving up and down all the time, sometimes thick, sometimes thin, but generally not lower than a certain value. In addition to this rule, the various other rules around him have always been very average, and some have been rising. This is the world that silicon-based creatures see. Duolai didn't care. He looked at each rule seriously and understood it carefully. The rule lines seemed to be very average, with almost no ups and downs. Duolai didn't know if what he saw was all the rule lines, so he could only define it as the rule he saw at present. Time passed slowly, and one day, Duolai suddenly turned his head and looked at the luck rule, because this rule suddenly took a sharp turn and quickly weakened to the extreme. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the top of the Wudong sacred tree. Similar to him, the rule above the Wudong god tree has been motionless, as if nothing has changed, as if everything around him has nothing to do with him. It's related to me, but not to the Wudong god tree. It shouldn't be the nightmare ancestor. If that guy achieves level 9, all lives will probably be in trouble. It's related to me, and it's so powerful. So far, who can pose such a big threat to me? Dole just thought about it for a while, then spread his consciousness a little, and connected to the Wizard Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, he found that the Glory Wizard Alliance was a little chaotic, and it seemed that they were mobilizing troops, and it seemed that something big was happening. He quickly spread his consciousness out, and soon, after a moment, he learned the truth of the matter. A group of mysterious people invaded a small town and hijacked the town. The location of the town is relatively remote, but there are also thousands of people. At this time, all of them are under the control of the other party. Ivy sent people to go once, but failed, so the Glory Wizard Alliance and the military department joined forces and prepared to go again. Wayne and Ivy are currently managing public security. At this time, the two of them discussed that if they could not alert Dole, they would combine more forces and even plan to call Donnie, a level 6. This is already the maximum force they can combine. If this doesn't work, they can only call Dole and Axo. The army has been assembled, and a wizard tower has been called, and they are ready to start. After noticing everyone's movements, Dole shifted his gaze to the town. When he set his sights on the small village, an infinite and huge force blocked his sight above the village. He seemed to have surpassed the power of wizards and reached a mysterious height, which diverted Dole's sight. Dole's sight was diverted, and he saw other places. He was shocked. He was using a silicon-based clone to see, so he couldn't see clearly what was going on in front of him. This was the first time such a thing happened since he reached level 7. The opponent's power was not simple, and it seemed that it was not a normal wizard's power. The level of that power was very high. Dole looked ahead, his eyes were constantly diverted, and he couldn't see clearly. At this time, he didn't know what happened. An extraordinary person descended on that small town. He just thought about it for a while, and then decided to put safety first, saw the things in front of him first, and put aside the things he had learned. The silicon-based clone of Dole, who was hidden in the world of the Wudong God Tree, acted quickly. In the sea of consciousness, the space surged. The consciousness of the Wudong God Tree was separated by him, and the silicon-based clone quickly gathered all the mental power to himself. At the same time, the Turin Bone Tower flew out from the distant Albise Mountains, and quickly moved towards this side. Several clones acted together, gathering strength while notifying Ivy, Wayne and others not to go. This matter was not something they could solve. When Dole was preparing, the Wudong God Tree was also a little confused at this time. He was driven out. What happened? After he left Dole, he found that Dole's actions were a little fast. What is he going to do? He asked casually. What happened? Why don't you continue to comprehend? The Dole clone quickly left the space and took the time to answer. There seems to be a higher level force invading our world. I will use all my strength to defeat the opponent or exile it to another space. My other clones can't see the opponent's power clearly. When he had time, he sent a piece of consciousness to the Wudong tree clone, and then the whole person disappeared in the secret realm. The Wudong tree was a little stunned. There was a suspected god-level invasion. How could this be possible? The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness had already regarded this world as a forbidden delicacy. Which god dared to invade this world? But he immediately thought that it was a tense moment. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness had transferred all their forces to deal with the Nightmare Ancestor, and it was estimated that the defense was a little weak. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness are now busy with their own affairs, so how can they care about those small gods? In the West Ring continent, there are not only the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness, but also many small gods, who occupy a small area and develop their own beliefs. The great black heaven that Dual Eye drove away last time is one of them, but this is an evil god. Could it be that the true god's belief has invaded? The Wudong god tree could not deny this. No matter who invaded, it had nothing to do with itself. They would not provoke itself, a top level 9, and just wait and see. It extended its gaze beyond the space, and saw 3 or 4 very familiar spiritual fluctuations gathered in the sky and merged into one, and then most of the spiritual power was placed on the clone of the alien creature. The Wudong god tree was slightly stunned. It was the first time he saw Dual Eye's clone of the alien creature. It was basically the same as the human form, without much change. This is the body of an alien creature. Dual Eye's luck is really speechless. It is difficult for creatures from outside the domain to enter a world. Even if they enter a world, they will die due to lack of food. The key to the creature from outside the domain that Dual Eye got is to keep it alive, because creatures from outside the domain need to eat. Others are not clear about this situation, but the Wudong god tree is very clear. In the long years, he has extended his tentacles to the outside of the domain, and has seen creatures from outside the domain. It is a very powerful existence. It has been wandering around the Alpha world for a long time, and it seems to want to eat the Alpha world. However, the Alpha world is a mature world, and the creature from outside the domain did not succeed in the end. At that time, the Wudong god tree was shocked. The outside world is too dangerous. This is his only understanding at that time. In the sky, at the level of the spiritual world, all wizards felt that a magnificent and imposing spiritual power quickly gathered at the level of the spiritual world. In the shock of everyone in the Glory Wizard Alliance, all warriors felt that they were in a depressed state and quickly gathered to the north. The town is in the north. Morris, Sano, and others were standing on the wizard tower, looking north, wondering in their hearts. Dual Eye had used all his strength. What was he doing? Was that place very difficult? Bernard brushed his hair in annoyance. His hair was already very long, almost reaching his waist. Damn it, if it weren't for my low strength, I could have gone over to take a look at this time. Yes, it's still because my strength is too low, and I can't help. It's really annoying to have a level 7 wizard tower, but not be able to intervene in the battle between the high levels at will. Sano stamped his feet fiercely. When the others heard this, they all laughed bitterly. The highest among them is only level 5, that is, Sano and Morris, and the others are around level 4. They are not as abnormal as Dual Eye. Chapter 976. At this time, clouds began to gather in the sky without anyone noticing. Wherever Dual Eye's spiritual power passed, the air moved with it. A figure suddenly appeared in the air. This figure was a little strange. He was naked from the waist up, his whole body was white, without a bit of black, his face was flat, and his facial features were a little strange, not like a real human. His arms were extremely long, almost hanging down to his knees, his hands were very huge, and the sharp claws on his 5 fingers looked cold. As soon as he came out, the turned bone tower in the distance pulled a long wave of air, flew over, and landed at his feet. He landed gently on the top of the wizard tower. This was Dual Eye's silicon-based clone. As soon as the silicon-based clone came out, he looked around, and all kinds of scenery changed. After switching many perspectives in succession, he finally saw the normal scenery. When he looked in the direction of the distorted light, this time, the mysterious power no longer distorted his light. He looked over at a glance, and saw the internal situation. Just one glance, and his heart was filled with endless murderous intent. The village was gone, and a tall platform appeared in the center of the village. On the platform, there were many corpses lying in all directions, thrown on it at random. These corpses were ordinary people, law enforcers who supported the village, and other adventurers. Around the platform, there were several incomprehensible magic devices, which were extracting the blood, souls, and physical strength of the dead. The devices extracted the blood, souls, and physical strength, and then generated a twisted force that continued to emit and rushed into the sky. High in the sky, a small space node was opened, and a strange and sacred force emanated from it and fell on the land around the village. It was a small black hole, emitting a terrifying breath. The strange and sacred power that twisted Dole's eyes was in the form of gray. Carefully feeling this power, Dole felt corruption, darkness, blood, and all kinds of great terror and fear from the sacredness, but somehow, he could actually feel the sacredness. This is probably the power of the god level. Dole just took a look, and a lot of information flowed through his mind, and then he guessed directly that this might be a god level invading this world. No wonder his fate line was so turbulent. It turned out to be like this. A god level, even if it was 1/10,000th of the power that descended, was not something Dole could bear, if he didn't have a silicon-based clone. However, no matter what level of people came, killed his people, and didn't give him an explanation, then he was too derelict in his duty as a lord. When all the power was completely gathered, Dole turned his eyes, and saw that his line seemed to have returned to its usual lowest level. The other party was not a threat to him. Dole came to this conclusion, and then began to analyze the other party's power composition. Soon, his face sank. The other party was a believer of Mahakala, and it was this group of people again. He didn't even think for 1,000th of a second. He raised his hand and summoned a thunder spell, which fell towards the village. This lightning was more than 10 meters thick and colorful. I don't know how much rule power was concentrated in it. Dual-Eye used all his strength in this attack. From Dual-Eye's appearance to his power, it took no more than 3 seconds. The opponent seemed to react. Seeing Dual-Eye's attack, a roar came from the black hole. You dare to resist the coming of my Mahakala with the power of an ant. In the air, the mysterious power condensed into a big hand, grabbing the colorful lightning, and the body, and the lightning suddenly collided in the sky. Without any surprise, the big hand just gently covered it, and the lightning that could blow up dozens of mountaintops was shattered, forming countless lightning waves that scattered in all directions. But the big hand was not in a good situation, and it exploded in the next second. A light exclamation came from the sacred power. But Dual-Eye didn't want to give him more time, and raised his hand, and another lightning more than 10 meters thick fell. With his current strength, this type of lightning is his most powerful witchcraft. The owner of the power roared, and a big hand flew out again. At the same time, the people below the power seemed to start to get chaotic, and then they knelt on the ground. Dual-Eye saw through the eyes of the silicon-based clone that power condensed from those adults and joined the magic circle around the road. After releasing the lightning, Dole took a breath and looked at the black hole, the source of power. The space hole seemed to be expanding. He just thought about it for a while, and then his consciousness descended on the wizard tower. He activated a series of space wizard formations. Since the opponent was stronger than him, it was a bit difficult to use witchcraft. He was ready to activate the space magic circle, and use the magic circle to interfere with the opponent's spatial position. Although the Turin Bone Tower was not a wizard tower mainly based on space, Dole had installed various space-type wizard towers inside it to prevent related situations. Once the space formation in the wizard tower was activated, space fluctuations spread out, and it seemed to be condensing into some kind of targeted power. Faced with this situation, the power on the opposite side immediately sensed the situation here. In the small village, the high platform turned into something like an altar at this time. The believers around kept praying for something. The power in their bodies kept interacting with the power of the altar. The altar absorbed the bodies of the villagers, and its power was constantly increasing. At this moment, one of them opened his eyes and looked outside with fear. The great Mahakala told us that the man on the opposite side has the power of space, which can interfere with the stability of space. Second, third, go and drive him away. The power of Mahakala is stabilizing the channel, and there is no way to excessively prevent the fluctuation of space. Beside him, the two believers stopped praying devoutly, and stood up together, with expressionless faces. They were all in uniform, wearing black robes, covering themselves, revealing only a head. One was a man with a distorted face, and the other was an ugly woman. They nodded to the person who spoke together, and then strode out, revealing their aura. As their aura continued to revive, they were 2 level 7. At this moment, Dole's second lightning flashed in the sky, and Mahakala's power circled with the opponent. In just a moment, the sky and the earth flickered, lightning flashed, and lightning exploded. Mahakala's power also quickly dissipated, and his palm exploded. Seeing this, the two people suddenly stagnated, but they couldn't care so much at this time. As long as Mahakala's will could be fully descended, except for the top level 9, they would be fearless. The two stood up together, and walked out with a solemn face. Dole was trying his best to deal with Mahakala's big hand at this time, but he also saw these two people coming out. The opponent was in the magic circle, separated by the power of the opponent's gods, and couldn't feel anything. Thunder and lightning exploded. He couldn't care so much. He could only constantly adjust the magic circle and prepare to target the opponent's magic circle. At the same time, in the storm of the Albese Mountains in the distance, four large cracks suddenly appeared, and two storm giants and two storm dragons walked out of it. These four elemental creatures, each of them has a body of hundreds of meters tall, solid and sturdy, completely elemental bodies. As soon as they appeared, the surrounding sky and earth changed color, strong winds condensed, and turbulent winds formed a large number of small tornadoes in the surroundings. Chapter 977. These four elemental giants have grown to the late stage of level 7. Dole asked them to come out to test their power. This unknown god wanted to bring down his power, but Dole naturally did not allow it. However, from the current point of view, it was not worth it for him to use all his strength to play with it first. The elemental giants were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers. It only took 1 minute to get here. Dole no longer paid attention to it, but adjusted the magic circle on his own. The power outside fluctuated, and the man and woman finally walked out. They just glanced at Dole in the sky, and their faces froze. The other party was not a real person. They could not feel the situation outside. They looked at Dole, and the terrifying dark wizard tower behind him, and suddenly understood. The two looked at each other, and a fierce look flashed in their expressions. For the coming of my lord, we will fight. Death is not terrible. The layout of so many years cannot be destroyed in one day. Now the people of the entire Western Ring continent are besieging the Nightmare Ancestor, and it is the best time for them to summon the spirit of Mahakala. They also know that in addition to Mahakala, there are at least 3 evil gods, who want to descend on this world, and obtain the power of faith in this world. The Northwest land is relatively peaceful, with an average population, but the power here is currently the most empty. As for the so-called 7th level master suppression, they don't take it seriously at all. However, when they really stood in front of Dual-Eye, they realized that this Northwest Warcraft killer was still very powerful. A lightning bolt could actually be compared with the power of Mahakala's descent. Plus the wizard tower behind him. The two of them instantly had the will to die. At this moment, the two looked to the east, and in the distant sky, for huge monsters were rushing towards this side. The man said solemnly, "Drive this man away as soon as possible. It will take at least 10 minutes for Mahakala's power to descend to 1/10,000. We need to fight for these 10 minutes. The woman had no expression on her face. She lowered her head, and when she raised her head, her expression was full of anger. She gently tore open her clothes, her body slowly grew larger, and the power in her body began to surge. The surface of her exposed skin instantly had blue veins popping up, and her aura instantly climbed to the extreme. She proved everything with her actions. The will of Mahakala must descend, let's die together. She rushed into the sky suddenly, and her aura soared tenfold again. If she was an ordinary level 7 just now, then now she is almost close to level 8. She soared into the sky at a very fast speed, breaking the sound barrier in almost the blink of an eye, and directly hit Dual-Eye. She gave up witchcraft and added all her strength to her body. The will of Mahakala was fully added at this time, and she could be considered a quasi-8th level. It was like a meteor hitting the earth. Only a black ball was seen hitting Dual-Eye, and the next moment, it was in front of Dual-Eye. Dual-Eye was standing on the wizard tower at this time. He just glanced at the black light below, and was slightly moved. He thought of a lot. It only took 5 seconds for the other party to get from the ground to him. The other party was originally a 7th level, but now it has become an 8th level. The power on his body, and the power in the distance suddenly became the same source. The power of Mahakala is indeed so overbearing. Level 7 becomes ordinary level 8, this thing is really so weird. But it's just level 8, it's basically like this. He could feel that the space in the other side's sky seemed to be emitting extremely strong spatial fluctuations. The other side estimated that it would only take a few minutes to break through the spatial barrier and enter his world. When the other side's power came, I'm afraid there would be no way to expel it except level 9. So, after he saw the black light, his expression had a hint of murderous intent. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The wizard tower cannot be used, so let's try the bottom line of this body. He closed his eyes, and then opened them again. The power in the clone began to boil. He jumped off the wizard tower, stretched out his extremely long arms, and did not use countless, but ordinary, and suddenly grabbed and slapped the other side. There was no power fluctuation, and all the power was gathered in the body. He only used the physical power of the silicon-based clone. The woman who rushed into the sky was slightly happy. Her sacrifice was not in vain. Although the wizard tower was still emitting strange fluctuations, as long as the clone was killed, the wizard tower would definitely stop. A wizard dared to fight against a person who concentrated all his strength into his body, which was almost equivalent to a warrior. He was really courting death. In 1 second, she thought of a lot. But Mahakala will definitely come down, but I will never see it again. I have used the forbidden technique, and I will not live long. The next moment, she was determined and punched the sky, hitting Dole's falling figure. Dole also took a picture at this time. It looked ordinary, but in fact most of the power had been concentrated in his arms. One person turned into a terrifying ball of light and rushed up to the sky, while another person fell down and hit the ball of light. No matter how you look at it, the one who fell down would lose. The next moment, the two forces met in the sky. It was like two giant physical spheres met in the sky. Suddenly, a violent light wave came out from the place where the two people collided. Where the light wave passed, the atmosphere was pushed away, forming a violent vacuum, which was very terrifying. The light wave rushed to the surroundings and swept across dozens of kilometers in an instant. A part of the light wave hit the Mahakala barrier in the distance, and instantly made a dent on it. Then, almost without a pause, the power in the sky quickly took an absolute advantage, and then pressed down. A violent penetrating force instantly penetrated the black ball, and the black ball exploded. The light wave was flat, and the black ball explosion was a full coverage type. It contained the power of Mahakala, the power of flesh and blood collapse, and an even more violent explosion than before exploded to the ground. In just a moment, the power hit the ground, and within dozens of kilometers, the ground rumbled and collapsed completely. It took less than 3 seconds for him to rush into the sky, and then be blown up. An 8th level master fell. Dole's figure was blown up into the sky by the force of the explosion. While flying, he shook his arms and felt a little numb. He looked down at this time. Even in the sky, at an altitude of more than 3,000 meters, the ground was still severely damaged. The destructive power of the 8th level attack is indeed very wide. Even if it is concentrated to a point, the destructive range of this attack is large enough. He glanced at the ground under his feet and twitched slightly. It was a fertile land that had just been cultivated, and now it was all destroyed. Fortunately, they had moved everyone around to other places. At this time, the man on the ground had only flown up to a height of less than 1,000 meters. Seeing this, his face became very exciting. A wizard equivalent to the 8th level, with a full-strength attack, only lasted for 3 seconds before being blown up. The opponent's flesh that was not like a real person was so terrifying. How can he win? The corners of his mouth showed a slight bitterness, and then without saying anything, he used the same method to make his body bigger, but his head became bigger, and other parts of his body only showed slightly blue veins. Chapter 978. The result of the physical mutation is that the mental power is fed by the power of Mahakala, and it has skyrocketed tenfold. He felt that he was stronger than ever before. He waved his hand casually, and a staff appeared in his hand. All kinds of equipment on his body were activated, emitting endless black air to wrap himself up, and the mental power was radiated to the sky. One after another, black power continued to condense on his body, and the range expanded to more than 10 kilometers in an instant. At the same time, the power in the barrier was also condensing on him. The people inside seemed to see the power of the other party, and had to add some power. Dole just took a look, and then felt the magic circle under his feet, snorted coldly, overestimating his own ability. He couldn't beat himself with his physical body, but he could use witchcraft. Didn't you see that he didn't lose to the power of Mahakala just now? No matter how powerful you are, I will destroy you with thunder. Dole's expression was slightly solemn. At this time, most of his power was used to adjust the magic circle in the Churin Bone Tower, and the free power could only release the thunder summoning spell once. He looked at the other party side, and said, "We are all human beings. Why should we work hard for something we don't know what it is?" The second man was angry. "How dare you humiliate my gods?" The power in his body kept churning, as if it was about to form a stick-like thing, and it was gradually becoming more powerful. Dole became serious and took a look at this strange thing. This witchcraft that looked like a stick already had the power to threaten him. As soon as he raised his hand, colorful lightning continued to condense in his hand. If you look closely, you can see that the 4 kinds of lightning power, earth, fire, wind and water, are all condensed in his hand, and perfectly integrated together. The current thunder summoning technique is more than 100 times more powerful than when he just mastered the thunder summoning technique. This is the power of rules, and also the power of heaven and earth. He looked at the other party coldly, gathering strength while saying, "If it is not the god of my human race, what is it if it is not called a thing? Do you know whether the other party is a human or a ghost?" The man's expression twisted. Behind him, the stick-like witchcraft was also formed at this time. It was a spear-like witchcraft. After slowly condensing successfully, it was more than 1,000 meters long and more than 30 meters thick, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if this spear would penetrate the earth and destroy the world. Dole's clone was just an ordinary creature from outside the domain before. He was raised by meditation for so long, and his strength was greatly enhanced. Otherwise, he would not have killed an ordinary level 8 in one go. Facing this witchcraft like a spear, Dole did not dare to treat it lightly. The essence of Mahakala's power is obviously higher than any power in this world. Even if his own thunder summoning technique is upgraded to the extreme, it is still within the framework of this world, and cannot be higher than the top power in this world. Seeing the appearance of this spear, Dole retreated directly, and then moved the wizard tower forward. Forget it, just use the wizard tower to hit. He gave up on continuing to condense space fluctuations to interfere with the opponent's altar summons, and prepared to be tougher and hit directly. He snorted coldly and said, "Since you insist on dying, please go ahead." His real body fell into the wizard tower, and then the wizard tower exuded a strong breath of death and darkness, and directly hit the opponent. At this time, the second condensed witchcraft fluctuations had reached the extreme, mixed with the power of Mahakala, which was enough to compete with the middle and above level 8. Seeing Dole's wizard crashing in, he suddenly widened his eyes, and pointed his hand in the direction of the wizard tower. The mental power locked and fell directly. Black Sky Spear. A spear shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and at this time, Dole's wizard tower just hit it. The two soon met in midair. Dole's wizard tower rumbled, and the formation outside suddenly dimmed, but the speed did not slow down at all, directly knocking the Black Sky Spear apart, and then the wizard tower lit up again, and continued to hit. Seeing this, the second person was shocked. This seemed to be an 8th level witchcraft, mixed with the power of Mahakala, comparable to the top of the 8th level. With one blow, it could even destroy a small mountain range. What kind of wizard tower is this? But the next moment, the wizard tower hit the second person fiercely. The second person's aura was a little weak, and he released various defensive wizards in a hurry, and black power surrounded him. In this lightning and flint, the wizard tower with an extremely powerful aura hit him. Puff, it was like hitting a ball. The ball was instantly broken, turned into a huge energy, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The wizard tower pushed the explosive energy away, and directly hit the Mahakala power barrier in the distance. Inside the evil god barrier, everyone around the altar was stunned. The two people who were forcibly promoted to level 8 were killed by each other in less than a minute. Looking at the altars around them, and the passages that kept opening in the sky, everyone was shocked. Everyone's heart was bleeding. After thousands of years of accumulation, is it going to be called for once? At this moment, in the sky, a sound of it came from the space channel, and the Mahakala power that descended one after another quickly condensed around, and before Dole came, it slowly formed a man in black. It only takes 1 second to condense, and at this time, when the man in black was about to form, Dole's wizard tower had adjusted its direction, and then hit it fiercely. In the barrier, the man in black appeared at this time. Seeing the wizard tower that hit him, his face turned pale, and then a stream of power radiated out and pushed forward. The power comparable to that of just entering the 9th level was pushed out and slowly merged with the barrier. Then the next moment, the wizard tower, which was more than 100 meters high, was seen crashing into it with a strong breath of death and darkness. The barrier immediately sank, and the energy surged violently. The collision point quickly experienced a violent energy collision and exchange. Dole's wizard tower was installed on the energy barrier, and he felt great resistance. An extremely evil, terrifying, and dark breath permeated from the barrier. Unlike the sacred appearance, the breath inside was disgusting. The energy on the wizard tower was consumed violently, with strong resistance, and a stream of energy power bombarded along the barrier and hit the wizard tower. The wizard tower kept making loud noises, and the magic circle frantically warned Dole. Dole stabilized the magic output of the wizard tower, felt the opponent's power, and looked at the main structure of the wizard tower. There was nothing wrong with the main body, but the energy consumption was a bit huge. The magic circle of the Turin Bone Tower itself was fighting against the opponent's energy. Compared with the energy structure and energy density, it was a bit low, and it was at a disadvantage. The magic circle consumed violently, and the energy barrier could not be broken at all. At this time, He saw that a black shadow appeared inside the energy barrier at some point, and it was releasing power to block his arrival. Dole looked at the black shadow. He felt the sacredness of the black shadow, and at the same time felt horror, evil, desire, darkness, and a trace of death. He felt an extremely disgusting emotion spreading to him. He was shocked. This was the evil god's clone. He sensed the evil power, the power full of the laws of the world, with the supreme will, as if no one could violate it. Chapter 979. Dole retreated quickly after only a slight contact with this will. This was an evil god, a real god. Even if it revealed a little bit of power, it was not something he could touch at his level. His only reliance now was the wizard tower. He must not let the other party descend. If he was descended, it would be a disaster for the entire Northwest. At that time, not to mention the faith of ordinary people, whether they could survive would be a problem. Dole thought a lot in his mind in an instant, and then he had a great desire to fight. The wizard tower was desperately stimulated to its maximum power, and the space disturbance wizard formation that had not been successfully adjusted was also activated by him. One after another, space fluctuations extended out, interfering with the space fluctuations in front, and then the energy barrier was instantly pressed down, making a sound of being overwhelmed. At the same time, the 4 storm giants in the distance were also approaching. Inside the barrier, the man in black made of energy saw this. He seemed to be full of infinite wisdom and intelligence. He glanced at the believers under his feet, the sacrifices on the altar, and then at Dual Eye. His eyes were filled with infinite indifference. Then he waved his hand, and those loyal believers didn't even have the chance to hum. Their bodies immediately turned into dust. At the place where the believers were originally, black energy rose from the ground and rushed towards his energy body. Dual Eye was shocked when he saw this. Good guy, in order to descend, he even burned all the believers. Is this a desperate bet? Dual Eye didn't say anything, urging the storm element to come as soon as possible. At the same time, he raised his hand and condensed a thunder summoning spell. At the same time, the storm elements around him quickly condensed. At the same time, he sent a message to Axo, "Come and support me quickly, the projection of Mahakala's power is coming, and the evil god is invading." The power of Mahakala continued to increase. He glanced at Dole's wizard tower, and felt a little strange. This wizard tower sounded quite capable, and could actually shake the barrier. Under normal circumstances, it would not work without the power of level 9. At this moment, he felt Dole's witchcraft and felt a little strange. This man is only level 7, but the rules he has come into contact with are so many that even gods feel scared. His witchcraft is mixed with dozens of rules, and the power is amazing. He couldn't wait any longer. Before the black air in the sky completely gathered on him, he immediately rose from the ground and rushed to the sky. He wanted to expand the whole of the coordinate projection and increase the arrival of power. Now only 1/1000th of the power has descended, which is not strong enough. The opponent's small level 7 has caused a huge impact on him. This is unacceptable. He also observed that there was a huge storm on the distant mountains. Around that huge storm, there seemed to be a hidden space, and there was a level 9 hidden in that space. Just then, he saw a wizard tower emitting powerful flames flying from a distance around a fairly large city in the distance, and his heart sank immediately. Another level 8 wizard tower, isn't this the northernmost part of the Glory Empire? Where are there so many masters? How do these people below collect intelligence? He looked around and found that the people around him were being migrated away on a large scale, and even the monsters were driven away, and his heart sank immediately. When Dole discovered them, he had already begun to give orders, ordering the City Lord's Mansion and the Glory Wizard Alliance to go all out to move all the living things around. If the unknown evil god wants to come, he must absorb a lot of vitality, blood, and energy to maintain the passage, so he will not be given this opportunity. The geographical area of the Albiz wasteland is very vast, and there are many people living and surviving. If these things are not removed, when the evil god absorbs the vitality, Dole will suffer. At this time, the 4 storm creatures have arrived. They are divided into 3 directions, and they continue to extract the energy around them. When they are about 10 kilometers outside the energy barrier, they open their mouths and spit out countless wind blades, wind guns, and various storms sweeping in the direction of the barrier. Each storm creature is extremely large, and each storm creature is above level 7. Their existence is Dole's understanding of the storm. Therefore, when the storm creature appears, the storm field in the distance also continuously invests power in the storm creature. The man in black in the barrier saw this, and didn't pay any attention. He tried his best to maintain the barrier, and increase the power output above his head. He swept away all the flesh and energy around him, and one after another, power descended from the sky to maintain his power. However, most of these powers were maintained in the barrier. Dole's wizard tower kept trying to break the barrier, and a stubborn tug-of-war formed between the two. He was not afraid of the two auras of death and darkness. Mahakala himself had the authority of these two rules, but the power contained in the impact of the wizard tower should not be underestimated. This is the simplest rule in the world: power. When the storm giant in the distance poured all kinds of power, the man in black frowned. This place is really a bad choice. At this moment, he saw the red wizard tower in the distance, coming here like a stream of light, and then he was slightly angry. Stupid human, dare to be the enemy of me, Mahakala. His voice was full of infinite bewitching power, and suddenly rushed towards Duolai and Lihua Golden Tower. The power hit the Churin Bone Tower, and was naturally absorbed by the Churin Bone Tower, and Duolai only heard the sound. The Lihua Golden Tower in the distance paused at this time, and its breath weakened slightly. When Duolai saw this, his face changed. He looked ahead, and saw the hole above his head, thinking that this matter must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise when the opponent's power is all coming, it will be a big deal. He took a look at the power output of the wizard tower, and the magic circle belonging to the space part suddenly vibrated, and a space distortion ripple was shot out. The colorful barrier finally couldn't bear the weight, and a crack appeared in an instant. The man in black, Dole, and the god changed their colors instantly. Dole was happy, while the man in black was shocked. The space fluctuated. Dole raised his hand at this time, and a thunder summoning spell flew out from his hand. After the addition of the wizard tower, it suddenly turned into a stage of lightning more than 10 meters thick, and poured into it fiercely from the crack. Boom! The sky and the earth shook violently, and the barrier was bombarded by lightning. It suddenly sank inward violently, and was about to break. Mahakala was shocked. What on earth is this place? Who on earth is this person? He looked up, looked at Dole's wizard tower, and then looked at the people in the Lahujan tower, who had almost recovered in the distance. He sighed, and thought that he might fail in his descent today. He still had too little flesh and blood, and his strength was still insufficient. This person, who was only level 7, had such a strong power. However, if he only dealt with this person, he had too many ways. Chapter 980. When Mahakala thought of this, he sighed and looked at Duolai, his face sacred and calm. Human, you win. This god is about to fail in his descent, but do you think it's over? Taste my dark heaven's bite. The energy composed of Mahakala's black quickly painted a stream of light, and flew towards Duolai. At the same time, the surrounding colored energy suddenly shrank back, and wrapped around Duolai's wizard tower. The colored energy was more than 1,000 meters high, and now it completely rolled down and wrapped around Duolai with all its strength, which shocked Duolai a little. Damn it, you give up now, don't struggle anymore, I still have various means to use. Looking at the black light of Mahakala and the energy tightening around him, Duolai clearly felt that the descent hole above his head slowly disappeared, and the opponent did fail in his descent. This colorful energy and the black breath seemed to be the last resort. Dole retracted his gaze, looked at the colored energy, looked at the black gas, and the wizard tower suddenly stopped and defended with all its strength. Just when the colored energy was about to wrap around and the black gas was about to get in, the wizard tower suddenly shrank, and then a white light flashed and disappeared. The colored energy was like a wave, surging and colliding with each other, and then making a huge sound. Dole switched his gaze, and turned to other directions. He always felt that the energy formed by the Mahakala at the end could not dissipate like this. It must still be there. Just when he was confused, when he switched his perspective back and forth to observe, he suddenly saw a clear and subtle line entering his field of vision. This was an observation at the rule level. He quickly switched to a normal perspective, and indeed saw a very thin line coming towards him along an unknown attack method. Dole switched his perspective again, and looked in all directions to see if there were any other attacks. He now found that this perspective, at the rule level, was really useful. If he hadn't discovered the thing that he didn't know what the luck line was, or what line it was in advance, he wouldn't have been able to come out so early. Now, he has taken the lead at the rule level again. Switching back to the rule level, Dole immediately caught the opponent's trail. The black line rushed directly towards Dole. Seeing this, Dole's head was covered in cold sweat. The black line was indeed a curse. As it moved, various curse-like rule powers around it kept churning and surging, while other rule powers didn't move at all, and this rule power was extremely high. Dole thought that the god level could manipulate the power at the law level. Although the opponent only descended a little bit of power projection, he could still use his own power. If this power came to him, he would be directly pitted to death. I can't block it by myself. While he was thinking, the black line rushed towards him, and then the next moment, it came to the outside of the wizard tower. A gleam of light flashed in Dole's eyes, and the wizard tower directly met it. The black line was very agile, and it passed through the wizard formation outside the wizard tower in an instant, ignoring all forces, and drilled into the defense shield of the wizard tower. The next moment, he touched various bones outside the wizard tower. Dole was numb when he saw this. The power level was too high. The next moment, the bones emitted a bright light, completely blocking the black. The black force hit the wall, and turned back and forth in the bones, looking for a gap to enter. Although he could not do anything to the bones were dead, and he could completely bypass them. After consuming a little bit of strength, he found a few gaps in the bones and passed through. Dole was already extremely shocked. If the black line got in, wouldn't he be in trouble? After all, the bones of the alien creatures are not alive, and they cannot take the initiative to attack, and he cannot fully use them. Without the wizard formation, these bones are useless. In a hurry, he randomly took out a stick made of the bones of the alien creatures and held it tightly in his hand. The power level of this world is very low. No matter what method he uses, this power above the rule level can be ignored. It can be seen from the fact that it can pass through the outside of the wizard tower. Now he can only rely on the special features of this clone, and the bone stick in his hand as a weapon. The next moment, the black line has passed through all the gaps in the middle of the wizard tower, and came to Dole. In the blink of an eye, Dole saw the right moment, swung the bat suddenly, and hit the black line accurately. The black line was hit by the bat and flew backwards, fell on the wizard tower behind, and bounced back. Dole was confused. This thing has the immortality? However, he keenly discovered that the power seemed to be consumed. When the black line came again, he saw that the black line was missing a part, and the speed was also slow. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart, and Dole began to play baseball with the black line. In the empty room, Dole seemed to be fighting with an invisible enemy, swinging the bat randomly, but every swing of his bat was carefully calculated. It seemed to be flying randomly, but in fact, the power was concentrated to the extreme. At this time, momentum and fighting spirit are completely useless. All you need is various fighting skills, and you only need to be precise. I don't know how long it has been, and how many times Dole has swung the stick, but the power is only 1/5 less. Dole didn't dare to carry it at all. As long as he could kill time, even if it took a few months, he could afford it. The explosion in the sky gradually calmed down, revealing a blue sky. If it weren't for the devastated surroundings, if it weren't for the air and magic elements that kept filling up the sky, I'm afraid no one would know that a war of more than level 8 had taken place here. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there are all level 8 battle areas, which is why level 8s don't easily take action. If this is a battle in the mountains, I'm afraid that a mountain range larger than a small one will be completely destroyed. The power of Dole and the opponent in the battle is very concentrated. Even so, the damage range exceeds more than 150 kilometers. If it is a pure battle with witchcraft, the extended range will be even larger. Level 8s don't take action easily, but once they do, they will destroy the world. When the battle subsided, the surrounding atmosphere could no longer be felt. All the wizards of the Glory Wizard Alliance and everyone in the City Lord's Mansion knew that it was their turn to go on stage. Organize manpower and material resources, appease the people, appease the nobles, and redevelop the wasteland. Although Dole had not spoken yet, they also saw that Dole was fine, and the wizard tower was behind Lord Axo. But no one disturbed Dole. The battle just now was too scary. No one knew what Dole was like now. Except Axo. All the people on the ground were moving slowly, doing what they had to do. But at this time, on the Bayuan Mountains in the distance, the Black Dragon Ancestor was watching this side, and slightly shrinking his head. The dragon bat next to him looked at this side in shock, and his mouth was not smooth. My lord, is it over? Chapter 981. Old Black Dragon was a little confused, and touched his head covered with dragon scales. I don't know. An alien evil god invaded. This scene is too fierce. I dare not intervene at level 8. Dragon Bat's wings were shaking, and he said, Ancestor, an alien evil god invaded? Is it Mahakala? Old Black Dragon said, looking at the power attribute, it should be Mahakala, who has been announcing the doctrine for a long time. It once found me, and asked me to be his spokesperson. If I agreed, the dragon god would punish me, so I didn't agree. Now it seems that the other party has found the human race again. These evil gods are very good at bewitching the minds of living beings. Dragon Bat was shocked. In the world of gods, this can be regarded as a war between gods. Dual Eye is so awesome? He asked. Did Dual Eye win? Old Black Dragon couldn't tell anything at this time. He could only sigh. I can't tell, but Dual Eye's strength is still there. He should be fine. But I can feel that his strength is slowly decreasing. He must have been hit by something. But his breath is still very long. Even if he was hit by something, it's probably not a big deal. Dragon Bat was in the sky, looking pale. This guy is too powerful now. He was just an ordinary level 6 back then. Now he dares to wrestle with the evil god. Is he still human? Old Black Dragon turned his head, glanced at Dragon Bat, sighed. What do you think? Most of the strong men in our West Ring continent are now going to encircle and suppress nightmares. The strength of various countries is weak, which is a good way for the evil god to invade. Now it's the invasion of Mahakala. I remember there are 3 or 4 evil gods. I don't know if they will come. If they come, other places will probably suffer heavy losses. Dragon Bat was even more shocked this time. There are still 3 or 4 evil gods? He thought he had reached level 7 and knew enough, but now it seems that he is still a small shrimp. An external evil god actually has so many stories. If those evil gods invaded together, how miserable would the creatures of this world be? Dragon Bat was a little dejected. The evil god incident had a great impact on his cognition. He used to think that he was very powerful, but now it seems that he is still very weak. Although the battle just now took place in the Albiz Desert, it was close to the Baiyuan Mountains. The mountainous area near the center radiated from the explosion in a circular state. Dozens of peaks collapsed just near the mountainous area. The light waves blown by the explosion in the sky and the shock waves extended by the huge earthquake completely cut off a layer of more than hundreds of mountain tops extending from the outside to the inside. It was simply terrifying. It seemed to be a battle in the desert, but the scope of the impact was so wide that it was simply astonishing. Dragon Bat said tremblingly, Sir, what if the evil god invades? The Black Dragon looked at him coldly, which made Dragon Bat feel a little cold. Once an evil god like this descends, the first thing it does is to suck all the life force within a range of thousands of kilometers, and completely open the descending channel. What do you think will happen when it descends? Dragon Bat didn't dare to speak. It's better if this evil god doesn't come down. In the past, he fought with humans to the death. Now it seems that there are more than just humans in this world. Then sir, what about the relationship between us and humans? Black Dragon groaned, thinking that this guy finally got to the point. This land needs vitality, not the same, so it doesn't need a protagonist. Whether it's the top leaders of humans or the top leaders of Warcraft, basically they don't want to dominate the world, so we can see the current situation of flourishing. Once a race occupies the whole world, it will not be a good thing for this race. They will not make progress and be lazy. This is a bad habit deeply imprinted in their bones. When the top leaders leave this world, only a bunch of waste will be left. Who will resist any evil god who comes down? Only by competing with each other can we grow together. Don't look at how happy humans are now. They won't put their hands into the mountains. It's meaningless to them. The Dragon Bat seemed to understand what he heard beside him. At this time, the coalition forces far away in the sky also got the news, and everyone was shocked. The invasion of the evil god is not a good sign for any empire. The evil god, when he descends, is at least level 9, with extremely strong combat power. Fortunately, he appears in the Glory Empire. If he appears in their country, it is estimated that there will be heavy losses. They know that the evil god Mahakala has been eyeing this world for a long time, but he has not appeared for a long time. Now he appears again, and at this critical moment. The Glory Wizard Alliance held an emergency meeting, but they could not contact Dole, the protagonist. There was a little confusion inside the Glory Wizard Alliance, and Vasily was a little worried. Even the ancestor Qianwei was furious. He immediately sent a message back and asked the 8-level suppression in various places to patrol the Empire. If they encountered such a thing, they should suppress it immediately or report it. There was no news from Dole, and the ancestor Qianwei could only send messages to Elria and Ash, but the two people didn't know what was going on at this time. In the Tower of Babel, Elria and Ai looked at Dole's true body, and were a little confused. The person was still alive, and his mental power fluctuated violently, but he just couldn't wake up. After asking a few questions, Dole didn't seem to like him, but Dole was definitely Dole. As Dole's mental power fluctuated, they only knew that there would be a follow-up to Dole's battle with the opponent, but they didn't know what the current situation was. Ash was very anxious, and Elria was even more anxious. If something happened, what would they do? She was so anxious that she almost cried. The appearance of the evil god also angered the Empire. The 8th level of the Rhine family, which had been suppressed in the northwest, finally came out. He didn't come to Dole at the first time, but patrolled the territory. Ash didn't have any hope for the 8th level in the family, because Axel was also here, and there was nothing he could do. Axel participated in the battle. When he came to the wizard tower, he shook his head when he saw Dole's situation. He should be fighting, but I don't know how he is fighting. At the level of level 8, many battles at the rule level cannot be understood without personal experience. I only know that he is still himself, and is still very happy. I don't know if it is hard or not. Her expression was a little strange, because Dole was consuming energy violently at this time, but I didn't know what was going on. They couldn't enter the Turin Bone Tower now. Only the Babel Tower was normal. The three women didn't know what to do. However, Axo didn't do nothing. Together with Ash and Ilria, they helped Dole suppress Albi's city. Within dozens of days, Albi's city was in order. Some were restored and some were rebuilt. The City Lord's mansion took out a lot of money to restore the city's production, and the Glory Wizard Alliance also took out a lot of potions to treat ordinary people who were injured by the aftermath of the battle. This war was too tragic. 10 days passed with the changing situation. On July 1st, Dole's original body finally woke up. The unknown curse was finally completely consumed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After dozens of days of concentrating on hitting something, he was exhausted. Chapter 982. The mental fatigue is real, but the physical fatigue is not that serious. Anyway, it is not really used. It consumes a lot of initial materials as a supplement. The clone also took this opportunity to exercise hard, and his arms and waistline became much thicker. The black line is the product of the rules. Every collision seems to be the same as the folk baseball game, but the power generated by the collision cannot be underestimated. Every hit is equivalent to an 8-level power collision. Under the energy agitation, the wizard formation inside the Turin Bone Tower is now riddled with holes, and can be said to be vulnerable. However, Dole did not waste his efforts to wear down the opponent's will, so the first thing he did after waking up was to check himself, look at the status of the two women, and then send a message, directly close his bedroom, and fall asleep. All the clones and the original body fell asleep together. This is the first time in Dole's history of successful cultivation. I don't know how long it has been. Dole feels that he has some strength and opens his eyes. What came into view was not the Tower of Babel, nor the Bone Tower of Turin, but a shabby roof. This shabby roof was very familiar, and Dole suddenly became alert and looked around. Under him was a shabby bed, on both sides were leaky door panels, and on his body were tattered clothes. The only change was that the dog next to his feet was gone, which made him a little uncomfortable. If Ball was lying there, he would have returned to the time when he was still in Doman County. He suddenly realized that this was his dream. Dole had experienced many people's dreams, but he had never experienced his own dream, because wizards rarely dream, almost never dream, and with the nightmare meditation method he practiced, the chance of dreaming was equal to 0. He looked at his arm, feeling the damp, rotten, and somewhat sour smell around him. Everything was so real. He thought about his current situation. Was it a normal dream, or was he being pulled into a dream? He tried to concentrate his will, and then used various dream-entering witchcraft. The witchcraft was successful, but he still couldn't get out of the dream. But after testing it, he knew it was not difficult for him to get out. Dole thought about it, but he didn't understand why, so he didn't force it. Just dream. This must not be someone else pulling him into the dream. If someone else pulled him into the dream, then those dream witchcraft would definitely work. There is no doubt about it. He sat up, without tidying up his clothes, but pushed open the door and looked outside. What came into view was a narrow canal that came out of the inner city and flowed all the way to the outer city. Outside the city, next to this small canal, all the workers at this time were washing in various postures. The sound of water and human voices around him were all so real, as if they were real. Is this his dream? Like the old black dragon, going through it all over again? Dole didn't want to waste his time here. Dreams were different from memories. Anything that appeared in them could cause harm to him. He didn't want to hang here for no reason. Dole knew more about dreams than anyone else. He knew clearly what was going on here. He wanted to leave here directly. At this moment, he looked around and found that this place was a little different from what he remembered. He was not that age anymore. He was only 29 years old now, and there was no ball at his feet. The most important thing was that his strength was still there. This is a strange world, and he suddenly had a little interest in exploring it. He closed his eyes, and the dream around him was stirring. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and there was a wizard tower in his hand. Turned Bone Tower. Of course, this is a dream, and this can't be the real Turned Bone Tower, it's just Dole's fantasy. He was going to search this dream to see how this dream was generated, whether it was his own dream, or for some other reason. In fact, he felt that he could have this dream, probably because of the Nightmare Ancestor. The Nightmare Ancestor was about to master the law of dreams, and the ability of dreams in this world would be greatly enhanced. The dream rules were about to appear, and be noticed by all the 7th level. Wizards are making progress, and the world is also making progress, but the progress of the world is based on life. For example, now the dream rules are about to be understood by people, then the dream law will change from weak rules to strong rules. For example, if someone really becomes a god in some way, then this world will also undergo a huge change, from a low-level world to a medium-level world. Living beings are the product of the world. The world and living beings progress together. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, in the long world, there will always be races that rise and fall, and they will not always be strong. If a race is too strong, there will always be someone who rises and defeats this race. This is what Dole saw in the Glory Wizard Alliance. This is called the law of world evolution. The world is conscious, and the heavenly tribulation is a manifestation of world consciousness. The world can also evolve. Of course, its evolution is based on the evolution of life, and it cannot evolve on its own. Dole thought of this and prepared to go out, as usual, to see what was happening outside the city. He hung the wizard tower on his waist, went to the canal to wash up, and then walked to the city gate as usual. Doming County is not big, and the city gate is not big either. At this early morning, the flow of people at the city gate merged into a long river of population, surging outward, and the crowd was surging. As Dole walked, he looked around. This place was exactly the same as he remembered, and it was extremely real. Real. Dole suddenly felt a little creepy. Could it be that the Nightmare Ancestor was about to master the reality of dreams? So he, a wizard who was about to reach level 8, would dream? His nightmare meditation method was only level 7, far from level 8. With the nearly 1,000 years of experience of the Nightmare Ancestor, it was easy to understand a few rules of dreams, but he had no idea about the specific next step. How to make dreams come true. This requires not only strong mental power, but also strong dream rules. So far, Dole has no clue. He now wants to go out and observe whether the dream rules have become stronger, and what is different from before. There are several rules in dreams, 4 of which are related to mental power, and 6 of which are related to dreams themselves. Dole is currently comprehending all 10 rules, but he is still far from mastering them. Could it be that the Nightmare Ancestor has combined these 10 rules into one? Dole felt a little more heavy in his heart. Once he combines these rules into one, he will most likely master the power of the dream law and achieve the way of God. Above level 7, what matters is the degree of comprehension of the rules, and the auxiliary ability between rules. 2 completely unrelated rules will definitely not be able to beat 2 complementary rules. Therefore, after level 7, the difference in combat power among wizards is very large. The directions of the rules that Dole comprehended were all very even, and he comprehended the direction that he wanted to comprehend. Dozens of rules were combined into one, and the power was incredibly great. Take the Thunder Summoning spell for example, it was basically on par with the 8th level Advanced Witchcraft, and even a little stronger. Chapter 983. For high-level wizards, most of their abilities are used for defense, and only one real attacking magic is needed. There are so many rules of power, who can comprehend them all? Dole still has a few magics in his hand, with a larger range and stronger power, but there is no thunder concentration, so the thunder summoning magic is frequently used. Dole thought a lot, saw the bustling crowd at the door, and then looked at his tattered clothes, and suddenly felt that things were a little bad. It's not good, the Nightmare Ancestor is about to achieve the dream law. Thinking of this, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the wizard tower, Dole opened his eyes, and what came into view was the familiar Turned Bone Tower. He directly activated his power, broke away from the dream, and stood in place. He almost said nothing and sent a message to President Vasily and Ancestor Chinwe and others who were thousands of kilometers away. The various rules related to dreams are being greatly enhanced in the past few days. The Nightmare Ancestor is likely to have mastered the power of the dream law. We must find Nightmare himself as soon as possible. At the same time, Dole's silicon-based clone switched perspectives and observed the rule world. He soon saw several unusual rules that seemed to be thickening at an extremely slow speed. The dream power on his body echoed those rules, and it was confirmed that they were dream rules. Dole's heart sank. Babel Tower, Dole opened his eyes, and a mysterious color flashed in his eyes. Seeing Dole wake up, the guardians Elrea and Ash breathed a sigh of relief. They were about to talk happily, but Dole immediately stood up and said seriously, Nightmare Ancestor is about to become a 9th level, and it is even very likely that he will master the rules of dreams, become a god, and become the master of this land. Now take Elrea, the 2 children, and my body to the East China Sea or the far north. If Nightmare Ancestor becomes a god, the first person he will kill may be me. When the 2 heard this, they were shocked. The Nightmare Ancestor was about to achieve the 9th level. This was a major event. How could this be possible? The Light Moon Ancestor, the High Priest of the Elf Clan, and the Dragon Clan's masters, the Dragon Lizard Clan's masters, had all gone to encircle and suppress them. Why hadn't they succeeded yet? Seeing that the 2 were still in a daze, Dole said to Ash, hurry up. I have to gather all my strength now, put it on the clone, and go to the northwest to support. We can't let the Nightmare Ancestor succeed. As he said this, Dole sat down again, and his figure gradually fell into silence. The 2 women looked at each other, and the panic on their faces was self-evident. What should we do? Elia panicked at this time. What else can we do? Do as Dole said, and take the child away from here. Ash said calmly. Elia cried, then, what about the tribesmen? Ash hurriedly sorted out the information she had received, and whispered they should be fine. After the Nightmare Ancestor achieved the 9th level, the first thing he had to deal with was Duolai, not the tribesmen. Besides, there is still a 9th level person in the Imperial capital. The gory wizard family is fine for the time being, but Duolai is hard to say. Let's run away now to avoid causing trouble for the family. When Elia heard this, she suddenly realized that the Nightmare Ancestor was going to deal with Duolai. The family had the Qianwei Ancestor and another ancestor. At the very least, they could support them. It would be better for her to run away first. Thinking it was reasonable, she said, okay, then let's go quickly and go to the far north. It's not far enough. Ash nodded and said, you leave one spirit, I leave one avatar. Albi's city cannot be in chaos for now. Even if Nightmare Patriarch has achieved the 9th level, he can't attack us now. Qianwei Patriarch and his men are fighting with him. The 2 of them quickly sorted out the matter, and prepared to drive Babel Tower to escape. After telling Axo about the news, the 2 first drove Babel Tower back to Albi's mountain, then quietly flew to the sky, and then flew to the north. In the Lahujan Tower, Axo looked at the Kongjia Pearl in front of him with a confused face. Ancestor, Duolai went to the front line, Ash and his men left. A deep and vicissitudes of life voice came into Axo's ears. As expected, I have felt the world slowly changing. It is reasonable for Duolai to go to the northwest to support. He has destroyed so many good things of Nightmare, and the other party will not let it go. It is reasonable for him to go now. Axo was a little stunned. What should we do? The voice of the Wudong God Tree continued to come. No need to do anything, we will stay here. Nightmare has achieved level 9. As long as he does not become a god, he will not do anything to us. A weak level 9 master who has just achieved level 9, and is still a weak law level, is not my opponent. Axo was shocked. Weak level 9, weak law level, this concept is the first time he has heard. I have learned a lot from Duolai recently, and integrated some of my strength. Now I am at the peak of level 9, and I am also a strong man of weak law level. Perhaps, I don't need to go to a higher world to become a god. Axo was stunned. The rule level is a master, the law level is a god, this is beyond doubt. Now, Master Wudong Divine Tree actually said that he has achieved the weak law level. What kind of power did Duolai master to make Master Wudong Divine Tree have such great progress? How is this possible? What is his current strength like? Is it exaggerated to that extent? At this time, the voice of the Fire Wudong Divine Tree came, don't be nervous, things are still developing in an orderly manner. The Nightmare Ancestor will not succeed. The world will not allow his existence. This is harmful to living beings. The heavenly calamity is about to come, and his hiding place will soon be discovered. Axo was still a little dazed. She felt that she had practiced in vain for so many years. He couldn't understand a word of what Master Wudong Divine Tree said. The will of the Fire Wudong Divine Tree has now extended to the sky, and looked into the unknown depths. The silicon-based clone carried a dark and terrifying wizard tower, repairing the wizard tower while flying. Fortunately, he had the habit of storing materials, otherwise, the wizard tower would have almost disintegrated by now. Passing through the top of the Evil Spirit Mountains, and heading northwest, almost no level 7 dared to stop him. As for those level 8, they almost never came out when they saw the Turin Bone Tower. Dole crossed the mountains, crossed the desert, passed through the desert, and came to the extreme northwest. At this time, the northwest was already very cold. Along the way, the mountainous area was still the same mountainous area, but on the endless wasteland and plains, some cities were really miserable and almost empty. There were simple magic circles around the city that tested dreams and were still running, but there was no one. Along the way, I only saw broken cities and dead cities, which was simply shocking and cold in my heart. Chapter 984. The Nightmare Ancestor can't redeem his sins even if he is crushed to ashes. Dole flew and observed the surroundings. His heart was cold. The desolate northwest plateau and plains were even more desolate at this time. Even the magical beasts above level 5 in the surrounding mountains were pitifully few, and they were all killed because of possible invasions. The northwest has become a dead land. According to the map, the northwest covers an area of 113 million square kilometers. At this time, there are only a few intelligent creatures in this land. It is too tragic. Dole went all the way and felt extremely shocked. These people died? What about the Nightmare Ancestor? This world is really unfair. Why should ordinary people endure such a tragic solution, while evil people like the Nightmare Ancestor can go unpunished? The heaven is unfair. Dole felt sad in his heart, and he was determined to kill the nightmare. If this person is not dead, the world will not be at peace. At this moment, he sensed the traces of the space-time tunnel magic array far ahead, so he extended his mental power and ordered, "Who is there? Open the space-time tunnel magic array." The other side quickly replied, "This is the frontier position of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Who are you?" Although the space-time tunnel magic array is loaded on a large scale, there are only a few people who can use it. The people behind thought that someone would come, so they asked a few questions and reported it quickly. Dole responded, "I am Northwest Dole." The people on the other side were shocked and immediately said, "The space-time tunnel is opening, Dole Wizard. Please teleport here immediately. Now there is a lot of noise here, and we are waiting for your arrival." Half a day ago, when Dole sent the news to the Glory Wizard Alliance, the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps were already in a meeting. After hearing Dole's news, Vasily, Qianwei Patriarch, and the Ice King, Fire King and others were still a little puzzled. They didn't feel the changes in the rules. How did Dole sense it? Vasily trusted Dole very much. He said it was so, and Vasily trusted it, so he prepared to call everyone to a meeting as soon as possible, but the Ice King, the Fire King, and other level 8s didn't think it was so, and thought it was alarmist. Dole didn't come to the front line. How did he know? It was obviously bragging. After the news was leaked, the first one who didn't believe it was the Dark Church, followed by the Church of Light, which strongly rejected it. However, the Dragon Clan believed Dole's judgment. Other races were also skeptical. The Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps began to quarrel, and several level 8s started to argue. This argument lasted for half an hour. Vasily said, "I believe in Dole's judgment. Ruined King, don't underestimate his attainments at the rule level. Although he has not reached level 7, he just defeated the evil god's clone, which is enough to explain everything. The Ruined King is a woman, a king level from a commoner, and later married into the royal family. I don't believe what Dole said. He has only been level 7 for a short time, and he can feel the changes at the rule level. I don't believe it. Even if he has a corresponding understanding of the dream rule level, what if he misunderstood it?" The Fire King looked at the Ruined King and said in a muffled voice, "Now it is the kingly way to focus on finding the nightmare. What's the point of us arguing here? Ice King, take care of your woman." The Ice King looked at the Ruined King and Vasily, and felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. He thought for a while, and said slowly, "Now the most urgent task is to find Nightmare as soon as possible. No matter whether the matter is true or false, we still have to find him. If we can't find him, he may be promoted to level 9. As long as we find him, we can surround and kill him. The problem is, the Northwest is so small, where can we find him? Now we have almost killed all the people here. Nightmare is causing trouble everywhere on the mainland. Who knows if he has run to other places?" The Destruction King said relentlessly. The ancestor Qianwei glanced at the Ruined King, and the anger that had just risen in the Ruined King subsided immediately, and he dared not speak again. The breath of the old ancestor Qianwei was calm and overwhelming. He said slowly, "The nightmare is still in this world, in the northwest. As for where it is hidden, it is not clear. Dualized information can be used as a reference. It can be trusted, but not completely believed." At this moment, he raised his eyebrows, looked in a certain direction, and said, "Dualai is here? We can ask him in person." Vasily also looked in a certain direction at this time. He faced the old ancestor Qianwei and said, Do you want me to bring Dual Eye here? The Destroyer King sneered. A level 7 can come so quickly? She didn't quite believe it. The Fire King and the Ice King and others didn't quite believe that Dual Eye could come so quickly. At this time, Vasily saw the old ancestor Qianwei nodded. Let him come as soon as possible. Vasily nodded. No need to be so troublesome. I will open a permission for him, and he can come to me immediately. The white light flowed around him, and soon, a little white light appeared in his hand. Everyone felt the fluctuation of space, and then looked at Vasily's hand, which was a sorcery similar to a space beacon. However, they did not sense any traces of the wizard array. Could it be that Vasily was about to research space sorcery? Just when everyone felt frightened, the white light seemed to have undergone some changes. The white color suddenly surged to about the height of a person, and then a person with extremely long arms and a very tall stature emerged from the white light. He was wearing simple clothes, just like ordinary linen clothes worn by ordinary people, but he was very tall, with extremely long arms and legs. The most conspicuous thing was that he had a wizard tower hanging around his waist, and an extremely deadly and dark breath emanated from it, and the thick power of rules was simply suffocating. The Fire King, the Ice King, the Shallow Moon Patriarch, Vasily, the Demon Old Man and other people who had seen Dole were all stunned at this time. Who was this? This was Dole's breath, and he had created another clone. Then, Vasily, the Demon Old Man, and the Shallow Moon Patriarch, the Fire King stood up directly and looked at Dole in surprise. The people around didn't know what was going on. What happened to these ancestors? Isn't this person Dual Eye? Why is this person so weird? At this time, the ancestor Qianwei was shocked and said, Dual Eye, did you succeed? After Dual Eye came out of the space tunnel, he saw such a scene. His aura was not small. Although he had not reached the 8th level, his magic power was as deep as the sea, and was not inferior to ordinary 8th level. He landed heavily on the ground, looked around, and then looked at the ancestor Qianwei and bowed slightly. Ancestor, yes, it was a fluke success. Vasily looked at Dual Eye in shock and said, I knew you would succeed. No wonder you dared to swear about the Nightmare Ancestor. So that's it. It seems that we don't have to guess. Nightmare is indeed about to succeed. The ancestor Qianwei glanced at the Ice King and the Fire King. At this time, both of them laughed bitterly. The Fire King said awkwardly, I believe it. The body of the extraterritorial creature is refined into a clone. Dual Eye, you are really good. I guess I can't beat you in a fight now. Chapter 985. Hearing the words of the Fire King, the people around were shocked and showed incredible expressions. A clone made from the body of an extraterritorial creature? This? Dole looked at the Fire King and said expressionlessly, the current focus is not on my clone, but the 10 rules of the dream are all growing at a very fast speed. I suspect that the Nightmare Ancestor is about to succeed. I can see the source of the dream rules. It is not far ahead. If we don't stop it, I'm afraid it will be too late. Everyone was moved, and Vasily was shocked and asked directly, can you see the source of the rules? Dole shook his head, not seeing, but feeling. I can feel that the dream rules have been growing, and along the way, the dream rules here are extremely powerful. It should be not far ahead. We can go over and take a look now. It's not too late. Dole was not talking nonsense, but along the way, the dream rules were indeed becoming clearer. The closer to the northwest, the clearer it was. He was not sure what was going on ahead, but he was generally right. Therefore, he came here directly after Vasily summoned him. All of them were above level 8, which brought him a lot of pressure. Each of them had a rule chain, and it was very thick. Obviously, each of them had great attainments in the rules they were good at. These were all level 8, and there was a rule that reached the 9th level or above. Dual Eye's clone didn't need to breathe, but his chest was also a little heaving. He glanced around and felt a little heavy in his heart. Ancestor Qianwei looked at Dual Eye in confusion at this time. Do you also have relevant understanding of the rules? Dual Eye nodded and said, I practiced a method of cultivating the skeleton demon god. One of the small witchcrafts is to destroy dreams. There are 3 dream rules in it. I have mastered them now. These 3 rules are currently growing. Obviously, someone is forcibly developing these 3 dream rules at the bottom of the world. Ancestor Qianwei and other ancestors suddenly fell silent. All people above level 8 know that the rules of the world are not immutable. Since the birth of the world, the rules have been changing and growing. Small worlds, medium worlds, and high worlds, every world is constantly growing. From the death world with incomplete rules, to the world with vitality, and then to the small world with strong people, the rules of the world are growing. Growth requires the accumulation of time, the promotion of other aspects, and some opportunities. The current growth of dream rules obviously depends on the growth of someone. When Ancestor Qianwei saw this, he stood up gently and said, "This matter still needs to be verified. Let's do this, Dual Eye. We will follow you to find Ancestor Mingyao. If we find him, we will join others to besiege him, and the others will continue to sweep around to prevent the possibility of Mingyao from reviving as much as possible." Ancestor Qianwei's thoughts were also very fast, and he made a direct definition. Ancestor Qianwei glanced at Vasily at this time and said, "You are almost at level 9, let's go together." Vasily nodded and said quite gentlemanly, "It is my honor to follow Lord Qianwei." Ancestor Qianwei is currently the highest combat power on the side of the Glory Empire. When he spoke, the others were speechless. They all looked at Dual Eye, and then at the power in him. Many people shook their heads and didn't understand. His power is too strong, and with his extraterritorial clone, he is no less than any level 8. This young man is already on the same level as them, and should never be underestimated. The meeting was held at the level 8 Wizard Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Dole didn't know where this was. He was teleported here. When he left the Wizard Tower and came outside, he found that this was a Wizard Tower of the 17-story ship type. The huge ship was more than 200 meters long and more than 100 meters high. The energy fluctuations of the wizard formation on it were extremely strong. If he were to attack, it would probably take him less than half a day to break through the defense outside. This is the foundation of the Glory Empire. Vasily, Ancestor Qianwei, and Dole left the Wizard Tower together and came outside. Dual Eye stood outside, his eyes switched to the rule mode, just glanced, pointed in a direction, and said, "Over there?" Ancestor Qianwei nodded, and said, "Don't worry, I notify the other level 9 first. If we have results, they can quickly come to support. If Nightmare really reaches level 9, things will not be so simple." With his strength back then, he may have mastered more than 6 Nightmare rules over the years. Dual Eye thought, where are 6, there are 10. If Ancestor Nightmare is promoted to level 9, he will be stronger than any level 9. Okay. Dual Eye was not in a hurry. He switched to the rule mode and kept looking around. He found that in addition to the laws of dreams, the further north he went, the more the rules of another system were expanding. That belonged to the Eye system, and there were also 20 or 30 rules. He understood it in his heart. This is the Northwest, a cold place, so it is normal for the Eye system to be strong. In addition to the Eye system, the Wind system has also been greatly strengthened here. It is most appropriate to comprehend the Wind and Ice systems here. Most of the achievements of wizards are related to the environment and meditation. The environmental factors are more than half of the factors. Dual Eye can figure out what is going on. On the sea, everyone comprehends the water and wind systems, and on land, the 3 systems are earth, fire and wind. This is the wonder of nature. After about 5 minutes, the old Ancestor Qianwei nodded and said, "Okay, Dual Eye, you lead the way." Dual Eye came back to his senses, and then his figure shook and flew forward. His speed was extremely fast. Although he did not use the Wizard Tower, it was also extremely fast. It was almost like his physical body breaking through the sound barrier, and it was higher than the sound barrier. As the 8th level old Ancestor Qianwei and Vasily could naturally keep up, but they were also extremely surprised by Dual Eye's speed. Conventional speed is not as fast as that of a wizard. Is this silicon-based clone so powerful? While flying, the two of them sighed at the wonderful use of Dole's clone and communicated. Not long after, Vasily sent a message to Dole, "I have transformed part of the space magic circle into space witchcraft. Do you need a copy?" Dole was checking the dream rules. When he heard this, his heart moved, and then he shook his head and said, "No, I want to comprehend my own." Vasily was very pleased. "If you can take this path, I will be happy for you." After the 3 of them broke through the sound barrier and flew for half an hour, Dole saw that the dream rules in front of him were getting stronger and stronger. The dream rules here were almost on par with other rules. As he flew, his heart was heavy. If the Nightmare Ancestor had not been driven crazy by the power of faith, he might have reached the 9th level, but it was impossible for him to achieve the God level. He had to wait until the world was promoted to the middle world. He needed to master something, and it seemed that he could enter the God level normally. Ball once mentioned this matter, but he didn't say what it was specifically. The endless power of faith needs to be transformed into pure power before it can be used. Otherwise, the chaotic thinking that comes with the endless faith will drive any wizard crazy. Chapter 986. Dole checked the dream rules while flying, and soon they came to the sky above a lifeless city. When he saw the city, he immediately understood that the Nightmare Ancestor was hiding here. Because on the ground, the 10 nightmare rules seemed to grow out of the ground, savagely piercing into the sky and blending into the surrounding world. This is where the nightmare ancestor comprehended the dream rules, and this is where he entered the Tao through dreams. Dozens of kilometers away, Dole just took a look and knew the truth. The other party is indeed level 9, and the powerful dream rules are almost the same as other rules. Now all that is left is for the world to integrate such rules, and he is a real level 9, turning dreams into reality. Perhaps it was because Dole was aware of it, the city seemed to suddenly come alive, and countless soldiers and people appeared in the city, on the top of the city, and in every corner. If other people saw these people, they would think they were all alive, but when Dole saw them, he saw that these people were born under the dream rules, all fake, and made up out of nothing. The other party had indeed reached level 9. He told Vasily and Elder Qianhua the news. In fact, he didn't need to tell them. Elder Qianhua and Vasily also saw the same thing as the city in front of them. The sudden appearance of the population and the abnormal city were enough to prove everything. More than 80 kilometers away from the city, Elder Qianhua stopped and looked ahead with a heavy look. He immediately sent a message. Everyone come closer to me, and find the trace of Elder Nightmare. He is already level 9. Pay attention, he is already level 9. At this time, around the originally deserted city, characters were created one by one, out of nothing. At first, they were ordinary people. Gradually, warriors continued to appear on the city walls, followed by pedestrians in the city, soldiers in the barracks on both sides, generals, high-ranking officials in the official residence, and wizards in the wizard tower next to it. Even the wizard tower was created out of nothing from the surrounding open space. Vegetation, ground, city walls, high-rise buildings, and even the surrounding terrain were changed. One by one, big trees rose from the ground. One by one, big mountains appeared out of thin air. And one by one, powerful monsters appeared out of nothing. Seeing this, Duolai, Qianhua Patriarch, and Vasily took a breath of cold air, and their scalps numbed. Qianhua Patriarch even recorded all of this and packaged it, and sent it to others. Whether you believe it or not, the fact is that the other party is really level 9, and has started to create something out of nothing. The distance is too far, and I don't know the strength of these people, but this ability to create something out of nothing is really terrible. If he could produce a level 9 out of thin air, that would be truly terrifying. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan was patrolling around at this time. He was the first to receive the news, but he was still a little unsure. Could a level 7 kid find the Nightmare Ancestor? But the following situation shocked the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. The human race's wizard who controls space, Vasily, a very powerful space wizard, and the ancestor Qianhua, these two, together with each other, actually found traces of each other. But then, when he received the mental power image sent by the ancestor Qianhua, he was really shocked. The Nightmare Ancestor is level 9. Can he really create and fabricate characters out of thin air? He was anxious. If he could create tens of thousands of level 9s out of thin air, then there would be no need to fight, and everyone would just run for their lives. However, the other party must have limitations after just being promoted to level 9. If he were to kill him now, he might still be saved. It called out and rushed to the north desperately. That place was not far away, only about 1,000 kilometers away, and it would be there soon. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness were hostile to each other because of their beliefs and doctrines, and they were also hostile to the Empire of Glory, but when they got the news, they were also extremely shocked. A level 7 wizard from the Empire of Glory found the other party's location as soon as he arrived, and when the mental image was transmitted, the two camps with God-level consciousness were directly shocked. The dream law is really overbearing, and can create something out of nothing. If it can perfectly transform a group of level 9s, then there is no need to fight, and even gods in this world will flee. There are no gods in this world. Below the god level, the other party is directly invincible. This is unbearable. Both parties were anxious and started the Wizard Tower and rushed directly to the north. The Northern Kingdom and the East Ring Empire did not take it seriously at first, but when they saw the mental image, they immediately rushed here, especially the East Ring Empire, whose national strength was stronger than the Glory Empire. Naturally, they did not want a level 9 to be born so easily. The level 9 of the Dream Law, out of nothing, is too terrible. When the exact news was received, almost all parties, all races, all forces, elves, dragons, and humanoids were almost all rushing to the place provided by the Qianhua Patriarch. At this time, the face of the Nightmare Ancestor was distorted, and endless information echoed in the sea of consciousness. He was indeed at level 9. He clearly comprehended all 10 dream laws to the 9th level and above, entering level 9. Originally, he was still a little short, but the power of faith was too fierce, which directly boosted his mental power by about 50 times. Now the mental power of the Nightmare Ancestor is 60 times that of before, and the powerful mental power directly comprehends the dream rules by force. After comprehending the dream rules, he is already a solid level 9. However, this 9th level is different from the 9th level he thought. He thought that with his dream rules, he could create all the people he had seen, but in fact, he could only create those below the 7th level. Above the 7th level, he could only create those he had invaded before, because the power of rules was involved above the 7th level, and he did not master these power of rules. Therefore, he could only create the 7th or 8th level that he had invaded before. He had experienced those power of rules before, so he could create them, but he could not create them recklessly. Dream rules are not omnipotent. Moreover, these created 7th and 8th levels are also limited, and cannot exceed the sum of his own spirit. To be honest, these are all derived from his spirit power, not really imagined out of thin air. But these are enough. He is now at the 9th level, and can invade the 9th level. After finding a few 9th levels, invading them and obtaining their rules, he can create the 9th level. Just when he was immersed in these, a figure flew in from a distance and caught his attention. Although it was still far away, many of the creatures he created were his eyes, and he saw the person coming. Of these 3 people, he only knew 2. One was Vasily, the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance, who had the law of space in his hands. One was the old ancestor Qianwei, the great enemy of the past. One had a strange identity, and even a strange appearance, so he should not be the real one. He looked at this person carefully, and his face suddenly changed. Chapter 987. This is the Dame Dole, the Dame Turin Bone Tower. He would recognize it even if it turned to ash. After not seeing it for such a short time, this wizard tower has become more powerful. He must have discovered the changes in the dream rules, so he came here, and he knew where he was. Damn it. This guy also mastered the nightmare meditation method. He is his biggest enemy, damn it. But what is the matter with the other party's clone? Why haven't I seen it before? And the aura on it seems to have been seen somewhere. Dory is the only one who knows about the nightmare meditation method. No one else believes it. He has found out that the other party has another meditation method, and has mastered a little bit of the dream rules. It can't be said that it is all, but it can just touch the rules. But how did the other party find him? Could it be this weird-looking thing? At this time, he found that the direction the other party came from was indeed towards him, and there was no deviation at all. His heart sank immediately, and then just thought about it for a while, and his slightly confused brain began to arrange it involuntarily. The dream rules appeared, and characters, cities, and masters were constantly generated at a speed visible to the naked eye. He wanted to arrange this place like an iron tunnel, and he could not die. Although he was not afraid of death this time, he did not want to die again. He had just mastered the dream rules. As long as there was enough time, he was confident that he could dominate the world, and the entire West Ring continent would surrender to him. But what he lacked most now was time. At this moment, he saw that the other party stopped moving forward. He was exposed. He began to generate various things, generating what he wanted to generate. The biggest advantage of the nightmare meditation method is that it is good at fighting in dreams. The mental power is relatively strong and strange, but the disadvantage is also obvious. He is too good at fighting in dreams, which makes him a weak chicken in reality. He can only fight with various generated things. He wants to maximize the generation of things he has invaded to resist the opponent's army. Then he wants to escape. That's right, he can only escape now. Before invading to the 9th level, he will not fight with others head-on. Although his mental power is dozens of times stronger, his mental power is superficial, and most equivalent to the intermediate 9th level, not the top 9th level, and is not the opponent of these people at all. He is exhausted to deal with the Qianwei Patriarch alone. Na Dual I found him, and he had to find a way to hide himself. But how did the other party find him? This is still a problem, and how to hide himself is even more impossible to say. At this moment, he felt the endless danger coming from all directions, and he was a little panicked, and his mental power was rapidly consumed. His expression was a little crazy, and he was frantically calculating his survival rate in his mind. But from the current point of view, the chances of this body, plus his original body, surviving were very low. Not to mention, this time there are also the Church of Light, and the Church of Darkness, and they might use some unknown things. Damn it, why don't you give me time? I'm about to succeed. When I master the law of dreams and master the godhood, you will all die. The face of the nightmare ancestor began to become ferocious, and more things were derived around him, faster and faster, and often some powerful creatures were born directly. About 3 points of mental power can create a 6-point level 8 monster. Once these monsters are created, each one is very smart, and even carries the memory of their previous life, and is very active. On the top of the city, an eagle was created. It spread its wings and flew in the sky, freely. He saw an ogre, and was a little surprised. Why is this ogre here? At this moment, the ogre stood up from the ground outside the city, with a stick naturally formed in his hand. He looked around, and it seemed that there was no problem with the position he was standing in. At this time, he raised his head, and the not very smart one shook his head, roared, looked at the eagle, and roared, "You idiot! Why are you here?" The eagle was not very smart either. At this time, he looked at the ogre and snorted coldly, "Shit eater, why do you care where I am? Eat your shit well." The ogre was not angry. In his world, as long as he could eat well, he didn't care what he ate. If he angered his own people, they would eat it. Eating some shit was nothing. Dragon dung was also very nutritious. He looked around, and at this time, he saw that dozens of level 7 suddenly appeared on the surrounding land inexplicably, but he did not have any doubts. He had his own memory. Of course, the nightmare ancestor devoured his memory, but it was impossible to return his memory to him completely, but modified part of it. With the birth of powerful creatures one after another, and they are still being born, the figure of the nightmare ancestor gradually sinks down, sinking into the ground. If a fight starts soon, he can seize the time to escape. The dream rules are not omnipotent. He finally realized that the world is fair. It is impossible for a creature to have no opponents just because a certain rule is powerful. All things in the world are interdependent. Even the powerful dragons have their inevitable enemies. In ancient legends, hellhounds, pung birds, three-legged crows, etc. all like to eat dragons. Unfortunately, those creatures are not in this world. The dream rules are undoubtedly powerful, but he is not powerful now. He needs time to make himself stronger. After planning all this, he secretly began to move. In the sky, the Qianwei ancestor looked at this side, anxious. Things here are still being generated. Such a large number of troops are enough even for attacking cities and strongholds. Hundreds of level 7 and dozens of level 8, this number, just a glance is shocking. Vasily was also extremely shocked. He looked ahead, his eyes full of murderous intent. Around him, a stream of white air flowed, almost wrapping him up. Dole stood a few dozen meters away, looking at Vasily, but his eyes saw that the rules around Vasily were constantly improving. Those were all space rules, each of which was very thick and powerful. These rules were spread over every corner of the world, every inch of space, he was space, representing the bottom of the world. Vasily was about to be promoted, maybe now, maybe the next moment. There were 12 rule chains around him, although none of them reached the 9th level, but no one could tell. Once Vasily comprehended all the space rules he mastered to the 9th level, he would be a perfect 9th level, and once he entered the 9th level, he would be the strongest among the 9th level. This was beyond doubt. The power of space rules. Only ranked 5th under reincarnation, fate, cause and effect, and time. As long as Vasily entered the 9th level, he would be at the same level as the old ancestor Qianwei, and become the patron saint of the Glory Empire. The space rules, the dream rules in the distance, and the moon shadow rules on the old ancestor Qianwei next to him, made Dole feel greatly. Chapter 988. Just then, he saw 2 teams flying over from the horizon, almost moving in parallel. Through the rules, he found that the 2 teams had their own characteristics. One used the dark rules to the extreme, and the other used the light rules to the extreme. Dole thought to himself that the 2 major churches of the Western Ring continent had come. This was a deeper existence than the Glory Wizard Alliance. The 2 churches had been fighting for who knows how many years. If they didn't know that their 9th level was weak 9th level, the Glory Wizard Alliance would have been defeated long ago, just by relying on the advantage of the Light Church's own divine teachings. But fortunately, although they were backed by the King of Light, their own world could not bring down too much power, so they did not unify the entire continent. Dole carefully observed the light rules and dark rules, trying to learn more from them. Just then, he saw that there was a rule in the Light Church that seemed to be more powerful than the light rule. He looked carefully, peeling off the layers of his eyes, and saw a thicker rule among them. If this rule had not been hidden, it would probably be more powerful than the light rule. But why is this rule so familiar? Dole suddenly thought of the rule that warned him, so he looked above his head. He found that there was still a difference between the 2, but it seemed that they could also be integrated. He didn't know what this rule was called, as if it was fate, or luck, or destiny, or fate. Dole saw that the other party's hidden rules seemed to be more powerful, and more domineering than the line above his head. Just by taking a look, he felt that the other party's rules seemed to be able to cut off the rule above his head. Once the rules are broken, it seems that he will die, just like last time. And this death may mean the demise of all his clones, and all his spiritual power. He suddenly remembered that the Church of Light has a treasure that seems to be related to cause and effect. Could it be that this rule line is actually cause and effect? His heart was pounding. Cause and effect, fate, these are indeed connected. Dole stared at this line carefully, and then solidified his impression, trying to find its existence without going through the connection object. The silicon-based clone is too domineering. It can actually be seen. Dole feels that he has spent a year to invest in silicon-based clones, and it is simply a big profit. The other party came very quickly. The closer he got, the more Dole could feel the power of the rule, which was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. But the more this happened, the more he stared at it. At this time, he found that there seemed to be something similar in the Dark Church, but it was not very obvious. It should be used to deal with the Nightmare Ancestor. From now on, the Church of Light is more powerful, and the Dark Church has slightly fewer divine objects in this regard. The two teams were suspended around the Glory Wizard Alliance team. At the same time, several level 9 big men came out of their hiding places and looked forward in shock. The city in front was still changing at this time, and there were constant things starting to be generated. Shocked, unbelievable, simply impossible, all kinds of expressions appeared in the eyes of everyone in the two teams. For a long time. At this time, a huge shadow flew over the horizon. It was an ancient dragon, hundreds of meters long. He flapped his wings full of hard scales. It seemed slow, but it flew at a very fast speed, full of oppression. He did not go directly to the three teams to gather, but after seeing the city and the weirdness, he immediately let out a long groan and took the lead. As soon as he flew over, all the creatures in the city moved, especially those level 7 and 8 monsters, all flew over to meet the dragon. The dense number, the infinite number, made everyone extremely frightened. This is the power of the dream rules. This number is simply too amazing. The dragon was not afraid at all, and went straight up. From a distance, it was as if the dragon was about to attack a city, and then everyone in the city fought back. A large number of black things flew into the sky, flames, frost, wind blades, overwhelming from the biological community, heading towards the dragon in the sky. Most of these attacks contain the power of rules, which are very powerful. In an instant, various rules of power intertwined, and the whole world changed color. Everyone was watching intently, constantly collecting information. Dole was also observing, of course. He had come into contact with some monsters, so he knew more. These monsters looked very powerful, exactly the same as the original creatures, but when they really started to attack, they found that these things were much worse than the original ones. At least only 50% of their strength was retained, without a physical body, and the use of the power of rules was also slightly worse, which was considered a castrated version. He suddenly realized that the dream rules were also flawed. He was only a dream rule, and it was impossible for it to be a rule that encompassed the entire world, and he was not completely invincible. Against one person, he might be invincible in the world with these dream creations, but if he faced many people, the strength of these dream creations themselves was too low, which could easily affect the outcome of the battle. In a battle between high-level officials, if one party lacks 10% of their strength, the other party will crush them. Dole saw that the dragon in the sky was angry. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. A large amount of air was swallowed into his stomach, which was swollen. Then, a large mouthful of flames was sprayed out. Dragon breath. As soon as the dragon breath of the ancient dragon came out, it rose against the wind and covered a distance of dozens of kilometers. Under the dragon breath, the weaker witchcraft and energy attacks formed by the power of rules were instantly destroyed by the dragon breath. The slightly stronger attack power was also suppressed by the powerful dragon power energy contained in the dragon breath and retreated downward, and then was continuously reduced and finally disappeared. A breath of dragon breath covered a radius of dozens of kilometers. At this time, the ancient dragon was like a huge ancient volcano, erupting suddenly. The dragon breath did not decrease at all. After destroying most of the witchcraft, it fell directly from the sky and covered the position of the city head. At this moment, a very powerful barrier rose from the ground, shielding the entire sky. The dragon breath sprayed on the barrier, and a powerful flame immediately attached to the barrier and burned violently. The barrier and the dragon breath violently offset each other, but the barrier did not disappear and remained very strong. At this time, the other monsters around immediately reacted and continued to issue various witchcrafts, waving at the dragon in the sky, especially a graceful flying unit, raised his hand, and a purple lightning struck the head of the ancient dragon at lightning speed. The ancient dragon just sprayed a breath of dragon breath, and now it was flying in the sky, looking down at the world. When he saw the lightning in the distance, he didn't even raise his eyelids, and used his head to resist it. Chapter 989. Boom, crackle. The lightning struck the dragon, flashing with lightning, and then quickly disappeared, without even a little wave. The level 8 Thunderbird could not cause any damage to the level 9 dragon. Seeing this, the people around nodded. The ancient dragon was indeed powerful. Dragon breath was the dragon's most powerful means, followed by his physical strength. The dragon's most powerful thing was actually defense. The level 8 lightning struck it, and there was no reaction at all. Unless the level 9 took action, the ancient dragon was invincible. Seeing that the barrier below was so powerful, the dragon was also a little surprised. In addition, other monsters took action one after another, and various attacks fell on the dragon's body, hitting the dragon's scales and armor on fire. A huge force hit the dragon, although it did not cause much damage, but the powerful force hit the dragon very uncomfortable. At this time, there was a loud clanging sound on his body, and the monsters around him kept attacking him. The ancient dragon roared, took a breath again, and then attacked again with dragon breath. This time, he sprayed not the top of the city, but the surrounding sky. Those little things around were too annoying. The ancient dragon completely ignored those below level 9. The dragon breath swept past, and large groups of monsters were touched by the flames. The flames were destroyed, as if it was the fire of annihilation. As long as they were touched, they would burn violently and finally turn into nothingness. But there were too many monsters around. He burned a group of monsters to death, and more monsters surrounded him, and launched various powerful attacks. Although the dragon was powerful, it was also very uncomfortable to be besieged by so many monsters. He roared and flew higher into the sky. Why don't you make a move? The people of the 5 empires, the Church of Light, the Church of Darkness, the Empire of Glory, the Northern Kingdom, and the Eastern Ring Empire, gathered together at this time. The people of the Church of Light looked at the barrier below, and their mouths twitched. That's the barrier of your Empire of Glory. It seems that you have been corroded a lot. At least one of the high-level people has been corroded by the other side. Vasily looked at the barrier, was silent for 2 seconds, and sighed. We once had a level 7 in charge of the magic circle missing. I thought he died in the expedition, but I didn't expect that he died in the hands of the Nightmare Ancestor. What a pity. The level 9 of the Northern Kingdom looked at the barrier at this time, and also had a headache. The magic circle developed by the Glory Wizard Alliance is invincible in the world. How can it be cracked? First, cooperate with the dragon to clear the monsters outside. We must quickly find the true body of the Nightmare Ancestor, otherwise, it will be endless. Everyone has discovered that after the Nightmare Ancestor entered the 9th level, he did not seem to be as powerful as imagined. The things he transformed were all weak 7th and 8th level existences, which were easy to deal with. At this time, the Qianwei Ancestor said solemnly, we can't give him time. The things he transformed seemed to be just the creatures he had invaded, but if he was given time, and there were 9th level creatures invaded by him, it would be troublesome. Everyone also observed for a long time at this time, and saw a little problem. An old man with a tall crown from the East Ring Empire also nodded at this time. That's right, the dream rules are not completely impossible to crack. At least his limitation lies in this, we can't give him a chance. The Vice Pope of the Dark Church looked at everyone, then at the Light Church, with a hint of sternness in his expression. The Light Church would definitely use that treasure. Should we take it after the battle? He thought about it for a moment, and then said, to kill the Nightmare Ancestor, only the Light Church and our Dark Church have the treasure. So, Dole, as long as you can find the real body of the Nightmare Ancestor, the rest will be handed over to us. Dole was still observing the changes in the world at this time. There were too many creatures in the distance, and the power of rules was too chaotic. It was difficult for him to observe. He could only vaguely see that the dream rules were moving downwards. The people around heard the words of the Dark Church and looked at Dole. The pressure around Dole doubled. He was not only observing the nightmare, but also observing other people. He saw that his fate lines seemed to be fluctuating, and some of the fate lines of other people were moving closer to him. Dole felt a lot of malice, and he immediately understood the role of this rule in his heart. Vasily was standing beside Dole at this time, feeling the pressure from the surrounding level 8 and level 9. He looked at Dole and said slowly, what's the situation now? Dole was thinking about the problem. After hearing this, he turned his eyes and looked at the sky above the city. He saw that the source of the rule power was moving underground at a very fast speed, So the clone looked at everyone and said expressionlessly, I can see the changes in the dream rules. What is now shown above is an empty shell. The rule level is moving downwards, which means that the nightmare ancestor is escaping underground. You need to hurry up. Hearing this, the people in the Church of Light looked at Dole with anxious eyes. They were the first to be unable to stay. The Vice Pope stood up and said, we will take action now and not wait for others. The dragon has already taken action. It is not a good idea for them to stop here and watch the fun. Dole doesn't know what's going on either. He can ask later. Now, we must quickly break all the above things and find the nightmare's true form. At this time, the dragon has already exhaled its third dragon breath. Large pieces of flames cover the sky and cover the flying units. A few monsters can still resist with the powerful power of rules, but most of the monsters are instantly turned into ashes. The 9th level can fuse several great powers of rules, which is dozens of times more powerful than the 8th level, not to mention that there is also a powerful dragon bloodline power in the dragon breath, which is even more powerful. Those monsters can't resist at all. The glorious church activated the wizard tower. After entering, the blazing white light from the sky gathered from all directions, as if all the light was attracted to the ancient times. Then, several extremely powerful swords of light were generated from the front of the wizard tower. This is the conventional witchcraft of the glorious church, but it is also one of the most powerful witchcraft. The sword of light is tens of meters long at the least, and the most powerful sword of light is thousands of meters long according to its power. Several swords of light swept across together, like light spreading all over the earth. They fell in one breath, and dozens of monsters, except for a few, were dismembered and turned into fragments and disappeared in the air. Seeing this, other forces took action. Once the Dark Church took action, large areas of darkness were created, and the surrounding light was covered. It was completely in opposition to the glorious Church of Light. The two sides occupied one direction each and immediately attacked the city. They were all level 9 powers, and those level 7 or 8 monsters could not resist at all, and died in large numbers. The area within hundreds of kilometers had turned into a purgatory of light, dark flames. Seeing this, the Northern Kingdom and the Glory Empire looked at each other, and the leader of the Northern Kingdom looked at Duolai with a bad expression. Chapter 990. They already knew that Dole was from the Northern Kingdom, but they were too embarrassed to speak up at this time. After all, they knew better than anyone what the wizard world of the Northern Kingdom was like, and Dole could not go back. The 9th level looked at Vasily, just a glance, without showing any emotion, and then flew forward to join the war. The people of the East Ring Empire also looked at Dole at this time and flew forward. Since they had found the true body of the nightmare ancestor, they could only consider the matter of this young man after killing him. This young man must have some tricks. The Qianwei ancestor naturally took in everything around him. He glanced at Dole and said, be careful and send me a message at any time if there is any movement. It's very chaotic here now. As a 9th level, the Qianwei ancestor could naturally feel the chaotic thoughts around him. Dole's current performance has already aroused the covetousness of some people. Dole nodded, lowered his head, looked at his hands, and slowly spoke with a blank expression, I am not afraid of an ordinary level 8. This level 9 clone can escape, and I still have the Turin Bone Tower. The corners of Qianwei Patriarch's mouth twitched, he forgot, he turned his head, looked forward, and said, you have made a great contribution to finding the nightmare this time, and I will reward you later. If the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness can get rid of the nightmare, then the prestige of our Glory Wizard Alliance will be further improved. I won't say more, I will go to join the battle, I can't just watch the fun. Qianwei Patriarch shouted, and the wizard tower under his feet took him, and turned into a bright moonlight, disappearing under his feet. When he appeared again, he had already appeared on the ground. Duolai said that the nightmare was running underground again. Ancestor Qianwei was going to lean against the ground first. This city was formed by the power of nightmare. He didn't know what was going on yet. He had to investigate first. The defense of the other city was created based on the defense of the main city of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Only he knew where the weak points of the city were. As soon as Ancestor Qianwei landed on the ground, several newly created level 7 and 8 sieges followed. Dozens of attacks followed one after another, explosions, lightning, covering the area several kilometers in front of Ancestor Qianwei. Ancestor Qianwei frowned. These things can continue to be created after death. It's really annoying. The light on his body slowly lit up, forming a series of moonlight, which sprinkled forward. The speed of the light was very fast, just like real moonlight. Even in broad daylight, it couldn't cover the brilliance of the moonlight. The light fell in front, like a layer of gauze, gently falling down, and very flexible, crushing those forces, and under the influence of the moonlight, those forces quickly disappeared and decomposed. The light fell on those monsters without any reduction. Those monsters struggled for a while, and then were quickly eroded by the light, decomposed, and disappeared in the air. The moonlight was extremely overbearing, decomposing everything it saw. When the light shone in front, almost nothing could be retained, and everything disappeared. This is the overbearing of the Qianwei Patriarch. The soil disappeared, the vegetation disappeared, and the earth quickly cut down. Soon, the light fell on the rain cover outside the city, and immediately a fierce energy battle was issued. The defense of the shield quickly dropped, and the light quickly became thinner, but soon the energy from other places quickly replenished here. The ancestor Qianwei was wearing a magic robe. Although the light on his body was not as strong as the light of the glorious empire in the sky, it was more difficult to deal with than the people of the glorious empire. The people around him looked at the situation here. The ancestor Qianwei was even more domineering. This move of decomposing the light was really unsolvable. Dual Eye also saw this. When these people released magic, their own rule power was violently active, allowing him to see some rules more clearly. On weekdays, the rules he saw were evenly distributed around him. Now these people fully displayed the rules they understood in front of him. Dual Eye watched intently, fearing that he would miss it. However, he focused most of his attention on the ground, the 10 dream rules mastered by the Nightmare Ancestor. In the past few minutes, he felt that his nightmare meditation method had made great progress, and several nightmare rules had progressed in parallel. At least all of them had reached the 5th level. The dream rules are undoubtedly extremely powerful. With this ability to create something out of nothing, they must belong to the higher laws. At present, Dole has mastered part of the space, glimpsed the rules of fate, and mastered the ordinary rules. Dole understands that when he reaches the 9th level, he can almost become the best in the world. Mastered too much. Dole is not self-proud. He even doubts, is there anyone in the world who can master so much? Since he can master so much, what path should he take next? At present, the knowledge of the Alpha world can no longer support him to move to a higher level. Ball is sleeping again. No one explains the world above the 9th level to him. Dole feels very confused. Yes, very confused. The more he knows, the more confused he becomes, because the road ahead is not clear. The highest level of the Alpha world is only level 9, and no one knows what the world above level 9 looks like, so he is very confused now. But life still has to go on step by step. He just thought about it for a while, and then put his eyes back on the battlefield. During the time he was stunned, all the monsters around the city had been cleared. Under the siege of many powerful level 9 and powerful forces, a few creatures could not affect anything at all. They almost crushed the surrounding areas of the city. And President Vasily was already standing beside the ancestor Qianwei, analyzing the composition of the opponent's magic circle with the ancestor Qianwei. Under the erosion of moonlight, the energy of the magic circle was rapidly reduced. At the moment when Dole watched, the huge body of the ancient dragon suddenly descended, and rushed to the city below with the momentum of a meteor. The dragon rushed down, and the others looked at each other, and various magics fell. Rumble, rumble. 2 seconds later, without waiting for the Qianwei Patriarch to crack it, the defense array outside the city was broken, revealing the city below. Then, various attacks fell, and large areas of the city were submerged in magic and witchcraft. The population and buildings disappeared quickly, the ground sank, and various smoke and cold air. The solid city became fragile at this moment, even worse than tofu. Seeing this, Dual Eye thought to himself that facing the siege of all forces in the continent, even a 9th level master who had mastered the advanced rules would find it difficult to resist, let alone a person who had just entered the 9th level. The ground collapsed, smoke filled the air, and then, the next moment, a huge roar resounded through the world. Dual Eye, where is Nightmare? I want to tear him apart alive. Dual Eye looked at the other party, who was a strong man of the Dark Church. He just glanced at him and pointed down, 50 kilometers underground. Underground, where the magma was, the Nightmare Patriarch endured the poisonous flames, poisonous fire, and powerful earth fire, and endured it bitterly. Chapter 991. Why don't these damn guys leave? They destroyed their city. Can they find out that they are underground? This place is far away from the ground. Can they find out? That's how he escaped. He had been prepared for the destruction of his spiritual creation, but he could still bear it as the power of faith continued to replenish. As long as he didn't die, everything would be fine. The biggest advantage of absorbing the power of faith is that as long as the believers are not destroyed, it is easy to restore the power. It can be replenished at any time. It's just a matter of time. At this moment, his face changed and he was furious. He had been transforming some birds outside to monitor the surroundings. It was indeed not a lie. He knew his location. Damn it, how did he know? Damn it, I must kill him. In the mind of the chaotic nightmare ancestor, there was only one thought at this time, which was to kill the damned Dole. He regretted it now. He should have gone out in person and killed Dole in one breath without giving him any chance. As he was furious, his mind was spinning wildly, thinking about how he should escape. The 9th level of the dream rules was different from the 9th level he imagined. Although he was at the 9th level now, he did not have the combat power of the 9th level. He needed to invade other 9th levels to achieve the effect of the 9th level. If he developed quietly, he would definitely be able to become the strongest 9th level, but now, with so many 9th levels rushing at him, he had no chance at all. Damn it. Was he going to rise again in the body of a believer like last time? But this time, I'm afraid the Church of Light won't give him a chance. He really felt that among the people of the Church of Light, there was someone who could really threaten him. Damn it. Ah. The nightmare ancestor went crazy at this time. Since you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well. Monsters, go crazy for me. Believers, start the carnival. As soon as he thought of this, the control people scattered all over the West Ring continent began to go crazy. Of course, all this, the people in the Northwest can't feel it now. After destroying the buildings on the ground, everyone, under the guidance of the Qianhua ancestor, rushed underground together. At this time, Vasily flew into the sky and stood next to Duolai with the Fire King. This is a level 9 battlefield. These level 8s all took off and flew around, and Duolai was the key protected object. Vasily's body was shining with white light, and the spatial fluctuations were extremely strong. He was the most eye-catching among all the surrounding level 8s, and at the same time, he was the most envied existence by all the level 8s. He looked arrogant, took out his own posture as the president, looked around, and quickly came to Dolei's side while flying. At this time, he showed a slightly envious look. This clone was simply too awesome. I see if it can be mass-produced and make one for myself. With this clone, I don't care about the rules of space. He saw that Dolei's clone was the faceless man he saw in that space, the most powerful existence in the maze world, and now he has become Dolei's clone. At this time, Dole did not look at him. His eyes were complicated. Vasily did not know what Dole was looking at, let alone what the whole world looked like in his world. The Fire King also came to Dolei's side at this time, looking at Dole and alerting the surroundings. Be careful of the nightmare, protect Dole well, he must have spies around. Vasily nodded, and then carefully sent a message to the two. Before dealing with the nightmare, it is estimated that there will be no big deal, but after dealing with the nightmare, we must be careful, especially Dole, who will definitely attract covetousness. If I take Dole away first after the matter is over, I am afraid that it will cause these people to besiege. The Fire King nodded and said, well, I will notify the Ice King and the others to come over. Fighting underground, the 9th level will be enough. We don't need to participate. Just surround the surrounding area. Vasily nodded, I will notify them now. As the 9th level chased into the underground, the coalition forces around began to disperse in an orderly manner, and they all looked around vigilantly. If Nightmare is alive, all organizations will work together to deal with Nightmare, but if Nightmare dies, it is not easy to say. This time, each organization has shown its strength to deal with Nightmare. It is hard to say which one has no bad intentions. Especially Dole. They have been looking for him for almost half a year, and have not found him. Dole found him as soon as he arrived. Moreover, it was reported that Dole practiced nightmare meditation before. It is very likely that a collective siege of Dole will happen. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness are most likely to do this. The two of them became a little worried. Dole looked around and glanced at the two of them, smiling lightly, it's okay. I will leave after the matter is resolved. No one can stop me. In the space, except for President Vasily, I am the strongest. No one can stop me wherever I want to go. Dole's tone was full of confidence and indifference, as if he was not the one speaking, but the tone of a third party. Vasily and the Fire King looked at Dole and shook their heads. Vasily said, although only our Glory Wizard Alliance is the best at space, the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness also have some unknown means to block space. That kind of battle barrier was created by the Church of Light at the beginning, and we only imitated it later, and the level is very low. Who knows how many cards these churches with gods behind them have? We can't bet, and we don't want to block it. The Fire King looked at Dole, snorted coldly, and said, this king knows that you are a genius and unruly, but for the sake of Elia, you should be a little reserved. This king knows that you want to leave this world, but it's not too late for you to leave with your bloodline. Dole was observing the information at the rule level, and his mouth twitched at this time. Lord Fire King, you don't have to be so blunt, okay? Dole was powerless to complain. He ignored the Fire King and concentrated on peeping at the rule level. This is a great opportunity. He was also secretly observing the space rules around Vasily, and the flame rules around the Fire King. At this moment, the space rules and flame rules quietly rose by 3 or 4 percentage points. At this moment, Dole felt that a malicious force surrounded him from all directions, and the fate line of his own rule level was frantically warning him. Before he could react, an ogre seemed to suddenly appear in front of him out of thin air, and as soon as it appeared, a huge wooden stick that was 1,000 meters long fell on his head. This change caught Dole off guard, and Vasily next to him was also somewhat unexpected. The Fire King reacted the fastest, and he just raised his hand, and a giant palm of fire slowly rose into the air. In a flash, Dole raised his hand, without any extra reaction, and just placed the Turin Bone Tower in front of him. Chapter 992. The big stick fell, with overwhelming momentum and unparalleled weight, and hit the Turin Bone Tower with a force of 10,000 Gene. The people around only saw the movement here at this time. When they saw it, the big stick had already landed on the Turin Bone Tower. Everyone's heart was lifted. Will he be crushed to death? At this time, they saw that the Turin Bone Tower did not move at all, and the huge stick with a force of 10,000 Gene exploded, turned into a piece of debris, and disappeared into the air. With this gap, the Fire King was furious, and a huge fireball appeared in front of the ogre's chest, and in the next moment, it exploded. Boom! The huge shock wave hit all directions, including Vasily and the Fire King, and was completely pushed away at once. The huge explosion, the sound, the flames fell in all directions, and Vasily and the Fire King fell in a mess in the distance. At this moment, the faces of the two changed, and there was no Dole around. Dole disappeared, and the two of them frantically used their mental power to probe around. At this moment, the flames dissipated, and the ogre was dead, and Dole's figure was still in the same place just now, without moving at all. Seeing this, Vasily and the Fire King ancestor had already, and all the wizards in the distance were shocked. Is this still a level 7? Just when the two were relaxing, Dole moved, and his magic power was used crazily. In less than a second, a huge colorful lightning with a thickness of about 10 meters was generated out of thin air. This lightning was extremely sharp, hot, and penetrating. Just looking at it, it felt as if the eyes were burned through, extremely terrifying. As soon as this lightning came out, it hit a certain place in the sky at the speed of lightning and fire. In that place, a level 8 red dragon suddenly appeared, but the next moment, he was struck by lightning. The huge lightning fell on the red dragon, and the red dragon seemed to have no defense. The lightning went straight through the red dragon and instantly opened a big hole in its body. Then the next moment, various properties such as burning, penetration, and tearing appeared near the wound. The next moment, the red dragon disappeared. Dual Eye had never made a move before, and this was his first time. Shocked, all the people from all the surrounding forces were stunned. What did they feel? What kind of power was contained in that lightning? My God, there were more than a dozen kinds of lightning power mixed together, including earth, fire, wind, and water. This lightning would hit even a level 8, and it would be miserable if it didn't die, not to mention a red dragon that might only have less than 60% of its original body. Level 7 killed level 8 in one shot. Everyone felt terrified, especially the hidden person of the Dark Church, who was spying on Dual Eye, who turned pale at this time. Lightning magic has a fast launch speed, high launch efficiency, and high hit rate, but the only disadvantage is that it is difficult to master. The lightning magic mastered by the opponent is simply instantaneous, terrifying. I just don't know how many times he can release such a powerful magic. All the strength around, all the level 8 and level 7 were stunned. At this moment, Dual Eye's figure suddenly disappeared, and the shrunken Turin Bone Tower instantly turned into its original form. When everyone didn't know what was going on, many level 8 monsters suddenly jumped out from the surroundings and besieged Dual Eye together. Seeing this, everyone knew that the Nightmare Ancestor was anxious. However, no matter whether it was the Church of Light, the Church of Darkness, or the East Ring Empire, none of them took action, but chose to stand by and watch. The Fire King in the sky was immediately ashamed and angry. This damn nightmare was going to kill Dole. As soon as he raised his hand, the area of thousands of meters was filled with various flames, and it immediately pressed forward. Wherever the flames passed, even the space was burned and distorted, large areas of air were distorted, and all matter was burned out. When the ancestor Vasily took action, it was the same thing as the ancestor Qianhua, and it was also large areas of light, but unlike the ancestor Qianhua's domineering decomposition function, his power was penetrating. The two of them took action together, and the witchcraft bypassed Dole and directly penetrated the mini 8th level in the sky. Those level 8s were not easy to deal with, and could not beat level 9, but they could still hold out against the Fire King ancestor and President Vasily, who were also level 8. Light appeared on their bodies, and power rose from their bodies, forming a powerful power phantom, protecting themselves in it. Their mission was Duolai, not these powers, and they rushed towards Duolai with a roar, bearing the penetrating light and flames. However, the power of the Fire King ancestor and President Vasily was not vegetarian. Half of those monsters ran away, and more than half disappeared in the sky, being killed by penetration or flames. Duolai still did not forget to observe at this time. The strength of the Fire King ancestor was unquestionable. His flame rules integrated 7 or 8 rules such as flame burning, flame attachment, flame erosion, explosion, impact, etc., which was very suitable for him, and flame burning and explosion were at least above the 9th level. He only needed one rule to be promoted to the 9th level to be promoted to the 9th level. Among the 8 levels, the strength of the Fire King Patriarch is unquestionable. After the 2 rules of burning and explosion have reached the top, the flames are very fierce wherever they pass. And they will explode after touching, which is even more powerful. As for the rules mastered by Vasily, Duolai had never understood them before. This guy also comprehended the rules of the side door, and they are extremely powerful. Like the Qianhua Patriarch, after Vasily reached the 7th level, he did not comprehend the rules related to his meditation method, but took the path of other rules. Entering the 7th level is the beginning of entering the wizard world. From here, all wizards will face 2 choices: take the path that suits them, and take the path of meditation. There are only these 2. Duolai observed and looked at the 8 levels around him. To be honest, these 8 levels are not his opponents, and they are defective and vulnerable. Various powerful witchcrafts in the sky collided with each other. Almost 2 seconds later, the complete sky could not be seen, and it was all covered by various raging energies. The collision of rules and forces, in an instant, Dole was submerged in various energy flows. However, Dole did not move at all. Standing in the Turin Bone Tower, the surrounding forces could not hurt him at all. The power of the sky was raging, and the wizard tower remained motionless. This scene made other forces around him feel a little cold. Is this still a level 7 ability? At this time, the Ice King and other level 8 also attacked from below and attacked the monsters together, but at this time, everyone was not so scared because Dole did not move at all. At this time, Dole's wizard tower disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared on the ground. Space teleportation. The people around took a breath again. How many abilities does this guy's wizard tower have? Even space teleportation? Space ability, only the Glory Wizard Alliance plays the best. Is this guy a disciple of Vasily? Otherwise Vasily protects him so much? Dole just came to the ground, and various monsters began to be generated on the ground. Chapter 993. Dole looked around and smiled faintly. His voice suddenly resounded through the earth. Nightmare Ancestor, I have determined your location. Please die. Dole suddenly sent a message to everyone without distinction. During the moment, he was besieged. 55 kilometers underground, 3,200 meters deep, directly below the city on the ground. Nightmare Ancestor was also very surprised at this time. He had already spent too much energy to generate monsters to besiege Dole. 55 kilometers away from the ground. No matter how strong his mental power was, it was a bit difficult. As for the 9 levels under the ground, he was still very worried at first, but he was not worried later. The other party only knew that he was underground, and could not find him at all. He could concentrate on dealing with Dole. But a minute later, the full-scale counterattack of the Glory Wizard Alliance, coupled with Dole's own amazing strength, he could not kill the other party at all, and his heart began to chill. Even if the other party finds him, what should he do if this guy doesn't? He could feel that those level 9s were swimming around him, especially that damn dragon, walking on the ground in the magma underground, and coming over soon. He was furious, constantly generating various monsters, and forcibly attacking. At this moment, he heard Duolai's words, and his heart shuddered. This guy must be lying to him. The next moment, he felt that all the level 9 forces around him were converging on him. The Nightmare Ancestor was terrified. Damn it, he really found him. How did he know? How did he find him? Damn it, the other party was on the ground. There was no sign at all. Was it through mental power? However, Nightmare's mental power could not be tracked at all. How did he do it? Damn it, damn it. This damn delay. Nightmare immediately became ruthless and divided his mental power, descending on each believer. Now he could only survive by cutting off his tail. Anyway, he had reached level 9 and had already comprehended the rules. It was only a matter of time before he could rebuild. At this moment, a dragon roar appeared not far away, and then a ray of light pierced through the darkness. Even underground, in the magma layer, the light was like a dazzling sun, directly shooting into Nightmare's eyes. As soon as the light entered this area, it immediately locked onto Nightmare's position. Almost the next moment, a sword of light pierced through the magma and slid down to Nightmare's head. A heart-pounding, extinct, and desperate power was transmitted from the sword of light, as if the power that could cut off fate was transmitted from the sword of light. Just feeling this power, the Nightmare Patriarch seemed to feel a catastrophe. This was the power that would kill him, leaving him no power to resist. The Nightmare Ancestor felt this power, and was extremely horrified. He almost subconsciously released his strongest power. Entering the dream, he released all his huge mental power, trying to pull everyone into the dream. The speed of pure mental power is much faster than the speed of using witchcraft, and it does not need to penetrate matter. The witchcraft of the Nightmare Ancestor radiated to a radius of tens of kilometers in just a blink of an eye, and almost all the 9th level monsters felt the radiation of this power. The dragons, giant lizards, and other monsters suddenly stood still in the blink of an eye, without any sound, and only breathing could be seen. The several 9th level monsters of the human race were also affected, and almost all of them became drowsy. These people began to feel drowsy, and the spiritual power released around them naturally weakened, and the strength of the surrounding witchcraft was greatly reduced. Ancestor Qianwei was also within the radiation range of the power. As the dream entering technique came to his side, some alchemical props on his body emitted white light, resisting the powerful 9th level dream entering technique. For the research on the Nightmare Ancestor, the Glory Wizard Alliance is the strongest. The dream entering technique is the strongest means of the Nightmare Ancestor. He is invincible only in dreams. In reality, any 9th level can kill him, but his dream entering technique is indeed unsolvable. Ancestor Qianwei looked up and glanced in other directions. His eyes penetrated the magma, and could only see a radius of 10 kilometers. The dragon fell asleep, and fell into a dream. The other few could not see clearly, but he saw that the people of the Church of Light were not affected at all. The artifact of the Judgment of Light still emitted a powerful brilliance and still slashed forward. The people of the Dark Church were partially affected. The top 8th level master holding the 9th level artifact rolled his eyes directly, and almost fell asleep. At this time, on the chest of the Vice President of the Church of Light, a white cross ribbon was emitting light, resisting the erosion of the dream entering technique, and the speed of the Sword of Light was still unabated, slashing towards the Nightmare. The Church of Light had suffered too much anger from the Nightmare in the past. The battle between the two families caused millions of casualties, and had become a deadly feud. Therefore, with this opportunity to find the true body, they did not hesitate to use the killer weapon. Oracle, Light Punishment. This oracle was a reward from the God of Light. It can only be used 3 times in total, completely destroying a person's mental power, and directly erasing the other party from the endless years. This involves the use of many top laws, including fate, reincarnation, cause and effect, etc. As long as the Nightmare is hit, no matter how many clones he has, the Nightmare will definitely die. Nightmare Ancestor, stop struggling, go to hell, you will definitely die this time. As the life sanction fell, the Nightmare Ancestor roared helplessly, damn it, why do you have to go against me? I just want to become a god. What's wrong? The mistake is that you are not worthy of being a human being at all. The Nightmare Ancestor's methods are all in dreams. At this time, facing the life sanction, he actually seems a little powerless. He tried his best to launch the dream witchcraft, but the people of the Holy Sea of Light were not moved at all. The next moment, the life sanction fell. Under the illumination of the light, the magma did not block it at all. It separated in an instant, layer by layer of magma, and finally revealed the figure of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression was all crazy, and the mental power in his body had surged to the extreme. He turned all his remaining mental power into a mental hand, and grabbed it fiercely forward. His mental power was too huge. This fierce grab actually directly grabbed the power generated by the magic weapon of Life Judgment. Life Judgment paused slightly. Seeing this, the people who were still awake around were stunned. Such a strong mental power, it can even resist the power of the artifact bestowed by the God of Light? How is this possible? In the crowd, The Shallow Moon ancestor carefully discovered that the mental power of the Nightmare ancestor was strong, but too complicated. It looked powerful, but in fact it was just like a huge mountain piled up with soil, not as hard as a real stone mountain. It can only block it temporarily. But this mental power is indeed huge, 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary 9th level one. Wow! Opposite him, the people of the Church of Light are emitting infinite light and brilliance at this time. Under the light of the light punishment, even if they are standing in the magma, they are the focus of everyone. Even the people of the Church of Darkness are not as good as them. Chapter 994. The Vice Pope of the Church of Light was also stunned when he saw this, and then he sneered, "Nightmare, stop struggling. In order to kill you, we use the Oracle, which is a divine weapon of light punishment, and it can only be used 3 times, which is enough to kill the oldest storm elves. Your mental power is strong, but there are too many flaws. The dream entering technique is useless to us." The face of the Nightmare Patriarch was extremely distorted at this time. Reluctance, arrogance, madness and other negative emotions that should not appeared on his head. His mental power was intensively consumed, and he resisted the light punishment. But this resistance is not without price, that is, the mental power is consumed by dozens of times. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a cold penetrating and decomposing force coming from other directions, heading straight for his waist. He did not turn his head, and he could sense who shot from the attributes of the power. Ancestor Qianhui. Nightmare, if you don't die, I will be sorry for the millions of lives of my glorious empire. Go to hell. Eclipse. In the underground magma, a ray of moonlight converged to the extreme, and the power was condensed to the extreme, just turning into a thread, but the terrifying power on the thread made everyone extremely frightened. Where the moonlight passed, all matter decomposed silently, without leaving a little bit. The Nightmare Patriarch roared, and his mental power surged out again, turning into a barrier to resist the moonlight. The next moment, the moonlight fell on the mental power barrier, and the moonlight suddenly stopped, and the mental power began to consume violently. Seeing this, the Qianhui Patriarch was also a little surprised. Wow, this mental power is really strong. In the next moment, another force joined in. It was a green light that shone down fiercely. It was the power of the elves. The veins on the forehead of the Nightmare ancestor burst, and he tried again to differentiate a trace of mental power to resist the green light of the elves, but the next moment, his already shaky mental power exploded. Stop! The Qianhui ancestor shouted, and everyone stopped at the same time, leaving the last blow to the Holy Sea of Light. I am unwilling. Under the siege of the 3 level 9s, the supporting mental power of the Nightmare ancestor was shattered, and the next moment, the power of light punishment fell on his head. The light suddenly erupted and turned into a force that dissolved everything, dissolving all the magma in that area. The Nightmare turned into nothingness in an instant, dead and dead. At the same time, an invisible force followed the spirit of the Nightmare ancestor's death, and extended to all directions and infinite corners. At the same time, all the lives and followers of Nightmares, who were controlled and destroyed by Nightmares in various places in the Western Ring continent fell to the ground almost instantly. Some people died directly, and some people fell into a deep sleep. The people of the Holy Sea of Light laughed when they saw this, and then looked up. Their eyes were on Dole. At this time, Dole in the sky, at the moment when the light burst out, had successfully seen several rules contained in the light sanctions, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The silicon-based clone cannot see all the rules. Some rules are hidden. There must be a wedge to discover and recognize them. In this battle, he is the one who gained. Nightmare died, including the Holy Sea of Light. He saw that all the forces around him were looking at him. They aimed their eyes at him. When Dole saw this, he said nothing. The white light around the Turin Bone Tower lit up. He left only one sentence and disappeared the next moment. Ancestor Qianhui, President Vasily, I slip away first. Deep underground, the Vice Pope of the Holy Sea of Light was about to start witchcraft. The next moment, a white light flashed, Dole disappeared, and his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, he ran away. This place is still a little far from the ground, otherwise a light javelin would be thrown over, plus the power of light sanctions. It would definitely kill the young man. This young man is too scary. Others can't find the location of Nightmare, but he can find it. What kind of ability is this? At this time, with the death of Nightmare, several level 9 monsters in the magma and other level 9 humans woke up from their dreams. They looked around and were embarrassed. The moment Nightmare died, they knew what had happened. At this moment, they could sense each other's breath, and they were filled with shame. Then they all went in all directions, and hurried away from this place. The 9th level would sense each other, which was a sense at the rule level. Now that they had left, everyone felt at ease. But from this moment on, all the 9th level remembered one person, that is, Dole of the Glory Empire. Nightmare died at this moment, and the 9th level of the Church of Light, the Church of Darkness, and the East Ring Empire rushed into the sky together. They looked at each other, and looked at the old ancestor Qianhua, the Ice King, the Fire King, Vasily, etc. The Vice Pope of the Dark Church said without any concealment, Qianhua, hand over that kid. We now seriously suspect that he knows the nightmare meditation method. Qianhua casually summoned the wizard tower, and stood on it gently. With his hands behind his back, his mental power restrained, and his eyes flickered. Gabriel, some things cannot be said carelessly. I know better than you whether Dole has practiced nightmare meditation or not. The device for monitoring dreams was also invented by our Glory Empire. The nightmare died, and most of Qianhua's worries were gone. He felt relieved at this time. If these people want to attack Dole, they must get past me first. The people of the Dark Church pressed forward at this time, and approached within 10 kilometers of the Glory Empire camp. The people of the Light Church also pressed forward step by step. We are just preliminary suspicions now. If there is no problem, why are you afraid to meet people? You let him go, and we will talk about some things face to face. This sect believes that under the light of the God of Light, he will be cleared of all charges. The corners of the mouths of the people of the Glory Empire twitched. They were shrouded in your light, and it is estimated that you will reverse their faith and turn to light in the next moment. Before Elder Qianhua could speak, Gabriel snorted coldly, looked at the Vice Pope of the Church of Light and said, Ferdinand, you are too shameless. Even if you are testing lies, you should use a more neutral machine. We in the Church of Darkness are not as shameless as you. Ferdinand's face was calm. He was going to do it. What else could he do? He snorted lightly, I only believe in the will of my God. The old man of the East Ring Empire looked at Elder Qianhua and said lightly, neither light nor darkness can be trusted, but Wizard Dole must give an explanation. Ancestor Qianhua. Looking at the old man, he still had no expression on his face. What, Antonio, the Wushan family also wants to intervene. Did Dole not give you face, as a level 7 in the Glory Capital? Are you going to attack now? Antonio's eyebrows jumped, but he remained calm. Although what Nightmare said is unbelievable, it does make sense. Dole was able to find Nightmare accurately. We have reason to suspect that he found the other party's trace by practicing the same meditation method as Nightmare. Now Nightmare is dead, and has been completely punished by the judgment of light. We don't want another Nightmare to appear. Chapter 995. Following Antonio's words, all the level 7 and 8 wizards in the East Ring Empire moved closer to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Ancestor Qianhua's heart sank. Now it was 3 families fighting against 1 family. The disadvantage was huge. Especially the Oracle of the Light Church, the Light Judgment, was too powerful. He thought about it, and decided to take a detour, saying, let's do this. The inspection is okay, but not here. This sect is not at ease here. Any fortress in the Glory Empire can be used. If you don't agree to this request, let's go to war. Duolai is an outstanding young man of my human race. This sect will not let him do anything risky. At this time, the people of the Dark Church seem to have received some news, and their faces changed. The people of the Light Church also changed their faces, and the people of the East Ring Empire looked even worse. With the end of the war, the surrounding rules were restored, and the transmission of information from all over the country finally returned to normal. The 4 words "the evil god is coming" appeared in the ears of all the high-level officials. The Dark Church was in chaos, with various factions. This time, there were more evil gods descending. 2 evil gods descended at this time, sacrificing the population of 2 cities, and almost descended. Gabriel, Antonio, and Ferdinand looked at each other at this time, and then gathered their forces at the same time, anxiously flying towards the direction of their respective empires. This incident made the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance confused and a little surprised. What happened? What happened? Then Vasily suddenly said, they don't have the ability to transmit sound over long distances, and they probably don't know about the outbreak of the evil gods. Now they probably go back and deal with the evil gods. Fire King and Ice King Qianhua Patriarch saw this, and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but also a little surprised. Duolai dealt with the evil god alone, and his combat power is probably comparable to that of level 9. Although Duolai is not a member of this empire, he has been conscientious and guarded one side. It is understandable that the empire protects it so much. Qianhua Patriarch's face relaxed and said, let's go back now. The nightmare problem has been solved, and it can be regarded as removing the big worry from our hearts. He looked at the northwest and felt a little sad. It's so sad that so many people have completely disappeared. Go back and discuss with the Northern Kingdom to migrate some people here. As for what it will become in the future, we will talk about it in the future. In fact, there are still many people left, but it is too difficult to rely on these people to restore the original glory of the Northwest. Fortunately, Nightmare killed a large number of humans, and caused great harm to the Warcraft. All the advanced Warcraft, with a little wisdom, died in his hands. In this land, humans and other Warcraft are now almost on the same starting line. The Northwest is very vast, and now it can be said that it is completely dead. This is now a newly developed land. Not long after the three empires left, Ancestor Qianhua and others gathered their troops and prepared to notify the ground troops to march towards the empire. It is winter now, and it will take another 2 months for the ground troops to go back, unless they use some space equipment to pack all the hundreds of thousands or millions of troops back. Ancestor Qianhua looked around, just thought a little, and said, "Let's go back to the camp first. We have to take all our people back. Think of a way to pack everyone back at once. There are too many people, and it is difficult to supply. We can't let ordinary soldiers lose here." The Fire King and the Ice King said together yes. Several level 8 and level 9 warriors walked towards the camp of the Glory Empire together. Only 2 countries can send ground troops this time. One is the Northern Kingdom, and the other is the Glory Empire. The camps of the 2 countries are not far away. When they returned to the camp, 2 people suddenly flew out of the Imperial Mage Corps of the Northern Kingdom, and flew towards the Glory Wizard Alliance together. The people who came were the leader of the Northern Kingdom this time, and the level 8 who had quarreled with Vasily. Ancestor Qianhua took off immediately, and Vasily followed. The 2 fell just now, so what happened? Ancestor Qianhua looked at the people who came, frowning, not knowing what they were doing. At this moment, the level 9 smiled faintly and said, "Qianhua, don't be so nervous. You and I have known each other for so many years. Has our sect ever caused trouble for you?" Ancestor Qianhua and Vasily relaxed immediately, and looked at each other less vigilantly. Patriarch Qianhua narrowed his eyes, looked at the other party, and slowly said, "Fern, Fudi, we have been dealing with each other for so many years. Just say whatever you want to say." Fern, the 9th level of the Northern Kingdom, slowly restrained his momentum at this time, and moved a little closer to the other 8th level, and came to a distance of 1 kilometer in front of Patriarch Qianhua. The momentum of both sides was very peaceful, and there was no sign of war. Seeing this, everyone was relieved. After getting rid of the big devil Nightmare, everyone just relaxed, and now they didn't want to have a war. The 2 camps were so close, no matter who attacked first, the unlucky ones would always be the ordinary soldiers below. Fern coughed and spoke slowly. "We have no other intentions. We want to talk to Wizard Delay. Wizard Delay is so outstanding. His blood must be very strong. We want to take advantage of this. This is also good for Wizard Delay." When this was said, not only Qianhua was a little surprised, but Vasily was also a little surprised. Although they knew the details of Delay, they had never asked whether Delay had brothers and sisters, parents, uncles and aunts. At this time, a man flew out of the camp. He exuded a strong blood and was as majestic as Qianhua's ancestor. It was Emperor Yale. Emperor Yale has now abdicated, but his strength and status are still there. Seeing Yale flying up, Fern and Fudi showed enough respect. Emperor Yale flew up and stood beside Patriarch Qianhua, level with him, looking at Fern and Fudi opposite him, and said, "I don't believe that you 2 have never investigated Duojualai's background. I'm afraid you have turned everything upside down." Fern's mouth twitched slightly. Yale's temper is still so bad. Fern didn't say anything, but Fudi couldn't stand Yale's expression, so he said, "Emperor Yale, you can't say that. Although we have also investigated Duolai, and know that he was born in Duoming City, his father is dead. Although his mother has remarried on the surface, she is actually completely missing. We haven't found out yet, so we want to ask Duolai what's going on." "Missing?" Emperor Yale's voice was a little louder, and his expression showed an incredible look. "Impossible. Duolai once told me that his mother had been in the city since she remarried, and he had secretly visited her." Ferdy didn't say anything, but Fern emphasized, "It's absolutely true, so we need to know more about the person involved." Ancestor Qianhua also began to be surprised at this time. The blood of a wizard is very pure. If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist, and this cannot be forced. Duolai had an adventure, and the adventure was the Hellhound, but his own qualifications were brought by his parents. His parents must not be ordinary people. His father has died, leaving only his mother, and now his mother is missing. It seems that there is something strange about this matter. Chapter 996. Everyone felt a little strange after hearing this news. Maybe Dolei's parents were both there, but just hiding in a corner. If so, they must not be ordinary people. However, the Qianhua patriarch divided this matter into two parts. One part was that the other party did not find Dolei's mother, and the other part was that the other party lied and wanted to trick Dolei back. As for what he was going to do, it was unclear. Maybe he had the same idea as himself, tricking him to leave genetic material to give birth to several outstanding descendants. Almost all wizards of the older generation would do this. Young people with better qualifications would give birth to several equally excellent or slightly better women, so that there would be more wizards in the future. However, most wizards, like Dolei, were unwilling to be used as tools for reproduction and rejected such things. He thought of this and spoke slowly. If that's the case, I will let Dolei go to the northwest fortress to meet you. As for whether to meet or not, Dolei has the final say. It's useless for us to say it. Fern said hurriedly, okay, just pass on the message, and leave the rest to Wizard Dolei. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, what we all want to figure out, Dolei must also want to figure out. At least, his blood relatives are in this world, he can't just ignore it. The two sides said a few words in a friendly manner, and then left. Just after they left, a strong wind swept in from the farther northwest, pushing all the way to the southeast. Strong wind, heavy fog, and then a heavy snow swept across the world. Winter is coming, and the army of 600,000 people can hardly move. Although those above level 5 can fly, there are also members below level 5, and these are all logistics personnel. Dole's clones separated apart, and did not completely leave the north, but hid on the ground, which was very concealed. From the back, the conversation between Fern and Fudi, who was even further behind, was also heard in his ears, and at this time a trace of doubt rose in his heart. His father died, but he didn't actually see it with his own eyes. His father died in the mine, and his body was not left. This was what his mother told him later in tears. Not long after, his mother left her and ran away with someone else. The family has no savings, and there is no deposit. It is indeed very difficult for his mother to support herself, and has no job. Until now, Dole still hates her. But now it seems that the situation has changed. The father may be dead, or he may not be dead, and the mother may remarry, or she may not remarry. These two people do everything, as if they are just deceiving themselves. But what is the purpose of doing this? And what about this talent in me? Now it seems that there is indeed a big secret in this. You know, the talent of wizards is not something that suddenly appears, but there is always a strange probability of inheritance. Only people with wizard talent can give birth to people with wizard talent. My talent is so strong, so my father must be no ordinary person. You know, my little Monica can now sense weak elements. I didn't sense weak elements back then, but my mental power is also different from ordinary people. My parents have a story. But why did they abandon me? This puzzled Dolei. Was it because of the national conditions of the Northern Kingdom? Thinking about it this way, it was not right. Judging from the talent I have shown so far, I should not be afraid of an official who only has a first-level wizard. There is something fishy. However, Dolei still felt upset about his mother abandoning him, and decided to investigate secretly by himself, and not interfere with the officials of the Northern Kingdom. If it was the same as before I came, then I would pretend that nothing had happened, and they would live their lives and I would live my own lives. If it was as I guessed, and the person had completely disappeared, then I am afraid that this matter would not be so simple. Dolei felt that this world was becoming more and more interesting and mysterious. The rules of this world are always changing. At least after the Nightmare Ancestor achieved the 9th level, the dream rules have been gradually becoming more perfect. This is a change in the world, which ordinary people cannot feel at all, but future wizards will gradually feel it. Maybe there will be a large number of dream wizards, but they will never reach the level of the Nightmare Ancestor, because the source is dead and the current rules are no longer growing. And with the occurrence of other things, Dual Eye feels that the rules of the world are always changing, including the arrival of Ball. The rules of the world are also changing with Ball, and there is a trace of the prototype of the Hell rules. There was no such thing before, but this prototype was very small. If Ball leaves this world now, perhaps this trace of rules will disappear in the future, but Ball is here, and it is estimated that it will continue to exist, or the Hell rules will be fully mature. The world is evolving. This is the fact that Dual Eye sensed. When you really stand at this height, it is actually quite interesting to look at the world in reverse. Organisms rely on the world to evolve, and the world in turn relies on organisms to evolve to a higher level, achieving a win-win situation for both parties. Dual Eye thought about this matter, and then provided his own transportation plan to the Qianhua Patriarch, which could transform the space in some wizards, or build a batch of floating ships specifically for people. He sent a modification plan to the Qianhui Patriarch and Vasily, and then stopped paying attention to this matter. He didn't have time to modify it for the other party now. This batch of Qianshi worms went around in circles, and needed to return to the Glory Empire by themselves. It was actually very hard. After all, there was not much food to eat along the way. Vasily and the Qianhui Patriarch were talking, and suddenly received Duolai's message. After seeing the content inside, Vasily breathed a sigh of relief. I was just having a headache about the modification, and Duolai sent me the modification plan. This guy's mental power is too abnormal. He easily formed the wizard formation. Ancestor Qianhui looked at Vasily with a slightly unhappy face. That little bastard didn't say anything before he left, but now he said it. There must be a clone eavesdropping nearby. He probably also heard the conversation with the Northern Kingdom just now. The message didn't mention anything about what happened just now. It's estimated that this guy didn't want them to interfere. So he nodded and said, Dole's use of space formations is indeed a little better than yours, but you are better than him in space witchcraft, each with its own characteristics. Is Duolai's modification plan feasible? How long will it take to modify all of them, and how much materials will it take? Vasily nodded. You mean the specific amount of money, right? In total, it's about 20 million magic crystals. Hearing this number, the corners of the mouth of the ancestor Qianhui twitched slightly. It was really a lot. What if we adopt our plan? Vasily glanced at Elder Qianhui. It will have to be tripled. Elder Qianhui sighed and said, it would be great if such a talent was born in my imperial family. Chapter 997. Vasily snorted. Lord Qianhui, you are thinking very beautifully. Duolai is with Elia now. If you ask him to do something, won't he do it for you? Ancestor Qianhui chuckled. After all, it depends on his mood. It's not like his own family members. They have to do whatever you want them to do. It's different. Next to the two, the old man Imo looked at them, and felt a little unfair for Duolai. What imperial family or not, does the old man think that with Duolai's temper, he has to listen to the emperor in the imperial family? That may not be the case. Maybe he ran away from home like that person. Ancestor Qianhui's expression immediately collapsed, and he looked at the old man Imo. The old man Imo suddenly felt a pressure coming at him, and immediately shrank his head, and dared not speak. The Ice King and the Fire King saw this, and didn't dare to speak either. This guy is really talking about things that are not related to the topic. That person is now a powerful figure among wandering wizards, and he is much more free than in the Imperial Mage Corps, but the resources may not be abundant. That person is also an 8th level wizard. Ancestor Qianhui thought of something, sighed, and said, let's not talk about this matter. I will talk to Duolai. I can't understand his current strength now. He can kill the evil god. This is very scary. Ancestor Qianhui never calls himself the sect in front of his own people. When talking about the evil god coming, the 3 ancestors of Fire King, Demon Old Man, and Ice King all felt their scalps tingling. The evil god is a true god level, and the power attribute is above all the attributes of this plane. Except for the 4 laws, reincarnation, fate, cause and effect, and time and space, there is almost no opponent. How did Duolai kill him? Vasily guessed. The specific information is unknown. After all, Duolai is in charge of the Honor Wizard Union branch in Mount Albise. We haven't investigated the witnesses yet, but I suspect that Duolai used the ability of space. His Tower of Babel has this function, and it is still possible to block the space of an area. As for how to fight against the power of the evil god, this is very scary. The opponent should have a power above level 9. How did Duolai kill him? The Fire King and the Ice King looked at each other and muttered in their hearts. In front of Duolai, can they not treat him the same as before? If he can deal with the evil god, can he deal with himself? Dole just came here and released only one witchcraft from beginning to end, but the power of that witchcraft was so great that it didn't seem like a level 7, but a real level 9 power. The Qianhui Patriarch was also thinking carefully about what happened just now. I sense more than a dozen rules in the magic that Duolai cast just now, including earth, wind, fire, water, thunder, light and darkness, almost all of which are included in it, almost equivalent to level 9. Although he is still in the level 7 category now, his strength is no longer there. The Fire King Patriarch said at this time, it's mainly the rules he comprehended. The number is a bit scary. If he comprehends 3 rules to the 9th level, he will be a true level 9. If he comprehends dozens of rules to the 9th level, even several ancient beings will not dare to give up his edge. The Ice King Patriarch suddenly sighed. Ordinary people can only come into contact with 1 or 2 rules. It's already the best. His clone has comprehended so many at once. If he reaches the 9th level, the world is so big that I'm afraid he can go anywhere. Even in the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, he can take a shit. Everyone looked at the Ice King Patriarch and felt the same way. Dozens of rules have all reached the 9th level. This is not as simple as adding 1 plus 1 plus 1 to 9, but an improvement of hundreds and thousands of times. I am afraid that by then, a lightning bolt will directly destroy a mountain. The most terrifying thing is that this terrifying power is still within the scope allowed by the world rules. This is terrifying. Patriarch Qianhua looked at Vasily and said, "Can we cultivate that kind of clone here?" Dolei's clone must have been obtained in that space. Vasily knows it best at present. Everyone looked at Vasily, their eyes full of expectations. Vasily shook his head calmly. "No, we have caught that kind of thing before, but it ended in failure. That kind of thing is not something that our world can have." Dolei doesn't know what method he used. If he wants to leave one day in the future, I can ask him with my old face, or ask for one. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This was already a matter involving the top secrets of the wizard world, and they did not dare to ask Dolei too much, lest they arouse his disgust. Even if Dolei had agreed just now, they would not have asked again if Dolei did not take the initiative. That clone was too terrifying. Everyone was silent. 2 minutes later, the ancestor Qianhua spoke and began to transform various wizard towers and floating warships to prepare to transport everyone back to the country. Walking was too slow. The weather in the northwest was even colder, and the wind whistled past, and the ground was covered with snow. The silicon-based clone controlled the Turin Bone Tower and returned from the northwest. He did not pass through the fortress, but flew directly to the east and entered the sky above the Nightmare Forest. The Nightmare Forest is located in the north, and is also covered with heavy snow. The sky is gloomy, and the white snow on the ground and the black trees alternate with each other, forming a beautiful landscape painting. Dolei walked while admiring the scenery of the northern country. He felt that he should bring Ash, the 2 children, and Aliyah to see. The scenery here in winter is still very good. While looking at the scenery, he recalled the moment when the Judgment of Light broke out and directly cut off all the clones of the opponent. The rule fluctuations that broke out were very strange. At this moment, he heard a call, so he stopped the wizard tower and floated it above the forest. In the sky, the black wizard tower seemed like a white dot, very inconspicuous. Behind him, a green light rushed from a distance at a very fast speed. The light became bigger and bigger, and soon, a huge wizard tower with elf colors appeared 1 kilometer in front of Dolei. An old-looking elf, but still charming, and 2 or 3 young elves stood on the top of the wizard tower, facing Dolei from a distance. Dolei bowed slightly and said, "Dolei greets the high priest of the elves, and greets every one of the elves." Dolei had to respect him. This person was a real level 9, and judging from his clothes, he should be the high priest of the elves. The high priest did not speak, but looked at Dolei. Next to the high priest, another elf, who was on the same level as the high priest, nodded and said, "Meet Wizard Dolei. Wizard Dolei's attainments in biology are admired by my people. Thank you very much for the last matter. We don't have the Fountain of Life with us now, and we will give it to you later." Dolei didn't know what this person was. Among the coalition forces, there was no one who had any elf status other than the high priest. He didn't know what level he was in the elves. Chapter 998. Each of the elves is a top-notch beauty. Even if they are covered in wizard robes, you can still see their beautiful faces and graceful figures. Their talents and bloodlines are also very powerful. This is a race with unique advantages. Dole waved his hand and said, "I am a friend of Wizard Carl. I will help him do what he entrusts me to do, so you elves, please don't be polite." He didn't want to sell favors to the elves, and wanted to pass this favor on to Carl. After all, it was not easy for Carl to run around in the past few years. The elf nodded. "Wizard Dolei is too modest. We know who we should thank the most. Wizard Carl is also a friend of our elves, and we will not forget it." Dole glanced at the other party, frowned, and said, "Everyone stop me. Do you have anything to say?" The elf smiled slightly. "Our high priest wants to invite Wizard Dolei to visit the elves. Is it possible?" Dole blinked, then smiled faintly. "I haven't mastered this clone yet. If possible, I want to go in person. It is said that the elves' territory is full of birdsong and flowers, and it is very peaceful. Can I bring my family to visit?" The elf was stunned for a moment. "Bring your family? Do you think you are invited to travel?" She turned her head and glanced at the high priest. The high priest looked up at Dolei. This young man seemed to see the intention of himself and others. Bringing family here, what signal does this send? The high priest just thought about it for a moment and took the initiative to say, "Yes, Wizard Delay can bring anyone. There are still many places to play in our elves. Wizard Delay is welcome to come. Dual-Eye nodded. The High Priest had been observing Dual-Eye's clone, but she couldn't see what was going on. This was the body of an alien creature. She could see it, but how could he treat an alien creature as a clone? Even the old man Qianwei didn't have this ability. This young man has a promising future. The High Priest said slowly, wait until the spring next year. The climate is a bit cold now. Wizard Dual-Eye, we say goodbye now. Dual-Eye nodded, bowed slightly, and then turned south without stopping, and disappeared quickly. Looking at Dual-Eye's departure, the elves were a little surprised. High Priest, why don't you keep him? The High Priest looked at Dual-Eye's back and said in a deep voice, it's not that we don't want to keep him, but we can't keep him. His clone is weird, and he has the ability to travel through space. Unless we go to war and use special abilities, we can't catch him. The elf was slightly stunned. Going to war was a bit too much. Dual-Eye the wizard had helped them before. Forget it, wait until he comes. The matter of the Black Elves has been resolved. We can have a good rest this winter. The elf sighed. The High Priest also nodded and said, after you go back, you will succeed the head of the elves and let Anikai find a chance to find the spiritual world. The elf said, yes, High Priest. Dole didn't know all this, so he was too lazy to care about other people's business. He didn't know that the elf he had just talked to was the head of the elves. At this time, he was still thinking about what the inside of the elves was like. Anyway, I heard from Carl that it was very good there. The elves must have something to ask of him, and they might have various schemes. He brought the 4 people in his family with him, just to shut them up. You see, it must be inconvenient for me to do things with my family. As for whether the elves would harm him, Dual-Eye felt that he should be prepared. However, the elves have always loved peace, so there is no need to be too afraid of this. Dual-Eye thought a lot. He crossed the Evil Spirit Mountains and entered the territory of Watsaburg from a very high altitude, and then went east all the way back to the Albiz Mountains. The Turin Bone Tower did not return to the city of Albiz, but went directly into the mountains, and quietly disappeared into the mountains. After returning, he continued to observe the rule level. This time, it seems that he only helped to eliminate the nightmare, but in fact, he gained more. So many level 9s, and so many rules were all successfully spied on. As long as a period of time passes, he can master more, a large number of rules, all in his hands. The death of the nightmare also brought him a kind of warning. The righteous will have many supporters, while the unrighteous will have few supporters. You must not stand against everyone, otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you will die. City Lord's Mansion. Monica stood in the yard, reading aloud various gorgeous words. Although she was only 2 years old, with her intelligence, plus the abnormality of mental power, and the direct spiritual infusion of Ash, she had mastered a lot of words. In addition to learning from the teacher, Monica was like a little adult at this time. Childhood is still childhood, nothing is lost, just like ordinary children, a little more mature and a little less childish. Next to Monica was Brian crawling. Although it is winter, most places in the City Lord's Mansion are still warm as spring. There are all kinds of magic circles in the pavilion, corridors, and rooms, but in order not to lose the characteristics of the 4 seasons, Dual-Eye did not use constant temperature magic circles in most places. This is not good for the growth of children, at least they can't feel the joy of the 4 seasons. In the room, Dual-Eye and Elia looked at each other, and Elia was a little angry. Take advantage of winter, and go to propose marriage quickly. Dual-Eye's mouth twitched. Wait until the army returns. Ancestor Qianwei and President Vasily, and your father are still trying to move the soldiers. It's not appropriate to go back and propose marriage at this time. Elia said, George has taken office. Why do you still care about what my father is doing there? You go back and propose marriage to George, and he agrees. She came to Dual-Eye's side, shook his hand vigorously, and said unyieldingly, if you don't go, I will pester you recently, pester you every day. Dual-Eye's mouth twitched. It's not good to pester you every day, my waist hurts. He said calmly, how is your storm meditation going? Elrea knew he was trying to change the subject and snorted, it's the late 8th level, just a little bit away from the 9th level, don't change the subject. I have to give birth before the 7th level, otherwise it will be difficult to give birth at the 7th level. Dual-Eye had a headache and now suspected that Ash was setting a trap for himself. Why did he want so many children? But Monica should be on the path of a wizard, and Brian is about the same. Who will manage the city in the future is also a big problem. He thought about it and said, okay, it will take a few days. I just came back and haven't rested yet. Elrea's eyes lit up and said, okay, but you have to accompany me. Dual-Eye smiled bitterly, okay. Fortunately, there are enough clones. All of them are practicing, otherwise they are stuck together every day, which really delays their practice. What he lacks most now is strength. At this time, he said, we can go to the elves in June next year. The high priest of the elves invited us to go there to play. When Elia heard this, her eyebrows almost rose to the sky. That's fine, the elves, it is said that the place is beautiful, but it's just hearsay. It would be best if we can go. Suddenly, she became alert again. What did they invite you to do? Like me, to recruit a Lidden son-in-law. Chapter 999. Dole glanced at him, and patted her but gently. What are you thinking about? Although humans and elves can intermarry, the offspring are half-elves. Don't you know the fate of half-elves? Although half-elves are very talented, they are always discriminated against because of their dual identities, so the final result of half-elves is not very good. Elia stuck out her cute tongue and stopped talking. But she still pestered Dole. Ever since she had the clone, she didn't use her original body to practice well. As long as Dole was there, she would pester Dole, force him to go to the imperial capital, force him to take her out to play, anyway. Dole could also understand that there was a reason why Elia was so naughty. After all, it was not legitimate now, and it was a bit of a headache. But at the latest, she had to wait until Emperor Yale came back. He was tired of explaining, so he kept pestering her. Who doesn't like beautiful women? He just admired them at that time. Moreover, Elia knew her limits very well. She always pestered him with a smile and never blushed. At this time, Ash came in from outside. She coughed and said, My parents are coming over. You two should pay attention. Elia stood up quickly, and the wizard robe on her body slowly transformed into a noble dress, making herself straight. This change happened in the blink of an eye. From a clingy little girl, she turned into a dignified lady. Ash had already gotten used to this change. Dole was a little surprised. My parents-in-law are back? Ash nodded. They came back early by the wizard tower just to see their grandchildren. Can you pick them up? Dole nodded, and with a move of her mental power, she said, The Turin Bone Tower is on the way. Ash smiled, looked at Elia, who was pestering Dole, and thought to herself, should I learn from her? Elia has been pestering Dole quite a lot recently. Ash has both sons and daughters, and is no longer afraid that Dole will abandon her. She has honestly established her position as the eldest wife and doesn't care so much, but not having that kind of life for a long time can also affect the relationship. She coughed and said, Dole will be mine today. Elia looked at Dole, stood up immediately, and said with a look of disgust, Yeah, I have no objection, Sister Ash. Don't you change your clothes? She ran over and chatted with Ash again. Dole was speechless. How bored must he be to do these things? He thought about it, and his heart was a little heavy. He had to solve the issue of his engagement with Elia. Thinking of this, he sent a message out. In less than 10 seconds, the message came back. He glanced at the message and felt relieved. The Northwest is now renovating the Wizard Tower, floating flying ships, etc. It will take about 10 days for the first group of people to return to the Northwest and the imperial capital. It will be around that time when Emperor Yale and the army will advance and retreat together. He thought of this, turned around, stood up, and left the house. A black, white, and gray wizard tower flew out of the Albise Mountains at a very fast speed and flew westward. It crossed the desert, the grassland, the plateau, and came to the sky above Watzenberg. Almost without stopping, it went directly into the city of Watzenberg. The huge wizard tower landed at the door of the Glory Wizard Alliance and stopped at a random place. Soon, a convoy passed through the city, and two people got off. Wesleyan and Lauren, as well as several other nephews and nieces who wanted to travel to Albise, got off the carriage. They held their heads high, got off the carriage, glanced at the wizard tower, and then looked up. An 8th-level wizard picking someone up. This is quite luxurious. There was no one under the wizard tower. Wesleyan looked around, and was a little surprised that no one came down to pick her up, but soon received a message from Dole that there was no one in the wizard tower, so they just had to come up. At this time, the door of the wizard tower opened. Wesleyan glanced around and said, Dole is not here. He has other things to do. We can just go there. Someone was surprised. There is no one in the wizard tower. Marquis Dole is not afraid that the wizard tower will be taken away. Someone else said, Come on, who can take away the 8th-level wizard tower? It is said that the 7th-level monsters were killed in one hit. Who dares to take it? You don't understand the world of wizards. Too powerful, just like the person in my dream. When Dole came, he was just a 5th-level little wizard. Now we have to look up to him. A 34-year-old lady sighed. Yes, I heard that this war was thanks to Dole. Hush, don't say too much. Westland snorted coldly, talk less and look more. Although Albi's city is still under construction, its prosperity in the future will definitely be incomparable to ordinary cities. Don't talk nonsense when you go out for a walk this time. Albi's mountain potions are very cheap. You can purchase some that are not available in Wetzelberg. Others didn't dare to say a word. Westling's power is also very strong now, otherwise why can he come back early? It is a fact that Emperor Yale helped him lead the team, and Westling's privileges are here. Walking into the Wizard Tower, the door of the Wizard Tower closed soon, and then it flew up quickly and flew to the east. There was nothing on the first floor of the Wizard Tower, it was just empty. There were only a few sofas on the second floor, and the third floor could not be reached for the time being. Just when everyone was complaining that there was not even a seat here, the surrounding space suddenly shook. The door on the first floor suddenly opened. A figure walked in from the door, and an unbelievably young wizard stood at the door. Are you here? How long has it been? Oh my god. It's incredible. The person who came in was naturally Dole, but he was just his clone who lived in the city lord's mansion. As soon as he walked in, he smiled at everyone and said, "Parents-in-law, please follow me. Everyone from the Rhine family can go to the city lord's mansion or walk around. If you want to buy some special potions, go to the Gory Wizard Alliance. With your family emblem, it can be cheaper." Dole's eyes were on the Westling couple from beginning to end, and no one else looked at them. With his current status, he didn't need to look at them at all. Westling walked out with a dragon-like gait, and Lauren was behind him. Both of them looked dusty. Seeing Dole, Westling smiled brightly. "Your thing is faster. If we take a carriage, it will probably take a month to get here." Dole bowed slightly. "Dad, Mom?" Lauren nodded happily and asked impatiently, "Dole, where's the child?" "At the mansion. We will go there now. It is not far from here." Westland and Lauren nodded with a smile and said, "Let's go. I have come back from afar to see my grandchildren." Dole smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "What should I bring back for these two people later? The fountain of life." The father-in-law and mother-in-law ran to see their grandchildren as soon as the battle ended. This scene is actually rare among the nobles. It can be imagined how much these two people want to hold their grandchildren. Chapter 1000. Dole estimated that Ivy would be in trouble when she came over in a while, and must have been forced into marriage. However, that guy had recently fallen in love with a woman, but he didn't know what was going on. With Ivy's status, that woman could only be a concubine at most, and the main wife had to be chosen from the nobles, which was beyond doubt. This world was the world of the nobles. Although the nobles could intermarry with ordinary people, the ending was generally not very good. After leaving the Wizard Tower, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Dole's family had already been waiting, including Dole himself, Ash himself, Elia, and two children, one in her arms, and one standing on the ground. Monica saw her grandparents coming and immediately ran over happily. She knew that she had received many gifts when she saw her grandparents last time. "Grandpa, Grandma." Monica was less than 1 meter tall, ran over, and hugged Westerling's thighs. Westland and Lauren were immediately overjoyed. Westland squatted down, held Monica in his arms, kissed her twice, and then whispered in her ear, "Grandpa will give you a gift when your father is not around." Monica looked back warily, then turned back and nodded quietly. "Grandpa, how long will you stay this time?" Monica asked loudly. Westland looked at Lauren, who was looking at him eagerly. He had no choice but to put the child back into Lauren's arms. Lauren held Monica in her arms and laughed happily. "Stay longer this time. We leave when your parents drive us away." Monica suddenly became excited. "Usually my parents are very strict, so it must be better if my grandparents are here." Ash came forward and smiled. "Mom and Dad, let's go in." "What are you doing standing at the door?" Westerling nodded. He didn't have a child in his arms at this time, so he had no place to put his hands. He glanced at Elia and said in a low voice, "Princess Elia." Elia bowed slightly and said obediently, "Your Highness Prince Westling." Westerling nodded. "It's been so long, and it's time for these two to get married." So he turned to Dole and said, "When are you going to the imperial capital to propose marriage?" Dole was a little confused. I could only follow his words and say, "We have to wait until Emperor Yale comes back before we can propose marriage. Otherwise, it's not in accordance with etiquette when my father is not here and my mother is the only one." Westerland lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Well, this is what I should do. The war in the Northwest is over now, and Brother Yale will be back soon. We should solve this matter quickly. Before the 7th level, I should have 2 more children quickly, Otherwise it will be difficult to have children when I reach the 7th level. Dole nodded numbly, thinking, are you here to see your granddaughter, or are you here to cause trouble for me? He stepped forward and said in a long voice, come in. The group began to go in. Lauren held Monica, and Westland took Brian from Ash's hands into his arms, loving him very much and teasing him all the way. This child is not afraid of strangers, and Westland made him laugh. Walking in, laughing and talking, it wasn't long before they came to a yard that had been tidied up. There was just one family living in the yard, with 3 main rooms, a living room, and a huge yard with various facilities. However, it was obviously built not long ago, and the newly planted trees had not grown up yet, and were still very small saplings. But even so, it is quite remarkable to have such a courtyard in the city center. Westland took a look and knew why Dole built this courtyard. It was to receive the royal relatives. The whole courtyard was almost the same as their courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Ash stood beside Lauren and smiled. How is it? It's the same as at home, but the trees are a little small. Lauren walked and said, well, it's okay, but it lacks some historical atmosphere. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you two are thoughtful. We are here to see our grandchildren. It doesn't matter where we live. Westland glanced at Lauren and defined the courtyard. Ash smiled faintly. It has to be comfortable. We don't have many servants here, so you have to do it yourself. Westland nodded. We are military men, we do it ourselves. It doesn't matter, you can do your own things. Just give the children to us, and call them when it's time to eat. He looked at Dole with disdain. Before Dole could get a word in, he was a little amused. Well, I'm not busy here. Also, do you want to call Ivy over? I heard that he's in love recently. Dole was ready to call a fellow sufferer for himself. When he said this, Lauren and Westland's ears pricked up at the same time. Lauren thought to herself, didn't this kid say he wouldn't look for someone, but now he's looking for someone again? So he asked, what's her identity, which girl? Dole said, she's a merchant's daughter, and they're talking about it now. Her identity is a bit difficult, but it's no problem for her to be a concubine. Lauren sighed, this child really makes people worry about it. So he said, as long as there is no problem with the identity, we can talk about it, and quickly leave a child and a half-daughter, and also fulfill our wish. If it really doesn't work, Westland, just the girl will do. Westland nodded. They came to me again a few days ago, and I declined because the distance was too far. If it really doesn't work, let Ivy go back to see her. She is already a big girl. Monica was in Lauren's arms, listening to it interestingly. This is the grandparents preparing to force the uncle to assign a daughter-in-law. Interesting and interesting. Lauren nodded and said, Ash already has 2 children, and Ivy is not married yet. It's ridiculous. The two of them defined Ivy with one sentence after another. Dole secretly laughed in his heart, and found a scapegoat. He waited until the two finished talking, then said, then let's have a dinner party tonight. Call everyone over, and meet them. How about that? Okay. This matter was settled, and Dole walked out of the small courtyard. He was indeed redundant here, but Elia stayed. The arrival of Westerling brought a bit of vitality to the family. From a family of 5, it became a family of 7. In addition, Ivy came here every night to eat and drink, and the city lord's mansion gradually became lively. The 4 families learned that Westerling had come, so they also sent people to ask questions. For a time, the city lord's mansion, which had always been ignored, suddenly became lively. Dole didn't like the hustle and bustle. He went there occasionally, and then said a few words and left. In the Albiz Mountains, in the Turin Bone Tower, opposite Dole's silicon-based clone, Ash's real body stood opposite him, and a blue and black light flashed in his eyes. Using the perspective of silicon-based creatures, Ash made rapid progress on the road to the goddess of ice and snow, and was almost about to touch the threshold of the rules. However, her mental strength was still a little weak, which was also a sequelae of the rapid improvement she had made in the past, and her foundation was unstable. Chapter 1001. The two of them have been standing here for several days. Their clones are all over the city lord's mansion. Dole saw a world of rules, while in Aishi's eyes, she saw a chaos. She could only use her mental power to comprehend the rules that she was best at. So far, she has not seen it, and can only feel the vague level of rules. The ice and snow goddess meditation method has not yet reached the peak of the 9th level. In fact, it is a bit reluctant for Duo Light to let her see the level of rules. Now she feels it in advance and waits until the future. I don't know how long it has passed. She closed her eyes, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Dole hurried over and ejected 2 drops of the water of life, and dripped them into her eyes. AI, she closed her eyes painfully, came to Duolai, and said a little aggrievedly, "Why is it so easy for you to practice, but it is so difficult for me to practice?" Dole was a little speechless, patting her back and comforting her. "No way, this is a personal talent. When we go to the elves after the new year and get some life spring water, we can delay this state. You are still practicing too slowly." "Oh, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's my fault. It's my fault." Dole knew that Ash was not a person who liked to act like a spoiled child. It was probably because her eyes hurt too much. After comforting her for a long time, Ash waited for a while before opening her eyes. She said fiercely at this time, "I must cultivate a silicon-based clone myself." Dole nodded, indicating that what you said made sense. "Take your time, don't rush, you are only in your 30s, and the current progress is very good." Ash nodded and sat down. She looked at Dole's silicon-based clone and was a little surprised. Recently, she saw that this silicon-based clone was getting closer and closer to Dole's appearance, although Dole did not use any method to change his appearance. This may tell something from the perspective of life. She thought about it, put the matter aside, and said, "Have you heard that Emperor Yale plans to come to the north to guard after he retires?" Dole nodded. "George told me a few days ago that his father had this intention, but he hasn't returned yet, so we don't know the specific information. Once Emperor Yale retires, he will definitely not stay in the imperial capital all the time. This is not conducive to George's rule. If he comes to the north, the 4 northern continents will probably welcome him. After all, he is also a level 9 strongman." Ash nodded. "Yes, a level 9 strongman, although a warrior, has weak mental power, but his local destructive power is similar to that of a wizard." Dole hummed and said, "Have you rested well? If you have rested well, go back and check it again tomorrow." After Ash left, Dole's clone stood in place, looked up at the sky, and his eyes turned gray. The world in front of him changed again, going deep into the deepest level of the world, and information at the rule level appeared one after another. From a wizard's perspective, the foundation of the world is the interweaving of various rules, which penetrates into every very weak part of the space. Except for some special environments, almost every weak existence is wrapped up by a network of rules. The whole world is called the material world, but it can actually be said to be a world formed entirely by rules. Rules constitute the world. Basically speaking, space rules, energy rules, and material rules are all major items. Each major item contains countless, even infinitesimal rules. These rules are finally understood and summarized into 3,000 rules, forming an infinite world. This is the foundation of the world. Dole is now looking at the foundation of the world. The difference is that he could only see some superficial rules before. After several wars, his mental power has become more acute, and he can already see the rules that those strong people have comprehended. This is a huge gain for him, especially the nightmare rules. Although the nightmare rules have not grown completely, most of them have matured. The power of this rule has spread throughout the world. In Dole's perception, the dream rules are actually stronger than some of the 4 elements. Especially the special weapon of the Holy Sea of Light, the power generated can cut off all destinies. Dole has been able to figure it out. Give him some time, he could extract the rules himself, and then form a series of magic patterns, and finally derive his own magic patterns. Magic patterns are the actual products derived from rules, things that ordinary life can touch, and the end point of magic patterns is actually rules. And all kinds of witchcraft are actually modified from magic patterns, things that are more suitable for human use, and their essence is still a kind of magic pattern. Duolai's eyes were open and almost never closed, swimming in the ocean of rules, watching all kinds of rules and taking them into his own use, but he saw too many rules. If all these rules were promoted to the 9th level, it would be difficult to operate in practice, so he now focused on the 3 elements of thunder, wind and water, in order to reach the 9th level as quickly as possible. No matter how much you comprehend the rules, at the level of realm, and in terms of the improvement of strength, it always depends on whether the 3 rules have reached the 9th level. In that case, the mental power will have a qualitative change. Before reaching this standard, the change in mental power will not be so strong. Dole is now only stronger than the ordinary 8th level, but still a little worse than the 9th level, and the actual combat power is another matter. Looking at the intertwined rules in front of him, Dole was neither sad nor happy, and all the clones were in a stagnant state, specializing in silicon-based clones. With the destruction of the nightmare, when the news slowly came back, the entire Northwest was excited. The families of the soldiers who went to the battlefield also cheered at this time. However, some parents of soldiers are still worried about whether their children can come back. At this time, The city of Luxembourg sent a large number of people to carry out propaganda and appease the people, and the streets and alleys were not left out. This winter is actually a bit lively. Albi's Mountain also made such a move, but there was one more move. That is, Albi's Academy officially began to recruit wizard-side academies, temporarily only recruiting wizard apprentices and first-level wizards. The rules of recruitment were posted at the gate of the city wall and the entrances of various streets and alleys early in the morning, attracting the attention of many people. Even if some people did not leave their homes, they were quickly notified by the various responsible persons, especially those in charge of household registration and the district leaders, who knew the situation of each district. They were even more conscientious and notified everyone of the news. Moreover, the content of the notification was very broad, not requiring people from Albi's city, which meant that even people from outside were recruited. As soon as this news came out, Albi's Mountain was boiling. Those children who had reached the age, those little wizards, who had no way to seek a way out, and those idle wizards, who had been waiting for a long time finally had hope. As long as it was not limited to Albi's Mountain, then these people would have a chance. The speed of news transmission was very fast, as if it was the wind, spreading to various small towns around, and soon to other county towns. Chapter 1002. In the city lord's mansion, Dole threw the booklet aside without even looking at it. He looked at the people below and said expressionlessly, "Don't ask me about this matter in the future. Dean Donnie can make the full decision. He can recruit whatever kind of people he needs, but I only ask one thing, that morality must be emphasized. I don't care if he is a commoner or a noble. If his morality is not good, whoever comes to intercede will leave the Albi's Mountains for me." The man was so scared that he quickly knelt on one knee in front of Dole. "Lord City Lord, I don't mean that. This is what other deputy city lords asked me to ask." Dole glanced at him. He knew that this guy had received a lot of benefits from those people. This is also the benefit of his position. "I've finished talking, you can go down." The man was relieved when he saw that Dole didn't blame him. He sighed in his heart. Although the Lord City Lord didn't pay much attention to things at ordinary times, he was really scary when he started to do things. He left carefully, then turned around and left the hall and ran away quickly. After he left, Donnie quietly walked out of the darkness next to him. Dole's expression was calm at this time, and he said lightly, "How does it feel to be the principal?" Donnie sighed and said, "I now know that my meditation method is actually a humane meditation method. It not only requires the earth, but also the cooperation of the creatures on the earth. Since I became the dean, my earth has become more lively, and my meditation method has improved rapidly. In the past, there was only the warrior side in the academy, and the blood and chi were greatly increased. If the wizard side starts school, I estimate that I will reach the peak of level 6 in a very short time, or even quickly enter level 7. At this point, he got excited. "I have been practicing for 210 years, but I didn't expect that you would still give me hope." Dole was a little surprised. This was the first time that Donnie had told him about this after so long. This meditation method seemed very interesting, but he didn't intend to find out the truth, so he smiled and said, "Then I have to congratulate you in advance. Since it is useful, it's okay. You must take good care of the Wizard Academy, and don't let me make any mistakes." Donnie nodded excitedly and said, "Don't worry about this. I am more concerned than you are now. In addition, Wizard Dole, if you really don't limit it to the Albi's Mountains, I estimate that many people from other cities will come." Dole shook his head. "I not only want to make this place a potion city, but also a wizard city, at least a cradle for low-level wizards. I didn't have the conditions when I was a child, but I can't let others have the same conditions as me." Donnie sighed when he heard this. He knew some of Dole's past, and sighed in his heart. This child was still enthusiastic, unlike himself. He was indeed old. But now was indeed a great opportunity for him. He nodded and said, "I will definitely live up to your trust. As you said, morality is very important. Otherwise, if there are some black wizards, it will be bad for us and the future empire. I will screen them carefully in this regard." Dole nodded and said, "That's not necessary. I will check regularly. With the cooperation of relevant wizard formations, it is not difficult to detect some black wizards. Although the Glory Wizard Alliance is a paradise for white wizards, and the Dark Empire is a paradise for black wizards, there are also many black wizards in the Glory Empire. They have limited resources, and will try every means to improve themselves, including mixing into the camp of white wizards. The biggest advantage of the black wizard meditation method is that it improves quickly, and has low qualifications. This is a great temptation for ordinary civilians, but the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, Meditation has a strong stimulation on emotions. Some require killing intent, some require death, and some require negative emotions. It is easy to cause personality distortion, or even emotional breakdown, and finally embark on the path of flesh and blood wizards and death wizards. Flesh and blood wizards are the witchcraft of the Black Elves. They are extremely powerful, and have a wide range. The most important thing is that some of their witchcraft can prolong life. Some wizards, who are about to die of old age, can easily go astray. Donnie has adhered to the wizard code for many years, so he did not fall into the embrace of black wizards. In fact, he has come into contact with many black wizard meditation methods, but in the end, he has determined his heart. He knows that this is also what Dole sees. He nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. I will definitely live up to your trust. In addition, I want to invite several Tower Masters of the Glory Wizard Alliance to guest star when school starts, and I will ask you to come." Dole smiled faintly. "No, I will take them there when the time comes." Donnie was in high spirits. "It would be best if you are willing to come by yourself. In our Northwest, so far, the strongest fighting force active outside is only you. I have heard of your great achievements in the Imperial capital, and I can only say two words: admiration." Dole nodded, his expression calm. "The trend of the times, there is no way. I don't want to offend anyone, but some things must be done by someone." Donnie nodded, looked at Dole and sighed. This man is now really bold. He thought for a while and said, "Then I will go back and prepare. I need to purchase more equipment for testing qualifications. I estimate that many people will come at that time." Dole nodded. "Please place an order with the Glory Wizard Alliance, and I will ask a specialist to do it. Don't worry, there is still more than a month." The two chatted casually for a few words, and Donnie left the hall and disappeared outside. Without the threat of nightmares, the whole world seemed to become much lighter. But Dole himself was not light. He changed his posture and looked at the complicated line of fate or luck above his head. It has been ups and downs, as if something around him has not ended yet. Dole lowered his head and thought for a while. It seems that there is no one who threatens him now? If there are things that threaten him, it seems that there is the judgment of light and the death weapon of the Dark Church. Apart from these two, Dole can't think of anyone who will threaten him. Do those ancient families still have trump cards? The rule of some people who threaten him? Dole knows that he has some grievances with the Wushan family and the Alexander family, but these grievances have not caused any impact. From the current situation, these two families have no life and death feud with him. When Dole thought of this, the thin line of fate above his head became a little stronger. Dole frowned. Could it be these two families? Is he on guard? Will the possibility of the other party's success be reduced? Dole felt that this line of fate was very useful. He could see his situation at any time and the impact of the surroundings on his future. This was really useful. Last time, it was because the fate line was extremely low that he remembered the enemy nightmare, and then took advantage of the situation and used the force to get rid of that guy. This stabilized the fate line. Otherwise, it would inevitably affect him. Do these two families have murderous intentions towards him? He didn't do anything to them, just some minor frictions. Are they going to attack the Glory Empire? Chapter 1003. Dole thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. At this moment, he felt a familiar breath coming from the distant horizon. He looked towards the horizon with a move in his heart. The breath of Emperor Yale. Warriors can fly in the sky, and those at level 9 can travel around the world, but their speed is not as fast and free as that of wizards. Emperor Yale was flying around alone, and his posture of wandering around the world was very consistent with his mood after he just left office. What is he doing here? He thought of a rumor and raised his eyebrows. Before Emperor Yale came, Dole condensed an avatar and flew out of the city. At the same time, at the edge of a small town, Axel also raised his head and looked over there. A voice came to Axel's ears. That's the former emperor of the Glory Empire, Emperor Yale, a 9th level warrior. Axel was startled. Lord Widom God Tree, you're awake. Well, I need to go to Dole once. Where does he have what I need? Axel nodded. She had been coveting the mysterious transaction between Dole and Lord Widom God Tree for a long time. Wizards believe in the principle of equal transactions. She doesn't want to be Dole's thug, nor does she help Dole, so she didn't take the initiative to ask for it, feeling ashamed. But if she doesn't come, she can enjoy it for thousands of years near the Widom God Tree. Isn't Emperor Yale retired? What is he doing here? He came from the northwest. Didn't he go back to the Imperial capital? To see his daughter? Axel thought of Elrea and thought to himself, this old guy has good daughters, more beautiful than himself, huh? The Wudong sacred tree seemed to sense Axo's thoughts, and smiled faintly, boring comparisons between female creatures. I go find Dole. In addition, I sense the awakening of the tree of death. It seems to have woken up. Axo curled his lips after hearing the first half of the sentence, but was shocked by the second half. Isn't the tree of death in the Wushan family? Yes, it has woken up from its slumber. I sensed its slowly rising breath, and its power seems to have increased a little bit. Axo was a little surprised. Could it be that the Wushan family specially awakened the tree of death for trading? I don't know. The tree of death doesn't have much contact with us. Axo knew that the several sacred trees would sense each other. The Wudong sacred tree mastered the way of fire, the Kunwa sacred tree mastered the way of the void, and the tree of life mastered the way of life. On the contrary, the tree of death mastered the way of the withering of all things. Once the tree of death moves, it can affect the fate of thousands of creatures. Moreover, each sacred tree has its own magical powers. The death tree may wake up by itself, or the witch god family may wake it up. This is unknown. Axo nodded. Should I ask Dole? The light voice of the Wudong tree came. If the awakening of the death tree will affect Dole, then he will definitely feel it. I can't understand Dole now. Every day, he will be a little stronger. 1 month, 1 year, he may be ahead of all of us in the future. Axo was a little shocked. Dole has mastered some unknown things. But is it as exaggerated as the Wudong tree said? The Wudong sacred tree can also produce some magical powers. She is now using these magical powers to trade with Dual Eye. Dual Eye seems to have something that the Wudong sacred tree wants. At this time, Axo brought the sacred tree to the Turin Bone Tower. At this time, one of Dual Eye's clones was measuring something under the tower. After Axo saw it, the clone said, "Go upstairs." Axo nodded. She didn't want to deal with Dual Eye's insect clone at all. She smelled like insects. The top floor of the Wizard Tower. The death breath of the Turin Bone Tower seemed to be stronger. Along the way, Axo felt a stronger breath of death and darkness. The essence of these breaths seemed to be strengthened. This was the strengthening of the Wizard Tower itself. Darkness, death, 2 breaths, made Axo very uncomfortable. When Axo stood in front of Dual Eye and saw Dual Eye, he was a little surprised. After not seeing him for a few days, the breath of this guy changed again. It seemed to become more profound. He was a level 7, but he, a level 8, couldn't understand it. She was slightly shocked and looked at Dole carefully. Dole's silicon-based clone looked at Axo and smiled faintly. As long as you promise me to protect the Albiz Mountains for me for 50 years, you will know why I have become so powerful. Axo was a little moved, but a little unwilling. 50 years sounds good, but what if I can't get what I want? Dole said lightly, "It's up to you, as long as you don't regret it. If I leave one day in the future, even if you are willing to serve me for 100 years, I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity. The aura of death and darkness on the top floor is not strong. After all, Elia, Ash, and the 2 children often come back." Axo curled his lips and said, "Find a room, I will practice for a while, your place is too gloomy." Dole waved his hand, and the door of the next room opened. At this time, the spiritual power of the Wudong God tree had flown out of the secret realm and came in front of Dole. The spiritual power of the Wudong God tree condensed into the form of a small sapling, looked around, and nodded slightly. Death and darkness are intertwined and complement each other. This wizard tower seems to be slowly moving towards the 9th level. Dole, you have improved 1 more point on the road of rules. Dole looked at the Wudong God tree, and was also a little surprised. This guy really took a lot of steps on the road of life. He nodded and said, "Is it the same for Master Wudong God tree? Is it the same as last time?" Wudong God tree nodded and said, "I need a little more time this time. Please provide a drop of life essence." "I just condensed it." Dual Eye nodded slightly. All trees, including the Death God tree, have some power of life and can condense life essence. It's just that the Life God tree condenses more concentrated, and the Death tree is worse. Wudong God tree has never heard of condensing life essence. Now it seems that through the last observation, he has understood part of the way of life. On the emerald green tree, a drop of crystal clear water that exudes this powerful vitality flowed out and floated in front of Dual Eye. Dual Eye moved his mental power, wrapped the life essence with mental power, and sent it into his sea of consciousness. This drop of life essence went around and was divided into 2 small drops, which were sent to the hands of the original body. The silicon-based clone nodded and said, "Please release your spiritual power." The Wudong sacred tree couldn't wait and hurriedly released its spiritual power. The spiritual power that came over enveloped her, and the spiritual power of one person, and one tree blended together. That feeling was very wonderful. Soon, it saw the same ocean of rules as last time. It was the scene of the bottom world of the world presented in front of it, so it was refreshed, and any other distracting thoughts were driven away, and it looked forward wholeheartedly. Chapter 1004. City Lord's Mansion. Dole stretched out his hand, turned his wrist, and half a drop of life essence appeared in his hand. He looked at Aaliyah and said, "Open your mouth." Aaliyah was very obedient, raised her head cutely, and pouted her lips playfully. She thought Dole was going to kiss her. Dole stretched out his hand and flicked it, and half a drop of life essence dripped into her mouth. Aaliyah only felt a cool thing falling into her mouth, and was a little disappointed. She was about to start acting like a spoiled child, but the next moment, a huge vitality burst out from her mouth and extended to all parts of her body. She immediately understood what this thing was. Without saying a word, she quickly kissed Dole's cheek, and immediately sat next to him, closed her eyes, and the magic power in her body continued to surge, calming this vitality. Seeing this, Dole turned to Ash and said with a smile, "Open your mouth." Ash saw Aaliyah's state, and knew what happened, so she said, "What about yours?" Dole smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, I can't do without me." Ash relaxed and opened her mouth. Dole poured the remaining half drop into her mouth. Ash felt the boundless vitality and began to practice. Both of them began to practice, and Dole became bored instead. He turned and went out, walking to the yard next to him. Wesleyan and Lauren hadn't left yet, and Ivy came today, bringing a dignified and beautiful girl. As soon as Dole entered the yard, he heard Monica giggling and Brian screaming beside him. Ivy's high-pitched voice sounded beside him. "After receiving the gift, you should call someone." Monica called sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Ivy's aunt." A woman's voice sounded, "You're welcome, it's my duty." When Dole walked in, it was just such a scene. He bribed his daughter with a small gift, what a loser. When he walked in, everyone inside saw him, and everyone's expression changed, especially Ivy, who stood at attention unconsciously, as if he had met his superior. The woman also became nervous. Seeing this, Dole smiled slightly. "Relax, it's not in the City Lord's mansion, it's in your own home." Ivy smiled bitterly, "You are almost level 8, how can we not be nervous? Just standing in front of you, I can feel the huge pressure, not to mention my girlfriend, I guess my legs are weak now." Dole came step by step, seemingly restrained, but still felt like a mountain. As for why his parents are fine, his father is powerful, and he has the buff bonus of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, so he is naturally superior, and not afraid of Dole. Monica saw Uncle Ivy like this and shouted at Dole, "Bad dad." Dole looked at Monica, and was a little speechless. Dad didn't do anything, didn't say anything, how could it be bad? Monica looked at Ivy, then at her aunt, and then at Dole, a little puzzled. That's right, Dad just came for a while, how could he scare them like this? But Dad is usually a little scary. Wesleyan coughed and said, Children's words are innocent, children's words are innocent. Dole, are you okay today? What about them?" Lauren hugged Brian and looked at Wesleyan reproachfully. They also have to have their own time. How can they be stuck together every day, aren't they annoying? Wesleyan glanced at his eyebrows and smiled, "I'm just asking." Dole hummed. They went to practice. He came to Wesleyan, sat down slowly, pulled Monica over, held her in his arms, looked at Wesleyan, and then looked at Ivy, and smiled. "Is it settled?" Ivy is 36 years old this year, which is considered an old young man among the nobles. It's not right not to get married. Ivy also relaxed at this time and nodded. "It's settled. Next year, I will have a child like you." Dole smiled and nodded, and he looked at the woman. The woman immediately bent down and said, "Lord City Lord, my name is Christina." Dole turned his wrist, "Give you a small gift." It was an incredibly beautiful necklace. Christina fell in love with it at first sight, but she looked at Wesleyan and Ivy again, and she was too embarrassed to reach out. Seeing this, Ivy took a deep breath, took it from Dole with both hands, and then laughed. "Then we will accept it. The lord of the city is definitely extraordinary." Dole laughed and scolded, "It's not a good thing. I dare not put good things on you. Carry it with you at ordinary times. It can improve some of your physical fitness. If you have children in the future, it will also be good for the children." Christina felt that this thing was very valuable. Ivy was stunned. If it is also good for the children, he should accept it. Christina is not talented. If it is good for the children, then she should accept it. Haha, I know that you are definitely extraordinary. Come on, come on. Ivy personally came on for Christina. A harmonious family. Outside the city, Dole had seen the figure of Emperor Yale. He seemed very tired, but his expression was very excited. The sky was cold and gray, and the air was very humid. It seemed that it was about to snow. The two met in the sky, and it was cold all around. Emperor Yale looked at Dole, a little surprised. Was this the real one or the clone? After seeing Dole, he laughed heartily. Why, you won't let me into the city? You came so far to stop me? Are you afraid that I will see my daughter and take her away? Dole's mouth twitched, and then he bowed slightly. Hello, Emperor. I'm not here to stop you. I just want to see you alone. Ash's parents are with me. Let me know in advance. Emperor Yale blinked, a little surprised. Westling is there too. He nodded and said, I see, just for this? No, and there's another thing. Elliot is in seclusion. It's estimated that she won't wake up for a week. There's nothing else. Emperor Yale was even more surprised. It was really unfortunate that he came this time. He thought for a moment and said, I've been traveling all the way and I'm tired. I just rest here. It's just right for me to chat with Westling, the Legion commander. When I was in the barracks, I was busy discussing things and didn't have a good chat. Dole nodded and said, then let go of your defense and I take you there. Emperor Yale breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really tired. It would be best if you could take me flying. He let go of his defense and was about to speak, but he saw a flash of white light in his eyes. Before he could react, he felt the space around him change. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a yard. In the yard, there were Westling, Lauren, and two young men he didn't know. They looked like Westling's sons. The woman seemed a little weak. And there was Dole's original body. The clone stood in place and suddenly dissipated and disappeared. Dole stood up from the stool. Westling and Lauren were also surprised and stood up with gratitude. Although Ivy had never seen the Yale Emperor, he was shocked after seeing his portrait and knelt down in shock. Chapter 1005. Meet the Emperor. Christina was even more shocked at this time. Her legs softened, and she knelt directly on the ground. Westerland and Lauren bowed slowly at this time, saying, Meet the Yale Emperor. Monica and Brian, who was still in Lauren's arms, were a little confused at this time, not knowing what big shot had come again, and stared at each other without blinking. Dole smiled faintly, touched Monica's head and said, This is the Yale Emperor. Why don't you meet him quickly? Monica was stunned. The Emperor? The Emperor of the Glory Empire? She imitated the adults, bowed slightly, and shouted sweetly, Meet the Yale Emperor. Although the Yale Emperor's prestige was great, it was not as great as Dole's, so Monica didn't think anything of it, just seeing an uncle with good strength. Emperor Yale looked around, nodded, and said, This is not the palace, no need to be restrained. Besides, I have already abdicated. He waved his hand, looked at Westling, and said, I came here to see my daughter. My daughter is in seclusion, and I don't have much to see, so I just came to see you. Westling laughed. What can I see? I'm old. Emperor Yale laughed. I remember that you are 20 years younger than me. Westling said, Yeah. East Ring Empire. In the middle of a small mountain range that was extremely dark and without any light, a strong breath of death enveloped the land. A black tree thousands of meters high, without a single leaf on it, just dark and dry branches, and a huge face-like shape on the tree was lifelike. The tree was obviously not a dead thing, but a living thing. Its breath was slowly rising, and the power of death rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Soon, the world within hundreds of kilometers around was surrounded by death. The mountains were covered with death, the sky was covered with death, as if the whole world had turned into a gloomy and terrifying hell. Black and gray were the main tones of this world, with almost no other colors. Soon, a pair of white eyes slowly opened on the lifelike face. In front of the tree, a figure stood in front of him, small and arrogant. His aura was also very strong, like a light in the thick fog in front of the extremely strong death power around him, although weak, but very strong. The figure saw the tree of death slowly open its eyes, bowed slightly, respectful but confident. Lord Tree of Death, a human with an extraterritorial creature clone, appeared in the Glory Empire. The Tree of Death seemed not to hear. The white eyes slowly turned, his black branches like dry branches swayed in the wind, as if thinking about something, and as if communicating something. I don't know how long it took. The Tree of Death lowered its eyes, and the endless power of death began to converge to the middle. An old, hoarse voice slowly sounded. The power of death represents death in the world. No living creature can escape the fate of death, except for the gods. His voice was very slow and very confident, as if carrying endless vicissitudes of life. In addition to the gods, there is another thing that can live forever, that is, the void creatures outside the domain, which can also live for thousands of years. The person you mentioned did control the body of the creature outside the domain, but it was only a pseudo-creature born from the body of the creature outside the domain, not a real creature outside the domain. The man was stunned. How did the death tree know? He frowned and said, Master Tree of Death, are you not interested? The Tree of Death looked at him, and said in an old voice, the Fire Wutong Divine Tree is right next to it. I don't want to cause trouble. The man was even more shocked. The Fire Wutong Divine Tree is right there? No wonder Nightmare didn't dare to go there, and the evil god failed to descend. It turned out that the reason was here. It wasn't Na Duolai who was powerful, but Master Fire Wutong Divine Tree was powerful? The Tree of Death seemed to see the man's sudden realization, and sighed slightly, with branches swaying. If he had a head, he would definitely shake his head at this moment. You dare to attract the attention of the other party without knowing anything. It's really nonsense. Fire Wutong is the proudest among all the sacred trees. Will it help a human? Even if there is a deal, he won't make a move. That human defeated the power of the descending evil god by himself, and also killed a trace of the true source of the evil god, although up to now, it is still unknown whether it was Fire Wutong who made the move. The Tree of Death has been sleeping for hundreds of years. When he woke up, he received a lot of information, and was slightly dazed and a little dazed. Nightmare revived and established an empire again, but this time, he was defeated faster, and his lifeline was cut off by the Holy Relic of Light, which wiped out all his chances of existence. He was dead, and this time, he was completely dead. There are also many evil gods descending. Except for the evil god who descended in the Glory Empire and failed, the evil gods of other empires were more or less successful. This little news is very shocking, especially the evil god of the Dark Empire, who directly descended a sub-body, and is now entangled with the Dark Church. What is wrong with this world now? Why is it so fragile and frequently invaded by these evil gods? Who caused these changes? Which race caused them? Or was it the dream rules that changed after the Nightmare entered the 9th level? As part of the world's will, the Tree of Death knew that there were only two possibilities for the weakening of the world's defense. The first one was that the world was evolving slowly, and it needed to consume some of its own power to evolve to a higher level. The second one was that the origin of the world was plundered. The second one was impossible. If the origin of the world was plundered, the first to disagree would be these ancient creatures. Their existence was actually part of the origin of the world. Plundering the origin was plundering their power. That could only be the first one, that the world was evolving slowly. The Tree of Death thought slowly, and time passed little by little. Not long after, the man finally woke up from his shock, and slowly said, Lord Tree of Death, I know what to do. The Tree of Death didn't pay much attention to him, but murmured to himself, the world is evolving, and the great century is coming. Don't pay attention to all the worldly struggles. Seize the time to comprehend the origin is the real truth. The man was even more puzzled when he heard this. He wanted to ask something else, but the Tree of Death had slowly closed its eyes. No matter how the man called, the Tree of Death never woke up again, and the death power around seemed to be more intense. The man could only sigh and leave. Although Lord Tree of Death was not allowed to come out, some information was obtained. What is going to happen in the world? What does this mean? The man knows that this means that the world is about to change, but what specific changes are, combined with what happened recently, the man seems to have some understanding. The world is changing. Lord Tree of Death didn't pay attention. Obviously, it is developing in a good direction, but it is getting worse now. An evil god has also descended on the border of the East Ring Empire. The family has already sent the guard battalion there, and is currently dealing with the problem. What we need to do now is to block the space channel through which the evil god descends, and cut off his source of power. This requires some communication with the Glory Wizard Alliance. Chapter 1006. In addition to the Honorable Wizard Alliance, there are only the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness that have this ability, but it is better to cooperate with the Honorable Wizard Alliance than to ask these two families. Damn it, what happened to the world? The Wushan family is an ancient and huge family. It has a very strong influence in the East Ring Empire, and has a lot of say in other empires. Like the Alexander family, they only control the wizard side, and generally do not interfere too much in other sides. This is the real base camp of the Wushan family, because the Lord of the Tree of Death represents the rules of death. And the highest achievement of the Wushan family is to achieve the true spirit of death. The true spirit of death is the peak of the 9th level. So far, there are 3 9th level people in the family, which is also the confidence of the Wushan family to suppress the 4 sides. Therefore, the man guessed that the world has changed, and he was afraid that the world would be promoted, and the world would be promoted one step further. Perhaps, those of them who have reached the 9th level, the peak of the 9th level, may be promoted to the god level in the future. He thought about it, and prepared to send this news back to see what others said. As for Dole's affairs and the conflict with Mills, they were minor matters. If he didn't reach level 8, Dole was not easy to mess with, so he would let it go for the time being. While Dole was practicing, he saw that his fate line seemed to be completely stable and getting thicker and thicker, and his heart was at peace. His magic power formed a huge colorful net around him, and on the net, various rules appeared. This was his rule power. If someone else took a look at this net, they would probably be scared to death. After the Chinese New Year, Dole was 32 years old. The city is becoming more and more prosperous. With the increase of population and the continuous gathering of people around, the prosperity of Albi's city is comparable to half of the Watsonburg. After the first day of the new year, the free magic lights in the city slowly lit up at night. Everyone sang and danced on the streets, and they were very happy. Especially the young people and teenagers, they were very excited to shuttle in the city. 3 years. Albi's city is 3 years old, and everyone cheered for it. It was the new year. At the suggestion of Ash, the city lord's mansion also held a banquet, which was quite rare, and invited both the political and business circles. As soon as this topic came out, the idea of holding a banquet was completely cancelled by those small nobles, and they all rushed to the city lord's mansion. Fortunately, the city lord's mansion is large enough, and this was thought of when the banquet hall was designed. The banquet hall in front of the city lord's mansion and the surrounding parks all became the location of the banquet hall at night. There were not many people in the city lord's mansion, and in the end, several deputy city lords had to mobilize some slaves and servants to maintain the situation. Dole, Ash, and Elia's clones were presiding here, and their original bodies, as well as Elia's original body, had already driven the wizard tower to the imperial capital. When Dole arrived in the imperial capital, George's first minister, Piana, came to greet him. After all, Emperor Yale also came with him. The two landed at the Imperial Mage Corps, and the Turin Bone Tower stopped in the backyard, so when they came out, they saw the Imperial Glory Wizard Tower group. The Fire King and the Ice King came out at the right time, greeted Dole, and then disappeared together. Dole was a little confused, and then the four of them walked outside together, and met Piana outside. Piana had the most basic qualities of an official, that is, pretending to be very kind and friendly. When he saw the four people coming out, he immediately bowed to the ground. Meet the Great Yale, Marquis Dole, Princess Ash and Princess Elia. Outside, he might not do this, but this is a kingdom with strict rules. Seeing the former king, it is natural to kneel down. As for the other three people, they are just incidental. Besides, with the current strength of Dole Wizard, it doesn't matter if he kneels down. Defeating Toby and making Mills flee for his life, these two achievements are enough to make anyone and any force bow their heads. Dole didn't say anything. Emperor Yale nodded and said, "No need to be polite. I'm not the emperor anymore. Just a simple greeting will do in the future." Piana stood up slowly and smiled. Etiquette cannot be abolished. He lowered his head and said, "Emperor George is already waiting in the backyard. Please invite the emperor, the two princesses, and Lord Dole to go over." George nodded, looked back at Dole, and turned back and said, "You lead the way." Nothing has happened in the palace recently. Piana was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then showed a tangled expression, then gritted his teeth and said, "Since the great victory in the northwest, Emperor George has been cracking down on the power of the nobles. He reduced the share of the nobles, who did not work hard at that time. Now the imperial capital is a little, how should I say, some people are panicking, especially the Alexander family, the Wushan family, and the Edward family." Emperor Yale was not surprised. George had told him about this. In this Northwest incident, the two top forces simply ignored the empire. They took the empire's resources and did nothing. If George didn't deal with them, then Yale the Great would deal with them. He nodded and said calmly, "I know." Then he walked towards the harem without saying anything. As soon as he entered other places, the difference between the south and the north was revealed. The north was still very cold during the new year, but the south had begun to warm up, at least not so cold. The green parts of the evergreen plants had begun to grow tenderer buds. There was already a hint of green in the garden, and a vitality seemed to be about to burst out. The plants in the south were mostly yellow and green, while the plants in the north were mostly green. This was the difference. Although no one spoke, everyone was whispering to each other. When walking through a park, Elia said to Dole, "I feel that plants in the north are stronger, while plants in the south are a little weaker. Look at the color, it's a little yellow, not green." Dole nodded. "It's normal, It's a regional characteristic. How long have you been in the north? Don't you like your southern plants? Aaliyah snorted, took Dole's hand and squeezed it, and said proudly, I feel that the colors of plants in the north are healthier and stronger, while plants in the south are still a little weaker. Dole smiled faintly and explained, the temperature difference between day and night in the north is large, and those leaves cannot be strong. Just like northerners, there are many differences in temperament from you southerners. Northerners have hot tempers, while southerners have gentle tempers. Aaliyah nodded. She rarely goes out, meets few people, and sees few things. She feels that she has seen a lot of things this time. Soon, they passed a long court, and in front of them was an open courtyard, surrounded by strict soldiers. George was not tall, but he was standing there in a very majestic figure. Dole was a little surprised. After not seeing him for a few months, George was already a qualified superior. Looking at the power on his body, he was quite good. He suddenly thought, if he looked at this guy with the eyes of the silicon-based clone, what could he see? Chapter 1007. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, and then opened them again. This time, what appeared in front of Dole was not George, but a yellow color that symbolized the color of destiny. It was so bright and dazzling that it almost blinded Dole's eyes. He hurriedly adjusted the angle of his gaze, and the transparency of the color. It was much better, but George in front of him was still as bright as a very bright yellow giant lamp, like a sun. He looked up at the sky along the light, and found that these lights came from all directions, and gathered here, not his own color. Do these bright rules represent the fate of the country? Or do they represent the fate of the empire? Dole didn't know anything and could only guess. He only looked for 2 seconds, and then closed the view. After all, this is the original body, not the silicon-based clone. There is a price to use this ability. Soon, they came to the gate of the compound. George had already walked up at this time, and the smiling Yale Emperor knelt on one knee. Greetings, father. Emperor Yale has been observing George all the way. He was a little relieved at this time. He bent down and helped George up, feeling a little heavy. When we meet in the future, just greet each other. You are the emperor, not an ordinary prince. Emperor Yale was full of emotion. Once the emperor abdicated, he no longer held the imperial power, and the situation was over. However, Emperor Yale was different. He was a 9th-level warrior, and could live for many years. The reason why he didn't want to stay in the imperial capital was that he didn't want to put too much pressure on George. He was going to work in the north. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and I have actually retired. Alas, George stood up and saw Emperor Yale sighing, so he said, Father is father, and this cannot be changed. After saying that, George turned around and looked at Dole. Then he bowed deeply. At this time, Dole felt that the weight on his body had increased a little, and he was slightly confused. He could bear George's bow, so he smiled and said, I won't return your bow. For this war, I have offended 2 major families, all for you. George raised his head and nodded heavily. I know, in fact, not only me, but also the emperors of various countries should thank you. If it weren't for you, Nightmare would have achieved the 9th level. Once a year or 2 has passed, there will be enough 9th level puppets. I'm afraid the whole world will be a disaster. He is more informed. Dole laughed. Let's not talk about this. Let's just talk about the present. He turned his head, glanced at Aaliyah, and said, This time I came here to propose marriage to you two, a formal proposal. Aaliyah was a little shy beside him. After being together for so long, they were finally going to be together in a real sense. George smiled. Of course, it's a blessing for Aaliyah to be with you. He changed the subject. Since it's a marriage proposal, let's go through the process tomorrow. Stay here today, and then talk about some details. Emperor Yale also said at this time, the imperial family has strict rules. This matter is different from you and Ash, but you can bring Ash with you to a solemn ceremony to marry the 2 princesses. It's all voluntary. Dole, you are my first time in the Glory Empire. Dole turned his head and looked at Ash and Aaliyah. Both of them were a little uncomfortable at this time. After all, it was a pursuit. Dole nodded and said, Etiquette cannot be abolished, so let's follow the rules. George laughed at this time. But before the etiquette, we can upgrade your status first. It was a marquis before, and now it will be a duke. I guess you can't be a prince, but little Brian will have a chance in the future. The prince must be a member of the royal family. Although Dole has 2 princesses as his daughter-in-law, he himself is not a member of the royal family. Brian, who is still in his arms, will be a proper member of the royal family in the future. Dole and Ash did not bring their 2 children this time. It was the same with or without them. Anyway, There were clones to take care of them. Ash and Elia stood behind, saying nothing, but feeling very proud. If an ordinary person saw the emperor of a country, I'm afraid his legs would be weak, but following Dole, he only needed to straighten his back. At this moment, someone came out. It was Daphne. Daphne walked out calmly, looked at everyone and said, "Meet the king, come in. What are you standing outside for? Today is the new year, it's just right, let's get together." The hall is very wide, with a long conference table and chairs. Yale the Great sat in the middle, and George sat next to him. There were not many people here, and Daphne and Elia's mother Camilla and the back were all in the line. George's current wife, Queen Bellany, sat next to George. As for the first minister, he had already left. Dole, Ash, and Elia sat opposite. After a while of greeting, George said, "Proposing marriage is generally divided into 3 contents. No matter who marries an imperial princess, it is nothing more than showing financial resources, power and status. In fact, these 3 factors are actually not very relevant. They are all necessary elements of marriage. In fact, we can ignore the result, but the process must go through. We must shut up those powerful people." Emperor Yale nodded. According to the custom for many years, the princess of the empire needs to marry with the major families. It is rare for them to choose on their own initiative. To marry a princess, one needs a certain status. This has become a convention. The same is true for our imperial prince to marry a noble woman. He was afraid that Dole would be disgusted. As for status and financial resources, Dole really had them all. Apart from the major ancient families, he really didn't lack money or status more than anyone else. With a combat power of level 8, he could stand anywhere. Who said he didn't have the strength? Dole thought about it. The nobles were so boring. He said softly, "All of these are fine. I just want to ask about the process. We will forget about the overly complicated procedures." George nodded. "I will try my best to simplify the process for them, but what must be done, especially in terms of showing strength. Everyone must be convinced." Dole was a little confused and looked at Elia next to him. "We are all like this. What else is the problem?" George's mouth twitched. "You underestimate the charm of a princess, right?" It was Dole's turn to be speechless. The identity of a princess is amazing. George smiled. In the empire, any princess or prince on the empire's list will receive a monthly salary and a title. Although the title of a consort is not a good title, it is equivalent to a viscount, which is equivalent to getting a viscount for free. Not to mention such an outstanding princess as Elia, even an ordinary princess, even if she remarried 3 times, there are still upper-class people fighting for her. Dole was speechless. "This is all right?" "Ahem, if that's the case, then I just show it off. I've already made arrangements with the Zonli office. You can go anytime now. Of course, if you don't want to go, you can call someone to the palace." Chapter 1008. Dole thought it was easy to marry a princess, just like Ash. Just have a simple meal with his parents and show his ability. Unexpectedly, things became very complicated. Identity, status, ability, and financial resources are all indispensable. At least, they must be shown in front of everyone and recognized by everyone. In fact, Dole was a little puzzled. What was the meaning of being recognized by everyone? He didn't know 99% of the people in the court. Why did he need their recognition? He just needed to live with Elia. But the imperial system is like this. After marrying Elia, Dole was considered the imperial consort, and was qualified to stand in the court to participate in state affairs discussions. This was the ultimate point. How many people fought for this title, just like a peacock spreading its tail, showing off in front of people. As for being a princess who is married, it is the least important link. This is the pitiful thing about the princess of the empire. She can't decide who she wants to be with. While Dole was not distracted by all kinds of things, he also felt deeply saddened by the chaos among the nobles. Elia had really walked her own path when she followed him. As for whether she really liked him or had no choice, it was another story at the time. Dole ran around the Zonli Bureau, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the Royal Palace Etiquette Bureau for 2 days, and finally finalized the process. Next, the Empire announced it, and then Dole would welcome inspections from all walks of life in the Empire. No matter who came to see him, he had to meet them. No matter who came from which side, Dole had to continue, fighting with words and fighting with fists, taking turns. The announcement will be made for 3 days. After 3 days, the Imperial Clan Ceremony Bureau and the Royal Palace Etiquette Bureau will compile a list of competitors. Dole will stand outside the Imperial Court Hall and accept the provocation of all competitors. This is a headache for Dole. After all, he cannot retreat or run away. Finally, he he asked Daphne, and Daphne told Dole that you should stand there and release the Turin Bone Tower. Whoever can come up will be qualified to challenge. Dole's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's do it. Who can come up to the 8th level wizard tower? This matter was settled. On the 15th day of the new year, the empire was boiling. The news that a princess, who was at the front of the list, was going to marry spread to every corner. After more than 10 days of fermentation, almost everyone knew about it. But the candidate for the son-in-law has been determined. When they learned that it was a guy named Dole, everyone was puzzled. There is such a person in the imperial capital. No one has ever known that there is such a person. Ordinary people don't know it all. At least in most circles, Dual-Eye is a completely unfamiliar name. Everyone thinks that this Dual-Eye should be selected as a trigger to cause competition among nobles. This is definitely a fight between dragons and tigers. However, in the wizard circle and the professional circle, this name seems to be a taboo, and almost no one dares to talk about it. From the information obtained from various aspects, Dual-Eye is equivalent to an 8th level wizard. What is this concept? 8th level is equivalent to the level of the ancestors of each family. Who dares to go up is no less than seeking death. Those who can compete with Dual-Eye are also the elders of each family. What are the level 8s doing? They are desperately studying the rules. Who would care about an imperial princess? The identity of an 8th-level person is much more valuable than that of an imperial princess. So, when the incident broke out and the news gradually spread to the outside, everyone in the real high-level circle took a breath. A level 7 master whose combat power is almost equal to that of an 8th-level master. Even the beggars on the roadside know what is going on. So, when the court was provoked, Dole released the Turin Bone Tower, and the court personnel of various families could only sigh helplessly. Elia and Dole had lived in the north for so long, and the two had already rolled together. In addition, Dole was strong in the imperial capital some time ago. Even the Alexander family and the Witch God family were powerless at this time. Of course, this is only on the surface. Privately, the nobles, the Honor Wizard Alliance, and various unions were undercurrents, but no matter how they stirred, no one finally found Dole here. It was not that they could not, but that they did not dare. For a time, the imperial capital was turbulent. After January 20th, the matter was settled. In fact, when Dole took out the wizard tower, the matter was basically over, without any suspense. More than a dozen major departments of the empire, dozens of nobles, all looked at the dark, death-filled Turin Bone Tower, and no one dared to go up. Alexander family. Mills stood at the door full of ancient atmosphere, and just waited for a minute. Toby's majestic figure walked out of the door. He looked at Mills, and did not let him in, but stood at the door, and closed the door. The Wushan family has mastered the power of death, and possesses all kinds of incredible abilities, especially in biology. We must not let him in. Lord Mills, is there anything that can't be solved by sending a message? Toby thought about it. This guy should be here for Dole. Mills looked at Toby, snorted coldly, and sent a message. I'm afraid you won't reply to the message. What does the Alexander family think about Dole's matter? Toby narrowed his eyes and thought, how do I know what to think? The family has not yet discussed a result, but most of the results may be no matter what. After all, a wizard with spatial attainments, although the Alexander family can afford to provoke, the consequences are somewhat uncontrollable. This is not an ordinary wandering wizard, but a great pharmacist, a spatial wizard. Once they really confront and reach the point of breaking, they can certainly chase Dole with all their strength. But Dole can't bear it if he uses a trick. We are ready to ignore it, do our own thing, do our own job, and don't interfere with each other. Mills looked a little strange. Lord Toby, this is a bit of a compromise. That Dole is at best a solitary wizard. Why don't you get rid of him? Toby said with a fake smile. Two evil gods have descended in the East Ring Empire, causing trouble everywhere, and the Dark Empire has also descended and caused destruction everywhere. Lord Mills doesn't want to solve this matter, but wants to make trouble in the Glory Empire. It's a bit inappropriate. Mills was poked in the sore spot. The East Ring Empire has no gods sitting in it, and it relies on several major wizard organizations to suppress it. It is not as good as the Dark Church. Although the Dark Church is in chaos, the Dark Empire will not be in chaos with the Dark Church. At present, the evil gods are about to be suppressed, but the East Ring Empire is in constant war. Mills snorted coldly. I just want to ask you a question. You don't have to stab me. After saying that, he turned and left. Before leaving, he said slowly, the most famous organization in the East Ring continent, the Voodoo Organization, is ready to attack him and get the silicon-based clone. At that time, the competition between various forces will be a problem. I just remind you not to stand on the wrong side at that time. Toby was stunned for a moment, and then saw Mills leave here quickly. Chapter 1009. If the north is the territory of elemental wizards, then the south, even in many small places, is full of real weird witchcraft. The name of witchcraft basically comes from those weird things. Most elemental wizards prefer to call themselves magicians. The word which in ancient times represented a bad meaning, weird, powerful, and inviolable. Now, the word which is more of a symbol. In fact, in essence, it has been completely replaced by magic. The voodoo organization is an organization that truly inherits the synonym of evil. They are good at using various curses and poisons to attack opponents. The witchcraft in their hands is also very strange, and it is easy to be tricked inadvertently. The voodoo organization ranks second among underground organizations. It is very powerful. It is active in the south all year round, and causes trouble in the southeast. It is almost difficult to resist even if they are level 8. They are better at assassination and come openly. Toby thought about it, and felt awe in his heart. Even the Alexander family never openly offended this organization. Generally speaking, they turned a blind eye. Even if they offended, they would almost be ruthless, kill them instantly, and finally clean up any traces, so that the other party could not find any clues. Otherwise, they would face endless sneak attacks. This is not something a family can bear. The voodoo forces want to deal with Dole, which is a good sign. If this news is passed back, the family can fish in troubled waters. Toby thought about it, and decided not to participate because his strength was too low. To deal with Dole, you must be at least level 8. If you are lower than level 8, you can't even break through the opponent's wizard tower. 2 level 8 wizard towers, this is no joke. He hesitated for only 1 or 2 seconds, and then passed the message back to the headquarters. Mills walked a short distance forward, and felt the mental power fluctuations behind him. The further he walked, the happier he felt. The more people know about this matter, the more chaotic it will be after a while. Damn Dole, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Mills's news was of course true, but he didn't tell Toby that it was the Wushan family who really asked the voodoo organization to take action. The voodoo organization is actually composed of some talented children in the family with different ideas. When they heard that there was an extraterritorial creature clone, those people couldn't help it. Although it was just a fake extraterritorial creature, it was enough to shock any force. While the Light Empire and the Dark Empire have not had time to stir up trouble, the Wushan family decided to strike first. In the palace, Dole was chatting with Aishi and Elrea in the wizard tower. There were only 3 of them in the empty room. The ancient lights and the pure wood fragrance filled the room with the atmosphere of an ancient study. Dual Eye suddenly moved and looked at the top of his head. The fade line was fluctuating and seemed to be fading. He turned his head and looked at Elrea, saying, "Ancestor Qinwei is not ready to show up. What should I say?" Elrea pouted, "I have seen the ancestor very few times, so I don't know. You can just send a message directly. Anyway, the ancestor is optimistic about you. But if I get married, the ancestor will not care. If I am not at level 7, the ancestor will not look down on me at all." Dole raised his eyebrows and said, "Then you have to work harder." Elrea laughed and said, "No, I still have 2 children. I just reached level 6, how can I reach level 7 so quickly? Do you think everyone is a pervert like you?" Dole touched his nose, suddenly stood up, and said, "I'm going out for a while. I just communicated with the ancestor Qinwei. I'm going to read books in the library of the Imperial Mage Corps." Ash's heart moved at this time. "Is Dole busy?" She nodded and said, "Then you come back early, we have to go back to the northwest early." Elrea chimed in, "That's right, it's too depressing here. You can't walk around anywhere. It's uncomfortable and unpleasant. It's more comfortable in the northwest. You can go wherever you want. In the northwest, level 6 is a giant. With Elrea's level 6 strength, she can go wherever she wants. It's not the same in the imperial capital. There are masters everywhere, and it's impossible to have fun." Dole stood up and walked out. He was not going to read books, but to see Vasily. Vasily was quietly promoted to level 9. Ancestor Qinwei was also there. Dole left the imperial capital, and walked eastward to the territory of the Glory Wizard Alliance. On a peak in the back mountain, Vasily stood alone, surrounded by circles of white light. Around him, the auras of the 2 old men connected the sky and the earth, blocking all directions. If Dole had not received the news in advance, he would probably not have felt it. These 2 ancestors were both level 9, one was Vasily, and the other was unknown. After Dole flew over, he quietly landed on the other side of the mountain, looked at Vasily, and quietly watched him promoted to level 9. Vasily should also be promoted to level 9. After returning from this trip to the northwest, he has reached the critical point. He is only a little bit away from comprehending one space rule to the 9th level. Together with the 2 he originally comprehended, it is exactly 3. The aura around Vasily kept rolling, but it never exceeded a critical point. It was not very grand, but it was obvious that in a large area of white light, his figure gradually became illusory and mysterious. Dual Eye switched the perspective, and saw that there were 12 rule chains wrapped around him. Among these 12 rule chains, 3 of them were particularly thick, 2 were fully mature, and 1 was still a little short. But it was this shortcoming that was constantly rolling and slowly becoming thicker. When Dual Eye saw these 3 rules, his heart moved, and he carefully comprehended them. While covering the sky and the earth, the ancestor Qianhua looked around. At this time, all the level 8s in the imperial capital had arrived. There were also several powerful level 7s mixed in. The most powerful level 7 was naturally Dual Eye. Even if it was an ordinary level 8, no one had a stronger aura than him. This guy was a monster. Most of the level 7s were not notified, because it was meaningless. This was a level 8 promotion to level 9, which was different from a level 7 promotion to level 8. The Imperial Mage Corps, the Glory Wizard Alliance, and various ancient families, there were 10 level 8s standing around, watching quietly. The Fire King Ancestor, the Ice King Ancestor, the Demon Old Man, and others were scattered, and there were other level 8s around, each occupying a mountain silent. When Dual Eye arrived, they also took a look, and several people showed surprised expressions, but when the people around them didn't speak, they didn't speak either. The only center of the world around them was Vasily. As long as Vasily was promoted to level 9, it would be very likely that he would be the most powerful level 9. The space rule, which is part of the top rule of space and time, is very powerful. At this time, Dole also felt a little strange, because the spatial rules mastered by Vasily were basically the same as the most spatial rules he currently mastered. Chapter 1010. Both of them used the same runes and the same system, so it made sense that they comprehended different rules. As Dual Eye watched, he took what he saw into his own use and almost absorbed it completely. His comprehension of space rules increased rapidly. Many unknown wonders of space were now slowly unfolding before his eyes, like a scroll of pictures that depicted all kinds of things, and presented them to Dual Eye for him to learn. Dual Eye's original comprehension of the rules was not much different. After a brief observation, he smiled slightly. His aura rose slightly, reaching the 8th level, and that space rule reached more than the 9th level. Dual Eye's aura rose, and he could not hide it from the people around him. At this time, everyone around him looked over and showed a look of shock. The old man of the demon, the Ice King, the Fire King, and other people who were familiar with Dual Eye in the distance were stunned. They had only watched for a while, and this guy was promoted to the 8th level, and he was promoted silently, which was too incredible. Bitterness, shock, envy, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of emotions surged in my heart. Level 7 and Level 8 have different concepts. Level 7 only grasps a little bit of the rules, and Level 8 is to comprehend a rule to perfection. These are two different concepts. Level 8 begins to comprehend the second rule. If these two rules complement each other, the strength has been improved by dozens of times. Dole was promoted to Level 8, and the Ice King, Fire King, Demon Old Man, and others in the distance felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. For so many years, I have really lived like a dog. At this time, Vasily, the most central person, suddenly laughed loudly. Congratulations to my Imperial Royal Family for adding an 8th level person. Today is also the day when I, Vasily, am promoted to level 9. The whole country should celebrate. He suddenly laughed wildly, and the aura on his body suddenly increased by 3 or 4 times. The white light around him was not so strong, and it became slightly transparent. But the aura was really strong. At this time, Dole saw that the last rule chain on his body gradually solidified and soon broke through the 9th level. When he broke through to the 9th level, Vasily's figure gradually became illusory. He comprehended the void. Dole saw it very clearly through the perspective of the silicon-based clone. At the same time, his void rules were constantly enriched. In Vasily, he saw a lot of the wonders of the void rules. Vasily laughed wildly, and was promoted to the 9th level. The people around him didn't dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing him. After the promotion to the 9th level, it was consolidation. Seeing this, the people around him settled down. Envy, sighs, and other emotions kept rolling in everyone. Dole couldn't care about anything else at this time. He was observing the rules of Vasily, and only he could see and observe them. This guy could use the rules of space himself, which was really great. His strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Northwest, Wassenberg. In the backyard of the Rhine family, deep underground, an old man, with a cold breath suddenly opened his eyes, and looked to the east. A new level 8. He carefully calculated the distance, and felt a little strange, and then was shocked. A level 8 at the age of 32, this simply broke the world record. This, at the same time, the old black dragon in the Bayuan Mountains also felt it. His eyes penetrated the earth, and looked at the Albise Mountains. His huge dragon eyes were full of solemnity. How long has it been, my dragon mother? Is that little guy the reincarnation of a god? So exaggerated, level 8, my god. The old black dragon's mouth began to tremble at this time. Another level 8 appeared in the northwest. The human race is going to prosper. He began to mutter in his mind. Will Duolai attack the Bayuan Mountains now that he is level 8? It shouldn't happen. The human race can't use the mountainous areas. If the two really fight, the mountains will most likely be destroyed. It shouldn't fight. He knows Duolai. At most, he can occupy the Albise plain. Alas, the human race is really an incredible race. In the Evil Spirit Mountains, and even the Nightmare Forest, there are dozens of eyes looking at the Albise Mountains, guessing who has been promoted to level 8. Although Duolai's promotion to level 8 was silent, it could not be hidden from many level 8s. There is a sense of induction between level 8s. Duolai's original body was promoted to level 8, so his clones naturally mastered the power of these rules, and naturally promoted to level 8, so it was sensed by the people in the north. Vasily was still being promoted and consolidated, and soon, 3 days passed. 3 days later, the high-level people around relaxed and started talking. The first person to speak was the ancestor Qianwei. The loud voice of the ancestor Qianwei resounded throughout the land. Congratulations, Duolai, you have been promoted to the king level, and from now on, you can gallop across the world. He did not mention Vasily. The people around looked in Duolai's direction at this time, especially those who had never seen Duolai and had only heard of Duolai's legend of level 8, and were even more shocked. Although Duolai's promotion did not have earth-shattering performance, his aura did rise to the level of level 8. They thought it was the senior level 7, but they didn't expect that this person was Duolai. Didn't he just get promoted to level 7 not long ago? How could he get promoted to level 8 again? The people around who didn't know were stunned, and those who knew, such as the Ice King, the Fire King, the Old Demon, etc., were also filled with endless sighs at this time. At this time, in the distance, Vasily's breath gradually stabilized, and then he laughed out loud. My promotion to level 9 is not as impressive as your promotion to level 8, Duolai. At the age of 32, you have broken the record of the West Ring continent, and even the record of the Alpha world. Duolai, are you sure you are not the reincarnation of a true god? Vasily's voice spread all around, rolling and echoing around, full of majesty and solemnity, but also kind and solemn, as if he were an elder. The old demon stood in the distance and sighed at this time. That's right, I feel that you are the son of the world. Too scary. Dole was promoted to level 8, and his breath was not lower than other level 8s. Instead, he was like a senior level 8. Various voices came from the people around him at this time. Dole was not proud or complacent, as if all this was justified. He turned around calmly, bowed slightly to all 4 directions, and slowly said, it was due to chance that President Vasily was promoted to level 9, which made me comprehend a lot of space rules, so the space rules were perfected first. It's not because I'm good, but because President Vasily is good. The people around him were speechless. What do you mean Vasily will be promoted to level 9, and you will be promoted with him? You can also take a ride on this matter? Suddenly, the people around him looked at him with a look of keep pretending. The Qianwei Patriarch was also speechless at this time, and Vasily, and the others were also speechless. They all knew that Duolai had a silicon-based clone. That thing was a bit mysterious, and could see things that others couldn't see. Duolai must have seen something, which caused a qualitative change. This guy himself had a lot of comprehension of space rules, and maybe he really took a ride on Vasily. Chapter 10:11. The clone of the extraterritorial creature is too powerful. At this time, the ancestor Qianwei glanced at Duolai, and envy appeared in his heart. After a moment, he shouted to Vasily in the distance, congratulations to President Vasily for being promoted to level 9. The people around him only realized at this time that the protagonist of today was President Vasily, and they turned their heads and aimed their eyes at President Vasily. Congratulations to President Vasily for being promoted to level 9, and the Glory Wizard Alliance will prosper, and the Glory Empire will prosper. The voice was loud and sonorous, resounding throughout the land. Vasily's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he flashed and reappeared, he was already nearby. He smiled lightly, bowed slightly to the people around him, and said, "Congratulations, the Glory Wizard Alliance is my home. If there is no other opportunity in the future, I will stay in the Glory Wizard Alliance. Welcome to disturb me." The people around him felt heavy in their hearts. After being promoted to level 8, one should look for ways to be promoted to level 9 or above. So many people have gone to the outside world, but many people are unwilling to go out, because space teleportation is too dangerous, and they are unwilling to go to the world controlled by the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. Breaking through space and going to another world is full of uncertainties. Now that President Vasily has entered level 9 through space, can he find a suitable space and set up a super-distant space teleportation array? So, when Vasily said this, an 8th level person spoke loudly, "Since President Vasily has mastered the space, we naturally need to bother you. Regarding finding a suitable higher world, President Vasily needs to worry more." As soon as these words came out, all the level 8s around were shocked and looked at Vasily. Vasily smiled faintly. "We can't be in a hurry to set up the magic circle beyond space. We don't have a suitable world to cross, and the higher world is not as simple as we think. There are two different things between a world with a god and a world without a god. Gods need faith and believers, and it is easy to become a terrible thing. You all know it very well." The people around were silent. From one world to another, if you are lucky, it is a higher world. If you are unlucky, it is still a lower world. Then it will be fun. It's okay to have a teleportation array here, but if there is no teleportation array in other lower worlds, you have to rely on your own strength to teleport, and the probability of death may increase to 99%. This is a very scary concept. An old-looking level 8 slowly flew into the sky, and his low and vicissitudes voice spread across the earth. "It's not urgent. Please worry about it, President Vasily. We have been stuck at level 8 for many years. There is no room for advancement in this world. If there is a teleportation array, it would be the best. If there is no teleportation array, we have to find a way ourselves." After these words came out, the level 8s around him fell silent. The lifespan of a wizard is very long, but if there is no progress, and he stays where he is, no matter how long his lifespan is, it will be useless. Dole glanced at the old level 8, and felt a little shudder in his heart. His strength is very strong, but Dole saw that he was indeed extremely old, and had begun to have a layer of old age. That is only seen in ordinary elderly people who are about to die. This person has truly reached the limit of his lifespan. He looked around. There were a dozen level 8s around him, but only 2 of them had reached the limit of their lifespan, and the others also looked like they had a long lifespan. Everyone who could be promoted to level 8 was a dragon among men, and it was understandable that they had not made any progress for so many years. There is great terror between life and death. These people have not yet taken the wrong path, which means that their obsession is not strong. If one day, these people take some other measures to prolong their lifespan, it may really be a disaster for the world. He thought for a while, and slowly said, "Regarding the search for extraterritorial space and the higher world, I will assist President Vasily at that time. Please wait, this matter will have a result." When the people around heard this, they turned their eyes, and were slightly moved. The old wizard looked at Dole and bowed slightly. "I can still live for 100 years. I hope that Dole and Vasily, 2 wizards with great spatial abilities, can find a suitable world within 100 years. We old men will be grateful." Although he is about to die of old age, it is not a problem for him to live for 100 years with the ability of a wizard. At this time, the old ancestor Qianwei glanced at the other party, and slowly said, "Life and death are determined by heaven and cannot be forced. You two should find a way to improve yourselves. If it doesn't work, you can keep your memory and reincarnate again. It's not a good thing to pin your hopes on others." The man looked at the old ancestor Qianwei, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his old face. "Isn't there no way to improve? Lord Qianwei, you are not in a hurry." Patriarch Qianwei shook his head. "I'm not in a hurry. At least I can plan to leave here after I train another level 9. The Empire needs a level 9 to take charge. Although Vasily is now level 9, after all, his level 9 is the level 9 of the Glory Wizard Alliance, not the level 9 of the Imperial Wizard Corps. As long as the Ice King and the Fire King, the kings of the Empire, can randomly produce a level 9, Patriarch Qianwei can leave this world with confidence and find his own way to become a god. Only by becoming a god can one live forever, which is the eternal topic of the wizard world. President Vasily achieved level 9, and the 8 levels around him were silent. Where is their path to level 9? Dole's achievement of level 8 is certainly shocking, but these 8 levels are not in the mood to care. At this stage, they have only one task: which is to strive to be promoted to level 9. President Vasily successfully promoted to level 9, and soon, the people around him kept dispersing, and in the end, only a few level 8s from the Imperial Wizard Corps and the Glory Wizard Alliance were left. In the end, only a few people were left. Soon they broke through the air, and arrived at the base of the Glory Wizard Alliance in front of the mountain range, and entered the Wizard Hall. Vasily was promoted to level 9. He was still savoring the wonders of level 9. He felt as if he had become another person, and the world around him had also become a new world. The completion of one rule triggered the changes of other rules. At this time, several new rules appeared in front of him. Vasily couldn't wait to comprehend these rules. If it weren't for the fact that Elder Qianwei and Duolai hadn't left, he would have wanted to go into seclusion directly. In the hall, only the old man Mo, Duolai, Elder Qianwei, and Vasily were left. Everyone else had left. As soon as the four people entered the main hall, the door behind them slammed shut. In the hall, rays of light rose from all directions, illuminating the hall very brightly. Vasily walked forward slowly, found a small table, and the four people sat around the table. Elder Qianwei looked at Vasily with a burning gaze and asked, "Now that you have been promoted, how confident are you in searching the outside world?" Vasily was asked this question just as he sat down. Chapter 10:12. The old man and Dole also looked over at this time. They both knew a little about space, and had some knowledge about it. Vasily thought for a while, and said, "It's not certain yet. There are many kinds of space rules, such as distortion, collapse, expansion, migration, flickering, etc. I only understand one of them, migration. If I want to find the outside world, I must at least go a long way in the space law, and the Glory Wizard Alliance must cultivate enough space wizards, such as Dole." He looked at Dole. Dole touched his nose. Ancestor Qianwei glanced at Dole, and thought to himself that such a genius could not be cultivated overnight. He turned his head and looked at Vasily again. "Then I have another question. Are you sure about searching the outer space?" Vasily smiled. "We have successful experience. It shouldn't be a problem. Isn't the maze world discovered through the magic circle search? What we need to do now is to expand the search distance, and expand it to countless times, which is not easy." Vasily looked at Dole, and said solemnly, "Dole should know that his partner Ball came from another world. He should know the distance." Seeing everyone looking at him, Dole touched. He touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, "Ball did talk about this topic, but he was very general. He said that at the two ends of space, it can be very close or very far away, depending on the understanding of space. He used a magical object at the time to cross directly." The old demon became interested in this. According to the laws of space, space actually overlaps with space. If you want to talk about distance, it is almost impossible to connect different spaces. First of all, you have to break the barrier of space, which is very difficult to do. Far is not a little bit, and if you want to talk about close, it's just a matter of stretching your finger. The specific situation is not very clear. At least the void is a very difficult concept to understand. Whether the void exists or not, why it is observed, and why there are void creatures in the void, these are all very difficult to understand conceptual problems. Vasily was overwhelmed when he heard this. They were just very traditional elemental wizards. How could they understand these profound things? He thought for a while and said, "You have been promoted to level 9 now, so you should implement this matter. At least you have to find 2 high-level worlds, so that there will be sources for future level 8 and level 9 wizards. There is hope that more wizards can be born." Vasily nodded and said, "I will study this after consolidating for a while, but when searching for nightmares this time, I feel that the Dark Church and the Light Church have a tendency to unite, as if they want to deal with us." The corner of the mouth of the ancestor Qianwei twitched slightly, and sneered. "The East Ring Empire and the Dark Church are secretly communicating with each other, and the Wushan family is communicating in the middle. They want to swallow. And our southeastern part, it doesn't matter, they still have to deal with the arrival of the evil god in the country, and they won't have time to pay attention to us. We now have 4 level 9, one more than them, they dare not act rashly." Vasily thought for a while, relaxed a little, and still said with a solemn expression, "The Wushan family and the Alexander family like to make trouble. Do you want to clear them out of our empire?" Ancestor Qianwei nodded. "The Alexander family is not in a hurry, but the Wushan family can first reduce their survival value and force them to leave. The Wushan people are not very peaceful." Vasily nodded and said, "A few days ago, Lord Kunwa told me that the Tree of Death was awakened. I don't know why, but it should be doing something, and we need to be on guard." He looked at Dole. "I tend to think it has something to do with Dole." Dole touched his chin and said, "It should be related to me. The Wudong sacred tree has warned me. As soon as these words came out, everyone else blinked. How did the Wudong sacred tree get involved again? Dole smiled. The Wudong sacred tree is currently with me. Everyone immediately understood. Duolai said again, after the Chinese New Year, in March or April, when the weather gets warmer, our family will go to the Tree of Life to have a look. At that time, the offspring of the Wudong God tree may also go. Everyone was shocked. The two great God trees went out together. What was they doing? Vasily asked hurriedly, are you okay? Duolai shook his head and said, it's okay. I helped them solve the problem of the Black Elves last time. Now I just want to thank them. As for the matter of the Wudong God tree, they should have something to discuss. Back to the point, I need a magic circle drawing for searching space. Can you give it to me now? Duolai has now been promoted to level 8, and has the confidence to ask for the magic circle again. In fact, he can design and make it himself, but it's too troublesome. Now all his thoughts are on understanding the rules, so he has no time to do research. Vasily looked at the old ancestor Qianhui, and then the two nodded together. The corners of the old man's mouth slowly opened. Duolai is level 8, and has the ability to protect what he wants to protect. These two can relax. Vasily nodded and said, I can give it to you, but you must keep us updated on your research results. Dole was also relieved and said, of course, but I only have the strength of one person, and it is estimated that the results will be slow. Vasily thought, you are not alone, you can fight against thousands of troops. He smiled slightly and said, just communicate. I will give you the magic circle now. This magic circle is not complicated. The main thing is that several raw materials are difficult to find. You have to find them yourself. Dole nodded, and the two exchanged information. Dole got the magic circle, and just took a look at it, and he knew that he had made a profit again. Although many concepts involved in this magic circle were already known from the old man, the more detailed ones were not in his hands. Now I saw it, and found that many of them had never been thought of before. This magic circle alone can support his space rules to move forward a long way. Very precious. He thought about it and said, I have also been studying recently, let's exchange with each other. He extended a little light, and distributed it to 3 people. The 3 people took it, closed their eyes, and understood it carefully. Not long after, Vasily opened his eyes first, his eyes shining. Although it's just some theories, it's very useful. Dole, we should communicate more often in the future. In the space, the old man can't compare with you at all. On the side, the old man's mouth twitched, and he sighed in his heart. The previous generation pushed the next generation, and the next generation died on the beach. He is indeed old. Ancestor Qianhui didn't understand at all, but when he heard the 2 people talking, he opened his eyes, and said, only by sharing what we have can we make progress. The meeting was going on, and at this time, a group of guests came to the Turin Bone Tower in the palace. Ash, Elria, Daphne, and a group of princesses and princes of about the same age visited the Turin Bone Tower together. Chapter 1013. Unlike Daphne's Four Spirits Wizard Tower, which is bright, grand, and full of yang and power, the Turin Bone Tower is full of darkness and death, which makes everyone feel terrified as soon as they enter. The power of death brushed past them, and they were all terrified. After visiting for a while, some people couldn't stand it, and ran out quickly. Some people were more curious and novel, looking here and there. This shows the difference between people. Daphne also likes the Turin Bone Tower, but this wizard tower is too gloomy, not as bright and warm as the Four Spirits Wizard Tower. But this is an 8th level wizard tower. A wizard tower that can kill an 8th level monster head-on, as long as it has this, can dominate the world. They don't know that Dole is already at level 8. And this matter, the fact that Dole is already at level 8, began to ferment among the major families. Level 7 and level 8 are 2 completely different concepts. Especially after hearing this news, Mills was completely stunned. He immediately thought that the Voodoo organization might not be so easy to succeed. Dole's level 8 is not the same as others' promotion to level 8. When he was at level 7, he had almost the combat power of level 8. At level 8, only a level 9 elder could take down Dole. At least a level 9 elder in the family would have to take action, but if a level 9 elder took action, would the level 9 elders who had passed the Gory Wizard Alliance be vegetarians and look down on the Qianhui Patriarch? This might be difficult. Level 8 is the king level, and level 9 is the honor level. At the king level, one person can represent a huge force. At this time, Dole suddenly changed from a small hill to a mountain that needs to be looked up to. He felt a little cold in his heart, and hurriedly passed the message out. Their message transmission system was a little slow, and it was still unclear when it would be transmitted to the headquarters. In a mountain near the Glory Empire in the East Ring Empire, a wizard in green clothes was walking in the mountain like a stroll. A large piece of green mist surrounded him. Within 1,000 miles around, all creatures that were touched by the mist would die within 3 seconds. His speed was very fast. It seemed that he was strolling in the garden, but he was walking 10 meters at a time, and he was moving quickly in the mountain. Several level 7 monsters in the mountain roared provocatively, but the man ignored them. Soon, he passed through the mountains and officially came to the territory of the Glory Empire. He still needed to cross a distance of nearly 7,000 kilometers, from the northeast of the Glory Empire to the northwest. Very far, very far. He restrained his breath, treated himself as an ordinary warrior, stood on the ground, and ran quickly to the northwest. A strange wizard can easily attract the investigation of the Honor Wizard Alliance. It is better to disguise as a warrior, and no one will pay attention to him. His target is a man named Dole, and he wants to get his secrets from him, as well as the nightmare meditation method. It is said that he has successfully practiced it, so the man knows that he can't take it lightly and must be cautious. The horror of the nightmare ancestor is known to the whole continent. The other party has practiced this meditation method, so he really needs to be very careful. This method is much more terrifying than the death plague god that he has practiced. He must get this method and kill Delay or capture him. He has confidence in himself. At the same time, at the other two ends of the empire, there are also people heading north. They are all members of the voodoo lurking around. They are all black wizards. Dole didn't know all this. He only needed to observe his fate line. At this time, the fate line was so thick that he didn't want to talk, so he ignored everything around him. Survival ability is based on strength. As long as he can also upgrade the other two space rules to above the 9th level, or the other two rules to above the 9th level, after the promotion to the 9th level, who dares to provoke him in this world except those ancient beings? After the 8th level, Dole also thought a lot. After leaving the Glory Wizard Alliance, he quickly returned to the palace. The wedding was completed, and he should go back to the north and sit in the Albiz Mountains. With him as an 8th level wizard, the Albiz Mountains can even open up a state. But Dole didn't care about this at all. He just wanted to practice honestly, and then leave this world and find the highest height he could climb. Back in the Churn Bone Tower, Dole saw a group of women and a young man wandering around in the Wizard Tower. He didn't care, but went back to his laboratory, closed his eyes, and carefully studied the magic circle he got today. Daphne, Elria, and Ash still didn't realize that Dole had been promoted to level 8. Elria touched her belly, where a little life was brewing, although it was still an embryo. After getting married, the two had no scruples and started to have children. She made a plan to have 2 children, which was very simple for wizards. In fact, they originally wanted twins. Twins are not difficult. Even triplets are not difficult. With her blood and chi conditions, it is not a problem at all, but twins are prone to various problems, so they let it go. Ash was a little envious. She had a wizard physique and could not do this, at least not in terms of blood and chi. Elray encouraged Ash to have 2 children, and Ash was even a little tempted. Dole came back, and the two of them also felt it, but Dole did not show up, and the two of them did not care much, and wandered around in the wizard tower with a group of people. The two of them played pranks, creating some scary scenes from time to scare the tribesmen, and many people have been scared away. This wizard tower is indeed a bit gloomy and scary. Dole had just sat down when Ash's clone came over and gently sat beside Dole, leaning against him and smiling. "How is it? Who did you meet today?" Dole thought about it, and decided not to hide it from Ash, so he said, "President Vasily has been promoted to level 9. Today we are attending his promotion ceremony. The Glory Wizard Alliance also has its own level 9. Ash was surprised. President Vasily has reached level 9, that's a big deal. She thought of many things, so she said, "What does Ancestor Chinwe say?" The relationship between the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps has always been very delicate. The two complement each other and compete with each other. Generally speaking, the appearance of a level 9 in the Glory Wizard Alliance is enough to cause great turmoil in the Imperial capital, at least on the wizard side. The line representing Vasily can at least have a great say in the Glory Wizard Alliance, or even in the Imperial Wizard system. A true level 9 is enough to influence an empire. But he turned his head, glanced at Ash, touched his head, and said softly, "Don't think too much." Although President Vasily and Patriarch Chienhua are two different people, they are both people who care about the glory of the empire. There won't be too many conflicts, and President Vasily will not condone some people to do anything. At present, the royal family still has the final say in the empire, but it is hard to say the direction of the wizard side. It is certain that the wizard side will never interfere with the royal power. Moreover, after President Vasily was promoted to level 9, he was not without people to restrain him. At least in the royal family, there are still 3 people who can restrain him. Chapter 1014. Ash breathed a sigh of relief at this time. During this period, she had seen too many intrigues in the imperial capital. There were many conflicts between the harems, between ministers, and between families, and the conflicts seemed to be full of interests. She finally stood detached from the interests, and watched them fight, mainly because Dole's strength was strong enough, and an 8-level wizard tower had enough deterrence. What Dole said back then was right. It is better to improve your strength than to be cautious. Only when your strength is improved can you have enough say. If Dole is now at level 8, he will have more say. What is a prince consort? Dole at level 8 is the king of kings. Her thoughts had just finished, and she felt some commotion under the wizard tower, so she sensed the outside of the wizard tower. This time, she was a little shocked. Downstairs, a team of soldiers were coming from a distance. Their strength was amazing, and their blood was surging. After a closer look, she was a little surprised. This is the Imperial Guard among the Imperial Guards, the flying army known as the Invincible Army. The Imperial Guards are not important at this time. The most important thing is the people in the Imperial Guards. George the Great. Around George the Great are the major officials of the Empire, military affairs, finance, transportation, business, internal affairs. Almost all the top leaders are here. What is going on? The people in the wizard tower are also standing at the window at this time, looking down. Ash was a little surprised. Even Elrea in the wizard tower was a little panicked at this time. What is going on? Ash looked at Dole. Dole was calmly tidying up his clothes. Ash suddenly realized that Dole knew all this, and something must have happened. At this time, Elrea ran up from below and said in a panic, Dole, are they here to arrest you? Dole looked at her and said, why are they arresting me? How can they arrest me? At least it has to be the ancestor of Chinwe. At least it has to be the ancestor of Fire King or Ice King. Elrea heard it, and it seemed to make sense. She calmed down and thought of the days when Dole disappeared. She rushed over fiercely and shook Dole's head and said, tell me, what earth-shattering thing have you done again? Dole was speechless. If Elrea, this little clingy spirit, was seen by others, where would he put his face? He felt the little baby in Elrea's belly, so he had to hold back his anger and spank her after he gave birth. Grabbing Elrea and holding her in his arms, Dole patted her head gently and smiled faintly. It was a bit unfortunate just now. I was promoted to level 8. Hearing this, Elrea and Ash were petrified. What? Accidentally reached level 8. Damn it. No, what the hell? Have you seen a level 8 at the age of 32? Who has seen it? The two immediately stood up and looked at Dole carefully, as if they suspected that he was possessed by the level 8. At this time, those people finally came to the bottom of the wizard tower. One of them seemed to be acting as a messenger, and his voice was very loud. Congratulations to Dole Wizard for being promoted to level 8, becoming the first human in the Alpha continent to be promoted to level 8 before the age of 40. No, before the age of 35. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the wizard tower was stunned. Not only them, but also those ministers, who were suddenly called over without knowing it, were stunned. Dual-Eye is at level 8. These 5 words, like a demon, appeared in everyone's mind. No, this guy just reached level 7 a few days ago. How come he reached level 8 so quickly? This is not normal. In the room, Elrea and Ash were both shocked. Level 8. He is already at level 8? Dual-Eye seemed to have told them that he would be promoted to level 8 soon, and then level 9 soon. They actually believed it. After all, level 8 is only the perfection of 1 rule, and level 9 is the perfection of 3 rules. Dual-Eye has comprehended so many rules now. In fact, there are hundreds of rules. If any of the 3 rules are comprehended to the 9th level, he will definitely reach level 9. But this is too fast. Even though the two have seen big scenes, they were shocked at this time. Dual-Eye stood up and said, don't let George wait outside for a long time. Let's go down. I see what this guy is going to do. I'm at level 8, which was supposed to be kept secret, but now everyone knows it. Under the wizard tower, George was incredibly nervous. When Ancestor Chinwe told me about this, I didn't believe it. It was only after Ancestor Chinwe scalped me that I believed it. Would Ancestor Chinwe lie? The answer is no, so the truth is true. So he believed it, and then gathered everyone to come here to have a look. On the one hand, it is to take advantage of the situation, and on the other hand, it is to hit various forces. Don't make trouble for no reason. My backstage is level 8. Are you afraid? Although George is a member of the Glory Royal family, Duolai is definitely the most active one who really stands up for him. So, he must create momentum and take advantage of the situation. At this time, the ministers were also in a mess. Some believed it, and some didn't. But this is the imperial harem, and they have all received messages from their ancestors, so they have to believe it. The guy who just robbed the imperial princess is now level 8, which is incredible. He was just level 7, and then level 8 again. Is this guy possessed by another body, or is he the reincarnation of a true god? There was only this message before, but now, some people have been shocked to believe it. The reincarnation of a true god, and only the reincarnation of a true god, can be so fast. But there is also another possibility, that is, the reincarnation of an evil god. No one knows whether Duolai is an evil god or not. Ancestor Chinwe does not admit it, so they naturally dare not believe this statement. How could an evil god do so many things for humans? This is simply nonsense. Just look at what the evil gods of other empires are doing now, slaughtering lives, absorbing spiritual power and flesh, and are simply killers of lives. Is Duolai such a person? Some people suspect that this is a disguise, but who can point it out? George was very excited at this time. He looked at the ministers, and then smiled. Duolai's promotion to level 8 is a blessing for my empire. I will say what I should say later, and don't say what I shouldn't say. I believe that you all know clearly the power of an 8-level person. The ministers of the empire didn't dare to speak at this time. At this time, several officials of the Ministry of Internal Affairs were almost regretting that Duolai was promoted to level 8. In the past, they had made things difficult for him. It was really a ghost. Duolai hadn't come out yet. George looked at the others proudly, and his heart was almost happy. The ministers looked at each other. Some of them didn't change their faces. Some of them looked very ugly, and there was also one person who showed joy, that is, Hongda, the liaison officer of the Rhine family in the imperial capital. George was calm and composed. After he finished speaking, he looked very satisfied when he saw the ministers. Whether you like it or not, my backer has reached level 8, and he is not one of the level 8s who have been in seclusion for many years in the Imperial Mage Corps. He often reveals his true identity, and often comes out to stroll around. Are you afraid? At this time, the door of the wizard tower opened. Duolai walked out of the door in a gorgeous wizard robe. He looked at George and his gang with a slightly cold expression. Chapter 10:15. He didn't need to be nice to anyone, even the emperor of a country. He was now at level 8, and no matter which empire he was in, level 8 was enough to suppress a state. Even the emperor had to look at his face and speak, instead of scolding him casually. He had reached this level. Slowly walking out of the gate, Dole looked at George, glanced around, then bowed slightly, and said, "Is there anything George the Great can do?" George saw Dole's expression, and knew that he really didn't care about his position as the emperor now. He smiled lightly, then stood in front of Dole and bowed solemnly. When he bent down, Dole was a little puzzled. What was George going to do? But he didn't hide, but accepted the bow. When the ministers around saw this, some of them had distorted faces. But they also followed George and bowed. After George finished bowing, he didn't care about what the people behind him did, but laughed and came to Dole. Wizard Duolai has achieved level 8. Our empire has gained another strong ally. Moreover, you are the son-in-law of a county. So according to the empire's regulations, your noble status is no longer in line with your status. Therefore, after the approval of the cabinet and the royal family of the empire, you are now crowned the prince. I wonder if Wizard Duolai thinks it is appropriate. Dole's mouth twitched. He saw that behind George, the ministers had various expressions on their faces. He was already the Duke of the Empire. According to his status, there was no way to be promoted. Unless he was a royal relative, the Duke had reached the limit, and there was no possibility of upgrading again. Now he was directly promoted to the prince. George also took great pains. Duolai thought about it, and shook his head slightly. George the Great, there is no need to do this. I am already a duke, and there is no way I can be promoted. I am not a member of the royal family, and it is not reasonable for me to be promoted to a prince. Moreover, I don't want to attend court meetings, let alone govern the government. It is not appropriate to occupy the position of a prince. Otherwise, you can ask the Chinwe Patriarch. Duolai kindly reminded him. George knew that Duolai would refuse, and then smiled lightly. You underestimated the power of an 8th level. Take Wassenberg for example. There are 3 princes in total. One is the patriarch of the Glory royal family, and one is the leader of the Rhine family. Do you know that there is another prince? Dole really didn't know. In his mind, Did several princes have anything to do with him? George saw Dole's expression, and knew that Dole definitely didn't know, and didn't want to know. He immediately said, "It's the real guardian of the Northwest, the 8th level of the Rhine family. The Empire has a rule that after being promoted to the 8th level, as long as you are willing to serve the Empire, you can become a prince." Dole's mouth twitched, he rolled his eyes at George, and said, "That also requires a person from Wang Yao's royal family, right? I don't want to be a prince myself, but my son and daughter may be princes in the future, so you don't have to give me this title, it's unnecessary, you go quickly, I'm still busy now." Dole bluntly rejected George. This guy is now sticky, and still insists on relying on him. George's face turned green at this time. Dole doesn't want it, Dole actually doesn't want it, you know. Every noble's dream in this life is to be a duke, and the duke's dream in his life is to be a prince, but Dole actually doesn't want it. Hearing that Dole had ordered him to leave, George felt very uncomfortable. Behind George, the ministers were relieved. It was better for Dole not to want him. It was unknown what his children would be like in the future. Now he could not be given the position of prince. With the status of prince, his power would be too great. In the eyes of the nobles, power and status are equal. There are already many princes in the empire. Now a young man is given the position of prince. What will happen to those noble families? So, they were extremely unwilling. Now Dole does not want him, which may be the best solution. George made it look ugly. Dole glanced at him, then turned around and went back to the wizard tower, ignoring him. George felt very embarrassed. He came here excitedly, but returned disappointed. In front of the ministers, Dole really did not give him face. But George did not care. If Dole did not want him, he did not want him. Anyway, he had already given him. It was him who did not want him, not me. Seeing Dole ignore him and turn around and leave, George felt that this was the real Dole. He thought for a moment, then turned around and said, "Since Wizard Dole doesn't want the title of prince, then cancel it. The ministers can rest assured. A real level 8. Such a young level 8, I hope you won't easily offend this person. Some families have conflicts with Wizard Dole. I will try my best to resolve them, but don't come to cause trouble yourself. If something goes wrong, I won't be responsible." George made the point, then turned around and walked through the ministers, and took the lead to disappear in the harem. The ministers followed closely behind, they walked tremblingly, afraid of the magic circle around them. The harem is a forbidden area, especially the Imperial Mage Corps, which is a forbidden area among forbidden areas. There are many magic circles around it. Even the important members of the major families, and the pillars of the empire have no status here. George came quickly and left quickly. In fact, many people paid attention to his arrival. At this time, those level 8 people had only 2 words in their minds. Embarrassing. In the Imperial Mage Corps, among the ancestors, the Fire King ancestor was even more embarrassed. Dole didn't give George face, and George took it for granted. It was really a disgrace to the empire, and the royal family. I really wanted to pull him out, and beat him up. However, Dole was promoted to level 8, and he didn't dare to say that he could easily defeat Dole. That guy mastered Vasily's rules, and had spatial functions. Forget it. In the wizard tower, as soon as Dole came in, Aliyah jumped out. Why not? The position of a prince is higher than the status of all of us. It's the real core of power. Aliyah was really heartbroken. Ash, who was standing next to him, could understand that Dole didn't want to deal with those trivial matters. Dole rolled his eyes at Aurea. When you reach level 9 and occupy an area of more than 1,000 kilometers, you can be the king of an empire. What's the point of being a prince of an empire? Also, do you think I have the leisure to stay in the imperial capital and deal with those trivial matters? Aurea grumbled, then you can keep it for the children. This is a hereditary prince. Dole was speechless. If they want this position, I won't provide it. If they want it, they can fight for it themselves. I won't provide it to them. Aurea didn't understand Dole's thinking. Aishi pulled Aliyah and said, "Okay, stop talking. Dole doesn't want to stay in this world at all. We will all leave in the future. What's the point of having this position? Moreover, in the Northwest, a county-level prince will definitely fight for power with Watzenberg. Even if he doesn't, the Watzenberg Rhine family will think too much. It's better not to have it, and quietly manage the Albiz Mountains. There will be fewer problems." Chapter 10:16. Aurea nodded, not quite understanding. She knew something about the struggle for power in the empire. She had heard Ash say more than once about going to another world, but she was actually a little reluctant. She was fine in this world. Why should she go to the outside world, a strange world, strange people? It's not good. If Dual Eye wants to go, then go. The news of Duolai's promotion to level 8 quickly spread throughout the imperial capital and the entire empire. For a time, the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps in various places sent congratulatory letters. Most of them, whether they knew them or not, sent their blessings. The youngest level 8 in the Alpha continent broke the world record, which was the most shocking. In particular, the silent promotion to level 8 in front of so many level 8s shocked everyone. This was even more shocking than President Vasily's promotion to level 9. Duolai accepted all the information around him calmly, and as for the gifts, he didn't take any. At his level, unless it is a real treasure, such as the Lihua Xinjing, ordinary things are useless. It seems that everything is very calm, and it seems that everything is not calm. At this time, the Wushan family is very calm on the surface, but it is in chaos. The news of Duolai's promotion to level 8 was so sudden that they didn't have much time to react. The news that the voodoo organization wanted to attack and kidnap Duolai had been passed on for a long time, and they had also done a lot of preparations. Now Duolai suddenly promoted to level 8, and some of the previous work was useless. They sent out messages frantically and suspended all actions. In the Alexander family, Toby sat in the hall with a twitching mouth, absorbing the news from all directions. It was so shocking that Guy was promoted to level 8. This was too incredible. It took only 2 years to go from level 7 to level 8. Is this really the reincarnation of the gods? He touched his smooth forehead and thought of that knife in his mind, and the fear in his heart became even greater. The voodoo organization might hit a wall this time. Duolai was promoted to level 8, so his enemy could only be level 9. With his strength at level 8 and the rules he had comprehended, only level 9 could be his opponent. That is, unless he dispatched level 9, he would not pose a threat to the opponent at all. Level 9, there are only a few in the entire continent. The Nightmare Ancestor was level 9, and he dispatched most of the level 9s in the entire continent, while Duolai was level 8, so he could only dispatch level 9s, which was really terrifying. Now, even the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness have to change their strategies, from threats to winning over, or assassination. A newly promoted 8th level, and the first one to be promoted to the 9th level in the space rules, he alone almost affected the top leaders of the entire East Ring continent. Toby felt a little uncomfortable, and then he felt a little gloating. Mills of the Wushan family even offended Duolai directly, and now there is a good show to watch. The news of Duolai's 8th level, as if it had grown legs, quickly spread to all directions and forces. In a place full of death power, a black figure walked out of a space crack. Around the crack, a large number of believers' corpses fell to the surroundings in the form of a magic circle. Under the altar in front of the crack, a burly man stood up slightly and handed over a piece of clothing. The black figure nodded, took the clothes, and radiated huge power to the surroundings, and then looked to the northeast. That damned Duolai, this time he came here for 2 purposes. The first purpose, to establish the Mahakala Empire and collect beliefs. The second purpose, to kill him Duolai. He looked around and saw his believers, and immediately snorted coldly. The strength of these believers was still too low. The highest was only level 7, and the lowest was only level 3 or 4, which was simply useless. He thought for a while and said, "Gather the people scattered in the East Ring continent and other regions, and quickly establish an empire. This god wants to quickly have his own power. This time I brought the oracle and artifacts, which are enough for you to use." The burly figure was embarrassed at this time. "Respected Mahakala, more than half of our believers have died when you came, and we need to hide now." He didn't dare to say too much, for fear that Mahakala would be unhappy. Mahakala ignored the man's words, but looked around, stretched out his hand through the space crack, and black power poured out from the crack. The most difficult thing about descending to a world is to stabilize the channel. If the power cannot be transmitted, it is easy to be defeated by the local power. However, as long as the space channel is successfully established, there will be a lot of power coming in, and the power of the clone will be greatly enhanced, making it easier to develop believers. He did the same in other worlds, but he failed to descend last time, but succeeded this time. He continuously projected his power, and then divided it into more than a dozen, and suddenly hit the bodies of those around him. The few believers who had gained power suddenly had a surge of black energy on their bodies, and heart-wrenching painful sounds came one after another. Their figures kept rising, and their sizes kept growing, as if they were experiencing inhuman pain. Their bodies were transformed, and soon, they all became giants as tall as 5 meters. Their strength continued to improve, and soon they crossed the 6th level and quickly entered the 7th level of rules. Their aura also changed from the weak state at the beginning to the same aura as Mahakala. Transformation. The rough man was shocked, and then he was a little jealous. Why he was not transformed? The transformation process was very long, and the painful sounds of those people spread throughout the surrounding land. Roaring, painful shouting, and heart-wrenching cries touched the hearts of every remaining believer. It's just that this power is so strong. As they transformed, their power continued to increase, and the believers around them were stunned. Mahakala glanced at the rough man and snorted, "Don't look at them. After these people were transformed, they have no wisdom to speak of. This is one of the reasons why you were not transformed. You lead these people, and it is best to conquer an empire." The rough man was shocked and his heart was cold. He immediately knelt down and said, "I will follow Mahakala to the death." A fanatical smile appeared on his face. He counted and found that a total of 12 people were promoted to level 7, which meant that he had 12 level 7 fighters. The rough young man was extremely excited. If they were just a group of Holy Church believers who were hated by everyone before, now they have become a second-rate force in the world. Unfortunately, there is no level 8. All the actions of the rough young man were seen by Mahakala. He quietly released spiritual toxins, constantly hinted at the psychology of everyone around him, and deepened his position in their minds. Mahakala became more and more satisfied. He looked at the world around him, and his face seemed to become a little exciting. This world has changed a bit. The dream rules seem to have grown a bit, and have reached the initial standard of a dream wizard. The nightmare guy seemed to have succeeded last time. He has caused changes in the world rules. Also, what the hell is this hell rule? Chapter 1017. Mahakala smelled the rules of hell, and his heart moved slightly. This world is a standard elemental world, with only a few traces of other rules, but it is not serious. The most basic biological material and energy conversion rules are not there. For example, there is no way to achieve transformation in witchcraft. This world is very elementary and ordinary. Those other rules should also be brought in by creatures from other worlds. However, the space rules of this world seem to have been strengthened a little bit. Mahakala carefully observed this world, and felt a chill in his heart. There are people who have reached the 9th level of space rules. I hope such people are not compassionate people, otherwise it will be difficult for the evil gods like me. Do we have to unite with other evil gods? Mahakala pondered for a while, and then disappeared on the spot. The rough man saw Mahakala disappear, slowly stood up, and then roared loudly, "God of Mahakala." The people around him became fanatical, echoed, and chanted loudly, "God of Mahakala." The sound echoed in the valley for a long time. Dole didn't know the reactions of other empires, and didn't want to know about their internal conflicts and changes, including the coming of the evil god. He didn't care at all. He could only hear a few words in the briefings of the Glory Wizard Alliance. After being promoted to level 8, he handed most of the work to his clone. The original body left a little mental power to cultivate blood and educate the 2 children. After staying in the imperial capital for a month, until the beginning of February, Dole left the imperial capital in George's reluctant eyes and flew to the north. The north was still very cold in early February, especially the high mountains such as the Bayuan Mountains and the Evil Spirit Mountains. The snow on the top of the mountain was still thick. The Albise Mountains were still covered by a thick storm field, and the inside was still the same, without a single snowflake, and the seasons remained the same in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. On the outskirts of the Albise Mountains, a large hole was torn in the storm field, and below the hole, a large quarrying project had already begun. After a winter of being cooped up, the towns needed stones, so they had to mobilize workers to carry out quarrying operations. However, most of these workers had military strength and were not afraid of the severe cold, and the mine was bustling. Outside the mine, Idy rode a tall horse with a pair of men and horses, glanced from a distance, and then slowly galloped along the road outside the Albise Mountains. The mine was fine, so he continued to patrol. A month later, he was forced to meet another noble girl. Now there were 2 women at home. As soon as he went back, the 2 women would compete for his favor, which was very annoying, so he might as well come out. He was a little envious of Dole now. Both Elia and Ash were princesses, but they never got angry because of competing for favor. This was the dream of thousands of men. People can't be compared. The horse team slowly bypassed the square and headed for the Bayuan River. In winter, there were basically no caravans, and both sides of the river were barren. They rushed through the Bayuan River and crossed the canyon. They had to go to the other side of the passage and report the intelligence there. The Albise Mountains are more than 1,300 kilometers in radius, and the Albise Mountains account for the majority. With the Albise Mountains as the center, the area of more than 600 kilometers is flat land. At present, only the west and part of the south have been developed, and the East has not been developed yet. Dole meant that when the time is right, the East will also be developed and planted with food. The carriage team slowly sped past. To their surprise, they also saw a warrior here, quietly hurrying on the road. They ignored the warrior and sped past him gently. The warrior lowered his head, like a dusty pedestrian. When the caravan passed by, he just glanced and retracted his gaze. But at this glance, he had seen the entire carriage team. A level 7 warrior and 12 level 6 warriors, a pretty good configuration. He thought of the news he had received in the past few days, and felt a little confused. That guy is level 8, and he was promoted from level 7 to level 8 in 2 years. Is this true or false? The Wushan family is known as the first family in the East Ring continent, and there has never been such a genius. The fastest promotion in the entire East Ring continent, from level 7 to level 8, took almost 70 years. Is this person really the reincarnation of the gods? He has already notified the adults, and the adults are on the way. Even if this dual-eye cannot be captured, he cannot be allowed to continue to grow. The East Ring Empire and the Northern Kingdom, after the evil god's advent, will attack the Glory Empire. Every level 8 eliminated is a level 8. Originally, they were going to attack the Glory Empire, but after the nightmare, the evil god's advent, it was like God was helping the Glory Empire. As he walked, he felt the storm field on the right mountain, and was extremely shocked. Storm field, such a huge celestial phenomenon, is that person's meditation method? He walked very fast, and the journey of more than 500 kilometers was completed in 3 days. In the core layer of the Tower of Babel, a bunch of messy things were thrown on the ground, and Dole's silicon-based clone was refining a circular structure. Next to him, 2 had already failed and were thrown aside. With his alchemy ability, he could fail twice in a row, which shows how difficult this thing is. And these materials are also difficult to collect. He collected some in the Imperial capital, and some outside. If he fails again, there will be no raw materials available. This time, he basically went all out to refine it. Soon, a round, shiny ring appeared in his hand. Dole looked at the ring, and had a headache. This was just one of the accessories. The other accessories were also like this. It was extremely difficult to refine. I don't know who in the Glory Wizard Alliance was refining it. How could such a difficult thing be made? The void crystal was gone, and the high-strength meteorite was gone. This ring was the most important thing. It was a part searched in the void. Almost all the high-strength meteorite was used on it. There are also bases, magic control devices, and energy transmission devices. All of them require very high-strength metals. The highest strength metal known so far is the essence of meteorite that fell from the universe after high-temperature combustion. The quantity is very rare. Meteoric iron can actually be made artificially. According to the records of the Imperial Mage Corps, there are a large number of meteorites in the invisible places in the distant space. As long as the meteorites are pushed down, some meteorites can be harvested. However, it is very difficult to harvest, because a large number of meteorites will burn out during the falling process, leaving nothing behind, so the method of selecting meteorites is very particular. Moreover, after this thing falls, a lot of calculations need to be done. Where to fall? Can it fall where you want? Instead of falling somewhere else, this is a problem. Dole had a headache. He originally thought that the materials in his hand could complete the construction of a standard search space magic circle. Now it seems that he has to go outside. He has to find some information about this first, otherwise he has to try it himself. Only part of the information from the Glory Wizard Alliance is about meteorites, and according to current records, only one empire has research in this area, that is, the Northern Kingdom. Chapter 1018. Dole touched his chin and thought about it carefully. He felt that it was more appropriate for him to do it alone. Although the Northern Kingdom was his mother country, the memories were too painful to look back on. He didn't want to deal with them at all. Forget it, make 2 preparations. On the one hand, expand the scope of acquisition. In the Glory Empire, Nightmare Forest, and Major Kingdoms, all issued rewards. On the other hand, go to the far north. It is said that there are a lot of meteorite residues in the far north, and there are actually a lot in the far south. This world is spherical. Dole is now in the northern hemisphere. If you want to go to the far south, you have to leave the northern hemisphere and go to the southern hemisphere, cross the entire East Ring continent, and enter the vast and endless sea. It is said that you have to cross another super large continent, which is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It is too far away. So, the far north is the most suitable. These places are undeveloped places, and also the places where meteorites fall. Generally speaking, those who need meteorites basically have to go there to find them. It is too difficult to find a few suitable meteorites in the vast East Ring continent. It is February now, and the date agreed with the elves is April. There are still nearly 2 months left, which is not enough. Dole pondered for a while, and decided to buy in the surrounding area first. Meteorites are not all high-strength meteorites. There are also some with other functions, such as electromagnetic and radiation types, which are useless. Although they are purchased, most of the risks must be borne. 10 meteorites may only have one usable one, which is very unpleasant. After the silicon-based clone finished tossing the information in his hand, he stood where he stood, changed his perspective, and continued to look at the real world. After his consciousness shifted, Dole opened his eyes slowly from the soft big bed. Elia was lying on the left, Ash was lying on the right, and the 2 children were in another room. Sleeping was a luxury now, mostly because the body needed rest, not the spirit. After getting up, there was a little movement on his side, and Elia and Ash woke up together. Ash was still a little uncomfortable, so she pulled her clothes to cover her body. 3 people together was simply ridiculous. Her face turned red, and she looked at Dole and said, "How is the experiment going?" Dole did not change his expression. He jumped off the bed, stood on the ground, and shook his head. The materials were wasted too much, the experiment was very difficult, and the materials in hand were not enough. I have to wait to buy some. Ash was a little surprised. Dole's alchemy level was not enough, which was a rare thing. Just as she was about to stand up, Elia next to her rolled over and pressed her chest, saying, "Sister Aishi, don't leave, sleep with me." Aishi had no choice but to lie down again. "Is the experiment difficult?" Dole said, "This is a level 9 magic circle, so it is naturally difficult. According to the current success rate, I need at least 20 tons of high-strength meteorite iron, or other high-strength alloys. I don't have time to make them, so I can only buy them." Elia muttered, "Aren't there many in the Imperial capital? I remember that many medium-sized and above organizations have the ability to make high-strength alloys. Aren't there many alchemists in the Glory Wizard Alliance?" Dole shook his head. "No, the alchemy equipment in the search space requires higher requirements, preferably meteorites, which are high-strength metals that have been subjected to high temperature and high pressure." Dole thought about it. High temperature and high pressure, can he make such metals now? He has mastered high temperature, and he can also achieve high pressure through a series of alchemical equipment. Otherwise, he can refine it himself. High-strength metals are generally alloys, and there are few pure ones. The proportion of alloys is also very particular, which is controlled by the Alchemy Guild of the Imperial Capital. Although Duolai is the honorary vice president of the Alchemist Guild, he is only accomplished in refining wizard towers. He has not yet touched real alchemy. It is said that a real alchemist can turn stone into gold and fundamentally change the properties of matter. In fact, Duolai can also transform it now, but this requires a lot of knowledge about matter, and he still needs to learn. Alchemy, not only wizard towers, but also magic circles, material science, mechanics, etc., all of which need to be studied. With Duolai's current attainments, it is easy to study these things, but in terms of material science, he still needs to start from the low level. He thought about it, activated a part of the insect body cloned far away in the Imperial capital, and projected part of his consciousness over. At the gate of an ordinary house, Dole's clone opened the door and walked out of the yard. This is the yard awarded to him by the Imperial capital. It is near the royal palace, and very close to the royal palace, so it is convenient for him to live here. He can't always live in the wizard tower. This yard used to belong to an old noble. After the decline of the nobles, it was no longer useful. Their descendants were unwilling to sell it at a low price, and others were unwilling to buy it at a high price. In the end, the empire took action and bought it. In February, the imperial capital has already had a little heat, not so cold. It's just a few days since he went back, and Dole came to the imperial capital again. This is too unreasonable. After walking out of the room, Dole went directly to the Alchemy Guild of the Glory Wizard Alliance in the imperial capital. He used his own appearance. After all, he had to use this face to get authority. Don't underestimate the Alchemist Guild. Although he is the honorary vice president, he can't see everything. Dole, alone, like a little transparent, soon came to the lobby of the Wizard Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance, which belongs to the Alchemist Guild. When he stood in the lobby of the Wizard Tower, someone finally recognized him. The little wizards around came over to salute. This is an active level 8. It's incredible to meet this person. Dole looked around the Wizard Tower. It was his first time here. He only took a look and his mouth twitched. In the middle of the hall, his portrait was hung there for everyone to admire, as if he was dead. And there was a line of words on the portrait explaining his life and past, which was simply amazing. Dole just glanced at him and lowered his head. It was too embarrassing. As soon as he arrived, the Alchemist Guild got the information, and soon, a message came down. I am the president of the Alchemist Guild, Hecarim. Dole Wizard has been promoted to level 8, and this is the first time I have come to the Alchemist Guild. His words were full of smiles. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Dole naturally wouldn't say anything. Although this person is not level 8, he is also at the top of level 7. President Hecarim, I'm here to check some information. I have been refining some things recently, and I feel that I am a little lacking in materials science. Dole walked and chatted with Hecarim, and soon reached the top floor. Hecarim stood at the entrance of the corridor and greeted him with a smile. Although the Alchemist Guild is the top Alchemist Guild, the alchemists are very busy. Most of them are academic types, and few are in administration. Hecarim can be here, which means that this guy has been very idle recently. Level 7 pure alchemists are very powerful, and there are also many level 8 alchemists. However, the position of president is generally held by the one who knows the least about alchemy, and ordinary alchemists do not have the time to handle administration. Chapter 1019. To be honest, Dole has performed the duties of the president of the Alchemist Guild several times, but this is the first time I have seen the president of the Alchemist Guild. Walking up the corridor, I saw a slightly fat middle-aged man, whose strength was above the average level of level 7, with a kind expression and complex wisdom in his eyes. After seeing Dole, Hecarim smiled faintly and said, "Welcome Dole Wizard to come and guide us." The corners of Dole's mouth twitched, and he bowed slightly and said, "President, you are too polite. I came here this time to see some information about materials science. I only knew about refining wizard towers before, but now I want to refine some other things, which is a bit difficult, so I came to learn." Hecarim looked a little strange, and he said slowly, "Dole Wizard wants to simply read the information, or does he want to consult a teacher? It may not be easy to invite the current level 8 alchemists." He used a question sentence. Dory smiled faintly and said, "I just read the information. I have some poor theoretical knowledge about material science, but I am not afraid of practice, so I will strengthen my study." Hecarim smiled. "If Wizard Dole is not good at theory, then we ordinary alchemists can jump into the sea." "Haha, I thought you had something big to do this time. Just simply read the information." Hecarim nodded and said, "Wizard Dole is the honorary vice president, and has a full set of permissions. You can watch it at will. Do you want me to accompany you?" Dole shook his head and said, "That's not necessary." Hecarim breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not here to seize power from him, it would be fine. The performance of Dole Wizard at the Imperial Mage Corps really scared a large number of alchemists. When Dole Wizard finished refining the Four Spirits Wizard Tower, most of the people in the Alchemy Guild began to learn the distraction technique. At first, it slowed down the speed of alchemy, but later, the work efficiency was greatly improved. You have set a precedent. There were people who did this before, but it was definitely not as shocking as you did. He laughed and praised Dole. Dora smiled and said nothing. Hecarim saw that Dole didn't want to talk to him more, so he said, "Dole Wizard is busy, so I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy reading." Dole nodded, then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Hecarim's heart trembled. It is rumored that Dole has comprehended the space travel technique that President Vasily has comprehended, which is indeed very powerful. The Wizard Tower is level 9, with a total of 42 floors. There are only 6 floors in the Alchemist's book collection area, and each floor represents 2 levels. The first floor is an introduction, legends, and so on, and there is not much. All the books that can be read are on the second floor. Charged and free books are all together. For charged books, you need to pay gold coins or magic crystals to the administrator of this floor. When Dole came to the first floor, there were only a few people here. He took a few glances, and went up to the second floor. There were more people here. Dole wanted to learn, so he naturally started from the basics. He found a seat at random, and started reading books related to basic materials science one by one. Material science is divided into several categories. There are several major categories such as metals, wood, plastics, fluids, and solids. Although metal is also a solid, it is taken out and put together because there are many types of metals and many directions. It can be said that metals represent a large category to a certain extent. Dole sits here. Naturally, he has to learn everything. He has made plans. He can watch as long as he can hear and learn from other people's experience. When Dole sat on the second floor, the other wizards on the second floor were stunned. An 8th level boss actually has to learn from basic materials, one level at a time. No one can believe it. A boss who can refine an 8th level wizard tower actually has to start from a 1st level material book. How is this possible? But in fact, this is the case. Dole reads very seriously and thinks from time to time, because when refining a wizard tower, he can't consider many problems at all. Searching the void is the goal of all 9th level people, and it is also the goal he wants to master at present. He also wants to find the coordinates to other worlds, and leave this world. Baal's world can only be used as an alternative. After all, it is an abnormal world, a purgatory world, and the dark law prevails. It is definitely not a good choice. Moreover, according to Baal, it is easy to enter the higher world, but if you want to come out again, you have to pay a huge price. He paid a terrible price to save his life back then. Before level 7, you have to upgrade desperately and improve your ability. After level 7, you have to make plans for what will happen after level 7. Therefore, you rarely see level 7 wandering around outside, and even fewer level 8, unless they are about to celebrate their birthdays. For example, the few old level 8s that Dole saw that day, Dole felt old, decadent, and a little crazy in them. He is still young and has hundreds of years to live, so there is no need to rush. The clone is here to absorb knowledge, and Dole himself asked others to continue to purchase meteorites and high-quality materials everywhere. This time he is ready to make a large-scale acquisition that will bankrupt his family. Will he go bankrupt? Of course not, so the Glory Wizard Alliance will naturally help with the acquisition. If he can go bankrupt with the mineral resources of a huge mountain range, that would be a miracle. For a time, the prices of meteorite iron and high-strength materials quietly rose by several levels. Soon, time slowly came to March, and Dole received a not-so-good news from Southeast Asia. A sect called Black God rose rapidly. They occupied a large amount of land, collected some natives, and quickly established a country. And the details of Black God have been found out by the Church of Light. It is the arrival of the great Black God. When Dole got the news, he looked at the fate line above his head, and it seemed that there was no change. It seems that Mahakala has set his sights on this world, and wants to develop believers. Last time, his believers were wiped out, and now he comes again. It seems that the world barrier really has a flaw. Dole lowered his head and thought slightly, what happened in the world? Now, there are 4 known evil gods who have successfully descended, and one has been expelled from this world. The southeast of the East Ring continent is the territory of the Empire of Light, but there is a large area of primitive forest world, which seems to be a wild land. The Church of Light has been attacking it, and it can expand some territory every year, but there is still a large area of unowned land. One part is the paradise of Warcraft, and the other part is still a mixture of various races, fighting every day, very chaotic. Now that Mahakala has descended there, it is a good opportunity. When a few years later, when the power of faith is enough to support him to invade everywhere, I am afraid it will be difficult to clean up. When the news came, Dole's clone stationed in the Imperial capital was immediately notified, and went to the Imperial Mage Corps for a meeting. Although the place where Mahakala developed was in the southwest, there were jungles everywhere, the roads were rugged, the transportation was very inconvenient, and it was difficult to manage. In addition, it was rainy all year round, making it difficult to travel, so the population was distributed very widely, and not very concentrated. Chapter 1020. If a country is established here, management alone is a huge problem. This is also the main reason why the Glory Empire and the Light Empire have always intended to expand there, but have never taken any concrete action. Although the Light Empire sometimes encroaches a little, most of the time it ignores it, and instead prevents people from rushing out. The Southwest is collectively called the Southwest Rainforest, which is a truly chaotic area. Dole's clone walked in thought, and soon arrived at the Imperial Mage Corps. Soon, he sensed a strong flame in front of him. When he looked up, he saw that it was the Fire King Ancestor. The Fire King Ancestor seemed to be welcoming him. After seeing Dole, the Fire King Ancestor waved his hand and said, "The meeting is not here, follow me." Dole was a little confused, and saw the Fire King Ancestor take out something, and slap it on his body. The Fire King Ancestor was also a little confused at this time. He said, "The Ancestor said that you will understand after you see it." Dole just glanced at it at this time, and felt what the equipment on the Fire King Ancestor was for. It was a positioning device, and it also had the ability to distinguish auras. When the Fire King Patriarch placed it on his body, it was equivalent to infusing his aura into it. The thing started automatically, and then transmitted a coordinate location. Seeing this coordinate, Dole knew where the meeting was. It was in the secret realm of the Glory Wizard Alliance, in the territory of the Kunwa's sacred tree. He thought about it, walked slowly over, came to the side of the Fire King Patriarch, and said, "Don't resist, I take you there." The Fire King Patriarch was a little angry. These people would just fool around. Why didn't they tell him something that they could clearly tell him? At this moment, Dole grabbed his arm, and then his eyes turned white, and the space changed. When the white light in front of him faded, the Fire King found that he and the other two appeared in the secret place of the Glory Wizard Alliance. He glanced and found that most of the others had arrived. On the empty ground, someone brought a long strip table. At this time, all the people sitting next to the table were wizards of level 7 and 8, and there was an illusory shadow sitting in one of the two seats at the top. The Fire King's heart trembled. Kunwa Tree God had come. The atmosphere was a bit solemn. He paused, and then felt Dole grab his arm again. In a flash, the space changed, and he was already next to the table. He glanced at Dole. Wow, this space transfer is getting more and more proficient. A white light flashed in the sky, and two people appeared. Another white light flashed, and the two came to the side of the conference table. Everyone knew who was coming. Dole and the Fire King had come, and Dole actually didn't walk the whole time. He used the space transfer that Vasily was best at now. Good guy. At the conference table, a group of people were extremely envious. This is space witchcraft. I just don't know when these two people can simplify this space witchcraft so that the public can use it. This is really too much to look forward to. There are still many seats on the conference table. Dual-Eye picked a seat, and the Fire King Patriarch picked a seat, and sat down slowly. As soon as the two sat down, the Qianhua Patriarch, who was sitting at the top, slowly spoke. This meeting is a high-end meeting that the Empire has rarely seen in recent years. The meeting is attended by representatives of level 7 and 8 from various forces. It can be said that it is not easy to gather these people. I won't introduce them in detail. Everyone will know them. Now let's get straight to the point and talk about the content of the meeting. The evil god Mahakala, I believe everyone is familiar with it. Every few years, he will sneak down once, and then be wiped out by various forces. Everyone is used to it. We still don't understand how Mahakala develops believers. Why can he still pass on his power and seduce people after being wiped out? This time Mahakala completely descended, and it was also because of the changes in the world that he had some opportunities. He paused. At this time, someone asked at the right time, what does the world change? Can Lord Qianhua tell us? Since last year, the evil god has descended very frequently, and we don't know why. When he asked this, everyone looked at the phantom transformed by the Qianhua Patriarch and the Kunwa Tree God. Dole didn't understand it either, but he had some guesses that this might be related to the Nightmare Patriarch and Ball. The Qianhua Patriarch looked around with a deep expression. This was originally a secret, only our top leaders knew about it, but now that so many things have happened, let's just make it public. Lord Kunwa, please explain it. He bowed slightly to the illusory figure next to him. The Kunwa's sacred tree figure nodded. It was a middle-aged human-like figure. At this time, his mouth did not open, but his voice slowly spread to the surroundings. Every world we live in has been slowly evolving since its birth. This time span may take billions of years, from the low-level world to the high-level world, and it has been constantly evolving in a regular manner. This is dominated by the rules of the void. This process is irreversible, cannot be promoted, cannot be guessed, and cannot be predicted. Even the world will itself cannot know its future direction. Speaking of the world's will, everyone knows about the heavenly tribulation, which is a manifestation of the world's will. I won't say much about this, let's talk about the world's evolution. There are two ways of world evolution. One is active evolution, and the other is passive evolution. Active evolution is the natural transition of the world, the process from low level to high level. For example, 100,000 years ago, there were very few level 9s, only 3 to 5, but now, the whole world has more than 50. This is the world evolving, the energy density is increasing, the energy rules are getting stronger, and almost all the rules that can be felt are slowly becoming stronger. This is active evolution. Passive evolution is passive evolution caused by unknown forces that the world does not have. For example, I will give a very simple example, the Nightmare Ancestor. The dream rules of this world are very weak, and ordinary people rarely dream. As the Nightmare Ancestor digs deeper, the dream rules have now successfully caught up with the strength of other rules, and the world rules have changed. There are two consequences of the world changing. One is benign, and the other is malignant. The malignant one is that the rules collapse and the world becomes worse, while the benign one is that the world rules become perfect and powerful. Obviously, The strengthening of the dream rules this time is benign, but there is a problem. Whether it is a benign change or a malignant change, during the change of the world rules, the world's own protection ability will be weakened to a certain extent, and there will be defense loopholes. Therefore, some more powerful creatures will have an opportunity to take advantage of it, such as the evil god. The voice of the Kunwa's sacred tree stopped abruptly. The people around were stunned. The world is evolving, which is a good thing, but there will be loopholes in the defense. Someone immediately asked, Master Kunwu, there are loopholes in the world's defense. Is this also a manifestation of the world's evolution? The shadow of the Kunwa's sacred tree nodded slowly. The world also has overall energy. During the evolution process, a large amount of energy will be consumed to enhance certain rules, so the defense will decrease. Moreover, as the number of rules of the world's evolution increases, the world evolves faster, and the defense will decrease faster. Nightmare is just a trigger. There are other situations, such as creatures from the outside world entering this world and introducing new rules, such as the invasion of evil gods. The alien rules of the evil gods themselves can also cause changes in the world. This time, the world changes more drastically because the nightmare itself devours the power of faith and recklessly enhances the changes in rules. It is a sequelae. Chapter 1021. Everyone was shocked. What we heard today is probably the deepest secret of the world. Everyone believed it, because the Kunwa's sacred tree represented a part of the world's will, and there would be no doubt about his words. While everyone was thinking, the aura of the Qianhua patriarch slowly released, covering the whole place, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The old ancestor Qianyu said, the evolution of the world is uncontrollable, and we cannot and will not decide its direction, but we can prevent it. These nightmares lead to the evolution of the world. The invasion of evil gods brings large-scale rules, which in turn leads to the accelerated evolution of the world and weaker defense. So, this is our current situation. Now we are ready to unite our forces to expel the evil gods first, and then talk about other things. We have reached an agreement with several other countries to give priority to expelling the evil gods and reduce the pressure on the world. Another one is Mahakala. It first descended in the north of our country. After being driven away by the wizard Dole, it descended in the southeast rainforest again. This is a great provocation to us. Vasily has never liked this matter. He has always been a small, transparent person. At this time, he said leisurely, although it is a unanimous decision to expel the evil gods, there are also some interests involved. After the death of the evil gods, some evil gods will be left behind. These are extremely important alchemical materials, and the origin of the evil gods rules. This should be made known to the wizard Dole. Everyone looked at Dole. Everyone knew that he had killed the evil gods before. Dole was a little confused at this time. When I killed Mahakala, I didn't see the origin of the evil god. He turned all his power into a curse. I was busy dealing with the curse at the time, so how could I have the chance to see the origin of the evil god? No! That's a pity. Seeing Duolai's look, everyone knew that Duolai was most likely not pretending, because he pretended too much. He was indeed confused. The evil god has an origin? Is the origin a rule-level power that can be comprehended? Duolai asked curiously. It was the first time that Kunwu Divine Tree saw the killing of the evil god without leaving the origin. His shadow glanced at Duolai, and when he was sure that he did not have the rules of the evil god, his voice was heavy, and he slowly spoke. Yes, the evil god's origin is the rule power that the evil god comprehended, and it is the incarnation of the rules, which can be comprehended directly. It's a bit of a pity that you didn't get it, but with your ability, it doesn't matter whether you get it or not. The evil god's origin is also an extremely evil rule power, not worth it. Ancestor Qianwen nodded. Although it is said that if it is used for good, it will be good, and if it is used for evil, it will be evil, but power can affect the user to a certain extent. It is not recommended to comprehend the power of some evil gods. Let's not talk about this. We have decided to kill and expel the evil gods, but we must also prevent other forces from harming our people for this reason, especially the Dark Church and the Light Church. Some people have died inexplicably because of the joint action, which is not an isolated case. Vasily mentioned it, and then said, this joint action is for all masters above level 8. They can participate or not. For those level 8 masters who do not sign up, we have other tasks. Ancestor Qianwei glanced around and said, Luais and Huichio, defend the imperial capital with all your strength, and Duolai is not allowed to participate. But if you have extra mental power, I personally suggest that you hide secretly around and take a look at what the level 8 masters of other empires look like. You are too dazzling now, and it is easy to be envied and attacked by others. The 8 level people around looked at Duolai. Fire King Ancestor nodded. Our Glory Empire has one more 9 level and one more 8 level this year. Our strength is steadily increasing. The empires that are hostile to us, such as the Dark Empire and the Light Empire, are likely to be unfavorable to us. Moreover, according to various intelligence, if there is no evil god coming, there is a high probability that a border conflict will break out. Therefore, we cannot lose strength at this time. Vasily glanced at Fire King Ancestor. This guy has a hot temper, but he can actually stand up and say such a thing. It's really rare. Could it be from Qianhui Ancestor? The Dark Empire and the Church of Light have never stopped invading other countries since their establishment. The borders between the two countries and the Glory Empire are naturally in constant conflict, so the 8th-level people also know the situation. An 8th-level wizard said, according to the current situation, the cult must be eliminated, and we must also guard against raids from other empires. Our current combat power is sufficient. He glanced at Dole and spoke calmly. Thanks to Dole's outstanding performance in space, President Vasily and the old man Mo have worked together to create a space tunnel system. So far, we have a great advantage. No matter where something goes wrong, we can always provide support. I met this 8th-level wizard last time, but I don't know his specific name or what he is responsible for. As soon as he opened his mouth, Vasily whispered in his ear, "This is the president of the previous alchemy guild, Jeb." Dole raised his eyebrows. That's it. He sat up a little straight, looked at the other party, and nodded slightly. Jeb nodded to Dole and said, "One 8th-level wizard must be left at the border between the Light Empire and the Dark Empire, and 2 must be left in the Imperial capital. For the 9th-level wizards of the Empire, can Ancestor Qianhui lobby for a few more and use as many as possible?" Qianhui glanced at Jeb and nodded slightly. In addition to Vasily and I, there are 2 more people participating in the 9th level. After all, the origin of the evil god is also a good thing. Vasily didn't care about the origin of the evil god. He comprehended the space witchcraft, which was very high-end and did not need the embellishment of the evil god origin. This time, the Glory Wizard Alliance will send 2 9th-level wizard towers for the use of 8th and 9th-level wizards. Of course, you don't have to worry about the defense of the Imperial capital. Although the Glory Empire is one of the most powerful empires in the East Ring Empire, the 9th-level wizard tower is only in the Imperial capital. Other states only have 8th level. The 9th level involves too many places. The materials alone greatly limit the number of constructions, not to mention the complex wizard tower origin inside, which is the highest masterpiece of mankind that is more complex than a 9th level wizard. Being able to dispatch 2 is comparable to the last siege of nightmares. Nightmares are extremely harmful, but they are hidden, so almost all empires have sent a large number of people to search, mainly to find people. Nightmares are far inferior to the power of the evil god in terms of combat power, and they each have their own characteristics. The Glory Wizard Alliance dispatched 2 level 9 wizard towers, which is already the most powerful force. Dole was thinking at this time, what benefits can he get from this matter? At his stage, generally speaking, he is unwilling to take action without a certain price, and the same is true for other wizards. They must be going for the evil god's origin. Why should he go there? Get the evil god's origin and then sell it. Exchange for meteorites? To be honest, the meteorites that can be traded in the Imperial capital recently have almost been purchased by himself. Have to open up a new market, such as the Northern Kingdom, the Far North, or other empires. According to the 2 ancestors Vasily and Qianhui, the Light Empire and the Dark Empire are out of the question. There are too many grievances with the Glory Empire, and it is easy to be besieged if they go there. Chapter 1022. Outside the Northwest Fortress, a large area of black fog gathered and formed a figure, slowly walking towards the fortress. Soon, he arrived at the bottom of the fortress. Inside the fortress, the wizard formation issued a strong warning at this time, and the wizards guarding the wizard formation were stunned at this time. However, this warning was from someone inside, and he was above level 8. That big guy came to inspect, and he also walked through the fortress. Generally, level 8 wizards just went up and left, and did not need to pass through the fortress at all. This level 7 wizard immediately walked out of his seclusion, came outside, and looked outside the fortress through the wizard formation. At this time, at the door of the fortress, Dole was like an ordinary person, queuing up and walking into the fortress. The man recognized Dole when he saw this place. He was shocked and thought a lot. What is this person doing here? Is there something wrong? What can he do here? Although the Glory Empire and the Northern Kingdom are 2 countries, they have a relatively harmonious relationship and there is almost no possibility of war. Coming here is also a leisurely job. His role here is just to suppress those restless caravans and prevent the black wizards from passing through. That's all. What is the purpose of Dole Wizard here? Thinking of the recent series of actions of the other party, the wizard has a small guess in his mind. He packed up and hurriedly walked out of the wizard tower, so he waited respectfully at the door. Sure enough, not long after, Dole came to the front of the fortress wizard tower. Dole walked over with a swagger, slightly satisfied. According to the information, the wizard tower of the fortress wizard is a wizard of noble descent named Mazzaro. He is over 100 years old this year. He was a young genius back then, which is why he has such achievements. Dole came to Mazzaro, who hurried forward and bowed slightly. Meet Duke Dole. Although he was much older than Dole, Dole's strength was here. Even if he was a clone, he could easily suppress them. No matter from the identity or strength, he could easily suppress him. Dole nodded. Meet Wizard Mazzaro. I came uninvited this time because I have something to bother you with. Mazzaro had some guesses, so he whispered, Does Duke Dole want to communicate with the wizards of the Northern Kingdom? As far as I know, Wizard Dole seems to have had contact with the high-level officials of the Northern Kingdom. Now it was Dole's turn to be embarrassed. He was busy fighting at the time, and had not communicated with anyone at all. There was hostility everywhere, and he didn't want to know anyone at all. If he really wanted to communicate, he might have to go through Vasily, who was the boss. Now he wanted to contact the Northern Kingdom through the Northwest Fortress of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and he also wanted to go through the official procedures, and didn't want to communicate privately to avoid unnecessary trouble. He spoke slowly. I want to buy some things through the Northern Kingdom Empire Mage Corps. I have no other intentions. It's easier to talk through official channels. After all, I came from the Northern Kingdom, and some things are not easy to communicate privately. Mazzaro raised his eyebrows and felt relieved. Wizard Dole still has his heart in the Glory Empire. He thought about it and smiled. This is easy to say. We often contact the Northern Kingdom Mage Corps, and occasionally exchange some materials. The relationship is very harmonious. It just so happens that tomorrow is the day for exchange. If Wizard Dole doesn't mind, you can stay here for a day. We will go together before tomorrow? Or if you are in a hurry, I will help you contact now. Dole shook his head and said, I'm not in a hurry. Since there will be an event tomorrow, I can stay here for one night. In addition, do you have any trouble here? If there is any trouble, I can help you solve it. Mazzaro smiled slightly. No, it's calm here. There is nothing that needs the Duke to do. Dole said, Really? Mazzaro nodded. It's really nothing. Dole nodded and said, Okay, this is my communication magic pattern. Let me know tomorrow if there is anything. A little spiritual light flew to Mazzaro. Mazzaro excitedly took the spiritual light. This is an 8th level boss, and then slowly said, Then let's contact tomorrow? He originally wanted to say that Dole lived in the wizard tower, but seeing that Dole had no interest at all, he didn't say anything. After the two finished communicating, Dole turned and walked in other directions. Mazzaro looked at the direction where Dole was going away, and his heart moved slightly. It was said that this person also went through the fortress back then. Could it be that he was going to revisit the old place? Sure enough, he saw Dole walking around, as if he was looking at something. Mazzaro shook his head and turned back to the wizard tower. There are 3 fortresses in the northwest, one between the northwestern countries, one between the northwestern highlands, and the last one is close to the northern kingdom. It is also the most magnificent of the 3 fortresses in the northwest. On both sides are wide and high desert canyons, and in the middle lies such a huge fortress, which completely divides the north and the south into 2 parts. Everyone who wants to enter and exit must either fly over the dangerous canyons on both sides, or go through the safe fortress. Although it is March, it is still very cold here, but some high-level caravans are not afraid of the severe cold and have already started activities. Walking on the street, Dole saw many caravans preparing. This is a fortress and a small town. There are many people around, shouting and recruiting soldiers. It is as lively as it was back then, except for the weather. The busy crowd, the soldiers standing on the street drinking, the chic bars, and the caravans formed a beautiful picture around. Dole walked while feeling the atmosphere and climate around him. Compared with the Albiz Mountains, the severe cold here does not seem to be that cold. The Albiz Mountains are a little damp and cold, while here is dry and cold. It is easy for the Xianxia worm to maintain temperature, but it is a little difficult to maintain moisture. At his current level, the Xianxia worm clone can control almost every cell, which is almost equivalent to a part of his body. But the Xianxia worm is a Xianxia worm after all. Dole recently incorporated some corpse-like rules into the Xianxia worm. The strength of the Xianxia worm is slowly improving. It is not far from level 7. It is just a matter of time. Walking, looking, and mastering his own situation, Dole soon came to a hotel, paid the money, and found an ordinary room. As soon as he entered the room, the Xianxia worm clones scattered and turned into countless black dots, disappearing in the room. The next day, Tian had just woken up, and in the room, black dots merged together to form a complete Dole. He put on a magic robe, and soon Dole walked out of the door. When he came to the door of the wizard tower, Mazzaro was already waiting, and with him, there were several wizards, all waiting at this time. Seeing Dole coming, the wizards looked at him intently. Master Wizard Dole. Master Duke. The group called people sparsely. Those who called the Duke were all nobles, and those who called Master Wizard were all pure wizards. Dole glanced at everyone and nodded slightly. Good morning, everyone. He looked at Mazzaro and said, You arrange it? Just treat me as an ordinary wizard. Chapter 1023. Mazzaro smiled slightly. Had you ever seen an ordinary wizard of level 8? Anyway, I haven't seen one. He turned around and looked at the others. The usually lively wizards in the wizard tower were very silent at this time, and even a little afraid. Some people will never see an 8th level wizard in their lifetime. Although Dole is much younger than them, in the wizard world, strength is qualifications and age. Mazzaro nodded and said cautiously, We have communicated well. It's still the same. Today we will go to their side to trade, because the last time was on our side. And we also communicated the content of the transaction in advance. After all, there are differences between the North and the South. What they have may not be what we have, and what we have may not be what they have. Dole nodded and said again, You arrange it. Mazzaro nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He communicated with the Imperial Mage Corps last night. The meaning of the Imperial Mage Corps was also very clear. Dole Wizard may need a large amount of meteorite iron in the near future, so let him buy it himself. After getting this news, Mazzaro knew what was going on. They already knew that Wizard Dole was a pharmacist, but many people still couldn't accept that Wizard Dole was a high-level alchemist. How could a pharmacist suddenly become an alchemist? And he was so powerful, it was simply exaggerated. No matter what he thought, he smiled slightly. Okay, we need to fly by ourselves this time. After leaving the fortress, I will actively communicate with the other party. Dole nodded, waved his hand, and stopped talking. Seeing this, Mazzaro turned around and faced the many wizards. His face became majestic. Then let's go. Remember, don't be nosy, and pretend you didn't see anything you saw. Yes, President. Everyone said loudly. After that, some people looked at Dole secretly. Some people also whispered something. Hey, I wonder if the colorful crystal I mentioned last time is available this time. I want to make some jewelry. Who knows? I want it too. There are very few wizards in the Northern Kingdom. The goods are sufficient, but there are not many varieties. That's right, that's right. I don't know what Wizard Dole needs that our domestic wizard circle doesn't have. That must be the 7th or 8th level material. Wizard Dole is the king of alchemy who can independently build an 8th level wizard tower. The group chattered, their eyes full of awe and enthusiasm. After hearing what was said, Mazzaro coughed. He glanced at Dole and found that he didn't care, so he felt relieved. He waved his hand and walked towards the fortress gate. After exchanging opinions with the guard, the group quickly left the fortress and flew north. The fortress was calm, but once you walked out of the fortress, you found that it was windy outside, with yellow sand all over the sky, covering the sky. Flying in the air, almost everyone opened their defenses, and the layers of sand hitting the defenses seemed like someone was throwing sand at them. Some people cursed inwardly, what a horrible weather. Fortunately, the distance between the two fortresses was not far, only about 20 kilometers, and they could fly there quickly. But even so, some low-level wizards were blown away by the wind and sand. There was nothing within 10 meters around Mazzaro, and there was no wind and sand around Dole. He mastered the rules of the wind system, and with a little force, the wind around him suddenly stopped, as if nothing had happened. Some people saw this and followed behind Dole. At first, there were 1 or 2 people. The people behind saw that Dole the wizard did not blame him, and hid behind him. While flying, Mazzaro took the time to look back, and then he was speechless. These people are really lazy. He also wanted to be lazy, but he was embarrassed to go over. However, he arrived soon after 20 kilometers. Traveling through the yellow sand is a test of people's patience and willpower. Because you can't see the scenery in front and can't tell the direction, people are easily irritable. Fortunately, everyone is a wizard and has mental power to explore. After flying not far, a huge wind magic suddenly floated from a distance in front. Wherever the magic passed, the wind stopped, and the wind and sand quickly fell to the ground, revealing clean air. However, the other party seemed to be able to do only this. In the higher sky, the sky was still full of yellow sand. There was a large vacuum sand zone in the air, revealing the city wall behind. On the city wall, dozens of figures were already waiting. The witchcraft was coming from one of them, who was also a level 7. When Mazzaro saw the man, he came to Dole and said, "That is the level 7 wizard guarding the fortress of the Northern Kingdom, Kelly. He is from the Northern Royal Family." On the wide city wall, Kelly looked at the people from the Glory Empire, who were revealed by the dispersed sand in front of him, and his heart was slightly trembling. An 8-level visitor, and the young man who was promoted to level 8 at the age of 32, this is not a small event. He has already informed the Southeast General Assembly, and the General Assembly attaches great importance to it. At the latest, a big man will come in an hour and a half. This is an 8th-level person, and he came from their empire. It hurts to think about it. If there is one more 8th-level person in the empire, wouldn't the monsters in the dangerous places in the territory dare not make trouble? The empire's top leaders are shitty wizard policy. Why can't civilians be wizards? This is totally unfair. Thinking of this, he let go of his thoughts and looked forward. The familiar Mazzaro, the familiar people, and a stranger with a very strong aura appeared in front of him. This person's aura is different from the 8th-level people he often sees. His aura is very strong, and the kind of strength is indescribable, as if he has encountered a natural enemy, as if a chicken caught by an eagle can't even generate the slightest resistance. Kelly took a breath of cold air. No wonder someone from above wants to come. It turns out that this person is so powerful. You know, if you see the 8th-level people at ordinary times, you won't feel this way at least. This is already in the category of the 9th level. He waved his hand, opened the magic circle, let these people in, and then saluted respectfully. "Welcome, Wizard Dole. Welcome, Mazzaro." His face was full of smiles. "Lord Dole is visiting Kimmel Fortress. We are honored here." His face was almost smiling, but he was sweating coldly in his heart. If there were not 2 level 9 knights in the fortress, he would have turned around and run away. However, the level 9 warriors are a threat to the level 8 wizards, but as long as they are prepared, the threat is not great. He still felt a little cold on his back at this time. Dole glanced at the other party, and did not slack off because the other party was a level 7 wizard. If some strange witchcraft is used well, the level 8 will also suffer. He bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry to bother you this time. We will talk later." Kelly nodded. Although he didn't know Dole's purpose, it should be related to the Imperial Mage Corps. People have been set over. What he needs to do now is to do the work of the younger generation well. He waved his hand and smiled respectfully. "I have already arranged the venue. We have also prepared a lot of things for this transaction. I hope you will like them. Our Northern Kingdom produces a lot of various crystals. I hope you have enough magic crystals to buy them." Chapter 1024. Kelly's smile was very gentle, like a businessman, not a wizard. The young wizards of the Glory Wizard Alliance were ready to show their skills. The two wizards were close, but it did not mean that the wizards were close in the same direction. The Glory Wizard Alliance was still inclined to the alchemy side, while the Northern Empire Mage Corps was still inclined to the elemental side. The Northern Kingdom was vast and rich in resources, and its total population was significantly smaller than that of the Glory Empire, so resources were not in short supply. Dole had not collected much information before, and now he was a little stunned when he heard this. The Northern Kingdom was rich in crystals, which was a bit surprising. Crystals, like metals, have a lot of applications in alchemy, especially in magic circles. Various crystals occupy a large share, followed by metals. The group walked down from the fortress wall, came to the bottom of the wall, and quickly walked to the middle. The young wizards of the Imperial Mage Corps led the way, and chatted with the wizards of the Glory Empire. It was obvious that they were very harmonious, and should have been friends for many years. They walked in front, and Mazzaro, Kelly, and Dole walked behind. At this time, Kelly said, "People from our southwest branch will arrive soon. Please wait for Dole." Dole was looking at the scenery around him at this time. It seemed to be no different from the past. There was basically no change. He replied, "It doesn't matter. I wait. The fortress is full of military supplies. There are definitely no high-end things. Dole just wants an intermediary, that's all, and wait for the person behind to come." Kelly nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. This level 8 is quite easy to talk to, but it seems to be just an avatar, not the real one. Soon, he brought Dole and Mazzaro to a spacious empty room. There was a round conference table in the room that could seat 20 people. Mazzaro and Dole sat together, and Kelly sat opposite. The three of them sat down slowly, and Kelly said in surprise, "I heard that Dole the wizard came from our northern kingdom, and he is only 32 years old this year?" Hearing this question, Mazzaro became a little nervous. Why did this guy ask this? Is he trying to poach our people? Dole nodded and said, "Yes, the wizard policy of the northern kingdom is not good, so I can only sneak away before I am discovered. Speaking of it, I followed the Flame Chamber of Commerce out of Khmer Fortress. After so many years, it's still the same here. Nothing has changed." Kelly straightened up. Our empire's wizard policy is indeed a pity for too many talents. Hey, if Dole the wizard was a noble, our northern kingdom would have one more king-level master. He stared at Dole, trying to see some expression on his face. Dole's expression did not change at all. He said calmly, "There is no if in this world." Kelly felt a little regretful. He was about to say something, but he saw that Dole was not looking at him, but closed his eyes. Kelly was a little tactful, and stopped talking. Mazzaro was also relieved at this time. It seemed that Wizard Dole would not be shaken. Mazzaro had some guesses, and now he was serious. Wizard Dole might really need some materials. The materials needed by an 8th level wizard must be extraordinary. Not long after, a hidden and powerful breath slowly came in from outside. Dole turned around, and saw that it was still an old acquaintance. "I saw him when we were suppressing the nightmare." The old man was delighted when he saw Duolai. "Haha, it's indeed you, little friend Duolai. How come you suddenly got promoted to level 8, after not seeing each other for a few months? If we weren't sure that you were from our world, we would have thought you were the reincarnation of the gods." Duolai had heard this argument many times, and he had begun to doubt his own life experience. Although the Northern Kingdom's management of ordinary people was relatively loose, it was still relatively easy to find someone. Now, he just couldn't find his mother no matter what, which was really weird. His parents must have secrets, but he didn't know the specific situation. You know, in that broken place of Duoming County, there is really nothing except minerals, and even the magic crystal vein is just a slag vein. Duolai stood up, looked at the person who came, bowed slightly, and said, "I haven't asked what your name is yet?" The wizard walked in, his momentum slowly converged, turned himself into an ordinary person, and sat opposite Duolai. "I'm Wei De, currently the head of the Southeastern Division of the Imperial Mage Corps. I was also present when the nightmare was surrounded and killed. Although I only met Wizard Dole a few times, his record scared a lot of people." Wei De knew that Dole couldn't be regarded as a normal 8th level wizard. When he was at level 7, the lightning he released had already reached the standard of level 8. Now that he has reached level 8, his mental power has changed dramatically, and he is probably even stronger. He sat upright and said, "We are also prepared for Wizard Dole's arrival. May I ask what is Wizard Dole's specific intention?" He didn't believe that Dole would surrender to them. The will of a king-level wizard is not so easy to shake. Duolai looked at Wei De and thought, this guy is very familiar with people, so he smiled and said, "This time I have a request for you. I want a batch of strong meteorite iron, the more the better. As for the specific content of the transaction, I can provide a few wizard towers, or other alchemical equipment, and potions above level 8. As long as there is a formula, I can also help you refine it." Wei De hissed in shock. Duolai's reputation for refining wizard towers has now spread to several empires, especially the wizard tower full of death power, which is different from the wizard towers used by normal people. It can kill an 8th level monster head-on, which is very scary. Can he help refine this kind of wizard tower? High-strength meteorites are actually strategic resources of the Empire. Some powerful wizard towers, strategic floating warships, and some large magic crystal cannons and magic arrays all use them. This thing, how to say it, is as precious as the wizard tower. At this time, Mazzaro thought to himself, it is indeed so. Kelly was stunned. This deal was not simple. High-strength meteorites were not easy to trade. If they were not handled properly, they would aid the enemy. However, the Northern Kingdom and the Glory Empire had always had a good relationship. It mainly depended on the Empire's intention. Wide thought about it, and said with some difficulty, "Wizard Dole, what kind of experiment do you need to do that requires high-strength meteorites?" Dole saw Wide's expression, and knew that this matter might be a bit difficult. He just thought about it, and then looked at Mazzaro and Kelly. The two saw Dole looking at them, so they stood up together, bowed slightly, and walked out. Wide was stunned. But he didn't say anything. What Dole said next might have a great impact. The two walked out of the room. Dole waved his hand casually, and a part of the magic power quickly condensed and formed a barrier in the air, covering the entire room. The barrier had no attack power, but it was very mysterious, which made Wide stunned. Wade observed it himself, and found that this barrier could shield both the inside and the outside, especially the mental power, but it was not very strong and could be broken with a slight poke using physical means. Chapter 1025. Wade saw that Dole had made such a thing, and he knew that the following conversation might have some meaning. Dole looked at this Wade and said lightly, I traded a document with the Glory Wizard Alliance about searching the outer space. I have refined a similar device before, but I have not made any achievements so far. Now I have the complete information. I can refine the magic circle again, but it requires a lot of high-strength materials. I have collected all the related things in the Glory Wizard Alliance, so I thought of you. If you can't do it, I will go to the Nightmare Forest or go to the far north to see it myself. Wade was silent. Searching the outer space is very important. So far, only the Glory Wizard Alliance can do it. Although other empires have similar projects, only the Glory Wizard Alliance does the best. At the 8th level, they all know a lot of unclear things. There are 3 ways to go to the outer world, and the world of high energy. The first one is to break through the blockade of space by yourself, find a way to pass through the void world, wander in it, and there is a high probability of encountering other worlds, just go in. The second one is to ask for help from some ancient 9 levels, such as the 4 sacred trees, or the storm elves. They seem to know the coordinates of some worlds, but for some reasons, they cannot go out by themselves. The third one is to ask for help from the light and dark churches, and send them to their worlds. The first way is too dangerous, with a mortality rate of more than 90%. The void world is unpredictable, and there is a high probability of death. The second way is expensive, but it is indeed the safest way. The third one is almost not chosen by anyone except the dying 9 levels, because these 2 religions will only send you to the place controlled by their own religion. Whether you go to the higher world controlled by the light church or the higher world controlled by the dark church, the end will not be too good. Becoming a believer is probably the most basic. These 3 are basically not advisable. Dole wants to search the space. With his current age and his attainments in wizard formations, Wade is actually entangled. If Dole finds the extraterritorial space, then can their northern kingdom's 9th level also be used? He thought about it and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to ask my superiors. Dole saw Wade's performance and knew that this matter might not be easy, so he said, please hurry up. I'm going to the Nightmare Forest soon. If there is no result, I have to think of other ways. Wade nodded and said, I start contacting now. Tower of Babel. Dole, Aaliyah, and Ash sat together in front of the test tank. In the test tank, a silicon-based clone has been completed for the most part. This is another silicon-based clone made by Dole, which is used by Ash. Every few days, he observes the rules once, and his strength rises very fast. Now it is almost at the limit of level 6, not far from level 7. In terms of rules, she has been exposed to several of the water ice rules, and has already entered the door. Although she has not reached the 7th level standard, she is almost there. Aaliyah looked at the silicon-based clone with some surprise. The difficulty of cultivating this thing is even greater than the difficulty of building a 9th level one in the Empire, and there is only one kind of cultivation material, which is the soil obtained from the outside world. Without that thing, the silicon-based clone will soon die due to lack of food. I didn't know it before, and Dole only told him slowly recently. Damn it, this guy has so many secrets, and this thing is even more magical than the 9th level wizard tower. I also want to have one, but under the current conditions, I can only give it to Sister Ash first. What a pity, but don't worry, I will have it in a year. She encouraged herself, she must not be anxious, and during this period, she still had to give birth to 2 children of her own, so she must not be anxious. She looked at Dole pitifully. Dole looked at Aaliyah and shrugged, you will have it, but it will take some time, don't worry. How far have you reached in the storm meditation method? Aaliyah was silent. She didn't dare to say a word. Recently she was only pregnant with children, and the meditation method was behind. Like Ash, she used blood and energy plus mental interference to speed up the pregnancy and nurturing of the child, and the child would be born in about 5 months, so how could she care about the meditation method? Dole glanced at Aaliyah, didn't say anything, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There is still a way to cure her. He lowered his head, thought for a moment, and said, I have to go to the Imperial capital again. The initial materials are not enough. I will bring back more this time. You should also learn how to use them. In the future, each of us 3 will have one of these clones, and we must learn how to use them. When Aaliyah heard this, she looked at Ash and nodded together. This thing is too powerful. As long as you have a clone, you have the power to rule the whole world. But those who really have the power to rule the whole world can never rule the whole world. This is meaningless for higher powers, unless they become gods. In the Duke's mansion in the imperial capital, a group of black gas condensed and formed, and soon turned into the appearance of Dole. Walk out of the mansion, quietly pass through the imperial magic circle, and fly to the base camp of the Glory Wizard Alliance. After a while, I came outside, entered the magic circle, and entered the vast square. There are quite a lot of people in the square today, and it seems that it is the rotation stage. As soon as Dole arrived, Usbul and the old man locked onto him with their spiritual power. At the same time, a surprised voice came. Dole, how come you have time to come here? Are you short of soil? The old man said jokingly. Short of soil has now become a special term in the square. Dole looked in the direction of the spiritual power, his figure flashed, and he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the old man and Usbul. These two people seemed to be handing over today. Dole looked at the two and smiled. Yes, we are short of soil. We are going to move soil from an area back. The old demon was stunned. So much soil. What are you going to use it for? We can only use it to promote various high-level alchemical products now, and it seems that there is no other use? The utilization rate of the soil in the Glory Wizard Alliance is very low. They cannot use the initial material directly. They can only use roundabout ways to turn the initial material into the material they want, such as high-level metals, other high-level materials, etc. Dory smiled faintly. Nothing. You also know that I have a clone. The two people were moved. Many people in the Glory Wizard Alliance wanted Dole to hand over this achievement, but they were suppressed by Vasily. Not to mention whether Dole would hand it over or not. What if it was spread out? This is a very practical problem. If it really spread out, it might cause chaos in the world. Therefore, several senior executives discussed and decided not to ask Dole for this achievement. As for someone asking Dole, it is a personal matter. Dole probably won't care about personal matters with his temper. Generally, level 8 people didn't dare to cause trouble to Duolai, and level 9 people were just worrying about how to leave this world and didn't think about this at all. Chapter 1026. Someone did ask for a lot of things from Dole, but he ignored them. Some inexplicable people are not important to him. He has only two priorities now. The first is to build a search space laboratory. The previous one has been scrapped. The second is to achieve level 9 as soon as possible. Apart from these two things, he doesn't need to consider other things. Some level 8 friendships are useless. It would be better to give himself a few 100 tons of meteorites. Dole smiled and said nothing. The old demon sighed and stopped asking, while Usbul became interested and asked, What is your clone? Dole sent a few words to Usbul, but then shook his head. This is not his area of expertise. Every wizard has his own areas of expertise, and his own areas of weakness. Silicon-based clones are the domain of biological wizards. It is not something that ordinary people can handle unless they spend a lot of time learning. The old demon stopped asking and asked, How is your laboratory going? I heard you built one before. Dole shook his head. The previous one has been scrapped, and this one still lacks a lot of high-strength metal or other similar crystals that can overcome space distortion. The old demon's eyes were a little strange. I heard that you are doing business with the Northern Kingdom? Dole smiled faintly. Currently negotiating, the possibility of success is estimated to be small. The old demon nodded. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the magic circle on the square. This has been built with the efforts of the whole country. Take your time. If it doesn't work, you can go to the far north by yourself. Dole shrugged. It's the only way. After chatting for a while, the old man sighed and said, Usbul, and I have only made some achievements in space, a little bit in alchemy, biology, pharmacy, and puppetry are all average, so you young people should play by yourselves. There are many materials in the maze space. You can take them at will. If you have other achievements in the future, you can tell us. Dole nodded solemnly. He thought for a while, and asked in a low voice, Have other families gained anything? Have you heard any rumors? The old man sneered. We, the Glory Wizard Alliance, have not gained anything. What can they gain? Even if they have gains, they are probably keeping it secret. We will know at the next high-level meeting. We will exchange experiences regularly. By the way, it's not good for you to not know some things every time you don't come to participate. Dole shook his head. He knew a lot about the initial materials, and it was not suitable to give them to inexplicable people. Let them play by themselves. I have a lot of research projects here, and I don't want to waste time on this. The old man expressed regret. If Duolai had said something, with his mental strength and activeness, it would be easy for him to bring them some inspiration. Young people have more ideas, unlike the old people like them, whose thinking has been solidified into a certain pattern, but it is very difficult to cultivate young people nowadays, and there is a sense of a lack of successors now. Look forward to the day when you have time. The old man did not delay Duolai's time, said a few words, and let Duolai go. The old man's words were somewhat inspiring to Duolai. He actually has high-strength materials on hand now. The initial material can be transformed into high-strength materials. There is no doubt about that. Duolai can do it himself, without the help of others. In addition, there is another thing that is extremely strong and very suitable for making materials. The bones of extraterritorial creatures. This thing is harder than the highest strength diamond found in the world. It is definitely the first choice for setting up magic arrays, and the bones of extraterritorial creatures are naturally endowed with some spatial power. It is definitely the first thing for setting up space. Duolai became excited as he walked into the space. Why didn't he think of it earlier? This time, he would take away all the bones inside. Anyway, they couldn't find them. Do it as soon as you think of it. Enter the maze world. A yellow light covers you. Duolai follows the entrance, steps under the surface, and begins to search inch by inch. The scarab clone is now standing on a high ground, without any sound. If you don't look carefully, it looks like a stone. In front of the scarab is a large rainforest. The sky was gloomy, and a few drops of rain fell on the ground, making a dripping sound. It began to slowly grow. There was a lot of rain in the rainforest, and Duolai was used to it. In the forest ahead, there was a decent village halfway up the mountain. At this time, some people were urgently building buildings, busy as hell. From the architectural style, these things built with wood were obviously different from the style of this world. A square wooden building, similar to a huge wooden palace, was a branch of the Mahakala temple they had newly built. Above the palace, a mysterious statue of Mahakala stood quietly. Since the building began to take shape, this thing automatically appeared on it. When Duolai saw this statue, he knew that this thing was mysterious and could not be too close. After all, the power of the god level seemed to be strange. He did not even use the power of the silicon-based clone to spy on the other party. According to the information currently obtained, the god level power has incredible magic, and their magic is the key to counter the void. The god level and the void creatures are actually opposite existences. Duolai thought that the void creatures survive by swallowing the world in the void and rely on the initial matter born in the void to live. Whether the god level is a product of the world to fight against the void, the two are very similar in some places, but there are great differences. This is very likely. The god level needs to rely on the power of faith. The power of faith cannot be separated from living beings. It requires a large number of living beings. These god levels have to constantly manage their own territories. The stronger the territory, the stronger the world, and the stronger the god level, which is mutually beneficial and complementary. Not to mention the intrigues and other things. From the perspective of the trend of history, this seems to be very likely. Duolai thought of a question, whether the world has a real will, whether there is a world will, but from the current analysis, it seems very likely. If so, does the void have a will? When Duolai thought of this, countless rules flowed in front of the silicon-based clone who was analyzing the rules, and suddenly a white, relatively thick rule appeared in front of Duolai. Duolai's world was suddenly occupied by the relatively thick rules in front of him. Seeing this rule, Duolai seemed to see the essence of the world. This thick rule runs through the entire world and every substance. His existence seems to have defined the existence of space. This is the real space rule. Duolai's eyes widened immediately. Is this the rule that defines the essence of space? Shouldn't this be the final one? Why did it come out now? When Duolai saw this rule, it was as if he saw tiny dots in the void. These dots were like the tiniest dye in an oil painting, which together formed the painting itself, and these dots in front of him together formed the world. Chapter 1027. The essence of the world is just these insignificant dots. The size and strength of these dots make up the world? Duolai was stunned. Is this the essence of space? He looked at it eagerly, and even the other clones stopped turning, until a voice woke him up from his understanding. The Northern Kingdom reacted very quickly. An 8th level wizard could not make a decision, and immediately responded to the headquarters of the Imperial Mage Corps. Duolai needs meteorite iron with relatively high strength, which is allowed for the Northern Kingdom with poor alchemy conditions, but the quantity cannot be too large. As for the content of Duolai's transaction, they are actually very interested, but it is limited to wizard towers and floating battleships. Why is the Glory Wizard Alliance so powerful? It is not because they have a large number of 9th level wizards, but because they have many 9th level wizard towers. The strength of the floating battleships is also relatively strong, and the wizard formation is relatively powerful, but from the current information, Duolai can only build 8th level wizard towers. If we can't make level 9, What's the point? After more than 10 days of research, they decided to make some level 8 wizard towers, but let Dole retain the possibility of upgrading to level 9. Dole was awakened by Weide's voice, and sent some of his mental power over. Weide met Dole again, but this time the place was not in the fortress, but in the interior of the northern kingdom, on a desolate mountain. The two stood on the mountain, and the mountain wind blew, but it didn't shake the two people's figures at all. At this time, the mountain had not started to grow grass yet, and only a large area of evergreen plants could be seen, and the rest were still withered and yellow. Weide didn't care about the surrounding scene, and said, Dole, we agree to the deal, but it is limited to 500 tons. Our request is 2 wizard towers. Dole thought for a while, and said, 800 tons, 2 level 8 wizard towers. Weide knew that Dole would bargain, so he said, an 8-level wizard tower is not as important as imagined, especially for an empire. Unless each of your wizard towers can be as strong as the Lihua Gold Tower. Dole said, the strength of the wizard tower depends on the materials you give. The reason why the Lihua Gold Tower is so strong is that it uses a lot of Lihua God crystals and Lihua Black Iron. There is no secret between the 8 levels. Axel's Lihua Gold Tower has long been well known. Weide was a little entangled. They also wanted to refine wizard towers with high-strength meteorites. This is a very difficult choice. He shook his head. We don't have many high-strength meteorites. The number of meteorites that fall in our empire every year is only about 100 tons. Besides, we have to do various researches. 800 tons is too much. Dole has found alternative materials. The difference between having meteorites and not having meteorites is not very big for him. He shook his head. Forget it, the deal failed. Weide said without any expression, it's a pity. The Northern Kingdom is different from the Glory Empire. All resources are in the hands of the royal family and nobles. It is impossible for Dole to receive them from the people. So he was confident that he could force Dole to agree, but he refused so straightforwardly that Weide didn't care. Anyway, as long as there was something, Dole would still need him. Dole looked around and looked towards the northeast. Suddenly, he had a slight intention and said, I want to go to Duoming County and ask for your permission. Weide's heart moved, and at the same time, he was shocked. It was not a good sign for an 8th-level person to wander around in your empire. However, if a real 8th-level person wanted to restrain his breath and wander around in certain places, it would be difficult to detect. Dole could go back and see at any time, without their consent, and he could not stop him at all. He thought for a while, okay, but I will send a clone to follow. Dole said, it's up to you. I just want to see the place where I used to live. I won't interfere too much with some people and things. Anyway, since I'm here, I can go back and see. Duoming County is not far from here. For Dole in the past, it seemed like a sting in the sky, but now, it is just a stone's throw away. He did not use too much power from his clone, not even the ability to flash, but just used ordinary flying to travel. Even so, after more than half an hour, he saw the mountain that once looked majestic and full of dangers. Now it looks like a small mountain group that is not as good as the Albiz Mountains. However, it must be said that Chris County is still quite powerful. It can build a place like Duoming County in such a huge mountain area as a mine, which is enough to deter the surrounding high-level monsters. Passing by Chris County, Dole found that the strength of the Northern Kingdom Legion here is still good. The barracks are full of warriors with blood, and it seems that many of them are out for training. And there are almost no high-level magic beasts in that mountain range. Dole flew to the sky and looked down from a high place. In such a large mountain range, there is only one place like Duoming County where humans live, and the rest of the place is empty primeval forest. He suddenly realized that there might be a problem. You know, there are wild beasts and magic beasts in the mountains. It is impossible for there to be only so many low-level magic beasts. Moreover, a city with only one first-level wizard stationed in the mountains can survive for so long in mine ore. I am afraid that it is not so simple behind the scenes. While he was observing the surroundings, Weide said, Duoming County is the only mine in Chris County, and one of the several large mines around. Therefore, the wizards in the southeast will regularly clear the high-level magic beasts in the mountain to ensure that there is no crisis here, so this mountain city can be preserved. In addition, this mountain itself does not produce any high-level magic beasts, which is also a very strange thing. However, since last year, level 3 magic beasts have begun to appear in the mountain one after another. I don't know why. Dole turned his head suddenly and looked at Weide. Since last year? Weide nodded. This mountain range is mainly composed of metal minerals, and there are no magic crystal mines. It is normal that no high-level magic beasts are produced. After all, high-level magic beasts like places with more magic elements, but now it seems that it is indeed not normal. He thought so. But what Duolai thought was that they only started to investigate me last year, and then this place was not normal. That should be because the power of suppression was gone, and high-level magic beasts began to be born one after another. Who suppressed it? Who caused the changes here? I am afraid it is still unknown? Dole did not ask in detail, but nodded and said, if that is the case, send a stronger force to guard it. The output of this mining area is still good, but it is a little troublesome in winter. Wide looked at Duolai strangely, wondering why he said that. Shouldn't he ask about his parents? As long as he starts asking, there will be loopholes to find. If he doesn't ask questions now, it will make it difficult for him to figure it out. Chapter 1028. At this time, Duolai glanced at Weita and said, I will go down and see the situation. If you want to follow, you better disguise yourself. Duolai himself is a worm body, which is very easy to change. He soon became an ordinary warrior, and even his aura changed into another appearance. Wide saw Duolai like this and disguised himself, but he was not as convenient as Duolai. Instead, he changed his clothes and adjusted his aura before becoming a third-level warrior, still a little bit stronger. Duolai landed not far from the Sanche town where he was stationed before. He was going to go over and see how the elders were doing. In fact, I have seen it from the sky just now. The scale of Sanche town has expanded a little bit compared to before, but there is still no change in the original location, so I am going to go over and take a look. When he left, he was only 10 years old. Now he is 32 years old and has returned. It has been a long time. I don't know if those people in the village are still there. He thought that at the age of 32, he had walked millions of kilometers, while the farthest distance that people in the small villages here could walk in their lifetime was probably to Duoming County. It was a bit scary to think about it. It was really hard for them to live in such a small place all their lives. Thinking of this, Duolai turned a corner and saw a three-way intersection. The place was still the same, and the bridge was still in the same position, but it was now a little wider. It used to be a wooden bridge, which creaked when you walked on it. Although it is still a wooden bridge now, it is supported by thick tree trunks and is larger and wider than before. It seems that everyone is living a good life. Dolai's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that they at least carefully read and studied the things he left behind when he left. He extended his mental powers slightly and took in everything in the town. Familiar faces appeared one by one, unfamiliar faces appeared one by one, and some faces disappeared forever in his sight. Dolai felt a little regretful. Among the unfamiliar faces was Connie, who he was most familiar with. Victor became a little older, but his body was very strong. When Dolai left, he was almost 40 years old, and now he is almost 60. But this guy has actually entered the ranks of third-level warriors. Dolai then exclaimed, no wonder the town is becoming more and more prosperous. Having a third-level warrior is indeed much better, you know. There are not many third-level warriors in Duoming City. Weita has been observing Dolai all the time. When he saw him fall down and stood at the intersection and observed for a while, he knew that this was Sanche village. In order to avoid the Imperial Mage Corps, Dolai plotted in the town for several months and left behind a lot of things. However, there was no wizard in the town, so he subconsciously checked. But soon, he felt ashamed of his behavior. He would first check if there were any hidden wizards, so other people might be even less friendly to those individual wizards. Empire, it's time to make changes. He thought about it, came to Dolai, and smiled lightly. There will be people in this mountain range who regularly clean up the monsters above level 3, so the safety problem is not big. This mining area is still very important to us, so you don't have to worry too much. Dolai's gaze slowly withdrew from the distance. He glanced at the sentry tower set up in the village in the distance, then lowered his head and walked towards the city. As he walked, he said, well, I can see that, otherwise a small city with only a first-level wizard station there would not be so peaceful. Wide was embarrassed. Now there are third-level wizards stationed there, and gold mines have been dug out. Dolai laughed and stopped talking. Wide was a little depressed. Logically speaking, Dolai was still their people. Why was he so uncomfortable in front of Dolai? The opponent's strength was indeed strong, and the power of rules on his body was particularly strong, so strong that it was terrifying. Wide relaxed and found a sufficient reason and excuse for himself. Dolai did not go to Sanche town. For him, just taking a look was enough, and there was no need to entangle more. After all, this place can only exist in memory. Even if you go to see it, it will only add to your troubles. After leaving the main road and walking a short distance forward, Dole's figure suddenly disappeared after leaving the village's sight. When he appeared again, he was not far in front of the city. Wei-De was shocked to see Dole suddenly disappear beside him. The space fluctuated, and it seemed that the intelligence was right. The other party, like the silly, had comprehended the rules of space. The next moment, he felt Dole's breath again, and he was not far from the city. He was too lazy to walk. Wei-De's figure also disappeared in the distance. He comprehended the rules of the Earth system and merged into the Earth. The next moment, he appeared behind Dole. On the quiet and somewhat cold mountain road, the cold wind blew on Dole's face. He kept walking and quickly turned the corner in front of him, and saw the cold city wall. Before April, this road was covered with ice and snow, and there were basically no people. The city gate was still very busy. With the arrival of March, it was not so cold anymore. Some construction sites had already started. The ordinary people who had been hungry for a winter could not wait to come out to work, and the city gate was very busy. The familiar city gate, the familiar lively crowd, the familiar land, dualized sighed slightly. The Earth is always there, but people are not always there. Even if tens of millions of years have passed, this land is still this land, but how many people can still exist? The Earth is the winner of this world, and people, or creatures, are just passing by. Dual-Eye thought of this and slowly came to the city gate. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, several people were ready to surround him, but when they saw Dual-Eye's face, they stopped. Dual-Eye was too calm, and his face was too cold. He didn't look like an ordinary person at all. The man next to Dual-Eye was even more cold, and looked like a stranger. Those people thought that the two men were working in the city, but now it seems that they are not. This was just an episode. Dole and Wade entered the city easily. Entering the city, it was another scene. Compared with the bustle at the city gate, the city had a different flavor. On the left was the slums, where there were not many people at this time. On the right was the commercial street, where few shops were open at this time. As for the guard barracks stationed at the city gate, there were only 2 or 3 kittens. The city was full of a smell of poverty and backwardness. At this time, Dole saw something different. He saw that in front of him, a very unique breath was constantly emanating from the slums and emanating to the surrounding world. This breath was very unique and familiar. Dole blinked and looked in the direction of the breath. He immediately saw that the place seemed to be where he had lived in the past. The mental power spread quickly, and when Dole's perspective fell on the place with the breath, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's interesting that there is a secret wizard formation in this place. Chapter 1029. Others cannot see the wizard formation, but he can see it, because the familiar breath is felt through the rules, not through the mental power. Wyatt stood next to Dole and saw him smile strangely, open his mouth, and then close it. He was a little curious. What did Dole find out? And he actually laughed. He held back and didn't ask. Just then, he saw Dole walking towards the dirty slums. He hesitated for a moment, then followed Dole. He also used mental power to sense it, but didn't sense anything in front. Strange, what did he find? Dole walked forward along the familiar street. I haven't been here for nearly 20 years, and the slums are still the same slums, dilapidated, dirty, messy, and wooden houses. Nothing has changed. What has changed is that some of the dilapidated things seem to have been replaced with several layers of wooden boards, but they are still so dilapidated. Dole saw the location of the hidden wizard formation. Above that location was a house that had been rebuilt several times, but it was still very dilapidated. That house was the house where Dole lived in the past, and it seemed empty at this time. Dole walked straight to the house, and saw the place where the breath was emitted, just below the house. This breath was very secretive, and had a wide range of emission, but it was unknown to people, and he could not see it without the rule level. Moreover, he did not understand the function of the breath. He only knew that this breath was very mysterious and hidden. The function was unknown. While observing this breath carefully, Dole found that it did not belong to any rules he knew, and it was different from any known elemental rules. When he got closer, the breath was close, and Dole felt that this breath seemed to affect a rule he had comprehended. The rule above his head. I don't know if it is fate, luck or luck. Dole blinked his eyes. What the hell is this? He seemed to have discovered something incredible, but the next moment, a creepy feeling suddenly rushed into his heart. This rule he saw saved his life countless times, but until now, he has not made any name for it. I don't know if it is fate, luck or some messy rule. This inexplicable breath is actually related to it. Dole suddenly felt that the world became a little scary. How is this possible? What is this thing used for? His face became gloomy, and his expression suddenly became very scary. Behind Dole, Wade saw Dole stop, and then felt a terrifying breath awakening in him. Wade knew that Duo Lai would not easily release his aura or lose his temper, so he must have encountered something. So he quietly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Duo Lai's heart moved when he heard Wade's voice, and his aura gradually stabilized. He calmed down a little and decided to dig this thing out first, and then slowly check it. He had just quietly scanned the whole city, and indeed found no trace of his mother, and even the bones of his father, when he died, had disappeared. There was something wrong with his origin. Seeing this thing, Dole felt that there must be something wrong, and there might be something wrong with Baal's existence. If this thing has something to do with fate or luck, Baal might be a controlled existence or something else. What happened to this damn world? My parents seem to have a story? How terrifying it must be to be able to control fate or luck. Dole calmed down and looked back at Wade. This guy didn't know anything so happy. The thing that emitted the breath was a stone slab, just 10 meters below the house. No matter how many times it was rebuilt, it would probably not be rebuilt 10 meters away. He stomped his feet lightly, and some of the Xianxia worms fled into the ground and wrapped up the stone slab. During the movement of the Xianxia worms, Dole had been observing the mysterious breath, which seemed to have no effect on the Xianxia worms. After the Xianxia worms were completely wrapped up, the breath still existed and was still emitted. The Xianxia worm shrank quietly, and then quietly returned to the ground and returned to Dole's body. Wade knew nothing about all this. After doing all this, Duo Lai breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back at Wade and said softly, "Nothing, this is where I used to live. There seems to be nothing here?" Wade's mouth twitched. "If there is nothing, then what do you want to do with your burst of breath, to scare whom?" However, Duo Lai was calm. Only he could feel the burst of breath. Otherwise, if an 8th level person bursts his breath slightly, all creatures within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers will die. Wade said, "We have searched countless times, but we have not found any signs of your parents." "What did you see?" he asked curiously. Dole thought for a moment, then shook his head gently. "I didn't find it either. When I came here, I brought a few drops of my own blood. I didn't sense it just now with the blood tracking method. You are right. There are no bodies. I guess they are all gone." He looked around regretfully. Here, he has lived here for 12 or 13 years. Here, there have been happiness, some sadness, and pain, but most of them are numb. Fortunately, everything is over now. But now the most uncomfortable thing is all this man-made or not? From all the traces, this seems to be something woven by someone. What is the identity of the parents? Why can they manipulate something that can be related to fate? Why do they have to leave themselves? What are they going to do? Or what are they going to do? Or is he just a test subject? Dole was puzzled, shocked, and even had a chill in his heart, and all the clones and the original body were affected. This matter is even bigger than Vasily's understanding of the rules of space. Fate, cause and effect, time and space, reincarnation, the 4 supreme laws. I have already come into contact with 2 of them, which is a bit too exaggerated. Time and space, Dole only mastered a little bit of space. Not to mention time, he didn't master it at all, and fate seemed to appear in front of him. The most important thing is that it is related to him. Right in front of him? Dole felt a little unbelievable. This world suddenly became terrifying in front of him. But Dole was not depressed, and didn't have too many questions. He figured it out quickly. No matter what happened to his existence, it seems that he has really mastered something. Originally, he only had a half understanding of the thing called fate, but now if he takes this stone tablet back, as long as he studies it for a while, he can understand what is on it. Where did this thing come from? Is it something left by his parents, or did they get it? Chapter 1030. Are they trying to verify something, or are they making this up to find out something about me? All of this seems to be unknown. So Dole felt that there was a fog in front of him, and he needed to use his wisdom to slowly peel it off. He was thinking, so he stood still. Wade was a little worried. The aura on Dole's body became mysterious again. He didn't know what he felt, but he didn't tell him, but he was embarrassed to ask. He coughed and suddenly said, "Since it has been proven that it was indeed your father and mother who did it, there must be some surprises. You have been lurking in our northern kingdom for so long, and have never been discovered. This could only mean that your parents must be amazing." Wade also figured it out at this time. I'm afraid Dole's parents are really not simple. For ordinary level 8 and level 9, if you want to hide your tracks, you can hide, but it is easy to be discovered. If you stay in one place for many years without being discovered, this itself sends a signal. The other party is not simple, and can be said to be very scary. They gave birth to Dole, and when he was capable, they suddenly disappeared. This purpose is very interesting. Who can do such a thing? You know, in the Northern Kingdom, it can be said that it is a forbidden place for individual wizards. Even the evil gods will not come. Although there are some idle wizard organizations, they are under the eyes of the Empire, or even controlled by the Empire. They are very clear about Dole's traces, and there is absolutely no problem. Now it seems that the problem is his parents. In this way, his talent can be easily explained. His parents must be very powerful, and very powerful. They were so powerful that they had been lurking in the Northern Kingdom for so many years, and the Empire's 9th level, and the Empire's super magic circle of the Mage Corps were not discovered. This is incredible. Wade was thinking wildly in his heart. At this time, Dole also noticed the other party's thoughts, looked at him, and thought, ignorance is really a blessing. He looked around again. This place is still the same as it was back then, still dirty and messy, still so miserable. These people struggle every day just to have food and clothing. The people at the bottom are too miserable. In contrast, the people in the Albise Mountains live very happily. At least even if they are doing hard labor, they don't have such low wages. The people with the worst lives at least have normal houses to live in, and can afford to marry wives, instead of like here, some people, let alone having a complete family, may not even touch a woman in their lives. This is the bottom, the real bottom. Too miserable. Dole was once at the bottom of society. Looking at everything from a child's perspective, and from an adult's perspective, the results he saw were completely different. Now it seems that his ability to reach this point is probably related to his parents, including the appearance of Ball, etc., which may be manipulated by someone. He shook his head, then turned to Weida and said, I will stay in Chimera Fortress these days. If there is any situation, you can inform me at any time. If there is no situation, I will leave in 3 days. Weida looked at Dole and nodded. He lowered his head slightly and said, Wizard Dole, is there no room for easing between us? Dole shook his head. I have been in the Glory Empire for almost 20 years, and only in the Northern Kingdom for more than 10 years. Where is my hometown? Wide looked at Dole and shrugged. A 32-year-old level 8 will definitely be level 9 in the future, and judging from the performance of his clone, he will definitely be very scary. That's a pity, but I still want to gain the friendship of Wizard Dole. Dole looked at Wide and said softly, How you treat me, I will treat you. Wide looked at Dole, and their eyes met. He sighed and said, I understand. Dole looked around again, this familiar place, this place where he has lived for decades, and then slowly said, I'm going back. No need to see you off. As he said that, the magic power on his body flashed, and the whole person turned into a light white light and disappeared. The subtle space fluctuations. Dole's people have no idea where they have gone. Wide saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the danger level to Dole increased again. If he really went to assassinate or carry out a secret attack, he would definitely be invincible in the world. Such a subtle spatial fluctuation, when it is sensed, Dole will use a magic, and I am afraid that the opponent will be in trouble except for the stress reaction and passive reaction. But fortunately, it is a friendly army. Weida looked around, and was very dissatisfied with the conditions here, because Dole was dissatisfied. He had never been to Albise City, but he learned from other people that Albise City was like a paradise. An hour later, Weida returned to the tall wizard tower. As soon as he entered the wizard tower, a deep voice came into his sea of consciousness. What's going on? What did the other party find? Wide's consciousness met this consciousness. I didn't find out what he found specifically, but the other party's emotions fluctuated greatly. He should have found something, but I didn't find out what he found. The other party felt that Wide was talking about a tongue twister. What about the other thing? Wide sighed. The other party's will is very firm. He is very dissatisfied with our empire's regulations on individual wizards. The voice sneered. If it weren't for the Wushan family, Alexander and other families being so strong, we wouldn't have made such regulations. Now the two major families are too big to be eliminated. If we let go a little and form a third family, what else can we play with in the Northern Royal family? Wide's mouth twitched. It is so easy to form a wizard family. The top leaders are completely worrying about nothing. They are not doing their best, but they blame others for rising. These top leaders are really a bunch of trash. He thought for a while and said, the young people in the family are still too comfortable. It's time to pull them out for exercise, or attract some young people to join. I've been thinking about whether to suggest to the general elders to organize some activities, to let the young people see blood, or give them some incentives. The man didn't speak for a long time, and then he said, I know what you mean. The young people in the family are indeed a little lazy. How about this? Let's organize an exchange meeting and communicate with the people of the Glory Empire, and go to the Nightmare Forest to hunt some monsters by the way. How about it? Do we need to apply to the elders? Let's go together. Okay. We still need people to deal with the evil god. The Glory Empire has already started, and we can't fall behind. I guess they will send you there, so you should be prepared. White said directly and decisively, no, let the 8th and 9th level people in the Imperial capital go, I won't go. The wizard tower was quiet. Not long after, White came to the room and closed his eyes again. In his sea of consciousness, a long river appeared, and at one end of the long river, there was an image, which was the image of Duoming County. He was always monitoring this place, but he still didn't find anything unusual. When Duolai came, he had been monitoring Duolai, but he didn't find anything. He was thinking, why did Duolai's mood change so much? What did he find? Chapter 1031. At this time, Duolai had returned to Khmer Fortress and found a random place to hide. In Khmer Fortress, the wizard tower where Wade was located, the wizard formation was activated, covering all directions, completely covering the opponent, and no one could sense it. Even Duolai himself, who was not on the scene, could only peek a little bit. He had no need to spy, and he did not force it. As for their internal attitude towards him, Duolai did not care. Tower of Babel. A white light flashed under Dolai's feet, and a white stone slab appeared in front of him. The aura on the stone slab fluctuated very strongly, and after touching Duolai, the fluctuation seemed to be even stronger. At this time, Duolai sensed that the line above his head, which was not sure whether it was fate or luck, suddenly increased a lot. At the same time, he felt that his aura had increased. This was his original body, not his clone. This stone slab seemed to have no reaction to his clone, but it reacted violently to his original body. Duolai found that after his line became thicker, he suddenly seemed to have endless confidence, fearless and omnipotent. His mental power suddenly became unusually active. Although the total amount did not change, the activity increased significantly. Even the rules he observed suddenly emerged from the void. Seeing these rules, Duolai was shocked. This seemed to be a higher level rule, and he was even more shocked. This unknown stone slab amplified his line so much, and there was such an additional benefit. What on earth is this thing? Duolai was extremely shocked. Is this a manifestation of a tough life? A tough life that can control everything? He blinked his eyes, and for the first time he had a different understanding of his parents. Too awesome. His consciousness immediately fell on the stone slab, and then he saw runes appearing in front of him. As he stared at these runes, many small rules appeared around the bold rule. Although they were as small as cow hair, they really existed. At the same time, 2 words appeared in his mind. Destiny. The 4 supreme rules, destiny. Duolai was shocked. If you can control your destiny, then can you control the destiny of others like your parents? If destiny can be controlled, doesn't it mean that you can even strengthen the destiny of others, reduce the destiny of others, or even cut off the destiny of others? Duolai was eager to learn. At this juncture, an order came into his ears. God hunting operation can begin. Send a clone to participate in disguise. We will meet in the southeast of the empire. This order was insignificant in Duolai's sea of consciousness at this time, but he still saw it and responded to a message. I will send Liu a clone to participate. Then, he fell into the comprehension of new rules again. The comprehension of fate has taught Duolai a lot of things. Fate is the foundation of a person's existence in the world. If a person does not have a fate line, it is equivalent to not being able to see the future. What kind of people can't see the future? Naturally, there is only one kind of people, that is the dead. Countless runes filled Duolai's heart, and were slowly mastered by him. Although it was just a stone tablet, the content on the stone tablet was very rich. Although there was no expression, this thing was just an idea, just a kind of information. As long as you get in touch with it, you can master it quickly. Duolai felt that he had learned a lot of things. What he learned in 1 minute was comparable to the sum of all the things in the first half of his life. It is worthy of being the law of destiny among the 4 supreme laws. Maybe it is just one of the small rules of destiny. However, being able to manipulate destiny, whether it is a big rule or a small rule, is so mysterious in Duolai's eyes. Southeast of the empire. Duolai, at this time, turned into a tall male body, with the breath of fire on his body, mixed with other flames, looking like an exploding volcano. He appeared above a mountainous area. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, not even a bird dared to fly up, except for a level 8 on the distant mountain, looking at this side uneasily. That was the territory of the monsters in the mountains outside the borders of the empire. Dole sent out a few thoughts, and although the monsters calmed down, they still roared in a threatening manner, asking Dole to leave as soon as possible. Dole ignored him. Not long after, four figures came from afar, and the auras of these figures were even larger and more mysterious. The monsters in the distance saw this, and disappeared in a flash. Two of them Dole knew, the old ancestor Qianwei and Jeb, and the other two were unknown. However, the lineup of these four people was very gorgeous, 2 level 9, 2 level 8, and together with Dole, there were 2 level 9 and 3 level 8. This lineup is enough to destroy a city and a country. Level 8 is not allowed to attack, this is the world rule, but at this time, facing the evil god, the restriction of 8 or 9 attacks is not included in this list. After explaining the situation, the powerful monsters did not dare to stop. The evil god's arrival has a great impact on them. The four people are very fast, and after a few breaths, they came in front of Duolai. The strangers are a man and a woman, both with cold faces, as if they are not in the world. But when they stopped and saw Duolai, the two couldn't help but nodded. This person has the capital to cooperate, and is strong enough. The ancestor Qianwei looked at Duolai's clone, then looked at the other two, and said, "This is Duolai, the youngest level 8 in the world, 32 years old. These two are the level 9 of the Imperial Mage Corps, Comps, and the level 8 of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Gladys." Comps is a level 9, and nodded slightly at this time, while Gladys is a woman, and she was a little surprised to see Duolai. A level 8 at the age of 32, this broke the world record. She nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Dole, I have heard of you for a long time." Dole bowed to Comps. This man was a little cold, so he just needed to get to know him. Gladys was eager to communicate, so he couldn't ignore her. So he nodded and said, "Ms. Gladys, hello?" Qianwei looked at Comps. She didn't want to say much about his cold treatment of Dole. They were not on the same level, so it was reasonable for the other party to do so. However, Dole would be promoted to level 9 very quickly, and Comps would definitely regret his cold treatment today. He said with a smile, "There are 4 level 9 masters in the Empire. The other two do not intend to snatch the evil god Origin, so I don't want to make a move. I have no use for the evil god Origin, so this time I go to fight for it. It is also for Lord Comps and Miss Gladys." Hearing this, Comps looked at Qianwei with some surprise. Dole doesn't want it? Gladys was also a little surprised. Dole made a move. Doesn't he want money? Dory nodded and said indifferently, "I know." He didn't say much, but he was very calm, and seemed to be very indifferent. Gladys was a woman after all. Hearing his words at this time, she couldn't help but say, "Wizard Dole, don't you want it? You are in the rising period. Don't you want the evil god Origin?" Chapter 1032. Comps also looked over. Although he was at level 9, his comprehension of the 3 rules was somewhat flawed. This time he also wanted to see the evil god Origin to see if he could use it. If he could use it, then he would have a chance to greatly increase his chances of survival when traveling through space in the future. If he couldn't use it, it didn't matter, as long as he mastered one more rule. In principle, he and Gladys were competitors. Lord Qianwei didn't want it, and Duolai didn't want it either. This was very strange. From what he said, he had comprehended many rules, and looked down on the evil god Origin. This generation of young people is a bit arrogant. Gladys looked at Duolai, then looked at his aura, and was a little unconvinced that there were still people who didn't like the evil god Origin. The old man Qianwei glanced at the two of them, and smiled faintly. "I believe that Wizard Dole will not want the origin of the evil god. Now it's a matter of fighting for it. There are 5 of us, 2 level 9, 3 level 8, and we will fight against an evil god together. Together with the others, there are almost more than 10 people. This lineup is very gorgeous. Mahakala is quite strong, so we still have to be careful to deal with it. The opponent is good at cursing, so we can't be careless. In addition, Dole fought with Mahakala's descended body and drove him out. They have already made enemies, so this time Dole is free to fight, and the task is to kill Mahakala's divine clone and eliminate the trouble forever." Comps and Gladys were both shocked. Dole fought with Mahakala and drove him out. This is a big deal. They practiced daily, and were relatively isolated from the news. They didn't know what was going on. However, Comps looked at Dole with a little more caution. Considering that this was just a clone, how powerful should his original body be? Comps knew that it was time for him to speak. "Lord Qianwei, we all know that the road to level 9 has almost reached its end. Otherwise, we would not have studied the origin of the evil god. I don't ask for much, just a little bit. Leave the rest to Gladys. In addition, I will do my best this time, regardless of success or failure. Hearing Comte say this, Gladys also relaxed. She looked at Dole with charming eyes and smiled. Since Wizard Dole has the ability to drive out Mahakala, then the other party must have remembered his breath. The power of God is unpredictable. We will do our best to kill Mahakala's clone and eliminate the trouble forever. Dole didn't care about what the two said. He is no longer the same as yesterday. At this time, his heart moved, he closed his eyes, and then opened his eyes again, and looked at the four people in front of him. His eyes were filled with all the rules. Any rules that these four people practiced were exposed to Dole's eyes. Of course, he didn't want to see what meditation method these two people practiced, or what rules they came into contact with, but he wanted to see if he could see the small rules of the two people's fate, see if he could do something to see the effect. Fate is a very strange thing. If you change the fate line a little, what consequences will it cause? He didn't know yet whether he could change other people's fate lines. Anyway, his own fate line seemed to be movable, but who would touch this thing for no reason to find trouble for themselves? Fate is unpredictable. If you make your fate thicker now, and it backfires in the future and becomes extremely narrow, then the gains will not outweigh the losses. The changes in fate are extremely complex. A slight change will cause huge changes. Duolai has a deep understanding of this. He has deeply felt the significance of fate in the previous changes in the rules of fate. Especially when the fate line becomes thinner, it will definitely cause great psychological panic, because it means that you may suffer unforeseen harm. Fate is very scary. He raised his head and looked around the two people, and there were rules entwined one by one. Among the many rules, an extremely thick fate line stood out, very bright. Duolai saw these two thick fate lines, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It can be seen that this proves that you can do a lot of things, and do a lot of experiments. At least, things that cannot be done on yourself can be done on others. Level 8 and Level 9, it won't be so easy to die. Although Duolai has only had a short time to study the stone tablet, he has come into contact with many runes. At present, he only knows that these runes can change other people's fate lines. He doesn't know which ones increase, and which ones decrease, so he has to experiment. He doesn't dare to use himself as an experiment, because he is afraid of accidentally killing himself. After all, there are many powerful enemies. He is not afraid of others, because even if he changes the fate of others, there must be a causal relationship. Without a strong causal relationship, changing the fate will not actually affect it. For example, if a person is entangled in causality, and has causality with many powerful people, it is usually fine, but if the fate is reduced, some powerful people may think of this person, and come to cause trouble, which is very scary. Dole thought a lot, so he had to find someone else to do the experiment, and he couldn't die accidentally, so level 8 was very suitable. He laughed twice in his heart, but his expression remained silent. Qianhua stood aside, seeing that everyone had a harmonious relationship, and smiled slightly. Since everyone has met, let's go to the rainforest to see. Dole won't make a move first, the four of us will make a move, and Dole will make the final blow. By the way, did you bring the Turin Bone Tower? Qianhua thought that he could just use the Turin Bone Tower to kill Mahakala. Anyway, the wizard tower made of bones of extraterritorial creatures is absolutely awesome. But Dole poured cold water on him with just one sentence. No, just my clone. Jeb hadn't spoken all the time, and when he saw this, he looked at Qianhua curiously. A wizard tower is so important to Qianhua. He is a member of the Alchemist Guild. He has heard that Duolai has a wizard tower with a very dark wizard color. But Qianhua is so interested in it. Is there any secret about that wizard tower? He looked at Qianhua and said slowly, a wizard tower can only provide defense and energy, or fire support. If there is anything else, don't bring it. We in the Glorious Empire, 2 empires, will attack together. What's the difficulty? It's not like we haven't dealt with evil gods before. Qianhua glanced at Jeb, then glanced over and looked forward. What do you know? That wizard tower can kill me if I'm not careful. He smiled and said, that's right, let's go. The 4 of us will stand in the light, and Duolai will stand in the dark. The 3 of them didn't interact much with Duolai, and they all nodded and didn't care. Here in the rainforest, the Empire of Light and the Empire of Glory are bordering each other. The Empire of Glory may be a little worse, as there is a huge mountain range blocking the way, while the Empire of Light is the real border. Originally, it was the business of the Empire of Light. The reason why the Empire of Glory was willing to take action was because they were interested in the origin of the evil god. Chapter 1033. And this time, it is not just the 2 empires that are taking action. Some second and third-rate forces will also take action, and there may be no less number of level 8s. Therefore, except for Qianwei, the other three people do not think highly of Dual Eye. It is just a little strange why Qianwei thinks highly of him. And this time, the Empire is not only taking action against their echelon, but also some other level 8 and 9, who went to other evil god landing points. This is also a continent-wide action. To get out of the Glory Empire, you have to cross the Aya Mountain. This mountain range spans tens of thousands of miles, separating the Glory Empire from the southwest rain forest, causing the southwest of the West Ring continent to have more rain and the northeast to have less rain. The highest point of this huge mountain range is more than 10,000 honeycombs, so the 5 people can only go through it together. At this time, the strength of individual ability is revealed. Ancestor Qianwei controls a ball of light. No matter how high the position is, it is extremely easy, while the other 3 have their own strengths. Jeb was sitting on a large flying alchemy device, like a 5 or 6 meter long red fire feather bird. Although it looked small, it flew very fast and had excellent concealment ability. Comps and Gladys were flying together on a level 7 wizard tower. Comps had originally invited Dole and Qianwei to join them, but both of them refused, especially Dole, who turned into a flame, like an inconspicuous spark, moving forward at a very fast speed, and almost walked ahead of everyone. Seeing this, everyone knew that Dole had extremely high attainments in both the fire and wind systems. The 3 of them were advancing at several times the speed of sound, but they did not make any sound. They soon passed through the Aya Mountain, which made ordinary people extremely desperate. When they flew to the top of the mountain, it was already nearly 15,000 meters high. The surroundings were all white. The storm attacked, and the high-altitude turbulence was extremely serious. It was difficult for monsters to survive and birds to fly, but it was nothing for several people. Especially Dual Eye, the wind had almost no effect on him. Instead, he could blend into the wind and quickly disappear. When he saw it again, he was already far ahead. The 4 were a little surprised, especially Qianwei. He knew that Dual Eye was the first to enter the 9th level of the space system, but he didn't expect that the wind system would also be fast. Maybe he had already entered the 9th level. If there was another one, wouldn't it be the 9th level? But Dual Eye didn't have the 9th level mark, and Qianwei couldn't see Dual Eye's strength. This kid is going to go against the sky. Judging from the flying method and ability alone, the few people are similar and there seems to be no difference, but from the flying effect, it is obvious that Qianwei and Dual Eye are better. There are many high-level monsters on Mount Aya, and there are also super monsters such as level 9, but when 5 people flew over together, even the super monsters only roared and did not dare to come out. No one explained to the monsters, no one reported to them, and they just flew over in such a swagger. Level 9 is already standing at the top of this world, especially 2 level 9 and 3 level 8 travel together. Who can stop it except the Imperial level? After crossing Mount Aya, the group passed the top of the mountain and slowly descended to the southeast. Behind him, there was endless snow and wind, and in front of him, after a large area of snow and wind passed, there was endless green in front of him, hundreds of kilometers away, which was the southeast rain forest. Although there were countries in the rainforest, they were all small empires, like the northwestern countries, and even the civilization was very backward. Because of the rain all year round, transportation was extremely inconvenient. It was precisely because of this that Mahakala descended here, and succeeded in one fell swoop. When the message was passed to the Bright Empire, the Bright Empire urgently contacted other empires to pass the message out. That's why this happened now. Although the evil god is powerful, some level 9s are not afraid, and even have some ideas of hunting gods. Some level 8s or 9s, who cannot be promoted, have a natural greed for the origin of the evil god. In the Wizard Tower of Comps, on the empty top of the Wizard Tower, in front of the window, Comps and Gladys looked at the window in front of them. The snow was swaying, the figure of Qianwei, and the erratic figure of Dole in front of them, and the man and woman frowned. Dole was discovered by them, because he didn't need to hide. If he really hid, I'm afraid that even the 8th and 9th level couldn't find him. The 2 exchanged glances, and Comps slowly said, "Gladys, I haven't come out for a long time, and I didn't realize that the Empire actually has such a talent. Just the clone has such power?" Gladys is a senior member of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and there are several students. The news is not so closed, but there is really not much news about Dole. She thought for a while and said, "At present, I only know that this young man is very evil, 32 years old and 8th level, and his strength so far, I can't see through it. The most important thing is that he was promoted by observing the scene of Vasily's promotion. In terms of spatial ability, He is probably as powerful as Vasily. Komps was stunned. This was new news for him. Vasily, although a newly promoted 9th level leader, was also very powerful. If Dole, like him, comprehended the rules of space, even if there was only one, it would be terrible. He thought for a while and said, the space is an unfamiliar field, and it is elusive. After Vasily entered the 9th level with space, his breakthrough ability has been greatly improved. Now he is equivalent to a super assassin. Nothing can restrain him. He can easily break through to the opponent and kill him whoever he wants to assassinate. Although Vasily is a newly promoted 9th level leader, in terms of combat power, he is already above most 9th level leaders. If Dole is on the same path as him, it will be terrible. Gladys didn't expect Komps to give Dole such a high evaluation. She shook her head. It's just 1, not 3. It's not that exaggerated, but looking at his clone, he seems to have studied the rules of the fire system and the wind system. I don't know what he wants to do with such a messy rule. Komps also felt the same way. Do the rules between different systems have complementary functions? The combat power of the 9th level is greatly reduced. The young man in front of him really doesn't know what to do. The wind system and the fire system can barely complement each other, but it's best to be in the same system, so this young man may have some problems in the direction of cultivation. The two of them said something and put a flashy hat on Dual Eye. After all, the 3 rules he has mastered are almost not in the same system. Even if they can increase, they can't increase much, which makes people look down on him. But the two of them are sure of Dual Eye's hidden ability. The arrangement of the ancestor Qianwei made Dual Eye appear last, and the two of them didn't really care. The two, one from the Imperial Mage Corps and the other from the Honor Wizard Union, were both of good descent and extremely talented, and naturally felt superior. Soon, Dole's excellence was insignificant in front of them. However, the two did not dare to underestimate a 32-year-old level 8, after all, it was just a clone, but in their eyes, Dole was just a fast-rising level 8, and if he was promoted to level 9 in the future, he would only be a weak level 9, which would not have much impact. Chapter 1034. Above the vast snow-capped mountains, a group of people flew quickly and soon descended. As the mountain became lower and lower, the temperature of the air became higher and higher. Bare rocks began to appear on the ground instead of snow, and then some tough grass soon appeared. At this time, Qianwei, who was leading the way, did not lower the altitude, but flew forward at this altitude. Along the way, they encountered many strange species and powerful monsters, but all of them retreated one by one. From the other side of the mountain to this side of the mountain, it took only about 20 minutes. At this time, Dual Eye had already made a lot of runes about fate, thought of several combinations, and was ready to test them on these 4 people. The scenery slowly receded, and soon, the snow-capped mountains were behind them, and the bottom became a huge rainforest. Different from what Dual Eye imagined that this place was completely a plain, there were some wheat terrain here, but the terrain difference was not big, high and low. There were mountains and rivers, but the drop would not exceed 200 meters. The overall elevation difference is very large. The northwest is very high. The terrain is slowly decreasing towards the southeast. If you don't look carefully, you might think it is a complete plain. Rivers flow out from the eye of mountain behind, passing through the huge jungle below, and then flow to the southeast. From the sky, they look like long winding snakes. As soon as we entered the sky above the rainforest, the weather in front began to change slowly. The cold air in the sky sank, and layers of fog slowly gathered and began to form thin clouds. Seeing this, everyone knew that it was going to rain ahead. At this time, Dole was ready to throw out the first magic rune array. This magic rune array only had 3 magic patterns, and the magic light was almost invisible. Only those at the level of destiny could see it. He was ready to throw it to Gladys. At this time, he lagged behind a little, behind everyone, and suddenly looked up, and the magic pattern in his hand flashed. Then, he shot the second adjusted magic pattern at Komps in the wizard tower. The wizard tower was unaware, and the 2 magic runes fell on the 2 people respectively. The magic rune array slowly fell, directly on the 2 people, and Dole found that their fate lines did not change. Dole raised his eyebrows, and continued to set up the magic rune array, and continued to fall on the 2 people. Anyway, the 2 people did not notice it. Just at the 13th time, he saw that the fate line above Gladys's head fluctuated slightly. At this moment, in the sky, for some unknown reason, a thick lightning bolt appeared without any warning, and struck the sky inexplicably. The lightning bolt appeared very quickly, so fast that even the 8th level did not have time to react. The next moment, the lightning bolt struck the flying wizard tower. A flash of light flashed above the wizard tower, and lightning flashed. After a slight pause, it ignored the attack. In the sky, Dole saw all these changes. Changing the fate of others can make the other party unexpected. He tested tirelessly, and soon, he learned some information. For different powerful creatures, the setting of the magic rune array needs to be changed. For example, to reduce the fate value of a first-level creature, a little interference force may be enough for the fate of a first-level creature, but for a 9th-level creature, a very strong interference is required to succeed. The same magic pattern power has completely different effects on Comp's and Gladys. When Comp's fate line was affected, Comp's fate line did not change, but when Gladys' fate line was affected, a bolt of lightning appeared without any warning and struck the wizard tower. And so on. Along the way, the wizard tower was inexplicably struck 32 times, and twice by the 8th-level magic beasts in the rainforest. However, the 8th-level magic beasts were also blinded by greed, and turned around and ran away as soon as they came out. The empty top of the wizard tower. Comps only felt a chill on his back, but he didn't know where the chill came from. He always felt that someone wanted to murder him. This feeling was inexplicable, but it was very accurate. As he went along, lightning crackled and fell. This matter was inexplicable. Why did the lightning only hit the two of them, and not others? Comps glanced to Gladys, and he suspected that it was this woman's problem. At this time, Gladys also felt strange. She was full of confidence, but now she was in a state of mental ups and downs. She didn't know what happened. The wizard's intuition was very accurate. She didn't know what happened. She could only attribute it to going against God, which must be against God's will. As the two walked, they suddenly looked at each other. Comp suddenly said, "Do you feel that someone is watching us?" Gladys' mouth twitched. "You are level 9. You said it." "What can I say?" She thought for a while and said, "I don't feel that someone is watching us. I just feel uncomfortable, as if something is going to happen. I have a feeling of impulse." Comp said the same thing. "I feel the same way. What is going to happen?" The two looked at each other. At this time, Dole had already tested the formation formed by 7 magic patterns. Anyway, the two men were powerful, and would not really kill them. He tested 3 kinds of magic patterns, one to enhance fate, one to reduce fate, and one to interfere with fate. Although he didn't know what the two men felt specifically, after all, they were in the wizard tower, and couldn't see their expressions, but Dole smiled secretly in his heart. The two men must have doubted their lives. At this moment, Dole glanced at Jeb and cast a magic array that reduced fate on him. The fate line on Jeb's head suddenly dropped a lot. The mechanical bird-like thing suddenly stopped moving its wings, and part of the magic array suddenly stopped working, and the whole thing fell into the ground. Dole saw this and his eyes were dull. So serious, this is an 8th-level alchemical tool, how could it break itself? Jeb was also confused and shocked at this time. He broke away from the alchemical puppet while cursing, grabbed the alchemical tool, and checked it carefully while maintaining the speed of flight. This thing broke so quickly. Could it be that the parameters were set wrong? No, the magic pattern is not strong enough. It seems to be like this, I will improve it. After he finished speaking, Dual Eye on the side suddenly felt that the other party's lowered fate line had grown a lot, and it was much thicker than before. Dual Eye was silent. Fate is unpredictable, and good and bad are interdependent. This guy may have made some progress in alchemy because of the problem with the magic pattern formation. It turns out that lowering other people's fate may bring benefits. Dual Eye feels that this world is really wonderful. As he walked along, he was testing various magic patterns, from low to high. As he walked along, several people were in constant condition, as if they had experienced various world disasters. Except Qianwei. Chapter 1035. The area of the rainforest is very large, incredibly huge. And there is a lot of rain. At a glance, the sky is full of various huge block clouds, dark and overwhelming. Wherever there are thick clouds, there is either thunder and wind or rain. The whole land seems to be soaked in the rain. There are many species of creatures in the rainforest, including Warcraft, human race, humanoids, and other people. If you don't fly high enough, you may be discovered by some creatures. There are many human gathering places here, but they are all small gathering places, not large scale, and the human race basically has no advantage, and lives in the cracks. After scanning a circle, Dole found that the existence of creatures in this rainforest is very complex, and their strength is generally not high. The highest is about level 8, and there are only 2, and the others are not even level 7. You know, with the speed of a few people, it is rare to find such a low-strength place in such a large area. The group continued to fly for about 2 hours, and saw a small city built on the hillside in the distance. Qian was suddenly stopped. He looked back at Duolai and said, "Duolai, you hide around. The kingdom of Mahakala is just ahead. We will go and negotiate with the people of the Empire of Light and others. Don't get too close." Duolai was happily manipulating the 3 people to get the fate line. When he heard this, he put away his tricks without leaving a trace. A figure appeared in the firelight, and stood quietly in the void. He had already felt the attitude of the 3 people towards him, and there was no need to pay attention to them. Then he looked at Qianhua and nodded slightly. Then the magic patterns around him surged, and turned into a white light, and disappeared in an instant. Qianhua glanced at the disappeared Dole, and shook her head slightly. It seemed that Dole no longer liked these 3 guys. Comps and others would suffer if they underestimated Dole. They might have made an empiricist mistake. The rules on Dole were nothing. What he really mastered, and was most proficient in, was the Thunder system. When he really entered the 9th level, and comprehended more than 3 rules, that would be really scary. Seeing Dole disappear, Qianhua looked at the 3 people, and said in a deep voice, "Let's meet up first, and then discuss how to deal with Mahakala. Mahakala has only been in operation for 3 months, so the strength of the split body should not be very strong." Comps and Gladys had already walked out of the wizard tower at this time. Comps stepped forward and said attentively, "It's not like I haven't seen a split body of an evil god before. Although Mahakala is the first time to come down completely, judging from the power of their believers, it should be inclined to curse, and the power will not be too strong, so it is not difficult to deal with it." Jeb nodded. This was the first time for Gladys to participate in such an event. She didn't know what was going on, so she could only follow the 3 of them. Qianhua nodded. "Even so, we can't underestimate him. If the power carried by his clone exceeds the limit of this world, it may not be easy to deal with. However, with the Holy Sea of Light here, there shouldn't be any big problems. This world is a small world, and the power it can accommodate is limited. The power of the God of Light, the God of Darkness, etc. is just that," Jeb said at this time. "It can't be underestimated. The power of God has incredible power, and can even bring the dead back to life. We can't underestimate any god, even if he has only mastered the lowest level of law. The law is the foundation of the world, the basis of the world, and it is definitely stronger than the rules." Qianhua frowned and glanced at Jeb. Jeb didn't dare to speak. Qianhua saw this and said, "Let's go, the direction is over there. This is not the range of Mahakala." He looked at the surrounding world, the thick clouds in the sky, and the blue sky without clouds in the distance, then turned into a ray of light and flew to the left. At this time, Comps put away the wizard tower and followed with the others. Dole was not the first time to come to the southwest rainforest. He left a little clone here, and the southeast volcano where the Fire Wudong organization was located was right on the edge of the rainforest. After only staying here for more than 10 minutes, Dole felt that the ground here was a little too fertile, and the diversity of organisms here has been greatly developed. It feels much more complicated than Nightmare Forest. After separating from the 4 people, Dole got the coordinates of Mahakala given by Qianhua. He decided to lurk there first to see the situation, and see how the followers of Mahakala have developed now. Gods need faith, and faith can be transformed into the power that gods need through the divine nature. This is the knowledge he has just obtained recently. For gods, the divine nature is very important. Without the divine nature, they are just perfect level 9 wizards. At best, they have understood more rules. But as long as they have the divine nature, they will become gods and have incredible abilities. The divine nature is actually the embodiment of the law to a certain extent, the concrete manifestation of the world's laws. If you have the divine nature of any law, you can control any law through the divine nature, and it is 100% lossless control. But where does the divine nature come from? Is it naturally condensed? Or is it found in the world? These are unknown. Dole had very little information on this aspect. Ball hadn't woken up yet. If it weren't for the fact that he was still breathing and his strength was slowly increasing, Dole would have thought he had fallen asleep. In short, everything was information asymmetry. The place controlled by Mahakala was more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. Dole planned to go there first and test the application of the Destiny magic mark again. He felt that if this thing was used well, it would definitely be a killer, especially if it could be developed one day to cut off other people's fate. It would be terrible. He now thought about who his parents were, and how they could control the rules of fate. Was his existence a test product? But no matter whether it was or not, his ability was enough to protect himself now. Manipulating fate, haha. Dole's figure disappeared on the spot. He did not use the power of rules, but the power of ordinary flight, and quickly disappeared in the jungle. Using the power of the rule level will affect the rules around to a certain extent, and it is easy to be discovered by people or gods. Not long after, he appeared on a small hill. He did not appear directly on the top of the mountain, but hid there. On the top of the mountain, there was a level 5 tiger, opening its bloody mouth and tearing apart an adult giant deer. The tiger was very powerful, and could tear apart the body of the deer in one bite. It chewed the meat in its mouth and swallowed it quickly. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of its mouth, emitting an unpleasant bloody smell. Dole looked at the tiger and slowly switched his perspective. A thin line of fate appeared on the tiger's head. A magic array flew out and landed on the tiger, and his line of fate quickly became thinner. At this time, the tiger seemed to have noticed something, as if he was facing a catastrophe, and he became panicked and looked around. Dole frowned when he saw this. He only made the other party's fate thinner, and it could cause this effect. Would the tiger itself be aware of the crisis? Then could Comps and the others also be aware of it? Changing fate does not necessarily take effect immediately, and it requires patience and waiting, but Dole soon discovered that the tiger was panicked and soon dropped the food under his feet and fled far away. Chapter 1036. Dole had not expected such a change. He separated a small scarab and followed it. The tiger ran away very quickly, and soon came to a river. It slowly stopped here, turned its head, and looked at the previous position. It was very embarrassed. At this moment, a level 6 crocodile suddenly rushed out of the water, bit the tiger's head, twisted it hard, and the tiger died without a sound. Dole's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that whoever offends him in the future can use this trick, and it is silent. At this moment, Dole felt that his fate line had changed a little bit. He frowned, not knowing what happened. In the Babel Tower laboratory, Dole's silicon-based clone was studying the stone slab, and he listed the magic patterns one by one and placed them next to it. In a farther place, all the magic patterns on the paper were various combinations, which were the effects of the test. At this moment, the stone slab suddenly emitted a soft light, without any energy fluctuations, without any magic fluctuations, and a line of words projected from the light. Those who manipulate fate will eventually be manipulated by fate. Dole was startled and immediately left the stone slab 2 meters away, with all his defenses turned on. He looked at the line of words calmly, not knowing what it meant. Those who manipulate fate will eventually be manipulated by fate. What does this mean? Does it mean that even if you can manipulate fate, the result will not be too good, just like them? Dole thought of his parents. Dole stopped the experiment and thought carefully about this sentence. The light of the stone slab dimmed quickly, and then it became an ordinary stone slab again. Dole raised his head and looked at the stone slab. It seemed that there were still many things he had not discovered. Destiny, cause and effect, reincarnation, time and space, the 4 supreme laws. I don't know what reincarnation is. Destiny and time and space are currently entangled with me. Dole can guess a little about cause and effect from the name, and the Holy Sea of Light used similar props, which is very powerful. From the current point of view, these 4 supreme laws don't seem to be that simple. There are some unusual things involved. Dole walked to the stone slab calmly while thinking. The stone slab is still a stone slab, without any other changes. His mind changed at this time. How could the stone slab know that he manipulated the fate of others? The power of manipulating fate is huge, but he did it secretly. If he was careful, and didn't let others know, and didn't get involved in cause and effect, wouldn't it be okay? Dole thought of this and his heart sank. In fact, it was difficult to do this, because when he was doing something weird, if he was the only one around, it would be very embarrassing and easy to be discovered by people. For example, in the experiment on Comps and the other 2, I am the most likely suspect. It seems that in the future, I should use this thing as little as possible, or just kill people directly, so that they can't know about it, or spread it out, otherwise I will be in big trouble. Dole thought a lot. Manipulating the fate of others can easily affect your own fate, and it is easy to make others associated with you. This matter is hard to say. Dole thought about it, and planned to try not to use it when he didn't need it in the future. The power is too great, and he can't control it at will. Now it seems that it is easy to be backfired. But at the critical moment, it has to be used. Dole himself. The top floor of the Tower of Babel, the current top floor has been set up as a large flat by him. The original top floor was moved to the floor below the current top floor, and Ash's training room was also moved to the floor below. The current top floor is an entertainment room, where 2 children play around. Standing here, you can also see most of the scenery of Ob's city. Thanks to Dole's strict planning, the whole city looks like a beautiful picture scroll, with parks, towers, residential areas, and commercial areas, which are set up very reasonably, rather than like a messy building siege. Dole accompanied the two children. Ash went to practice, and Elria was resting. Monica was holding a gorgeous toy staff in her hand, fighting with Brian, shouting magic spells, looking like a real person. Brian had just learned to walk, and was not yet proficient, and was bullied by Monica and screamed. This reminded Dole of a saying, "It is better to beat your brother as early as possible, otherwise you will not be able to beat him in the future." Dole said a few words. Brian was no longer bitter, and then the two quarreled again after a while. Not long after, without looking at the time, Dole said to Monica, "It's time to go to class. Don't fight with other children today." Monica pouted, "They always bully me." Dole's mouth twitched. "Why would they bully you?" "It's because you always scold others." Monica raised her head proudly, and said in a coquettish and innocent way, "They are all my subjects. If they do something wrong, I should correct their mistakes." "What? Practices or opinions?" Dole was defeated by her. Monica said angrily, yes, I haven't learned this word yet. It's just a point of view." Dole was also a little speechless. "Those kids fighting is just fighting. It's just like that. Scratching faces, knocking down. Anyway, there are all kinds of potions." Dole didn't take it to heart. Fighting is fighting. Fighting can also promote friendship. Monica's nature is not bad, and the other children are just like that. Their qualifications and understanding are far behind, and they are destined to be subordinates in the future, not friends. Soon, Dole sent Monica to school, and only Brian was left at home. Dole had nothing to do, so he carried Brian and walked out of the city. Not long after, he disappeared in the Albiz Mountains. When he appeared again, he was already in the secret realm. Brian looked here and there curiously, not knowing where this place was. It was not the first time that Dole carried him flying, and he had long been used to it. The little guy's eyes were full of expressions of eagerness to contact new things, and he was curious about everything he saw. This world is very empty, with only a small mountain range, and a huge fiery red tree rooted in the mountain, struggling to grow. A strong breath of life came. Dole just looked around, and a voice came from the side. "Busy Dole, how come you have time to come to me, and bring little Brian with you?" Axo's playful voice came, and then a fiery red figure flew over here. Brian turned his head first, looked in the direction of the voice, and then said in a baby voice, "Auntie Axo." Axo came to Dole, teased Brian, and laughed. "Brian is so good." Then he looked at Dole and said, "What's the matter?" Dole shook his head. "No, I just want to see how the Master Wudong God Tree is doing, how he has understood it." The body of the Wudong God Tree swayed slowly, and a grand voice came from the mountain. "I'm fine. This month's life essence has condensed into 103 drops, enough to exchange for the next month's comprehension time." The Wudong God Tree's internal energy was full and eager. Obviously, he had digested what he saw last time. Dole nodded. Don't worry. I have a few projects on hand recently, which will take more than 10 days to complete." The voice of the Wudong God Tree continued, "That's a pity. I feel that I will soon reach the limit of my capacity. My strength has reached the extreme. If I don't find a godhead, I'm afraid I have reached the top of my strength and can't continue to advance." Chapter 1037. When Duolai heard this, he knew that Wudong Shinshu knew more than he thought, so he said solemnly, "Master Wudong Shinshu, I want to hear about the godhead and God." "Well, I exchange it for 1 month. This kind of high-level knowledge can't be exchanged for anything casually." When Wudong Shinshu heard this, he immediately became happy. 1 month is already quite a lot of time. You know, in order to exchange for Duolai's comprehension time, he desperately condensed the original essence of life. 1 piece of information can be exchanged for 1 month, which is very good. Wudong Shinshu thought for a while, and said, "I don't know much, and a lot of it was obtained from an evil god's clone. You know, we divide the wizard realm into 3 levels. Ordinary wizards, rule wizards, and law wizards. In fact, law wizards are god level, but unlike rule wizards, who use their own power to manipulate the rules, law wizards need to use the godhead. The godhead is a fragment of the law condensed from the world, a materialized fragment. As long as you master the godhead, you can perfectly use the power of the law on the godhead. Only by mastering the godhead can you be considered a true god. Without mastering the godhead, even if you have mastered some laws, you are not as powerful as a god who has mastered the godhead." Dole frowned. This was similar to what he had guessed. Since he knew about the godhead, he understood a lot, and faith was also related to the godhead, which seemed to be able to filter out the spiritual impurities in faith. He thought for a while, and said, I know about the Godhead, but what about faith? Wudong Shinshu stopped talking. Dual Eye sighed, 1 month. Wudong God Tree said slowly, Godhead is the law fragment condensed from the world. The law fragment can make living beings become gods. Gods can collect believers, and absorb the power of faith of believers. The power of faith is actually the complex spiritual fragments of believers. Godhead can perfectly transform these complex spiritual fragments into divine power. Gods, to a certain extent, master divine power. The amount of divine power determines the strength of gods. Therefore, the number of believers determines whether the gods are strong or not. Dual Eye's mind buzzed, as if a new world was opened. No wonder those evil gods like to invade other worlds and develop believers. It turns out that all they need is the power of faith. No wonder the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness always want to invade other countries and occupy more territory and have strict requirements in terms of population and religion. It turns out that religion is just a tool of God's, a usable tool created for them to develop believers. No wonder the Glory Wizard Alliance strictly prohibits the belief in various religions. It turns out that the root lies in this. Dual Eye thought for a moment and slowly said, no Godhead was born in our world. The Wudong God Tree shook his head, no, our world is just a small world. The world needs to evolve, but this is an opportunity. The world is evolving and brewing. I don't know if it can be promoted to a medium world. A medium world will give birth to 3 or fewer Godheads, which is an opportunity for any powerful creature. In fact, there is another way to promote the world, which is to devour other worlds. But our world does not border other worlds, so it is impossible to swallow other worlds. Dual Eye was shocked. Wudong Shinshu knew a lot of things, which were areas he had not touched upon. He said slowly, I understand. You will come to my place in about 10 days. Wudong Shinshu nodded, Mahakala has come. Be careful. His hand is about to reach our southwest volcanic group. With me here, he dare not come over. Dual Eye was shocked. So far? His mind became active. Since Mahakala was about to reach over there, couldn't he go over there first to get some information? He just thought a little bit, and then sent a little bit of spiritual light over, saying, this is the way to build a space tunnel. Please simulate one, Lord Wudong Shinshu. As long as there is a little bit of space breath, it can be sensed. I will teleport over now, and enter Mahakala's territory from there. Dual Eye didn't want to be with the big group, which would easily attract targets. Wudong Shinshu just thought a little bit, and then said, okay. Dual Eye stood still, but carefully sensed the magic pattern he gave to Wudong Shinshu. Although most of this magic pattern is the magic pattern of the space tunnel, the core is not actually the magic pattern. Instead, it is replaced by his own magic pattern with his own exclusive beacon. Regardless of whether the channel is built or not, as long as the magic pattern is successfully built, he can sense the location. Standing in place and looking around, there is no creature on the mountain. At this time, the only thing that makes him feel a little weird is whether the fate of others is related to his own fate. After about 20 minutes, he vaguely sensed the location of his beacon, carefully calculated the distance, and his heart trembled. After walking out of the void, Dual Eye realized how wide the area controlled by Mahakala was. The distance was 5,000 kilometers. If the number of human beings exceeded a certain number, he would quickly gather enough power in a short time and enter the realm of true gods. It would not be so easy to kill him at that time. Dual Eye now understood why the Bright Empire had to ask the Qianhua Patriarch to fight Mahakala together recently. If Mahakala continued like this, he would probably rule the entire rainforest and form a Mahakala Empire like the Bright Empire. At that time, the 5th powerful country in the East Ring continent would rise, which would not be a good thing for anyone. Although Dual Eye was sometimes well informed, sometimes he was not well informed. He really didn't know why Mahakala had ruled such a large area so quickly. It had only been half a year since last winter. A god descended to the mortal world in a chaotic place. Could he attract the faith of such a large area of human beings so quickly? Dole looked at the surrounding Huiyan mountain, determined the direction, and said goodbye to the Wudong sacred tree. His clones suddenly dissipated, turning into golden insects, quietly leaving the area controlled by Hua Wudong. The Hua Wudong organization is now slowly expanding. After a glance, Dole found that the area they controlled before was much smaller than it is now, and now it is a little bigger. Continuing down from Huiyan Mountain, almost 2,000 kilometers is the area controlled by Hua Wudong, extending all the way to the rainforest below. Once you enter the rainforest, it is someone else's territory. Dole walked quietly, and found many creatures here that he had not seen over there. Different regions breed different lives. This world is really wonderful. Once he entered the rainforest, Dole dispersed his clones to find a gathering place for humans. The rainforest is very large, and the sphere of influence is also very complex. They are all low-altitude areas. You don't know which creature's territory is which. Only creatures that have been here for many years can know. Dole fell from the sky and entered the rainforest. As soon as he entered the rainforest, the light suddenly dimmed, and a damp, rotten, and moldy smell came. Dole felt a sense of resistance coming from the nature of the scarab. Chapter 1038. The scarab is not used to this environment. This is the world of the black corpse worm. Those rotten things are the favorite of the black corpse worm. Dole's consciousness gently brushed the scarab's weak consciousness, and soon, this resistance disappeared. There are all kinds of tall trees above the head, and all kinds of rotten leaves under the feet. Water drops are constantly falling. The surroundings are very humid. It is difficult to walk on the ground. One step down will sink directly into the mud. It will probably take at least 5 times longer to walk here than on a flat road. And it is difficult to tell the direction here. It is not possible to rely on the sun. There are leaves above the head, and the sun cannot be seen at all. No wonder no one has conquered here. The situation is too complicated. Dole just took a look and shook his head. This place is indeed not suitable for developing power, because there is no way to expand. Even if it expands, it cannot be governed. It can only develop in the form of area aggregation. He glanced forward, and then the scarab dispersed and moved forward. Soon, he found a human gathering place, but it was just a very ordinary human gathering place, like a small village, built on a slightly higher mountain. In the village, the highest level of strength has reached the 4th level warrior. Dole glanced around the village. The 4th level strength can only barely survive in the surrounding area. The people here live very hard. Dole saw 2 wizards, one big and one small, and only 3 levels, and shook his head slightly. The number of wizards is too small, and it is difficult to rely on warriors to guard. Dole just glanced and didn't pay attention. He knew that the people here have their own way of survival. Soon, he walked 1,000 kilometers. Along the way, he found several villages, which basically had the same way of survival. The number of wizards was very rare. The largest village he found had only about 2,000 people, and it looked slightly better. Moreover, there were not only humans in the rainforest, but also humanoids and other races. Soon, the scarabs that were distributed in all directions found something unusual. In one of the villages, there seemed to be several people in black robes, who were directing the people here to build something like a palace in the middle of the village, and around the middle palace, some people were kneeling in the middle. When Dole saw this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly gathered the scarabs, and gathered here quickly. The golden scarabs were slightly dazzling in the dark bushes. A large group of scarabs gathered together, and soon gathered together to form a new Dole. Then Dole's figure disappeared in the air. This village is not big, built at the top of a large highland. The village was surrounded by thick trees on all sides, forming a tree wall as high as 7 or 8 meters, which was tight and airtight. Behind the tree wall, every 7 or 8 meters, there were watchtowers formed by tree houses. At this time, there were people on the top of the towers, looking out nervously. In the square of the village, a group of people were carrying dozens of prey and moving. Next to the prey, a group of women were smiling and sorting out the bodies of other prey, removing hair, skinning, extracting teeth, and so on. It can be seen that they have just obtained a big harvest. Dole frowned. In many villages passed by, most of them were just barely adequate, and could not reach such a wealthy state. So many preys were enough for them to eat for half a month. At this time, he saw that there were 2 people in the village, who were out of tune with the others. 2 black-robed men, high and mighty. But their strength was not high, not even as strong as the strongest in the small village. But they had a mysterious aura, sacred, weird, shocking all directions. The strongest man in the small village was crawling in front of him at this time, devout like a fanatic, giving everything he had to the black-robed man in front of him. Dole extended his will over, and soon heard their conversation. Great Mahakala, bring us food, bring us hope, bring us good news, Mahakala is my lord, Mahakala is my spirit. Great Mahakala, bring us food, bring us hope, bring us good news, Mahakala is my lord, Mahakala is my spirit. He kept repeating this sentence, his eyes full of confusion. The black-robed man seemed very satisfied with everything around him, and was also very satisfied with the village. I thought it would be very hard to come here, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. My lord's will is really powerful. The black-robed man's heart is full of Mahakala, but he has more freedom than the kneeling person in front of him, and is not so fanatical. This is because he used the twisted belief seeds given by Mahakala before on the person in front of him, which can strongly distort people's minds and change people's beliefs. It's amazing. A twisted seed of faith can make people follow Mahakala wholeheartedly. It's incredible. In a fortress, as long as there is no shortage of food, everyone's face will be full of smiles, and everyone will live in peace. As long as they feel at ease, these people will soon become loyal believers of Lord Mahakala. The premise is that there must be a constant supply of food. As for food, as long as there is a way given by Lord Mahakala, food will come in a constant supply. There are also powerful dark skills, and Lord Mahakala's special methods. There is no need to worry that these people will not believe in my Lord Mahakala. At this moment, the man in black was in a trance and felt as if he was about to fall asleep. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a rest. Anyway, he was tired recently. He stood there and fell asleep. Dole's mouth curled up slightly. It was too easy for a little Mahakala believer to invade with dreams. He just used a little trick to plant the dream seed into the man's sea of consciousness, and the other party was unaware. Dream seeds have many uses: lurking, spying, and subversion. After the dream seeds are planted, the other party almost becomes a dream subbody. Of course, Dual Eye did not dare to use it indiscriminately, for fear of being discovered by others. He stood under a big tree, took out some gold, and put it in his mouth to chew. The food of the Xianxia worm is the corpses of various creatures. When it is extremely hungry, it will also eat rotten plants. The diet of the scarab is more extensive than that of the Xianxia worm. The most important thing is various noble metals, such as gold. The scarab is extremely hard, and will not be destroyed easily. This is why the scarab can survive until now. And the scarab can last for a long time after eating once. Dual Eye has no choice. In such an environment, the scarab is very resistant. He can only comfort the scarab's weak heart by eating. If he had known this, he would have sent the Xianxia worm clone over. The black-robed man was in a trance for a few seconds, and dreamed in his mind. In the dream, he became the steward of this area, in charge of at least 10 villages, and he took all the women in the 10 villages, and used all the supplies in the 10 villages at will. After more than 10 seconds, he suddenly woke up from the dream, and he was surprised to find that he was just standing there, not moving at all. The black-robed man felt a little weird that he was dreaming. He looked around at this time and felt that the palace was almost built, so he lowered his head and glanced at the village chief at his feet, and said, "Today's prayer is over, and tomorrow I, the god, will come down to protect the village. Don't worry, the village will not lack food in the future, no one will starve to death, and there will be no monsters to attack in the future." Chapter 1039. The other party stood up slowly, a head taller than the black-robed man, with strong blood and energy, and was a powerful warrior who had forged a fighting spirit. When he heard this, his eyes were full of fanaticism. "Thank God, as long as my people no longer have disasters, as long as my people no longer starve to death, as long as my people no longer have diseases, I am willing to serve Mahakala all my life as a servant and slave." The black-robed man nodded with satisfaction and said, "In a few days, I will send you to the headquarters to receive personal guidance from Mahakala. We will be colleagues in the future." The warrior became excited. The two immediately took action, and walked to the back of the village. They soon came to a room, and a group of women in simple clothes, washing their hands, brought food and drinkable water. The black-robed man didn't care much about all this. After the two sat down, the black-robed man slowly spoke, "What my God needs is people and faith. Naturally, the development of the village should be the main focus. The more people, the better. Everyone has enough food, so the village chief can give orders to increase the population appropriately." He lowered his head, and glanced at the young women who brought food. He found that these people had good skin except for their pale faces and thin bodies. After a while, they might be able to restore their youthful and beautiful appearance. Without food, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will look extremely ugly. At this time, the village chief saw the black-robed man's eyes, and was slightly stunned. Then he said, "The envoy of God has taken a fancy to that woman. Can you make a request tonight?" The black-robed man shook his head and said, "Wait a few days. Build a temple first in these few days." He didn't say, "You women are all pale and thin, none of you look normal, so what's the mood?" Dole eavesdropped for a while, and shook his head. People are at different levels, and they consider completely different things. At his level, what he considers is to master more magic patterns, master more knowledge, and how to obtain knowledge above the law level. The people in the village give priority to survival, using brute force, hands, and even women to exchange for more food and the development of the village, without considering the fate of these people. But there is no way, as long as you can pay the price and let others eat, then the price you pay now is not a price. When the two chatted, the women did not leave. After hearing those words, their expressions did not change, and they even looked a little hopeful. If they were full, they would be willing to do anything. Dole retracted most of his thoughts and thought carefully. If he was the village chief, how could he let everyone develop here without the help of the evil god? He thought about it. Along the way, the most resources here are various trees and various ferocious beasts. There are not many minerals. It rains almost every day, and there is no way to survive. The only valuable thing is that there are more biological materials, trees, medicinal materials, flowers, insects, and some beasts, or magic beasts that can be tamed. The density of magic elements here is relatively good, and it is definitely possible to produce high-level combat power, but it just can't be produced. This makes Dual Eye feel a little incredible. This may be related to the magic beasts around. Dole thought about it, then left the village and headed for the next one. He couldn't change the fate of this village, so what was he doing here? Along the way, he was thinking, if Mahakala and others were killed by him, would the people of this area of thousands of kilometers have to return to their previous lives? Dole frowned. I have to think of a way to kill Mahakala and ensure the lives of these people. Maybe I can set up a caravan here and sell high-grade alchemical drugs to these villages? I have some potions on hand, which can help people get food without any effort, and I should be able to exchange supplies with the people in these villages. The drug resources here are quite rich, and this business seems to be doable. I want to turn the Albiz Mountains into a kingdom of potions, and it seems that I am currently short of raw materials for medicinal materials. But it is actually quite difficult to set up a caravan here. First, it is really difficult to walk here. The ground is bumpy and full of swamps. Second, although the magic beasts here are not strong, there are all kinds of poisonous insects, mosquitoes, and bees everywhere. There is no way without the strength of level 4 or 5. Third, it is too far from the northwest. Just running a trip, it takes a whole day to fly by yourself. You can't drive an 8th level wizard tower and patrol here, right? Dory thought that unless you drive a wizard tower and set up a super caravan with a powerful wizard tower as the base, it might work. If you build 2 wizard towers for flying and defense, it doesn't seem to be a difficult task to run a circle here. It's just that the cost is a bit high, and you have to find a 7th level wizard to drive it. The labor cost is very expensive. You can't send out your clone to solve it yourself. Although it seems that flying once is not a difficult task, it would be a waste of time to fly every day and every month. You have to find a capable assistant. It is easy to find a capable level 7, but who can do business for nothing, and for years? When he thought of this, Dual Eye felt a little overwhelmed. If he defeated Mahakala, it would affect the livelihood of the people here. If he didn't defeat Mahakala, when that guy grew up, he would build this place into an iron bucket kingdom and harvest faith, just like the Empire of Light and the Empire of Darkness, and become a cancerous existence. If he suddenly attacked me in the future, with the powerful power of the gods, it seems that I can't handle it. But I can't just ignore the people here. Along the way, Dual Eye saw many villages. Everyone had no smile on their faces, and they were sad and miserable. The young men were pale and thin, and the women were dying. This was not the right way. It seems that the hardship of human life is nothing more than this. Dual Eye felt a little bit reluctant. He thought, or in another way, make a level 7 puppet. While flying and thinking, he soon found the next village. Dole did not approach, but watched from a distance, because the palace of this village had been completed. From a distance, the statue of Mahakala had been erected, and mysterious dark auras flowed on it, shocking the surroundings, and the people in the village seemed to have more life. From the face, some people seemed to have returned to normal. From this point of view, Mahakala finally did a good thing, if he didn't need faith. Dole stood in the distance and took a look, thought about it, and separated a scarab, trying to suppress his breath, and slowly approached the village. He wanted to test whether this Mahakala statue had the function of detection. 10 kilometers. 9 kilometers. 3 kilometers. The statue didn't seem to react. The scarab continued to approach. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. When the scarab arrived here, it flew even slower, hiding in the surrounding trees, blending in with other insects, and trying to keep its breath down. Who knows if this Mahakala statue has an active detection function? Keep approaching. 500 meters. Dole is ready to run away. Chapter 1040. 400 meters. 100 meters. The scarab soon came to the bottom of the wooden wall, without attracting the attention of the statue or any other breath. Dole breathed a sigh of relief, and then let the scarab fly in quietly. When he came to the village, the perspective changed, and he saw that the village had returned to normal. On a large square, some people were even training hard in the rain, but it was very strange that strange black lines appeared on their bodies, stimulating their blood and spirit. Dole was stunned. This was what Mahakala taught them. Although these lines stimulated blood, it was obvious that their vitality was slowly decreasing. This thing seemed to have the function of overdrawing potential. Dole was silent. This Mahakala seemed to have some suspicion of forcing things to grow. Once these people overdrew their vitality and potential in exchange for rapid progress and strength, they might not live for too long. But it was obvious that these people didn't care at all. Everything was for the purpose of improving their strength. Duolai thought about it, and was silent in his heart. If they didn't have strength, it would be difficult for these people to live. So who cares if they overdraw or not? Life is difficult. He thought about it, and controlled the scarab to circle around the village. Here, he also found a man in black robes. After quietly planting the dream seed, the scarab quietly lay in a corner and lurked. In the corner of the rainforest, Duolai breathed a sigh of relief. The lurking was successful. It seems that Mahakala's control power is not as strong as imagined. The biggest possibility is that his strength is not enough, and he cannot achieve perfect control. I don't need to worry about these things now. I still have to plan to buy medicinal materials here. When the Church of Light and the ancestors of Qianyue and Mahakala confront each other, Duolai will not be in a hurry to take action. He stood there, carefully thinking about the strongest means in his hand, and was silent in his heart. Although he has been collecting materials and doing experiments, it seems that he has not practiced at all, but in fact, he is practicing every minute and every second, observing the world of rules. He has not practiced or improved witchcraft, but in terms of strength, since entering the 8th level, with a great increase of mental power, no matter what kind of magic, it has increased several times. The same thunder summoning technique, after integrating multiple rules, Duolai even has the power to threaten the late 9th level. A thunder summoning technique integrates nearly 300 or 400 kinds of rules, which is unprecedented and will never be repeated. The Void Thunder Net is the main means of group attack, and the thunder summoning technique is a single attack. As for defense, Duolai feels that he does not need it at all. Unless it is a direct attack of mental power, he can attack against any witchcraft attack, and he is not afraid of anyone. In this regard, Duolai is confident enough, and with the wizard tower, he does not need to defend at all. Even if the clone does not have a wizard tower, he can create a witchcraft shield and the like to transfer the attack power. Even if it cannot be transferred, it can be resolved by other means. Below the 9th level, he is no longer afraid of anyone. Now, there are 11 or 12 rules close to the 9th level in his hand. It can be said that he can step into the 9th level anytime and anywhere. He is not entangled with the 9th level now, but how to obtain the power of the God level. He now understands a little bit about what the Fire Wutong Divine Tree said to him. It is not realistic to obtain the godhood. The only way is to master the power of the law level through one's own means. The godhood is condensed from the world. If you master the godhood, you will have the power of the God level at once. But on the other hand, the godhood is condensed from the world. If you master the godhood, does it mean that you are fixed in a certain world? Sometimes Duolai wants to wake up Ball and ask him, but he has mastered something above the God level. However, the power in that guy keeps rolling, and it is obvious that he is about to upgrade. Is it not appropriate to disturb Ball at this time? So angry. While thinking, Duolai wandered in the rainforest of this area, and then invaded one village after another to plant dream seeds for the person in charge. This is also a kind of insurance for him. These dream seeds will be taken back in the future. He doesn't want others to know that he really mastered the nightmare meditation method. Others know it, but as long as he doesn't use it, others can't catch it. If he uses it himself, that's another matter. After walking around for a few days, he found that it didn't rain every day, and after the rain, it wasn't as bad as he imagined. There were a lot of underground waterways, and wide rivers. Most of the rainwater would flow through underground rivers and surface rivers after it fell. Because it rained too frequently, the ground looked muddy. If you cut down all the plants on the ground in some high places, so that they can't grow and build a road, it's actually feasible, but the surrounding environment is too bad. If the road is not maintained regularly, it will be easily damaged. Most of the villages here are mainly hunting, and there are few places for planting. However, other resources here are very rich. There are all kinds of wild fruits around many villages. In addition, it is hot here all year round, and you can eat all kinds of fruits in all seasons. Although you can't eat enough, you won't starve to death. If I were a god, I could build a country here, but the transportation is really inconvenient. I can only harvest faith, not the surrounding resources. Ever since the idea of building a caravan came into my mind, Dual Eye has carefully paid attention to the surrounding medicinal materials. It must be said that the rainforest has not been destroyed on a large scale, and the number of medicinal materials is really large. I found a lot of medicinal materials along the way, and I was envious. To set up a caravan, I must set up a caravan. This idea suddenly took root in his mind. To set up a world-class caravan, with a level 7 and a level 8 wizard tower leading the team, it must be very cool, but it is estimated that it will also attract the covetousness of many people. No matter who dares to covet his things, he will be killed directly. As long as Dole has enough power to shock the outside world, it is not too difficult to form a caravan. Thinking of this, he thought about the candidates to control the caravan. Who should he choose? The power he currently has is about to reach level 7, and that is his 2 wives. As for the others, Greta? It seems possible. Greta, that guy is from the Orn family and is proficient in medicinal materials. As long as he can reach level 7, maybe he can. The Orn family is a first-class family in the Northwest, but it is not very impressive across the country, and it is even less impressive in the entire West Ring continent. If Greta follows him, and can spread the reputation of the Orn family, I am afraid the guy is definitely willing to do it. When Dole thought of this, he thought of the other 2 people and smiled slightly. Back then, he, Greta, Ash, and Eugene, the 4 of them, opened a blue beverage store, which is still vivid in my mind. Thinking of this, he sent messages to Gretel and Eugene at the same time, asking them to come to the Alps for a chat. Chapter 1041. The forces in the rainforest are complicated, and various creatures have divided their own territories. If you want to open a channel here, a wizard tower is indispensable. Dole thought about what kind of wizard tower can move freely here, and it can't consume too much energy. Dark sky floats above the endless rainforest. His cold expression is as cold as the weather in the sky. There is no cloud in the sky within dozens of kilometers around him. The sun shines on his body, which sets off dark sky with a strong texture. In the surrounding land, the power of faith continues to surge, enter his divine body, and strengthen his divine power. Although it is not 1/1000th of the original body, it is completely the real power of faith. The power of faith is transmitted back to the body through the Black Tower of the Black Sky Kingdom. After the transformation of the Godhead, it becomes mature divine power, and then a part of it is transmitted back. This is the source of the power of the divine body. There is also a part of the power of faith used to maintain the passage of the Black Tower. After all, the world itself has the function of repair. If you want to open a hole in the world, you must constantly use power to maintain it. A small part of the power of faith is actually used for consumption. Of course, this consumption is currently being replaced by a part of the energy of this world. Mahakala is still thinking about the transformation of magic patterns. The magic patterns of one world and another are not the same. He needs time, but only 3 months have passed, and this world has become decent. Mahakala knows that time will not wait for him. The natives of this world will soon come to trouble him. This world is different from what he imagined. The creatures in it are incredibly powerful, just like the human he met last time. He actually mastered thousands of rules in one breath. Although none of them are perfect, his strength is really terrifying. Therefore, he needs power, strong enough power to resist all the storms that will come. If he wins, he can continue to harvest faith. If he loses, he will have to start all over again. He has not given up on this world. In addition, he has not given up on the world around this world called Alpha World. There are as many as 3 worlds waiting to be invaded in other places here. It's just that only Alpha World is currently in a weak state, and can be invaded. At the same time, 3 evil gods invaded this world together. They all came from the void with great difficulty. Once they fail, the loss of power will be more than a little. Although there are great terrors, void storms, and void creatures in the void, they are gods, omnipotent gods, and it is okay to wander back and forth. At this time, Mahakala raised his head and looked forward. He saw 2 level 9 and 2 level 8 coming from the direction of the Glory Empire. In the direction they were going, a group of high-level forces in this world were gathering. His face sank. Not good. The world is rejecting me. My destiny value is very low, and it is easy to be noticed by other strong people. Now the problem comes. He thought about it, and decided to condense a pseudo-divine weapon from his body to deal with these people. God level, although the top power in this world is only level 9, and he is also, but after all, the knowledge of the God level is here, so although Mahakala is a little troubled, he is not afraid. Level 9 means 3 rules are mature, and the general level 9 is 3, and the rare level 9 will have 7 or 8, But if they don't touch a law for a day, they will not have the power of the God level. This is certain. Without the power of the God level, he is not afraid at all. Mahakala looked ahead, watching those people gather together, with a solemn expression on his face. I need a lot of faith power to condense the artifact. He passed the order, and soon, the source of faith power increased a lot, and the idle people in each village began to pray. Dole was still wandering in the woods. Every time he passed a village, he marked the village, marked the name, and then wrote down the types of medicinal herbs around. This would be his medicinal herb yard in the future. Although the rainforest was dangerous, there were also many plants that could be used as medicinal herbs. After walking around, he found that in some villages, under the instigation of some people, many idle people came to the palace of Mahakala and prayed constantly. He frowned. Mahakala needed faith power, and a lot of faith power. Could it be that the war had started? He flew high into the sky from the rainforest, and then took a look at the center of the rainforest in the distance. The war had not started, and he did not feel any energy fluctuations. It was very likely that he had been noticed. He thought about it, and sent the message. Master Chinwe, Mahakala has noticed your movements and is trying his best to grab the power of faith and increase his own strength. If you want to deal with him, do it as soon as possible. Then, Dual Eye fell into the rainforest again and moved towards the center stealthily. This time, he was no longer thinking about the herb garden. He was even experimenting with witchcraft. It was the same thunder summoning technique, modifying the magic pattern nodes, integrating the power of rules, etc. The amount and proportion of each kind of rule power needed to be carefully studied. Some things are actually just a matter of thought, and do not require too much accuracy. Dual Eye just made a slight modification and added several newly comprehended rules. The power is more than 3 times greater than last time. Very terrifying. He had to think about other things, such as trying to launch quickly, hiding the energy of the attack, and hitting the target as much as possible. If the Church of Light had no hostility towards him, it would be fine. If it did, he might have to cooperate with Master Chinwe this time to kill some of the Church of Light's strong men, or other level 8s, who were inclined towards the Church of Light, so as to reduce the pressure on the border. The Church of Light's expansionist intentions were too obvious. As a senior member of the Glory Wizard Alliance, Dole felt that he had to do something. The most important thing was that they had asked the Glory Wizard Alliance to hand over Dole last time, which had already made Dole want to kill him. In addition, there was the Dark Church. Just as he was thinking, on a real mountain at the edge of the rainforest, a huge mountain range more than 1,000 meters high, the real Pope of the Church of Light, Standa, stood on the peak and looked towards the direction of the rainforest. His face was slightly old, but his eyes were bright. Behind him, there were as many as 4 strong men, 1 level 9 and 3 level 8. Stender looked in the direction of the rainforest and said slowly, "We just got the information that Mahakala may have noticed our arrival, and is trying his best to grab the power of faith. Mahakala is an evil god, and also a god who is good at assassination. His existence is based on endangering us humans. We must try our best to eradicate him, otherwise, many years later, there will be a large number of assassins and killers active in the world." Another level 9, slightly younger, looked at Stender with respect and said with a firm gaze, "Always protect my lord is the light." Others bowed their heads. Stender also bowed his head and said slowly, "My light king shines all over the earth, and this rainforest will definitely surrender to the glory." After speaking, he raised his head and said, "This time there are 3 level 8 independent people who will take action together. There were originally 6, and the other 3 Middle-earth withdrew. The Glory Wizard Alliance also came with 2 level 9s and 2 level 8s. First, we will do our best to kill Mahakala. If possible, we must subdue the other level 8s and kill as many level 8s as possible from the Glory Wizard Alliance." Chapter 1042. Yes, Your Holiness. The level 9 young man looked at Standa with fighting spirit in his eyes. This time, they even brought the Oracle. The Oracle can only be used 3 times, and it has been used twice, leaving only the last time, which is to deal with the wizards of the Glory Empire. To deal with Mahakala, the Oracle is not needed. As long as they defeat 2 level 8 or above in the Glory Empire, they can successfully take over the southeastern region of the Glory Empire, at least the territory of 1 state. This is what they planned, and what they wanted to do. The God of Light sent down the Oracle to let them occupy more territory instead of dealing with nightmares. The envoy of the God of Light was very dissatisfied with this, and just took this opportunity to do something. The young man thought about it and suddenly said, "If possible, can we let other level 8 help deal with the Glory Empire, or suppress it by force?" Standa glanced at the young man, His eyes were calm and calm. Those who can cultivate to level 8 are not ordinary people. Give up these unrealistic ideas. If possible, I would have done this several years ago. Only interests are permanent. Franklin, you should look further ahead. Don't consider others. You should continue to cultivate our own people. The young man Franklin bowed his head slightly, indicating that he had learned his lesson. The 3 level 8s stood behind, saying nothing, just looking forward, like puppets. Standa glanced at Franklin, looking forward, and slowly said, "After I leave, the position of the Pope will belong to you. No matter what you do, you must focus on the Holy Sea of Light. Think of everything you should think about, and there will be no problem." Franklin said calmly, "Yes, Your Holiness." Standar stopped talking and continued to look forward. Although he was just looking forward, there were rays of light in his eyes, as if he had seen through the world. Not long after, a wizard tower and 2 other figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. At the same time, people appeared in other directions. Standar raised his eyes and thought, "Here they come." Franklin also straightened his chest at this time, squinting his eyes and looking forward. The competitors also came. He knew that the purpose of these people coming was to get the origin of the evil god, but the evil would eventually be purified, and they were destined to do useless work. In the sky, black clouds began to condense, making the momentum of the surrounding world more solemn. Not long after, the distance between the crowd was getting closer and closer, and soon they were within 10 kilometers. In the distance, the old ancestor Qianwei had not appeared yet, and several people were watching. At this moment, a message appeared in Standar's ears. "Mahakala already knows we are here, and is rapidly seizing the power of faith. If we don't speed up, it will probably take 10 days, or half a month, before we need to use powerful weapons to destroy him." Standar felt relieved, and the other party also knew it. He saw people coming close, so he used wide-area transmission to say, "Ancestor Qianwei, is the news reliable?" The people around heard the voice at this time, and they were still a little stunned. People were getting closer and closer, and the voice of Ancestor Qianwei came. He also used wide-area transmission this time. "I sent a clone to inquire. This can't be wrong." The people around were shocked at this time. The Glory Empire has already started to act. Ancestor Qianwei personally sent a clone to inquire, but what kind of news could it be? After 3 or 5 seconds, everyone was floating in the sky. The Holy Sea of Light stood on the mountain, the Empire of Glory stood together, and the other 8-level people stood on their own sides, not interfering with each other. At this time, one of them couldn't help asking Master Qianwei, "May I ask, what are you talking about?" Qianwei glanced at this person, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, and slowly said, "Tahitian knows the news of our reunion, and is trying his best to seize the faith of believers. In other words, within the range controlled by Mahakala, at least 3 million people have been praying every day since just now." The 3 8-level people had no idea about this. When the people of the Holy Sea of Light heard this, everyone's eyes were fixed. 3 million people praying at the same time is a very terrifying thing. 100,000 people praying every day can produce a drop of divine power every 10 days. 3 million people praying together can produce 3 drops of divine power a day, and 1 drop of divine power is equivalent to a disposable top 9 level. This is a very terrifying thing. So, when this news came out, Pope Stenda and Franklin, 2 9-level people, immediately widened their eyes. Stender understood the seriousness of the matter. He took a step forward slowly. He didn't know how he did it. Suddenly, the light twisted and he appeared in the air. At this time, his tone was extremely firm, and he said solemnly, "Then we will set out now, and try to solve the problem in 1 day." Franklin and several other people from the Pope of Light appeared in front of Stender. He said hurriedly, 3 million people praying together, the amount of prayers in 1 day is equivalent to providing 2 9th-level powers to Mahakala. 1 more day means we have more 9th-level troubles. We must act as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Standa did not blame Franklin for what he said, but was secretly relieved. Although there is one doctrine of the Church of Light that is not to deceive, it is for oneself, not for others. Saying that there are 3 level 9s is 2 level 9s, causing misjudgment. After a while, some people will not be able to see the situation clearly and may fall. This is in the interests of the Church of Light. The fewer strong people outside, the better. The fewer there are, the less trouble there will be in the future. He saw that after hearing Franklin's words, others cast questioning eyes at him. He looked at Qianwei, and then looked at Comps, another level 9 of the Glory Empire Mage Corps, and thought to himself that Comps was too strong. It seems that he has to target Jeb and Gladys. He knows the information about these people very well. Standa nodded and said, "That's right, you all know the power of faith, The power generated by the prayers of 3 million people every day, that's it. In the sky, Qianwei, Comps, and the other level 8s fell silent. At this time, the other level 8s were anxious. One of them said hurriedly, for level 9s, since this is the case, let's eliminate Mahakala as soon as possible. Mahakala is a god level. If we can get so much power, it may become more and more difficult in the future. Standa looked at the level 8 and nodded with satisfaction. He also said in a somewhat quick tone, then there is no time to lose. Let's set off. The 3 of you will maneuver, and our 2 families will be the main force to attack. Try to kill the evil god Mahakala at once and purify the world. He looked at Qianwei. Qianwei and Comps were naturally fine. They were eager to set off now and kill Mahakala. Dole had been there for 2 days. They deliberately delayed their arrival for 2 days to give them the illusion that they and others were going to scout, rather than someone going to scout in advance. Chapter 1043. Ancestor Qianwei and Comps looked at each other, their eyes flashing, and said together, let's set off now. Comps said in a deep voice, the Mahakala Empire currently only has him as the powerful one, and the others are just for show. After we eliminate Mahakala, the others will automatically collapse. In addition, we will snatch the evil god Origin left by Mahakala, and the primary target is Mahakala himself. Hearing evil god Origin, everyone's eyes suddenly condensed. Just as Standa was about to speak, Franklin, who was standing behind Standa, immediately said angrily, all evil will disappear, and light will purify everything. Hearing this, the 8-level people could no longer sit still, and immediately glared at him, and their momentum suddenly gathered. Comps glanced at Franklin and said with a fake smile, evil power is still power if used well. You, the Church of Light, don't want it, so don't get involved. Franklin sneered, under the light, everything will be destroyed. The origin of the evil god may not exist. It's too early to say this now. Comps looked at him and said slowly, then give it a try. We are all here for the origin of the evil god. Do you think you, the Church of Light, can destroy the evil god's clone? If you think you can, then we, the Glory Empire, will withdraw. At this point, Comps suddenly took 2 steps back. Hearing this, the others stopped immediately, and even their blood cooled down. If it wasn't the origin of the evil god, who would be crazy enough to deal with the high and mighty evil god, just for a few of them at level 8? Is that possible? Everyone's eyes turned towards the Church of Light, especially the 8-level ones. Stander's face remained unchanged, and his aura remained unchanged. He looked at Qianwei and Comps, and smiled at this time. Franklin represents himself, not our Church of Light. The origin of the evil god, the capable one, will take over. Hearing this, the eyes of the people around him gathered again. Behind Standar, Franklin wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't speak at all. A powerful force blocked him. Also at the 9th level, Standar was much stronger than him. Standar mastered 10 kinds of rules, all above the 9th level, while Franklin, who was known as the youngest 9th level, had just mastered 3 perfect level rules, and they were not completely connected together. Seeing that the Church of Light had reached an agreement, Comps said with a fake smile, everyone is here for the origin of the evil god. Don't play tricks. Now the evil god is speeding up to grab the power of faith. If you delay for 1 minute, the other party will become stronger. If you don't take action, it may be too late. Standar looked at Qianwei, who had been silent all the time, and then looked at everyone saying, even so, let's go. Before Mahakala is eliminated, I promise on behalf of the Church of Light that I will restrain my men. His subtext is obvious. This verbal agreement is only before Mahakala is eliminated. Everyone said nothing and looked at Standar, each of them thinking about it in their hearts. The sky was gloomy for a while, and clouds and rain gathered around. With the powerful momentum of several level 9 and 8, the clouds and rain gathered and did not disperse, and the dark clouds became heavier and heavier. Qianwei looked at the surrounding world and said slowly, Mahakala will be destroyed. The evil god Origin has the ability to obtain it. First of all, I declare that I will not participate in the fight for the evil god Origin. Hearing this, the condensed air seemed to ease a little. The eyes of those 8-level people were obviously slightly relaxed. There are 3 9 levels in the Glory Empire. Qianwei, as the oldest 9 level, is undoubtedly the most powerful. As long as he does not participate in the fight, others may grab a little. One of the 8-level people immediately said, Lord Qianwei, you are upright. Qianwei glanced at the 3 people with a blank expression, and then glanced at Standa and Franklin. Let's go. Since the power of faith is so powerful, let's kill Mahakala first, and other big things will be solved later. Standa did not continue to make trouble this time, but nodded heavily. To be honest, The rainforest is very close to the Holy Sea of Light, but it has little to do with the Glory Empire. The Aya Mountain in the middle is simply an uncrossable sky sting. If the rainforest is conquered and becomes stronger in the future, the first one to suffer will be the Empire of Light. So this time the Empire of Light invited the Empire of Glory to join in. Standa and Franklin exchanged glances, and Standa waved his hand. "Let's go." As he spoke, Standa waved his hand, and a huge golden warship appeared in the sky, more than 300 meters long. The three of them jumped on it like ants. As soon as the warship came out, the air around it seemed to be oppressed. The clouds in the sky slowly dispersed at noon, and the huge magic power was released, and even the surrounding heaven and earth were affected. The people around gasped when they saw it. This time, the Holy Sea of Light not only brought the Pope, but also brought the flying ship to guard the sect. This is a great event. The three level 8s looked at each other at this time, their eyes full of anxiety. Qianwei and Comps also looked at each other at this time. Comps wanted to say something, but was suppressed by Qianwei and did not speak. As for Jeb and Gladys, their eyes were fixed. Especially Jeb, as an alchemy madman, his eyes were full of light when looking at the golden flying ship. As a standard alchemist, he is very interested in any equipment above level 9. You know, above level 9, the design is no longer as simple as the evolution of one or two magic arrays, but the joint deployment of several different magic arrays, which can almost mobilize a part of a powerful law power. The most powerful wizard towers of the Glory Wizard Alliance were built with the efforts of the whole country. Each wizard tower has supreme power, comparable to several level 9 towers. The power that can be mobilized is also very powerful, several levels higher than the ordinary level 9. It is a wizard formation that has been fully optimized by countless wizards through various methods, and the power that can be mobilized in the end is devastating. The most powerful of the Glory Wizard Alliance is not the level 9 towers such as Qianwei and Comps, but several level 9 wizard towers. As Jeb, who has participated in the refining of wizard towers, is naturally interested in other level 9 creations. He himself has a wizard tower, but it is also level 8, not yet at the level 9 stage. Level 9 is too difficult. Each family looked at each other, and each silently dispersed and disappeared into the air. If you look closely, they are all heading in one direction, which is the depths of the rainforest. Mahakala has been paying attention to this side, and at the same time issued various orders, trying to collect the power of faith as soon as possible and transform it into his own power. After knowing that the two empires had joined forces, he even used the power of his own body to transform divine power as quickly as possible to supply himself. In recent times, he has been promoting his faith intermittently. Because he has wasted too much divine power to shock the surroundings and perform various miracles, he has only accumulated 20 drops of divine power so far. He is an evil god. Evil gods are all inferior gods. They do not have the majestic divine power of the God of Light. 1 drop of divine power is only equivalent to an ordinary 9th level. 20 drops of divine power are only equivalent to 20 ordinary 9th levels, not even as good as 5 top 9th levels. In addition to the altars and wizard formations arranged in all directions, in the rainforest that he controls, he is only equivalent to the top 9th level. Chapter 1044. The world does not allow power above level 9, so he must go all out and try his best to control the power in this battle. If the real master is here, he can kill all level 9 with just one thought. These days, he also noticed a strange thing. In his territory, it seems that there has always been a familiar power, but strangely, he has never found the source of this familiar power, so he doesn't know who it is. The Holy Sea of Light is coming, he said coldly in his heart. This Alpha world is a marginal world. Even if the God of Light casts power, how much power can he cast? With his current power of faith, as long as there are not 7 or 8 level 9 sieges, it is enough to deal with it. There are only 4 level 9s, 7 or 8 level 8s, who are looking down on them. But at this moment, his face changed. He saw a huge golden ship, and the power emanating from it was comparable to several level 9s. His face changed instantly. Damn it, the Holy Sea of Light even dispatched this thing, the Golden Light ship. Mahakala was a little angry. He thought for a while, and a drop of divine power appeared in his hand. This drop of divine power was black, like a liquid water drop, floating in the air. At a glance, it was full of sacred power, and it also contained death, evil, and darkness. Divine power was very precious. He just took a look and his eyes twitched fiercely. The divine power suddenly disappeared. In front of Mahakala, the space was instantly torn apart. He stretched out his hand and inserted it fiercely into the space. At this moment, the crack shook violently, and it seemed a little unstable. Mahakala's eyes shook violently, and he was a little unwilling. Another drop of divine power flew out from under his feet, fell on the edge of the crack, and dissipated with a bang. The crack expanded again and stabilized a little. Mahakala's face turned slightly red, and his hand grabbed the crack several times in a row, then his expression condensed, and he suddenly pulled his hand out of the crack. A black sword was held in his hand. When the sword appeared in this world, the surrounding heaven and earth trembled a little. In the far northwest, Dole had been observing the surroundings, and at this moment, he saw something different. The world seemed to have changed again, and black unknown rules suddenly appeared around the world. The world seemed to have more rules. He looked at these rules carefully, all about darkness and chaos. His face changed slightly. It must be Mahakala's mischief. He raised his head and looked towards the depths of the rainforest. Soon, with his mental power, he saw the situation in front. A huge source of energy appeared above the rainforest. Above the rainforest, a space fluctuation seemed to have just been repaired by the world. He just thought about it for a while, and his face changed slightly. Mahakala opened the space and seemed to have brought something with him. This thing was very powerful. He immediately sent a message to Qianwei. Not long after, Qianwei replied, the Holy Sea of Light brought a level 9 golden flying ship, which may have been noticed by Mahakala. You should approach quickly now. If you fight, you can fight for it. Mahakala may have brought a fake artifact. We can snatch it. Qianwei's induction ability is not worse than Dual Eye's. At this time, he has already noticed the truth. Dual Eye's heart moved, and then replied, I will be there soon. After saying that, his body suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless scarabs, heading towards the central area. The entire rainforest seemed to be in some chaos at this moment. Within the range controlled by Mahakala, all the villages and places with Mahakala statues were slightly blooming with miracles. Mahakala's power shone in all directions, and Mahakala statues were derived everywhere. Seeing this, the Mahakala believers around him prayed even harder. While flying, Dual Eye left scarab clones in the villages along the way. As long as Mahakala died, he could immediately take over the villages. He couldn't let the power left by Mahakala cause trouble, nor could he let these villages return to their previous state in an instant. They had to live better. The Church of Light and the Glory Wizard Alliance were not on good terms, so he had to guard against the Church of Light doing something weird. After all, the Church of Light had an oracle. While flying, Dual Eye communicated with the Qianwei wizard and soon got a lot of information from them. 3 level 8, 2 level 9, and 3 level 8 independents. There are very few level 9 independents in this world. There is only one in the entire West Ring continent, but the number of level 8 is not uncommon. Some people are independent from a certain force, some are defectors, and a few are real grassroots independents. Without skills and resources, it is good for ordinary independent wizards to cultivate to level 3. In addition, Dual Eye also knew the conversion method of faith power they mentioned. 3 million people can generate 2 level 9 powers in one day. This does not seem to be an exaggeration. You know, that is 3 million people. But Dole doubted the truth of the matter. According to reason, he thought that the power generated by 3 million people was above 3 ninth levels. It was not ruled out that the people of the Church of Light were deceiving people and making people misjudge the power of Mahakala. It is not that other forces in the world above God do not understand, but don't treat others as fools. There is also a file of God in the Glory Wizard Alliance, which contains the introduction of divine power. Dole has also read it. Divine power is based on drops. 1 drop is a peak of the rule level, that is, a 9th level. Mahakala is not a high-level god among the gods. The divine power generated by his power can only be regarded as a medium 9th level or a weak 9th level. The strength may decline. Only a few drops can be produced in a day, and it requires the full strength of believers. After so long, it is estimated that there are not many drops of divine power. Therefore, Dole was not too afraid after hearing this. The only worry is that he can use power beyond the 9th level and reach the law level, which is very scary. Therefore, Dole is not too confident now. He can only say that he is doing his best. He is ready to do this with the attitude of destroying everything. In addition to Mahakala, he also has to guard against the Holy Sea of Light. They brought the golden flying ship, and they are probably preparing to do something. Now it depends on whether Mahakala can help. Mahakala summoned the pseudo-artifact at all costs, and the Holy Sea of Light came again. The Pope may bring the oracle. When the two sides fight, it is best to use their trump cards, so that it will be much easier. The oracle of the Holy Sea of Light is not used. It is always a threat to the Glory Wizard Alliance. After all, It is a powerful causal weapon that can instantly wipe out a person from the root. While flying, Delay thought that they were hostile to him. Should he do something with fate? Anyway, everyone has been involved in causality, and is not afraid of backlash. Thinking of this, he prepared silently. The rainforest is very large, but the area controlled by Mahakala is not very large. Soon, he came to a position close to the center, and saw Mahakala in the sky from afar. Chapter 1045. The weather in the rainforest is unpredictable. Sometimes it is bright daylight, and sometimes it is covered with dark clouds and thunder. There are obvious meteorological changes between one area and another. This is the characteristic of the rainforest. On one side, there are thunder and lightning and strong winds. On the other side, there is clear air and sunshine. This is the rainforest, which is somewhat similar to the sea. In the dark clouds, a golden flying ship slowly came. It seemed to be very slow, but it had actually broken the speed of sound. It took less than half an hour to enter the inner part of the rainforest from the outer edge of the rainforest. Coming out of the dark clouds, the rainforest in front of me was sunny. There was only endless sunshine in the sky and earth. In the sunshine, a black dot stood quietly waiting for everyone. Mahakala. Mahakala is a middle-aged man with a slightly gloomy face, dressed in black, and filled with a sacred aura, but revealing an incomparable darkness, evil, and distortion. At this time, he held a narrow sword that exuded strange power, standing in the air, looking at the people, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, revealing an evil smile. I have been waiting for you for a long time, and you are here now. You are the lackeys of the bright villain. Today I will make you all perish. Tahitian looked in the direction of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and then nodded slightly. There are pure magicians in this world, not bad. As for the others, his eyes did not stop at all. Dahakala was not actually doing nothing, and black air dissipated from his body, and dissipated in all directions. In the three major camps, it seemed that everyone was looking at Tahitian from afar, with mental power penetrating their bodies, and staring at each other. They didn't dare to get too close to Mahakala. They had already sensed Mahakala's power. He was an evil god. Who knew what evil power would quietly erode them? On the huge golden flying ship, Standa looked at Mahakala and felt the power in him constantly dissipating. He already had the oracle in his hand. When he really saw Mahakala, he really understood the other party's power. Good guy is still a little late. This guy has accumulated at least 15 drops of divine power. Don't underestimate him. He turned his head and whispered to Franklin, it's probably a little dangerous. You and others will control the golden spaceship, and I will go out to meet the enemy. The other party is an evil god, and he has mastered at least 15 drops of divine power, and has unknown means. Be careful and be alert. Open the light defense, and don't let the other party take advantage of it. Young Franklin frowned and nodded slightly. Sir, what about the oracle? Standar spoke slowly. Let's fight for a while, and see what happens. If it doesn't work, there's nothing I can do. I will try to drag Comps into the water. Chienwe has mastered a slight destructive force, and has touched the edge of the law. It's hard to kill, but Comps and the other two level 8s should be easy to kill. I will try to cause some accidents. You wait for the opportunity to act, but don't act easily before Mahakala dies. As he said, Standar walked out step by step. In his hand, a huge staff appeared at some point. The staff was bright and clear, and it was full of light power. As soon as the light power appeared, it echoed with the power in Standar, making Standar emit endless brilliance. He seemed to have turned into a small sun. Standa jumped out of the golden flying ship, like a sun, flying up from the golden flying ship, shining all over the earth. A powerful force of light emanated from his body, rushing forward, and all the dark forces seemed to be purified by this light. The light moved forward gently, and in the clear and bright air, black air was suddenly vaporized, emitting white smoke, and then assimilated by the light. Seeing this, the people of the Holy Sea of Light felt cold in their hearts. Sure enough, there was something wrong in the air. Seeing this, on the side of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the ancestor Chienwe also released his power, like a moonlight hanging in the sky, shining in all directions. In his hand, there was also a staff at this time, which was taller than his whole body, emitting extremely bright and cold light, shining in all directions. Seeing that Standa was ready to take action, the ancestor Chienwe looked cold and turned back to give instructions. The Church of Light has many tricks. Be careful. I suspect they will attack us. So for the sake of the evil god, let's accept our fate. Comps nodded. He had already felt the malice on the golden flying ship. Jeb and Gladys also nodded at this time. Jeb said, we will be careful. A few days ago, I suddenly figured out a problem. Several puppets in my hands have been transformed. Qianwen nodded. He glanced at Comps, and his tone suddenly became subtle. This time, our main force in the battle is Delay. As long as he attacks, you need to fully cooperate with him. In terms of attack power, Delay is the strongest at present. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head, his eyes were firm, and a moonlight was on his head, and he flew forward. Comps was stunned, a little puzzled. Delay has the strongest attack power. Isn't he only level 8? Why is his attacking power the strongest? He was about to ask this question, but Lord Qianwen had already walked forward. According to seniority, he should call Qianwen his great-uncle, but his great-uncle did not give him a chance and walked forward directly. In the sky, the atmosphere was condensed, as if a war could break out at any time. Looking at the black air that was forced back, and the power of Standa and Qianwen, Mahakala frowned. Standa was easy to say, he was a believer of light, and he had so many means, coming and going was just like that. Unless he had an oracle, it would be very scary, and what was wrong with this human wizard? His power could actually dispel his own curse, and it also had a powerful decomposition power. Did he understand destruction? Mahakala took a deep breath, he closed his eyes. And his mind was full of the calls of the rainforest believers, and the power passed through the cracks and entered the body, and then exchanged back from the body, and became his own power. If it goes on like this every day, it will only take 2 more months for him to successfully gain a foothold in this world. But time is running out. Mahakala looked ahead. For level 9s and 9 level 8s, his face gloomy, the dark evil power on his body slowly gushed out, slowly permeated the sword in his hand. At this time, the air around Mahakala was distorted. He didn't want to fight at all. If he fought, he would have to consume his strength. But not fighting was not an option. He just wanted to delay time and slowly accumulate more strength. In other words, he wanted to kill one person with all his strength to fundamentally weaken their combat effectiveness. But now it seems that it is not easy. Killing a few level 8s is useless, and among the 4 level 9s present, only one person seems to have not much combat effectiveness. One person from the Church of Light stood on the golden flying ship, which brought him great pressure. The other one seemed to be the Pope of Light of this generation, and the other level 9 had mastered a little bit of the power of destruction, and only that person seemed to be a breakthrough. Chapter 1046. Tahitian thought about it, and carefully sensed the surroundings to make sure that there were only some people around. With his divine power, he could expand to 1,000 kilometers with just a light sweep. The strength of the creatures in this area was pitifully low, and the highest was less than level 7. Only a few people in front of him had the strongest strength. However, one strange thing was that he actually felt a little familiar breath around him, but he couldn't remember that familiar breath, and it made him feel familiar, so the strength should be very strong. But there was really no one with stronger strength around. He took a deep breath, and thought a lot in a flash. He raised his head, and looked at the light flying ship in front of him. This thing posed the greatest threat to him. He had to find a way to destroy it first, or the weaker level 9. Thinking of this, he suddenly shouted, "This god has fought in hundreds of worlds in the north and south regions, and fell twice in your small world. This time, I must conquer you." He flicked his wrist, and the terrifying pseudo-artifact in his hand crossed the sky, emitting an extremely dark, vicious, evil, and terrifying aura. He pointed at the golden building ship, and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the golden building ship, with a long sword across the sky, which was raised high by him at this time. The sword suddenly shot out energy light, which was thousands of meters long, and slashed the golden building ship vertically with lightning speed. When this sword fell, all the light, all the magic elements, and all the energy in the world within a radius of tens of kilometers were completely sucked away by this sword. The sky suddenly dimmed, and the void was shaken. At this moment, this sword was like a divine punishment, unstoppable. This sword seemed to be able to split the space in front of him. The entire body of the golden ship seemed to pause when the sword was drawn. Seeing this sword, the people around seemed to stop breathing. This sword could instantly kill any level 9 who was defending with all their strength. Although this sword was incredibly fast and powerful, all the level 9 were on full alert, and everyone reacted. Especially Franklin on the golden ship. As the next generation of Pope candidate, his nerves had already collapsed to the extreme at this time. When the sword light above his head suddenly lit up, he was already prepared. They were not unfamiliar with the god-level fighting method, so when Mahakala disappeared, he was already adjusting the energy of the flying ship. When this sword lit up, when this sword fell, the golden flying ship suddenly shone brightly, emitting a blazing white light, and rushed into the sky. This light seemed to be lit from the bottom of people's hearts, and it seemed to be the brightest and hottest energy in the world, which could purify everything. The void around the flying ship trembled, and the light was inviolable. A small sun appeared in the sky, and it radiated powerful light and heat unscrupulously. At the same time, Qianwei and Pope Stender, who were standing next to them, narrowed their eyes at the same time and made a silent move. As soon as the Pope stretched out his hand, light descended, just like the source of light on the second golden flying ship. A light judgment that Duolai was very familiar with was released and slashed towards Mahakala in the sky. On the other side, the ancestor Qianwei also slowed down a little, condensed his magic power, and a seemingly shallow light flew away. At this time, the sword fell, and the black and white collided in midair. Completely different from the expected confrontation, the black's incomparable sharpness collided with the white, and the black slowly fell, cutting the rich and powerful white. Just like cutting tofu, the white slowly split into two halves. The black sword fell fiercely, like an invincible and peerless sword, as if it could cut everything. However, the white energy was very high after all, and it slowed down a little. The black sword fell, breaking through the white in Franklin's shocked eyes, and cut the body of the golden flying ship. Boom! The golden flying ship made a violent sound of being overwhelmed, and sank gently. The magic arrays on it made various buzzing sounds, and a whole floor above the golden flying ship was torn apart. Franklin looked at the black sword above his head in fear. This is the power of the evil god. This is the power above the god level. This is a pseudo-artifact. This is too terrible. He hurriedly mobilized all his strength to resist with all his strength. The golden flying ship roared even more powerfully, and white rays of light rose from the west, rushing towards the black sword above. At the same time, Standa's attack finally arrived. The judgment of light crossed the sky, and with a flash of light, it slashed towards Mahakala's true body. The attack of the Qianwei Patriarch was a little slower at this time, and it had not arrived yet. Mahakala's face was twisted, as if he would not give up until he broke the golden flying ship. He picked up the giant sword and fell fiercely. The light on the golden flying ship burst out, but it was still suppressed by Mahakala. This sword completely exceeded the power of this world. Wherever the black edge passed, some space cracks had appeared at this time. Mahakala did not ignore the coming of the judgment of light. After all, this is the most powerful force in the world, nothing less. When the judgment of light came, he turned his head and looked at the judgment of light, then grinned, stretched out his left hand suddenly, and scales on his arm grew rapidly, turning into a metallic texture. He stretched out his hand and hit the judgment of light. On. The giant sword transformed by the judgment of light was grasped by Mahakala as if it were real. Seeing this, everyone around was stunned. This is the power of God. The judgment of light can be easily resisted. Standa was about to vomit blood. This Mahakala was too fierce. His face suddenly flushed. While maintaining this judgment of light, another judgment of light suddenly appeared around him and attacked again. Multiple attacks at the same time. Standa did not dare to let the opponent go on so strong, and frantically said to the side, "Qianwei comps, do you still want to watch the show?" Qianwei had already made a move, but the attack had not yet landed on Mahakala. Seeing this, she knew that if she continued to watch the excitement, something might happen. The golden flying ship was cut in an instant, which was simply unimaginable. If this sword hit a person, he would probably die in an instant. While the two sides were still fighting, the light emitted by the crescent moon fell silently on Mahakala. Mahakala wanted to cut the golden flying ship and resist Standa's attack, but at this time, he still had the energy to observe the surroundings. A black light flew out of his body, and turned into a disc-shaped thing, colliding with the light white light transformed by Qianwei in midair. The next moment, the light white directly shot a hole in the disc, and continued to shoot at Mahakala. Mahakala's face changed. This human race was really powerful. At this time, Standa's other light judgment also arrived. Mahakala was attacked by two powers beyond the 9th level, and could only sigh and give up attacking the golden flying ship. He suddenly exerted force, and crushed the light judgment in his hand. The powerful force suddenly overflowed, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1047. Seeing this, everyone around was stunned. Be careful. Be alert. The moonlight and the judgment of light fell at the same time, but the power did not dissipate, but shot directly at a certain place. The surrounding 8 levels were stunned at this time. How could they fight against such a powerful one? They could not fight at all. Even Comps was shocked. How could the strength of Mahakala be so strong? At this moment, he was suddenly stunned. An extremely powerful force locked him. Comps was stunned. Mahakala wanted to kill me. He didn't sense where Mahakala was at all. In a hurry, he could only throw out an item and break it instantly. With a sound of wong, a powerful space wave exploded from his hand, and the space ripples dissipated in all directions, and the space shook. The space was distorted. Wherever it passed, everyone stood in place uncomfortably. The space shook, and all witchcraft had to bear the side effects of space distortion. In the air, a black shadow also appeared from the void, also in a static state. The space was vibrating. This was a force that all creatures could not resist. Under the space vibration and space distortion, if they continued to fly at this time, their bodies would probably be torn apart. Unless it was a completely energized body. Mahakala's body was not a completely energized body, so it was not immune. The moment it came out of space, a white sword and a gray light quickly fell around him. Mahakala swept out with a sword, the void vibrated more violently, and the white light judgment was immediately broken into two halves. At the same time, he swung his left fist, and a black light was shot out by him, rushing towards the gray light. His speed was extremely fast, and he did not give the gray light time to dodge. As if it was a confrontation between energy and matter, the gray light stubbornly shot out black light, but soon, the gray light was exhausted. The black light shot into the distant earth, and suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the area of several kilometers became a big pit, but there was nothing around the big pit. Feeling this, the people around were stunned. This power was so concentrated. At this time, Comps also took action. He raised his hand and waved his staff, and a yellow light shot in all directions. Gravity distortion. The light was focused on the body of Mahakala. His body was affected by the yellow light, and was immediately pulled left and right. In the distance, Xianwei and Standa took action again. Standa did not say that he would use the judgment of light this time, but used a gun-type witchcraft. He saw that the energy level of Mahakala was extremely high, and the judgment of light could not take advantage at all. He could only use more concentrated and more powerful offensive witchcraft like Xianwei. After releasing, Comps retreated quickly, thinking, what a close call, this guy is so elusive, what kind of ability is this, and why is he more of a warrior? At this moment, a huge energy flew out from the destroyed golden flying ship. Like a cannon, the white energy crashed into the distant Mahakala, at a very fast speed. Mahakala, almost besieged by the 4 level 9 at the same time, was also a little angry at this time. Damn, there is actually a small-scale space explosion. This damn human, feeling the power around him, he dared not take it lightly, and suddenly shouted, and his body was forcibly lifted up to the sky by a full 1,000 meters. Several attacks landed where he was originally, and a huge explosion suddenly occurred. Boom. Mahakala just flew into the sky, signed, Comps, Standa, and the extremely shocked Franklin turned the energy again and shot towards the sky. At the same time, the surrounding level 8s were also slowly brewing. At this moment, Xianwei suddenly shouted, all level 8s go under the golden flying ship, be careful of being attacked. As soon as he finished speaking, Mahakala in the sky suddenly disappeared. The surrounding level 8s were immediately frightened. The next moment, Mahakala suddenly appeared next to the level 8. He did not use any attack, but suddenly opened his mouth wide, his mouth opened to the height of a person, swallowed the man in one mouthful, and then bit him twice, grinning. Fear, terror. Mahakala actually eats people. Shocking. Just as he had time to laugh, he hurriedly swung his sword, and the black sword light cut through the sky and earth. The sharp edge caused the surrounding space to tremble, and a white spear and a gray light came in an instant. The black sword suddenly hit the white spear, and the huge penetrating force shook him back quickly. He punched the gray light, and the fist light tore. Mahakala took this opportunity to retreat quickly, then turned around and disappeared. Not good, everyone hide quickly. Gladys shouted in fear, and quickly retreated, and at the same time, there was an item in her hand. The location where Mahakala appeared was very mysterious. So far, Gladys didn't know how the other party moved and how he concealed his breath. In the sky, on the golden building ship, a stream of light flowed, as if repairing the building ship. Franklin's heart was in his throat, and all kinds of detection arrays were turned on, but at this time, he still couldn't lock Mahakala's position. If they could not detect Mahakala's position, they would be beaten silently. Only Standa and Xianwei could vaguely track each other's position at the scene. The two of them were one in front and one behind, and the light in their hands flew back and forth in the sky. At this moment, Mahakala suddenly appeared under the golden flying ship and broke through the air with a sword. The golden flying ship was originally very powerful, but it was really a pity that it could only passively take a beating now. Mahakala's speed was too fast, and no one's attack could hit it at all. But this sword suddenly appeared, and Franklin on it immediately felt it. He immediately stretched out his hand, and clapped his hands. His expression was solemn, and absolute protection was activated. Absolute protection is a formation from the outside world, which has the ability to block everything. At the beginning, it was not activated because Mahakala was too fast, but now there is a chance. Why must it be activated when Mahakala takes action? That is because as long as the opponent takes action and hits absolute protection, there is a chance to make the opponent pause. At this time, white ripples appeared around the golden flying ship. In the sky, Qianwei immediately sensed this direction, and with 10 fingers, she shot out a dozen gray lights. These dozen gray lights were much smaller than the previous gray lights, but they were much more numerous. What he needed now was to hit, not attack power. Standa also sensed it at this time, and waved his hands, and the magic power around him flashed, and 2 spears of light shot out quickly. Mahakala stabbed the air with a sword from bottom to top, and the black pseudo-artifact exuded a power that split the world. However, at this time, the light-flying ship exuded an aura that made him extremely disgusted. A milky white light suddenly surged from the bottom of the flying ship, and enveloped the entire ship at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this milky white light, Mahakala's face turned green. Absolute protection, why didn't you use it just now? Absolute protection is the unique ability of the God of Light. Once absolute protection is activated, no one can break it, and any attack from anyone can be converted into its defensive power. This was invented by the God of Light after he mastered a law, and was eventually miniaturized and covered every place where the Holy Sea of Light is located. Chapter 1048. The reason why the God of Light is considered the most powerful among all the gods is that this witchcraft or magic occupies a very high proportion. However, the absolute protection can only protect for 5 seconds, and it needs to be recharged after 5 seconds. It seems that the opponent has been waiting for a long time. The sword has been swung out, and Mahakala hastily withdrawn. He has already felt that 2 extremely powerful attacks have come behind him. At the same time, Komps's gravity attack also arrived. He felt a strong gravitational force forming around him, pulling his body. This time, the opponent created 2 gravity forces, pulling him in different directions. This is a complete auxiliary attack. Although it is only the primary power of the 9th level, it is a good accomplishment. He feels a little unstable. Mahakala was slightly angry and annoyed. He forgot about the absolute protection, and now fell into a passive state. The 3rd drop of divine power suddenly broke. He shouted loudly, drew back the black sword, and suddenly swung out a sword curtain, covering all directions. At the same time, the absolute protection was opened. On the golden flying ship, 3 level 8s and 1 level 9 put their hands on the control console, outputting energy while staring at the bottom. The white spear and the gray light collided fiercely with the sword curtain, exploded, and shattered. Mahakala was instantly submerged in the turbulence. At the same time, there were still 4 seconds of absolute protection. Franklin hardened his heart, and the golden flying ship fell down. Boom! Mahakala was directly knocked to the ground. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Seeing this, the level 8s and 9s around each released their strongest attacks and attacked. The fight in the sky was extremely fierce, directly entering a white-hot state, and Dole was lurking around at this time. Although his body had not yet fully materialized, with the help of the scarab's eyes, he had seen the battle between Mahakala and the surrounding 9s. It is unknown how much power Mahakala has, but he has keenly sensed that Mahakala's energy level is decreasing. This golden flying ship is indeed very resistant to attack. It was slashed by a sword from a divine weapon above level 9, but it did not break. It also launched something unknown, and became immune to the 2nd attack. The surrounding level 9 took this opportunity to attack with all their strength. But he could see that if Mahakala wanted to leave, he would have a chance to leave. He did not leave because the place where Mahakala landed was nearby, and he could not go far. The space node where he landed was somewhere nearby. Dole thought about it, and thought that he had to find that point quickly to cut off Mahakala's thoughts and power source. So, when he saw that Mahakala could not be taken down in a short time, he thought about the power of each level 9, while launching the scarab to search in all directions. You guys fight. It's best to fight until both of you lose. I go find the node. As long as I can find the node, I can destroy his altar and cut off his energy flow. Mahakala will be like water without a source. If he wants to open the node again, he will need to consume a lot of energy, and he may not have time to open it. With the foundation of the theory of Godhead, Dole knew that there was no Godhead in this world. Mahakala needed to use faith. There were only 2 ways. The first was to pass the faith back, and then transform it into Godhead and pass it back. The second way was to get a replica or split of Godhead. Now, the second idea is unrealistic. Not to mention whether Godhead can be split, there is no such thing as Godhead in this world. Godhead is the carrier of law, and this world has not evolved such a thing as law. Therefore, he could only use the first method. Just by relying on his fight to the death, Dole knew that he must have a space node around him. That was the source of his power. No matter how much divine power he had now, as long as his source of faith was cut off, he would not be far from failure. However, he was very surprised by the way the gods fought. They actually used close combat. Could it be that the power of close combat was more concentrated? Mahakala's sword almost cut through the golden flying ship of the Church of Light. This attack power was a bit shocking. If it were him, he might not be able to completely destroy the opponent's golden building ship even if he concentrated all his strength. That was a top-level creation of the 9th level. While he was thinking, the scarab that was walking around had already found something unusual in its carpet search. In a place that was least expected, between two hills, the lowest place was a small swamp, and above the swamp was a large area of dead trees. That area looked like a dead land. When the scarab flew here, it sensed that there seemed to be a huge hole more than 100 meters underground. Dole sensed this, and the scarabs around him quickly gathered together to form a small magic rune array. After a quick sensing, Dole discovered space fluctuations deep underground. All the scarabs around him quickly gathered towards the swamp. Not long after, a Dole appeared above the swamp. He appeared silently, without causing any fluctuations. Dole glanced underground, and a little strange color appeared in his eyes. He quickly penetrated the ground, and saw the scene underground. In a huge hole, dozens of wizards in black robes surrounded a black crack. Next to the crack was a large wizard formation, which continuously injected energy into the crack to keep the crack open. What surprised Dole the most was that, in addition to the cracks, he also saw some strange forces flowing from this world to another world. These forces were colorful and full of spiritual power, but they were very weak. However, the seemingly weak forces, when gathered in large numbers, became a huge force. These forces flowed into the cracks, but there was also a pure black force flowing out of the cracks and flowing to the outside. Dole looked in the direction of this black force, and saw that the location where it flowed was exactly the battle of Mahakala in the sky. Dole seemed to have some enlightenment. What flowed in was probably the power of faith, and what came out was probably the pure divine power transformed from Mahakala's Godhead. This is the source of Mahakala's current power. All his combat power, his source of power, comes from this crack. If this crack is cut off, then his combat power will be greatly reduced, and he will be quickly defeated without replenishment. I just don't know how much power he has accumulated recently. He looked up at the sky and saw Mahakala holding a sword, killing another level 8. Behind him, Qianyue and the Pope of Light, Stender, were chasing him. He had just observed that Mahakala's power was similar to Qianyue and Stender. The difference was that the sword in his hand was very powerful. The power of these three people was basically the same, but the others were much worse. The one who controlled the golden flying ship of the Holy Sea of Light, and the level 9 compus of the Glory Wizard Alliance, were a little bit weaker in power. The combat power gap between level 9 and level 9 was still quite large. The destructive power of the moonlight controlled by Qianyue was a bit outrageous. No wonder Qianyue could suppress the entire Glory Empire alone. Dole thought of this, looked up at the sky, and then slowly sank into the swamp. Chapter 1049. While they are fighting, he wants to do something bad now. Dole soon discovered that there were magic arrays arranged around the underground hole, mainly for shielding, but in Dole's perspective, these shielding arrays did not exist at all. However, these shielding arrays are quite powerful, at least they are top-notch in the world, but unfortunately, Dole used an observation method that is almost comparable to the god level. Falling into the ground, the smell of dampness and decay came all at once, and after slowly going deeper into the ground, the smell disappeared. 100 meters deep underground, there is no living creature here, all are hard soil, stones, and bedrock. The ground under his feet was empty, and Dole's figure appeared above the hole. Magic lamps were lit around the hole, and Dole's appearance was very obvious, and a large area of darkness fell on the ground. Underground, everyone looked up together, and looked at Dole with a look of shock. These people, both men and women, were very powerful, exuding a chaotic and evil smell. The lowest was level 5, and the highest was level 7. If they were outside, each of them would be a giant. But now the enemies around were either level 8 or level 9, and these people were obviously not good enough. These people stood up quickly, and were about to attack Duolai. Duolai didn't even look at it, but spread out his 5 fingers, and colorful lightning as thick as his arm instantly filled the entire underground space. Zzz. The lightning flashed, and the bright light lasted for less than a second, and suddenly disappeared. Looking again, the people who were originally standing on the ground had completely disappeared, leaving only a stream of burnt and unpleasant smell in the air. In the sky, Mahakala had already started to raid the third level 8, and the target of his raid was Gladys. The reason for raiding Gladys was to consume the strange space shock bombs in the hands of the people who came with Qianyue and others. He had completely divided the people who besieged him into 3 camps. The person who used the weak law of destruction was in 1 camp, the Holy Sea of Light was in 1 camp, and the 3 weak chickens were in 1 camp. Those 3 weak chickens couldn't even touch their own hair, so there was no need to pay attention to them. The main thing was that the Holy Sea of Light and the person who was at the weak law of destruction were more powerful. The people of the Holy Sea of Light were hiding in their tortoise shells. If they couldn't break the tortoise shells, there was no way. Of the 3 level 8s, he used the Earth system twice, ate 2 people, and the remaining 1 ran far away and now couldn't come over. The only people who could be killed were the subordinates of the person who used the weak law. But the most hateful thing is that all his men are equipped with space shock devices. Once the shock is applied, the shock wave will radiate to all enemies and friends within a radius of tens of kilometers. All of them will be affected by the shock wave. Everyone has to resist the space shock wave. Fortunately, there is no distinction between enemies and friends, otherwise, he would have been kneeling at this time. Mahakala has confidence in himself. As long as the believers are still praying and the space channel can be maintained, he can fight with these people forever. He attacked Gladys this time. He must have that kind of bomb in his hand. Let her use it first. He fought hard with Moonlight and broke Moonlight, and the whole person suddenly escaped into the air. Jeb, Gladys, and Calm shouted at the same time, "Be careful." Qianyue was a little nervous at this time. The other level 8s had all run away, leaving only them. At this time, he suddenly shouted loudly, and Jeb and Gladys were suddenly surrounded by Moonlight. At the same time, he carefully sensed that the other party should be targeting Gladys. He shouted, "Gladys, space bomb." Gladys was in great panic at this time. This Mahakala was too scary. No wonder those level 8s didn't want to come, only Jeb and herself were willing to come. This Mahakala, this move was simply hard to defend against. She felt a huge crisis. When she heard the shouting of Master Qianyue, she threw a white ball in front of her without thinking, and it exploded. Wave, with a slight sound, a space ripple instantly swept in all directions. The figure of Mahakala appeared less than 100 meters in front of Gladys. His face was distorted at this time, with terror and infinite murderous intent, looking at Gladys with a grim smile. The black sword in his hand was also emitting endless black air, but he didn't dare to do too much when the space wave swept by, for fear that his body would be torn apart by the space, and the pseudo-artifact in his hand would be broken by the space wave. On the spatial level, no one can stay out of it, unless they have the corresponding ability to smooth out all the spatial wrinkles. Mahakala didn't have this ability, so he could only expand the energy density of the space around him as much as possible, increase the space, and reduce the range of activities like others. Gladys was naturally also in the range of the space wave, and she was the closest, so she was more affected. But this was enough. She saw that Lord Qianyue had come to support. The spatial fluctuation came and went quickly. As soon as it disappeared, the gray light in Qianyue's hand quickly shone on Mahakala like moonlight. Mahakala used the same trick again, and the black sword formed a circle, and a sword curtain completely wrapped himself. The gray light shot on the sword curtain, and suddenly a series of subtle puffing sounds were made, and the sword curtain was immediately riddled with holes. Mahakala's face changed slightly, and he was about to leave by taking this buffer opportunity. At this time, a loud rumbling sound suddenly exploded in the sky, and Mahakala felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation. He just raised his head, and saw a bright white light shot out from the golden flying ship, falling on his head at lightning speed. Mahakala's face was ferocious. Boom! The white light hit Mahakala, and the two forces of light and darkness collided quickly, making a huge explosion of white buzzing, and the black exploded, and Mahakala was hit and blasted into the ground. Mahakala was severely concentrated by this attack. Although there were still a lot of sword curtains left, the sword curtains themselves were consumed by Qianyue's power, and were hit by this attack, hitting his body directly. Mahakala fell down with a bang. Seeing this, everyone around was furious. At the same time, Standa, Qianyue, and Comps acted at the same time, each casting magic and chasing down. On the golden flying ship, Franklin breathed a sigh of relief. After fighting for so long, he finally succeeded in hitting this guy once, which was also a revenge for the destruction of the ship. In the sky at this time, the moonlight turned into thousands of fine rays, and there were 7 or 8 spears of light, emitting bright flames. Comps didn't know when he condensed a big black ball and chased and smashed it down fiercely. 3 level 9 spells were equivalent to dozens of witchcraft smashing down fiercely. Maakala was smashed to the ground fiercely, and then countless people fell where he fell. Boom. Boom boom boom. The ground shook and exploded, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had suddenly occurred. The ground cracked open, and a powerful force pushed the ground, rapidly rising in all directions, forming a crater with a diameter of 50 kilometers and a height of more than 1,000 meters around it. Chapter 1050. This is the power of the 9th level. The 9th level did not doubt their own power. Seeing the result on the ground, no one showed any expression on their faces, because Maakala was fine, just a little weak, that's all. The Maakala's breath was indeed weak. At this moment, he burned 2 drops of divine power in succession to resist this wave of attacks. It must be said that the damn 9th level of the Holy Sea of Light, who controlled the golden flying ship, had mastered the timing to the extreme. After withstanding this wave of attacks, he quickly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in the sky. His appearance did not change, and even his clothes were not torn. He looked coldly at the 9th level. If you are just like this, then I'm afraid you can't drive me away. The Holy Sea of Light and the Empire of Glory are nothing more than this. Maakala suddenly laughed. Up to now, these people really couldn't do anything to him. After fighting for a long time, 2 8th level people died, and Maakala didn't get hurt at all. Indeed, Chienwa Standa and others stared at him. Stender stood in the sky, looking coldly at Maakala, thinking, do you want to use the oracle on him? He glanced at Gladys and Jeb. Both of them had those space shock bombs, which were indeed difficult to kill. Although the 8th level had no meaning in this battlefield, it could only play a weak role in restraining. He was about to speak, but the distant Chienwa was covered in moonlight, standing coldly in the sky, looking at Maakala in front of him, and suddenly laughed. The descending evil god, no matter how hard he tries, needs to rely on the descending space channel. As long as you find your descending channel and interrupt the channel, your clone is like water without a source. Without the Godhead to filter the faith, your clone will collapse sooner or later. I'm sorry, my people have found your descending channel. Hearing this, Standa in the distance and Franklin in the sky looked at each other and looked into the distance. Jeb and Gladys were shocked at this moment, and they remembered someone at the same time. Dole? At this moment, Standa and Franklin didn't see anything, and thought that Chienwa was bragging. The next moment, they saw that Tahitian's face suddenly became extremely ugly. At this time, it was when Dole killed those believers. The two were shocked. Chienwa sent others, and really found the place where Tahitian descended. At this moment, Tahitian's heart was as cold as ice. The believers were killed. The next step was that the channel for descending would be killed. He suddenly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Chienwa's face suddenly changed, and she immediately sent messages frantically. Tahitian disappeared. I guess he went to your place. You should pay attention to defense. I will come here immediately. He turned into a ray of light, and immediately shot in a certain direction. Seeing this, Standa, Franklin Comps and others knew what was going on. Maakala had gone back, so they had to chase him. For a moment, several streams of light flashed in the sky. In the underground passage, Dole killed the believers and looked at the middle of the magic circle, where there was a black crack. This was the space crack, and streams of light came and went from the crack. That was the source of Maakala's power. It was very easy for him to erase this black crack. He only needed to gently agitate the space rules, and the crack that Maakala had deliberately created would disappear immediately. However, he was still observing at this time, and the components of the power coming and going in this space crack felt a little strange. These things of different colors are the power of faith, which are different spiritual powers generated by an individual. This black one is the power of Maakala. Through the rule level, he can see that these powers involve more than hundreds of rules, many of which he has never seen at all of which are weak rules, and there are also strong rules. The power of Maakala involves strong rules. It's amazing. This world is really amazing. Dole only now discovered that the underlying rules of the world he observed are probably only a few tens of thousands of all the rules. The world is too big and complicated, and what he saw may be less than 1/10,000. At this time, he received a message from Chienwa. He was not surprised that Mahakala disappeared, and he was not surprised that Mahakala could even return here quickly, because God has all kinds of incredible powers, and it is not surprising that he has some spatial abilities. The next moment, he felt a wave of space fluctuations around him, as if something had been located here and was being transmitted. Dole turned his head and saw that in the underground space, an inconspicuous thing was emitting light at this time. There was a black hole in the light, as if someone was teleporting. Dole glanced at the light, waved his hand, and the light quickly disappeared. The sign emitted by the thing was wiped out by him. A faint space channel was forming above the endless rainforest. The space channel was formed very quickly, and was very hidden. If Vasily was here, he would definitely be very surprised. But for the god level, this is not a problem, because the first condition for becoming a god is that you must reach a certain level in the way of space to become a god, and after so many years of fighting in multiple worlds, even a pig can comprehend some space power. Searching space is the instinct of gods. They need intelligent creatures to provide the power of faith, no matter what race they are. Therefore, space ability is almost a necessary skill for gods. The speed of space transmission is also very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the space channel was transmitted nearly tens of kilometers in just an instant. But the next moment, the other end of the space channel was forcibly destroyed. In the weak space channel, a huge storm turbulence immediately formed. A body was forcibly squeezed out by the space. The space was broken and destroyed. The figure of the man was immediately cut by the space, and was covered with wounds. The body was broken into pieces. However, the man was also tenacious and his breath was particularly strong. After being squeezed out of the space channel, the blood in his body immediately began to boil, and the wounds on his body recovered at a very fast speed. His ferocious face was full of shock. This person was Mahakala. He was very angry and shocked at this time. Where did this person come from? Another person with space ability. Who is this person? In this world, he has fallen to people with space ability many times. It's really damnable. He checked the divine power reserve on his body, and his heart was slightly bleeding. He had used up 2 drops of divine power just now. With the previous consumption, he only had 5 drops of divine power left. Mahakala looked ahead, and did not dare to teleport, so he flew directly. His speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Mahakala looked back, and behind him, 2 figures had already caught up. Qianwei and Standa were behind him. Standa did not expect this result. During the fight, the battlefield suddenly shifted. The speed of the golden flying ship was not fast enough, and only he and Qianwei caught up. This time, the hope of killing a level 9 or 2 level 8 with the Oracle was completely lost. Chapter 1051. The Glory Wizard Alliance sent people to raid the other party's lair. This was something that Stender had never imagined, but he could understand it. The Glory Wizard Alliance itself has excellent spatial capabilities, especially Vasily, who had just been promoted. He is the strongest person in the Western Ring continent in terms of spatial attainments. If it were him, Mahakala would probably suffer a great loss. Sure enough, when they were chasing after him, they suddenly saw Mahakala falling out of the void channel in front of them, and the cost of the failed transmission was very high. The other party probably spent a huge amount of money to repair his body. Although it was dozens of kilometers away, it was right in front of him, and he could see it directly. Mahakala just paused for a moment, and continued to fly forward. Stender and Qianwei looked at each other, and chased closely. The speed of the two was also fast, and they all turned into light, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Qianwei was not in a hurry at this time. Since Dual Eye dared to take action directly, he must have thought of a countermeasure. That guy probably has thousands of rules. He only needs hundreds of rules to cooperate with each other. He himself is not an opponent, not to mention that Dual Eye has long understood the nature of Mahakala. But he can't be too careless. When Mahakala was led away just now, he keenly felt that the people of the Holy Sea of Light seemed to be wrong. At this time, he felt a little heavy in his heart, and sent a warning message to Comps and others. The Holy Sea of Light might want to harm them. However, the two families have been hostile for a long time, and the Glory Wizard Alliance also wants to kill their level 8 and level 9. While warning Comps, he also wanted to say that if the other party took action, he should not be polite. Although the golden flying ship is powerful, it has been chopped by someone, and has become a disabled flying ship. Although the Glory Wizard Alliance did not bring a high-level wizard tower, it has many ways to deal with high-level flying ships, especially Jeb, who has many ways. The Church of Light and the Empire of Glory have been fighting for many years, and are very familiar with each other's methods. However, the Empire of Glory has new technologies every once in a while, But the people of the Church of Light have long lost the ability to think independently and rely entirely on rewards from above. They are all a bunch of rubbish. Qianwen thought a lot, so the speed of flight increased again. Dole destroyed the channel, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I don't know if this Mahakala is stupid or anxious. He dares to set the teleportation point here directly. He is really confident. The teleportation failed and the transmission channel was broken. It is estimated that the other party will have to drink a pot. I don't know if the physical body is damaged. It is said that the gods have incredible power, and even a broken head seems to be able to recover. Dual Eye could also imagine that the opponent's core was not here, and it was the same with or without a head. Anyway, the control center was outside the world, and this was at most a carrier. It was the same as his own clone. Even if it was beaten to pieces, it would not affect him. As long as the power was still there, he could recover at any time. Thinking of this, he wanted to give the opponent a surprise. Although Dual Eye was only level 8 now, he could mobilize a lot of power, and various specifications were condensed, no less than 1,000, and dozens of random combinations could have a power exceeding level 9. He took out a white spherical object from his pocket, and then his magic robe changed, all turning blue and white. The magic pattern on the magic robe changed in an instant, and turned into a space magic pattern. He had thought it through. As soon as the other party arrived, he would throw a space shock bomb, and put it in the channel of descent. Although the power of space shock was not great, and it did not distinguish between friend and foe, the powerful space fluctuations generated by blowing up the channel of descent were absolutely powerful. As long as he could control the other party for 2 seconds, it would be enough for him to release the thunder summoning technique 8 or 10 times. It was a pity that he did not comprehend the space storm in the storm. Otherwise, a space storm would completely destroy this world, no matter what kind of god level it was. But that was something he would do after he achieved the law level, and it was too early to talk about it now. Soon, he felt a familiar force flying towards him. At the same time, Mahakala also sensed the power of Dole. He was angry. He was extremely angry. It was him, and that damned human race again. Why was it him again? He was very dissatisfied when he was repelled last time. He felt very ashamed to be repelled by a level 7 character. Among the many Advent worlds, only this world was repelled by an inexplicable level 7 character. But now, the opponent has been promoted to level 8, but he is only a level 8 character. He was angry. He advanced regardless of consumption and vowed to kill him. But the next moment, he calmed down again. The last time he came, he did his best to release the death curse. Why didn't the opponent die? That curse, even if it hit the god level, would be defeated, and it needed the origin to neutralize it. Why didn't this person have anything? He was angry and careful, and soon arrived outside the Advent space. The opponent had not destroyed the passage at this time, so it was obvious that he was waiting for him to come. What was the opponent going to do? He quietly fell into the ground, and soon came to the underground space, not far away. Dole was waiting in the underground space. In the dim light, he saw a man in black, walking out of the ground, and slowly walking towards him. Dole smiled faintly. Mahayana, we meet again. Mahakala was angry with the gods. You have no awe in front of the gods. Dole didn't care. The other party's momentum had no effect on him. Why should you have awe? The so-called gods are just creatures who have practiced for a few more years. Besides, you are just an evil god, a lower-level god, and can only invade this low-level world. Mahakala's eyes condensed, and the other party knew more than he thought. Mahakala tilted his head and glanced at the descending channel behind Dole, and his heart sank. What do you want? If you can let me go, I can promise to give you 1/3 of the divine power that Mahakala harvested. Dole heard this, and his heart moved slightly. Divine power? This is an attribute he has never seen before. What exactly is that thing? Could it be the origin of the evil god? But the next moment, before he could finish thinking, his body had already reacted in advance. Low-level divine power is meaningless. If you have spatial divine power, I might agree. My eyes are on the spatial world of the heavens, not a small evil rule. When Dole said this, he felt a cold and evil force coming from all directions. Tahitian was cautious on the surface, but he had already made a move in secret. He turned his wrist, took out a space bomb, and threw it behind him. Seeing Dole's action, Tahitian's face turned green. He shouted angrily, "No!" Dole was waiting for him. He thought Dole was going to threaten him and negotiate, but he didn't expect that Dole would come with a king bomb. Tahitian stretched out his hand to stop him. At this moment, Dole turned his head and looked at the crack. On the other side of the crack, an extremely powerful force seemed to reach out, and stop the explosion of the ball. Chapter 1052. Dole chuckled and said a word in a flash. Explosion. The space bomb exploded with a bang, without excessive sound effects, without powerful magic effects, just simple, space ripples surged in all directions. It took less than a millisecond for the space ripples to collide with the space crack. The originally stable space channel was hit by the space ripples. In an instant, the space crack was twisted and cracked. The complete space structure that could not be described in words collapsed instantly, as if it was a complete Rubik's Cube, as if it was shattered by irresistible external forces, and turned into countless fragments. Around these fragments, there are countless complete spaces. The space fragments collided with the space, and the surrounding space became infinite fragments, breaking in all directions. A black hole formed at the original location of the space crack. Inside the black hole, the void essence of the universe was revealed. The void swallowed everything, and all the surrounding space fragments began to collapse in the middle. Whether it was matter or energy, all were pulled over by the void, fell into the void, and then collapsed into nothingness. Seeing this, Duolai and Mahakala changed their expressions at the same time. Mahakala went from anger and unwillingness to fear in an instant, and quickly retreated, while Duolai was happy. On his body, the white wizard robe continued to emit energy to maintain the integrity of the space around him. Those space fragments that collided with him could not shake Duolai at all. Seeing this, Mahakala knew what Duolai was thinking. This was a space wizard, and he was going to use the power of space destruction to destroy himself. He wanted to retreat, but the fragments of the surrounding space were too fast, and almost instantly reached Mahakala. He could only quickly explode the divine power he possessed, and arrange dense energy around to enhance the strength of the space. At this moment, he saw that Dole in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, there were countless rules around him that were suddenly pulled at the same time, forming a strange rule. These rules formed a colorful spherical lightning in Dole's hand. Seeing this lightning ball, Mahakala suddenly felt that his failure might be a fact that was doomed. This wizard, who looked only at level 8, actually mastered the true meaning of the law of destruction. That's right, it was the law of destruction. On the lightning of this colorful sphere, he felt the same breath as the god of destruction, and the power of the god of destruction was many times stronger than that of the god of light. The next moment, when he was still struggling to support the space, the colorful ball of light was thrown at him. The colorful ball of light, with countless destructive force of rules, came to him at a very fast speed. The ball of light exploded instantly when it touched the divine power. The originally thick divine power barrier was instantly blown up, forming a hole. Then, Mahakala was submerged in the space debris around him, and was pulled into the void by the infinite darkness, completely disappearing. Space has the ability to repair. Less than a second after Mahakala disappeared, the endless force of space rules around the black hole surged and quickly filled the black hole. The world returned to the natural phenomenon. But the materials that disappeared around him could not come back at all. Dole glanced around. With a crack just now as the center, all the materials and energy within a kilometer radius completely disappeared, as if nothing had ever existed here. At this time, the space rules were completed, and other rules filled in. Above Dole, the soil and air quickly gathered in the middle. Rumble. The earth cracked and the ground collapsed. Dole just glanced around, and a white light flashed on his body, and he disappeared on the spot. Mahakala died, and nothing was left behind. What evil god origin, what pseudo-artifact, did not exist at all. They took action. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It was only 3 seconds before and after. Dole threw a bomb, the space exploded, and then cast a witchcraft, the space recovered, and the matter was over. It was incredibly fast. Dole originally expected that Mahakala could still struggle, but he didn't even have a chance to struggle, and died under the destruction of space. Mahakala died, leaving no fragments behind. Dole felt that he might not be able to explain to others. He stayed in the sky for less than a second, then packed up the things and sent them to Qianhua, and quickly left the place. He had to start solving the ownership problem after Mahakala left, as well as the problem of his own caravan. He had to find Gretel, Eugene, Leona, and others to form his own invincible caravan. With his 8th level in hand, as long as there were no other 8th and 9th level robbers, just relying on 2 or 3 8th level wizard towers would be enough to shock the surroundings. He glanced at Qianhua, who was still rushing in the distance, and a strong man with powerful light power, and then a white light flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the place where he appeared at the beginning. In the first small village I encountered. At this time, the evil god statue in the central hall of the village was shattered. Everyone stood below in panic, not knowing what happened. Even the believers of Mahakala were completely at a loss at this time, because Mahakala disappeared. The twisted thoughts that Mahakala instilled in them were completely unraveled the moment Mahakala disappeared. These people had no idea what happened. The statue of Mahakala cracked, and the first thing the people in the village thought about was not where their gods had gone, but whether they could still have enough food in the future. Trance, sudden realization, confusion, helplessness, shrouded everyone's heart. At this time, the scarabs ambushed by Delay began to act. They immediately detonated all the dream seeds, and directly took over all the Mahakala believers. Another scene appeared in each village at this time. These Mahakala believers suddenly changed into something like wandering poets. They threw away the things left by Mahakala, and began to refine various medicines to treat everyone's injuries. Then they refined various medicines, and prepared to teach everyone to hunt in a different way. The rainforest is very humid, and most people will get skin diseases. The people controlled by Delay suddenly changed into pharmacists, which is a good thing for most people's villages. Then, Delay's incarnations began to promote the medicines around them. When going out hunting, you must bring medicines back. Although Mahakala is gone, someone will collect these medicines, and use other things that can be used to pay them back. These villages lack a large amount of ironware. Delay has already begun to arrange mines in the Albise Mountains, and prepare for metallurgy. He cannot control such a large area of the rainforest alone, unless he has the power of God and can divide thousands through powerful mental power and calculation ability, but obviously, he does not have this ability. They could only spread the word bit by bit, nibble away at it, and at the same time train the psychics in the village and teach them the ability of alchemy. Chapter 1053. This is a long process, which may take several months, even years, or even decades. If he wants to turn all the villages in the rainforest into his own medicinal material base, Delay needs to spend more time and energy on this matter. However, he has already informed Gretel and Eugene that the key to the problem now comes to himself. He needs to refine 2 usable wizard towers. As for the current wizard tower, let the 2 use the skeleton demon wizard tower first, and find materials to refine it quickly. Delay was busy in the rainforest, and had forgotten about others. At this time, several people from the Church of Light and the Empire of Glory were completely confused. In front, the breath of Mahakala suddenly disappeared completely on this land, and even the residual breath of Mahakala in all directions disappeared at once. This is simply unimaginable. Who has the ability to kill a Mahakala with God-level power in an instant? Who has this ability? Why practice and dominate the world directly? Only a few people in the Glory Empire were completely shocked at this time. Comps, Gladys, and Jeb looked at Qianhua in shock at this time. They were shocked to a certain extent in their hearts about what Qianhua said, that Delay was the final backup. It was really him. He destroyed Mahakala alone, and there was not a trace of breath left. What about the origin of the evil god? What about the power of the evil god? Did he take it all by himself? But even if the evil god was killed, there must be a little breath left. Delay destroyed nothing at all, not even a little breath left, and the origin of the evil god did not exist at all. A moment later, when everyone arrived, they saw that the collapsed place fell into silence. Any battle is inseparable from matter and energy, and most it is the exchange of matter and energy. Matter and energy cannot disappear out of thin air. In a ground battle, at most it will create a huge crack, or a divine pit, or squeeze out a mountain. Just like the battle just now, they directly created a crater of several kilometers at the place of battle. And here in Delay, all matter and energy completely disappeared, as if they were completely missing. Where did Mahakala go? What kind of attack method can cause such a result? Shocked. At this time, even the knowledgeable Standa fell into complete silence. Who did it? How did it? What's going on? At this time, Qianhua looked at the big pit below and laughed. Since the battle is over, our Glory Empire will say goodbye. Mahakala has been expelled. I hope they can win in other battlefields. Qianhua suddenly waved her hand, and a powerful force was released, pulling Comps, Jeb, and Gladys to shoot northeast in an instant. They were very fast and left Standa and other people from the Church of Light behind in no time. Standa stood in the air, staring at the ground, still shocked. Not far away, the tall golden flying ship was flying alone in the sky. No one spoke, and everyone was looking at the huge pit below. After a long time, Franklin said bitterly, Lord Standa, what's going on? It seems that someone broke the underground space. Standa's wise eyes emitted a hazy light. After a long time he sighed, I know who it is. It's that Delay. He detonated the space, causing the space to break, and then took advantage of the time when the Great Black General broke free from the space shattering, and used a powerful attack to kill the opponent. Only in this way can we explain why Mahakala did not resist. Although the gods need to master certain spatial abilities, in terms of spatial abilities, at present, only Vasily and Dole are the best in the Western Ring continent. It must be him, Franklin said unwillingly. Why not Vasily? Stand our side in his heart. I also hope it's Vasily, so that there will be one less enemy, but Vasily can't be as elusive as Dole. Dole is indeed elusive. Whether it's the Northwest War or any other news, the opponent has too many incarnations, one here and one there. Without the suppression of the Oracle, it is impossible to solve the opponent. This person has become the enemy of the Empire of Light, and this person was born in the Northern Kingdom. It's really weird. Franklin looked at the ground and remained silent for a long time. The Oracle hasn't been used yet, and Mahakala is dead? This battle is ridiculous. Level 8 is completely useless. They are also useless as weak level 9. Only Chinyue and Standa can barely cope with it. Mahakala has been in business for 3 months. His own strength is incredible. Level 8 is useless. The most outrageous thing is that he was holding a fake artifact and was easily taken down by Nadola. Where did the fake artifact go? Is there any evil god origin? These two questions echoed in Franklin's mind for a long time. This time it can be said that the loss is huge. The golden flying ship was cut, and the repair cost is an astronomical figure. Ah! Wassenberg. Owen family. Dole's clone sat next to Gretel and Eugene, drinking the prepared drinks while smiling lightly. You two have to think carefully. This business is much bigger than your family's business. You only need to sacrifice a little time for cultivation to earn trillions of gold coins. Gretel is now a level 6 master. She originally wanted to calm down and cultivate for a while, but Dole called her out to recommend this. It really makes people both excited and entangled. Eugene is still level 5 now, but he has reached the peak of level 5 and can enter level 6 at any time. Dole has already discussed the prospects with them, and the two are now entangled. Eugene wants to go, but his strength is slightly low and his family is average, so he really needs money, but Gretel is different. He has money and strength. Dole deceived him mainly with medicinal materials, which can help the family grow. To be honest, Dole's conditions are really tempting. In a place as big as the rainforest, how many medicinal materials are needed, and Dole is willing to lend the Turin Bone Tower to them for use, which is really shocking. This is a big deal. Dole is now level 8, and the Turin Bone Tower is his iconic thing. Ordinary level 8 and level 9 dare not touch it, but it is not very dangerous. Dole, to be honest, you are a lord now. Is there no one available? Gretel found an excuse for herself and asked casually. Dole stared at him closely. We are friends and partners. What do you think? To be honest, if we are not one of us, do you think I can lend you the Turin Bone Tower? Greta is good at understanding people's hearts. Hearing Dole's words, she was relieved and said, okay, but I can't leave recently. I still have a lot of things to do. After returning from the Northwest, Rosa and I will get married. Now it was Dole's turn to be surprised. These two guys haven't gotten married yet? Dole frowned and said, it's not a hurry. I killed Mahakala, and the rainforest fell into darkness again. Although I have replaced Mahakala and publicized some things, it is estimated that if it is postponed for about half a month at the latest, don't worry, I will let Bernard to facilitate your marriage with Rosa as soon as possible. If he doesn't do it for me, as soon as possible, I will break his legs. Dole was really anxious. Chapter 1054. Seeing Dole like this, the two were a little confused at this time. Is it really that urgent? Of course Dole is anxious. He has already begun to trick those people into collecting herbs. How can it work if no one collects them? Half a month is considered short. In addition to bringing money, I also need to purchase a lot of ironware and weapons. I will bring them over so that we can exchange them. There is a lack of minerals in the rainforest, and weapons are very scarce. This is also the main reason for their survival difficulties. I will give you half a month to get it done. If you can't, I will come and kidnap people. Dole threatened the two people with a vicious tone, then left hundreds of thousands of magic crystals, and the Turin Bone Tower, turned around and left. This is this month's salary. This is magic crystals, not gold coins. Seeing the things on the table, Eugene was really tempted. He carefully raised his head and glanced at Gretel. We do it. Greta was a little confused. According to what Dole said, with hundreds of millions of gold coins in revenue and the ability to boost the medicinal materials market, it would be a fool not to do it. But it would take up a lot of time to practice, And you're only level 5? Eugene was also a little confused. If it doesn't work, I practiced the skeleton magic with Dole. It's the same in the Turin Bone Tower, and the speed of practice is also faster. Greta's mouth twitched. If your teacher knew about this, he would beat you to death. Eugene pouted. He's not here. After the teacher went to the imperial capital, although he still lived a prosperous life, his status was obviously not as high as before. The fact that Leona has not been married yet is a clear proof that he has to make a career. Greta hesitated for a moment, then said viciously, let's do it. The Turin Bone Tower is Dole's iconic wizard tower. I guess no one dares to pay attention to this wizard tower now. Let's find a few more people to control it together, so that business and cultivation will not be delayed. Eugene glanced at Dole's departing back, then looked at the magic crystal on the table, and thought, I was just playing to be friends, but now I'm someone's buddy. This world is really. Looking at the Turin Bone Tower, Eugene wanted to take it, but he didn't dare to take it. This is an 8th level wizard tower. Although Dole had just said that he would use other wizard towers to exchange for this wizard tower in the future, and this thing could not be damaged. As long as someone broke the road, he would crash it to death, but this is an 8th level wizard tower. Dole was really willing to give it up, and he didn't know what was going on in the rainforest, and whether the business was good or not. When the two were struggling, Dole's consciousness had returned to the original Albise mountain. It was almost April, and Elria was going to give birth in 2 months. This baby was also a boy. Elria had been fine recently, but she had been eating a lot, and she had gained a little weight. Dole chatted with the 2 girls for a while, and then put his consciousness somewhere else. This time out, he did not gain nothing. At least he learned a lot of things, such as the Godhead and the Faith Channel, which were things he urgently needed to know. He knew that he could reach level 9 at any time, and above level 9, he needed to plan some other things. He put his consciousness back mainly because he saw many things when the space was broken, and he had to verify them. The rules of space are very difficult to understand. It was only after Dole broke the space that he saw what the foundation of space was like. He needed to think about it, and then use it for his own benefit. He understood too much and too complex, and the second rule could not reach the 9th level. He had to focus on the key points and carefully cultivate a path. When Mahakala died, he felt the other party's shock, and he also called out the word destruction. Dole felt that he could really develop in this direction. Above the rules are laws, which truly control the power of heaven and earth, but there are differences between laws and laws. Among the 3,000 laws, at least more than 2,600 are low-level laws, but these laws are not all useless. High-level laws need to be synthesized by low-level laws. In addition to the 4 supreme laws, the real high-level laws are many laws that are synthesized into one. The 4 supreme laws, as well as the power of destruction, the power of destruction, the power of creation, and the power of distortion, are all high-level, but the underlying laws are not difficult to understand. This is also the ability of the lower gods. Duolai didn't know about the godhood, but he knew the high and low of the law. Thinking of destruction at this time, could it be that the path he was walking on was the path of destruction? If so, it would be okay. If so, if he comprehended all the rules currently added to the thunder summoning technique to the 9th level or above, what would the destructive power be like? Destroy a world with one blow? Duolai has already started to fantasize in his mind. But the most urgent thing is to reach the 9th level first, so that he can have deterrence. He wants to set up a caravan, and he can't do without deterrence. In addition, to build another wizard tower for the purpose of flying, he needs some materials, which he has to purchase. In addition, the matter of meteorites has to be put on the agenda again. Speaking of which, there are many things to do recently. The matter of Mahakala is over. What about the other evil gods? After killing Mahakala, there was no news from Qinghua. They had already tacitly accepted that Mahakala was killed, and it seemed that they did not ask much. However, I had to tell the top leaders about the creation of the caravan, and at the same time, I had to solemnly announce it to the world. The Turin Bone Tower is my caravan, and no one should touch it. If you do, it will be like provoking me. After he wove the information light, he sent it out directly. Now is the preparation stage, so there is no rush. After a while, he will drive the Tower of Babel and the Turin Bone Tower to the southeast rainforest to shock together. He still doesn't believe it. With his current ability, he can't form a caravan remotely. Whoever dares to stop him will die. At the same time, Dole has already explored the location of the Albise mountain mine, recruited craftsmen and workers, built roads, and prepared for mining. At the same time, he bought and sold ironware in various places, auctions, and blacksmith shops. He wanted to collect enough ironware and sell it. He handed this matter to Ivy and Wayne to operate, and he devoted himself to comprehending the power of space rules. In the huge palace of the Holy See of Light, Stender stood on top. In his position, there were several vice-popes, cardinals, and archbishops. After Franklin reported the matter, everyone was silent. Dole alone eliminated Mahakala, which was too shocking. Although he might have taken shortcuts, it just proved that the other party had grown into an important figure. After Franklin finished speaking, he looked around and slowly said, "The Pope and I agree that this man can no longer be confronted head-on. Apart from the Oracle, nothing else can deal with him." One of the deputy popes said, "Then the 9th level alchemical creation can't work?" Franklin shook his head. "He is too fast, and like Vasily, he will flash and disappear. Unless he can freeze a piece of space, it is unlikely that he can kill Mahakala directly. His attack power must be very terrible." Chapter 1055. The Vice-Pontiff, who had participated in the suppression of the Nightmare Ancestor, had been silent for a moment. After hearing this, he slowly spoke. "Dole's attack power is very strong. When he was at level 7, he could already burst out with power close to level 9. Now that he has entered level 8, it is estimated that his strength is even stronger. In terms of personal strength, he has already stood at the top of the world." Hearing this, the people who also participated in the suppression nodded. "That kid is indeed very powerful, and he has a very high sense of crisis. If he hadn't appeared suddenly, Nightmare would not have died." Nightmare was also sensed by him after he entered level 9. That kid came directly to the door and killed Nightmare. This sense of crisis is also unparalleled. You know, they have been looking for more than half a year and have not found any trace. Dole's tracking technology can be said to be close to invincible in the eyes of everyone. After discussing for a while, Standa suddenly said, "Forget it. Let's not consider this person. What should we do, or what should we do? Just try not to touch him. This person is a bit evil. He announced the establishment of a caravan and wants to do business in the rainforest. No matter who he is, try not to touch him unless we are sure of victory. The Judgment Department will set up a special team to target Dole's intelligence and try to study his weaknesses." "Yes, Your Holiness." At the same time, the whole world was shocked. Dole drove away Mahakala independently and announced the establishment of a caravan in a high-profile manner to do business in the rainforest. Most organizations and forces found it incredible. On the one hand, who is this person? So awesome? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. On the other hand, several well-informed organizations and forces, as well as the Empire, remained silent, as if they had tacitly agreed to this matter. They could not figure out the situation. What exactly was Dole capable of? Time passed slowly, and soon half a month had passed. The expulsion of Mahakala became known to the world. Glory Empire, Harem, Emperor Yale's bedroom. In front of the huge bed, Emperor Yale was holding a package and stuffing things into it, and a beautiful concubine was helping. George the Great stood behind Emperor Yale and watched carefully. His father was packing his things and preparing to move out of the palace. To be honest, as an old emperor, a retired emperor, and an emperor, he had spent too much time in the palace. This time, Emperor Yale had to take all his concubines with him, and a large section of the palace would be empty. George was a little reluctant. After all, Emperor Yale taught him a lot. Although the emperor's family was ruthless, Emperor Yale did not make things difficult for him too much in this regard. He delegated power, and did not participate in it at all. "Father, you want to go to the Northern Legion? I have no objection, but the current situation is that the southeastern border is turbulent." George meant that if his father went to the Southeastern Legion, he could still deal with the Bright Empire. Emperor Yale looked back at him, and continued to pack his things. "That's your consideration, not mine. I've retired and don't even call myself a king anymore." George's mouth twitched. "Other emperors are desperate to stay in power, but you're too thorough in your retirement." He complained in his heart. But he said, "There's nothing going on in the north, and you won't have anything to do there." Yale the Great turned his head and looked at George again, saying unhappily, "Get lost. I've already given you my position, and you still want me to work for you. How is that possible? You figure it out yourself." George knew this would happen, and sighed, not trying to persuade him. Yale the Great had a total of 16 women, 6 of whom were dead, and a total of more than 50 children, 7 or 8 of whom were still children. These would be things George would have to worry about in the future, and Yale the Great didn't care. Just take the women away. If someone didn't want to go north with him, they could just find someone to marry locally. He didn't force it. Women were fine, only children were real. There were a few women who really didn't want to leave, and he would persuade them later, and take those who could go with him, and those who didn't go with him, and leave them. Anyway, these women were very beautiful, and they could still be married. You have to be careful with Dole. He killed Mahakala by himself. It can be said that he is worth half of the Glory Wizard Alliance. You can use him, but only as a friend. You can't force him. Emperor Yale suddenly spoke and said one more sentence. George was much more open-minded than his father on this point. He smiled lightly and said, I know that this person's goal is not in this world. His goal is more ambitious and more magnificent, so I don't treat him as a subject. Just ask him for help when you have something. It's probably unlikely that I can give him orders. Emperor Yale didn't look back, but just nodded. Some people once said that this guy was the reincarnation of the gods. I think it's almost the same. His strength has increased too much. Now that he wants to form a caravan, let him do it. After a trip to the rainforest, I guess he has developed some compassion for the world. The human race in the rainforest is really too miserable. Dole is a good man, not a bad man. I can understand his actions. I will inform all countries in the name of the Empire that all second-rate and above forces will not allow anyone to disturb Dole's caravan, George said. Emperor Yale had finished packing at this time, stood up and curled his lips. Even if someone disturbed, no one dared to do it. The Turin Bone Tower can really kill a level 8 wizard tower made of bones from alien creatures. Do you think it's a joke? The ancestor would have broken bones all over his body if he was hit. He packed up his things and put them all in the storage ring. He took a look, then grinned and said, now the alchemy technology is getting better and better, and this space ring is getting bigger and bigger. It's really good. George saw his father's stupid words, and his mouth twitched slightly. Dad, are you still the wise and brave you? He lowered his head and said, this is all thanks to Lord Imo and the president of the Alliance. The two adults have put in all their efforts for space technology. Emperor Yale put down his hand, raised his head, and said with a smile, don't forget Dole, he also has a contribution. Now in the field of space, only he and Vasily are the most powerful. Unfortunately, as warriors, we will never be able to reach them. He sighed, feeling a little annoyed. His talent has gone to the level of warriors? Alas. He put away his posture, looked around, there was nothing, then he said hello and ran out. George looked at his father calmly from behind, and then followed. As the Yale Emperor walked, he said, the way to be a king is to balance, to control, to plan, to be forward-looking, not to wait for others to report everything, and to have your own intelligence methods. In fact, I don't need to teach you these. I just say it again today, and I won't say it again in the future. He sighed and said, over the years, the only regret I have is that I didn't let ordinary people live a rich life. I hope that in your hands, Albiz Mountain has achieved very good results. Chapter 1056. George was stunned for a moment. Ordinary people's life? What is ordinary people's life? Aren't ordinary people there for the nobles? Dole is good to ordinary people, but that's just Dole's case. It's not like that in other places. Aren't nobles nobles for status? He pondered for a while. Emperor Yale noticed his son's state. As he walked, he said lightly, the strength of an empire does not depend on the nobles, but on everyone. Only when everyone is strong, it is truly strong. It's useless to rely on a few nobles. Is Dole a noble? He is, but not. He is also a commoner, but he is better than anyone else. George frowned and said, Dole worked so hard, isn't he also to become a noble? When Emperor Yale heard this, he stopped immediately, turned his head, and looked at George seriously. Do you think it's important to him whether he is a noble or not? When George heard this, he was silent. How did Dole get his noble status? He knew better than anyone else that this status was not important to him at all. It could even be said that it was given to him by the imperial government. Yale stood there and sighed. If everyone worked as hard as Dole, we wouldn't have to force those lazy nobles to take on the responsibility. They are all parasites, and there are few useful ones. Yale continued to walk forward angrily. Behind the two men, all the women and guards dared not breathe. Hearing this, George stood there and thought carefully for 2 seconds, then raised his head and accelerated to catch up. There is something behind what the old father said, but this is indeed the biggest problem of the nobles at present. However, if the common people are to be developed, they will inevitably conflict with the noble groups. This is the biggest problem, and this is probably what the father is worried about. Dole does not have this worry. His personal power is strong enough. Whoever disobeys, he will suppress directly. No matter what kind of nobles you are, what kind of princes and princesses you are, you will be directly knocked down. In the previous regular meeting, some people still talked about Dole, such as the Edward family, and the Huadumu family, which is in the same order as Edward, but now no one dares to bring it up. After Dole was promoted to level 8, he already has the ability to suppress everything. If he dares to bring it up, when one day Dole wants to come to the Imperial capital to play, or to work in the Imperial capital, they will all suffer. However, from the current point of view, it seems that Dole has no intention of entering the Imperial capital, otherwise, with his current achievements, he would have come long ago. Yale the Great left in a hurry, and those old ministers, who wanted to see him off, were all declined. He even left quietly, and only a few people knew about it. When he left the Imperial capital, the news spread all over the streets. Emperor Yale headed north, as if he was fleeing from the Imperial capital, causing an uproar in the Imperial capital. The old emperor is really gone, and now it is really George the Great's world. On the day when Emperor Yale left, although the market was very lively and the citizens had a lot to talk about, it was unusually quiet among the nobles. After George took office, although there were no drastic reforms, the shock to the nobles was undoubtedly the greatest, because before George took office, at least in the eyes of several nobles, he was not favored. So these people are now living a very bad life. As soon as the old emperor left, the whole imperial capital was truly changed. The change of the imperial capital had nothing to do with Dole. He was still comprehending his own rules, and now he had a focus, that is, the rules added in the thunder summoning technique, all of which had to be comprehended to the 9th level or above. The problem of the road involved could not be sloppy. Moreover, in recent times, he was trying the rules of fate, but he didn't dare to find someone to try, unless the person himself was involved in the relationship of fate with him, or involved in the relationship of fate. He was no longer trying strangers. At the same time, he was going to wait for 2 months, and after Elia gave birth to the child, he would take him and Ash to the far north to see the eye of the far north storm, and the beautiful aurora. The focus was on meteorites. The problem of searching the outer space should now be put on the agenda, because the ability of this world is too low. When Dole thought of this, his eyes penetrated the earth and looked to the north. At this moment, he saw that his fate line suddenly split off and flew into the city. Dole blinked and looked in the direction where the fate line flew, somewhat surprised. The speed of the fate line was not fast, but it was unstoppable, passing through all matter and energy, and seemed to carry the supreme rules and principles, entering a restaurant, landing on a person, and then connecting to this person. Dole's eyes penetrated the void and also looked at this person. He did not look at this person with normal eyes, but used other observation methods, and did not alarm him. Who is this person? The people who can be connected to your fate are either your relatives, friends, family, subordinates, or enemies. Your enemies? Dole touched his chin. He had many enemies. The Alexander family and the Wushan family were currently capable of dealing with his family. These were the top 2 families in the world. In addition, the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness were also on the list. This person, just quietly observed, found the subtle darkness and evil, the breath of death on this person. Is he from the Dark Church? Or the Wushan family? How long has he been lurking? He was only discovered by the law of fate now. Could it be that he is going to make some moves recently and involve himself? Dole is a little strange now. What is this fate line like? Is it reliable? The discovery of the big mutations in the first 2 times was considered to be a disguised way of saving himself. But what does this mutation mean? Dole thought about it, and could only think that the current law of fate seems to be able to see who has a relationship with him, or a huge relationship, but no matter what the relationship is, this person is probably problematic. He had been lurking in the city for so long, but he hadn't been discovered. This was the biggest problem. But what kind of power did he belong to? In an instant, Dole thought of many plans and tortured the answer, but in the end, he gave up all of them. The easiest way was to use the dream rules and force the other party into the dream. However, it was not easy to operate since they were so far away and uncertain about the other party's strength. The magic circle of the Glory Wizard Alliance only distinguished whether there were special wizards, but as long as the other party was a registered wizard, it would not be detected, and there would not even be an alarm. This person was either a registered wizard or knew the shortcomings of the Glory Wizard Alliance wizard formation, but no matter which one, it meant that this person was not simple. Thinking of this, his face darkened. In any case, get rid of this person first, get the information, and then ask others. Thinking of this, Dole closed his eyes. Chapter 1057. There is a main street in the Albise Mountains, named Dolan Street. It was originally called Dole Street, but Dole didn't like the name when he heard it, so he changed it to Dolan Street. From the east gate to the west gate, Dolan Street has only a little twist when passing through the Glory Wizard Union, and basically spans the entire city. The City Lord's mansion is also on Dolan Street, but it is located diagonally opposite the Gory Wizard Union. In the center of Dolan Street, another street called Sia Street spans the South Gate and the North Gate. The intersection of Sia Street and Dolan Street is affectionately called Doja Crossroad. Doja Crossroad divides the city into 4 areas, each of which has its own functional area and its own characteristics, which are very obvious. At this time, behind a tree next to the Doja intersection, a man in black quietly condensed, walked out from behind the tree, and came to the street. The man was wearing a magic robe, and Dolay's appearance could be vaguely seen from his face, but there were some differences. At this time, he had a hat in his hand. He raised his hand and slowly put it on his head, covering most of his face. He quickly disappeared on Dolan Street. Dolan Street is the main street. Most of the business activities are not here, but in the southwest of Doja intersection, which is the main business place. At the door of the hotel, Dolay stopped, looked up, and then slowly walked in. The waiter came up enthusiastically. Sir, are you eating or staying in the hotel? Dolay raised his head, showing a calm face, then took out a token from his waist and handed it to the waiter. The waiter was shocked after just one look. He immediately bowed, and then quickly retreated. The city lord had arrived, and he came quietly. He knew what he was going to do. Seeing the waiter retreat, Dolay glanced at his head, and a trace of mental power slowly spread in all directions. Not long after, he frowned. That person's strength was a bit high, and ordinary methods were a bit difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, and then opened them again. At this time, in the surrounding world, in the sky of the distant Rule world, a relatively thick Rule force extended from a certain point and pierced into the void. Dolay immediately said in his heart, it turned out to be a level 7, no wonder. Level 7 is not easy to deal with. A level 7 wizard actually ran under his nose. Dolay felt that he had divided his mental power too much, resulting in internal emptiness, and a level 7 wizard could run in. Now he felt that this was not a mutation of the power of destiny, but a warning from the power of destiny. He closed his eyes, switched back to a normal perspective, and then walked up step by step. The restaurant was very big, because it was built by the Lang family, with all kinds of facilities, food, drinks, and entertainment, all covered in one restaurant. Dole had no restrictions on some other projects in the restaurant. As long as there was no fraud, as long as there was no forced buying and selling, he would turn a blind eye. In this world, there must be light and darkness. After all, the world is colorful, not white or black. But as long as he found that these people had some violations, then everyone knew the punishment. Soon, Dole went upstairs and came to the door of the room. He stood at the door elegantly and knocked gently. Inside the room, on the bed, the warrior-dressed man who was meditating opened his eyes and looked at the door. He was a little surprised. At this time, it shouldn't be a waiter. He has been here for a few days. The waiter will not come here for no reason. He thought for a while and said, "Who is it?" A voice sounded at the door. "Sir, when you come to my territory, shouldn't you ask me, the master, first?" The warrior-dressed man was shocked. He used a special method to sneak in and had been lurking all the time. Unexpectedly, he was still discovered by Dolay. His heart was pounding. Facing an 8th level wizard directly, this is a taboo for assassins. He forced himself to calm down. After just a little thought, he knew that the other party must be well prepared. Thinking of this, he decided to meet him first to see what was going on. He got off the bed. While checking the various props on his body, he was thinking frantically, what was the other party's intention, or just asking simply. There were little things he had arranged around the house, so Dolay probably didn't notice the direction of his witchcraft. He coughed and responded immediately. "It turns out that it's Dolay the wizard who has come. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I come out right away." He came to the door and opened it. A man in black stood at the door. He could vaguely see Dolay's appearance, but there was a difference. He was startled in his heart, because the other party was a clone. The door opened, and Dolay really saw the face of this person. From a distance, you can only see the aura, perceive the other party's strength, and comprehend the attributes of the power, but you can't see the face of the other party. Of course, faces are not important to wizards. After the two really faced each other, the man hid himself even more. Dolay saw him and smiled faintly. There's a saying that goes, "I should be happy when a friend comes from afar." A level 7, who is still a level 7 registered in the Empire, suddenly came here. "I am still a little uncomfortable." The man smiled faintly. "I just want to come out to relax. It's not much. So I didn't disturb Wizard Dolay. I didn't even register with the Honor Wizard Alliance. But Duke Dolay was able to find me. It's really amazing. I really admire it. He felt guilty at this time. Dole was level 8, although it was just a clone, but at the level of rules, it was a real level 8, one move, he would kneel here. Dole heard his words, his eyes slowly closed, and then opened again. A thick death rule appeared in front of him. Dole closed his eyes, opened them again, pretending not to see it. Such a thick and pure death rule. This person is from the Wushan family. There is no escape. What are the Wushan family doing here? I heard that they are going to attack me. Are they here to scout the place in advance? Coming here quietly, if they really want to harm me, it is indeed very scary. This is the first time that Dole has doubts about the magic circle of the Glory Wizard Alliance. But on the surface, the two of them looked at each other and talked happily. The man in black always stood on the opposite side of Dole, and did not let him in. Dole and the other party were hypocritical for a while, and suddenly said, "If I didn't see you, then I won't say anything. Since you have seen you, please stay in the City Lord's mansion. This place does not meet your 7th level status. If you don't go to the City Lord's mansion, the Wizard Tower will also do." The man in black was stunned, and then waved his hand hurriedly. "If I went to the City Lord's mansion or the Glory Wizard Alliance, how could I survive? No, I won't bother you since Wizard Dole thinks highly of me. I'm actually short of magic crystals recently, and they're very cheap here, so I bought some from Dole. Now that I've bought them, I'm ready to leave. I leave tomorrow. Do you think it's okay?" Chapter 1058. The two looked at each other, pretending to be polite. Dole smiled. "No trouble, no trouble. A level 7 wizard should be respected wherever he goes, not guarded. I welcome you to my Albi's Mountain. Living in the City Lord's mansion and the Glory Wizard Alliance are the same to me. No, I leave tomorrow." The man in black almost sweated. "I can't go no matter what." Dole invited him several more times, but when he saw that he didn't want to go, he stopped forcing him. Then he pretended to be sympathetic and expressed regret several times. "Well, since you don't want to go, you can't go out and tell everyone that I, Dole, didn't treat you well." The man in black nodded hurriedly. No, the people here in the Albi's Mountains live peacefully. It is one of the safest cities I have ever seen. How could they talk nonsense?" Dole pretended to suddenly remember and said, "We have been chatting for a long time, but you still don't know your name?" The man in black said, "I am Mingchen. The Duke can just call me Mingchen." Dole nodded and said, "Mingchen, a good name, okay, I just came to ask. After all, no one would be at ease with a strange level 7 in anyone's territory." Yes. "Then you take a rest? Goodbye." Dole turned around and walked down the stairs like an old friend, and then disappeared in the restaurant. Mingchen is a fake name. The man in black stood on the stairs and looked down. He saw that Dole had disappeared. The sweat on his forehead dripped down. He was shocked. According to the news, this man had just solved a descending evil god independently. He was still staying here. Did he really think he was good at hiding? It was just that the other party didn't pay attention to the city. If he really paid attention to the city, he wouldn't be able to stay there for a minute. No, he had to leave. Thinking of this, he hurried out the door and prepared to leave. He couldn't wait until tomorrow. Who knew what means Dole would use to detect him at night? This guy was very strange. Even Nightmare could find him. How dare he stay overnight after being discovered? He didn't even check out of the room. Mingchen pretended to go to the Glory Wizard Alliance and bought a large number of magic crystals. This time he was the one trading. The Albi's Mountain magic crystals were produced by itself and did not need to be handed in. Although the production was controlled, the price was still much cheaper than outside. It only cost 5 gold coins here, which was about 10 gold coins outside. For wizards, no one would think that magic crystals were too little. After the purchase, he returned to the room and didn't even check out of the room. He used special witchcraft to quietly leave the room and sneak out of the city. The wizard formations of the Glory Wizard Alliance in various places were not very powerful. Their Wushan family had studied them many times and could dodge them by means, so there was no sound when they came out, and almost no one could sense it. Mingchen was not at ease after sneaking out of the city. After all, this was an 8th level wizard, who was particularly famous for his combat and reconnaissance abilities. He could even find the descending passage that Mahakala tried to hide. He didn't think he could do anything by leaving the city. Slip out quietly, as quickly as possible, and inform others. As soon as he got out of the city, he quickly sent out dozens of messages, then went underground and slipped away. He came in from the north gate, but left through the south gate. After walking out of the south gate, he went underground, all the way east, around the Albi's Mountains, and lurked further east. I dare not get too close to the Albise Mountains. Who knows what will happen? Dolai condensed 3 clones, 1 in the city, 2 outside the city, and has been observing the rules. At present, he is the only one who practices the death rules in the Albise Mountains. Mingchen also practices the death rules, so it is easy to find. At the level of rules, as long as you see where the death rules fluctuate, you must go there. This guy is also impatient. As soon as I left, he wanted to leave. In the Albise Mountains, Dolai's mouth curled up slightly. This guy, who didn't go anywhere, actually ran under his nose. It's really interesting. His 2 clones opened their eyes together, and saw that the direction of the death rules went all the way east, preparing to bypass the southern part of the Albise Mountains. A fierce look flashed in his heart. The Wushan family wants to attack me, haha, chop off your claws first. Albise Mountain, Dolai directly dispatched the silicon-based clone, and appeared outside the Albise Mountain in an instant, with huge blood and strong mental fluctuations, looking in all directions as soon as he appeared. The rules of death are always changing, and the destination is also here, but it is one thing to see the changes in the rules, but it is another thing to find people. That guy is flawless at the optical level and the mental level, and it is impossible to find him at all. Dolai's clone has been hanging behind, following all the way. At this time, the silicon-based clone was dispatched and directly blocked in front of the fluctuations of the death rules. Mingchen was running away, and suddenly felt something was wrong, and looked forward slightly from the invisibility. This is the southern part of the Albise Mountain, more than 50 kilometers away from the mountainous area. Although it is still a wasteland, there are signs of human activities around. Logically speaking, there are people here, but there will not be too powerful people. The Albise Mountains have become Dolai's private territory. Anyone who dares to take risks in the mountains is tired of living. Therefore, ordinary people usually come here. But at this time, he felt a very strong breath standing in front of him, and Mingchen had to come out to take a look. Don't look at this look. After seeing it, you will be scared to death. That damn Dolai is waiting for him in front. The direction he looked at was his side. How could this be possible? He was able to track him down. Is there something wrong with his invisibility? It is said that this guy's tracking skills are very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Damn it! However, he took a closer look at this time. Although Dolai was looking in his direction, his eyes did not fall on him. It seemed that he could only know where he was in a large area. He immediately lowered his head and got into the ground. At this moment, he felt a huge witchcraft fluctuation blooming in front of him. The power of witchcraft was unheard of. Even the 8th level was not so powerful. Moreover, he felt that the range of this witchcraft was unimaginable. It seemed that it covered all the areas around him at once, and the speed was extremely fast. If such a powerful witchcraft fell on him, would he still be alive? In a flash, he directly used his mental power to detonate the life-saving equipment on his body. He didn't even have time to think, and used this equipment subconsciously. The next moment, a white light flashed. Mingchen flew out of the invisible state, then drilled into the white light, and disappeared on the spot. In the wasteland, Dolai gave up the half-released 10 directions thunder net, and set his eyes on the space fluctuation not far ahead. Seeing space equipment again, the Witch God family is really rich. The difficulty of manufacturing these things of space transmission is very great, but it cannot be denied that they cannot be manufactured as the cost is very high. The silly often sells this kind of things, and the old demon occasionally sells some to supplement the family income. These are the ways that space wizards can make money. Chapter 1059. Basically, every empire will train some talents who can make space teleportation scrolls, but the number is very rare, so the price has never come down and is very expensive. This level 7 actually has one, and he did not hesitate. Obviously, the other party is already afraid. His eyes watched the space fluctuations burst out, and then connected to another point. After 0.5 seconds, the channel was established and the space teleportation started. The next moment, the figure of the man began to fly in the space channel. There is no concept of time in the space channel. No matter how far the distance is, it will be considered to be the next second. Such a fast speed, ordinary people can't catch up. But Dolai is different. He saw the point directly, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and the space rule was activated. He first tried to see if he could change the position of the space sign, and move the point in front of him. After all, the distance was not far, less than 100 kilometers, and his mental power just covered it. The next moment, he was sure that he couldn't move and change the position of the point, so he could only activate witchcraft and disappear on the spot. He has a location, just teleport there. As he flew, he was still thinking, It would be great if he could change the location of other people's space teleportation, teleport directly in front of him, and as soon as he came out, he would punch him to death. In fact, he could also destroy other people's teleportation channels, and let them die on the way. Mahakala suffered a great loss, and was forcibly expelled to the outer world by him. Mahakala was hit by 2 moves, both of which were space side. The power of space side is very useful even for gods. Although it sounds slow, it was actually very fast. In less than a second, the 2 of them teleported away separately. Mingchen came out of the space teleportation almost at the same time. Just as he came out and was about to run away, he looked up and saw Dual Eye. His scalp immediately went numb, and he fainted. The next moment, he saw Dual Eye's big hand slapping his head directly. Mingchen subconsciously burst out all his strength. The rich power of death gushed out of his body without cost and rushed forward. He was really scared. In one move, he almost used all his strength. The next moment, Dual Eye's big hand, like hitting a ball, extinguished the power of death with a puff and penetrated in. Mingchen looked at the big hand, which slowly fell down. In less than 0.1 second, it seemed like a year had passed, and it slowly fell on his head. Am I going to die? Is this the difference between level 7 and level 8? I am also a killer with extremely strong explosive power, comparable to level 8, but I am so vulnerable under the real level 8. At this moment, he thought a lot, thinking about himself, thinking about the people who were killed, thinking about the family, and one thought after another flashed through his mind. The next moment, Dual Eye's big hand fell on his head and pressed lightly. Mingchen's struggling body suddenly stopped, and the whole person instantly became sluggish, and his eyes began to blur. Into a dream. Not long after, a black mental force broke away from Mingchen's body, and then turned into a bright light, fell beside Dual Eye, and disappeared the next moment. After doing all this, Dual Eye let go of his hand, and the next moment, Mingchen's body suddenly collapsed, turned into smoke and dust, and disappeared. The physical body was destroyed, but Dolay did not destroy Mingchen's spiritual power. He was still very useful. At least interrogating him for information was the first priority. Let's pull him into the dream first, and interrogate him carefully. Dolay looked around. This seemed to be a place in other counties. He just glanced at it, and disappeared in a flash. Dolay was still very happy after eliminating a little mouse. Back to the Albiz Mountains, he carefully sensed the thread of his fate. The rules of fate looked yellow. As the rules of fate strengthened, the yellow became more and more obvious. The bright yellow slowly fluctuated with unknown things. But the fluctuations were more severe at this time, but overall it was very bright and yellow. Dolay just glanced at it, and stopped paying attention. At present, his own strength could fully cope with it, as long as it was not the top 9 level. The new thunder summoning technique modified by himself could destroy everything. Whoever came at this time would die. Those who dared to plot against him would eventually die. The corners of Dolay's mouth curled up slightly, and then he calmed down, closed his eyes, opened them again, and returned to his calm state. City Lord's Mansion. Ash looked at Dolay in surprise. Did you just make a move? Dolay held Brian in his arms. While teaching him to write, he took the time to reply, well, a little mouse. Ash curled her lips, a little worried. She didn't quite believe that Dolay could say it so lightly. She squatted down, looked at Brian writing, sighed, and said, you are getting stronger and stronger now, and the enemies you provoke are getting stronger and stronger. Elia and I are almost a burden. Dolay raised his head and looked at her, a little surprised. Why are you in a hurry? There will be no fight for a while. Now the most we can do is sneak attack. Besides, we have nothing to fear from sneak attack. When Elia gives birth to the baby, we will go to see the Aurora and not stay here. Ash knew what Dolay was talking about, and continued to sigh. I'm almost at level 7 now, but I'm not there yet. It's so slow. Dole stood up from Brian's side, patted her head, and said, it's really too difficult for you to be promoted to level 7 in your 30s, haha. Ash rolled her eyes at him. This guy, he's so cocky now. When she thought that he was already level 8, Ash felt so tired. When this guy was at level 7, he still provoked level 7. He still felt a little superior. After all, he still had the ancestors at home to suppress him. Even if the highest level 8 came, he could protect Dolay. Now he is at level 8, and he provoked level 9, all of which were super families, like the Wushan family, and the Alexander family. Even the Rhine family could only tremble. But this guy's strength was like riding an airship, and he was so fast. There was really no way. If I didn't upgrade to level 7, I would not be able to keep up with him. But my talent was limited. Even if I observed the rules themselves, I couldn't quickly improve my mental power to a limit. So annoying. The same was true for Elria. Both of them were stagnant at level 6. So annoying. Fortunately, she now had a silicon-based clone. Although it didn't have the benefits of Dole entering level 7, it could be used. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside. The lovely Monica walked in from outside. He was back from school. Monica was wearing a school uniform, just like any other child, without many exceptions. She had to do whatever the school required. As soon as she came back, she ran to Dole and pouted, "Dad, someone bullied me." The corner of Dole's mouth twitched. Someone dared to bully you, whose child is so bold. He thought, it's good that you don't bully others. A 3-year-old child, whose child can be better than you in terms of blood and energy. Chapter 1060. Monica was a little reluctant. He can't beat me, but he's good at talking. He said I was relying on my family's power. I said, if you have the ability, come and beat me. He can't beat me. Dole patted Monica's head. Girls, why do you like to fight? Look at your mother. She never fights with anyone. Monica broke away from Dole, slapped him hard, and ran to her mother again. Mom, Dad is bad. He won't let me vent my anger. Monica rolled around in a rage, and just pestered Ash. Ash was a little helpless. He can't beat you. He's just talking. You haven't lost a hair. This child, really? Monica thought about it. It seemed so. I'm just angry. She started to make trouble again. Ash was a little helpless, and said, then let Daddy hire a bard as your teacher tomorrow, and try to be better than him in talking. Monica shook her head again. No, bards are all liars. Dole laughed immediately. Okay, stop making trouble. Go take a shower quickly. Daddy will teach you 2 martial arts moves today. When Monica heard about learning martial arts, her eyes lit up immediately. Okay. Then she turned around, ran out of Ash's arms, and disappeared in a flash. Brian, who was still learning to write, also stood up energetically at this time. Dad, I want to learn too. Dole's face was stern. Right, well. The basis of the rule world is the space rule. All rules are derived from the void. The space rule evolves first, and then other rules are slowly generated, and finally slowly evolve into a complete world. Looking at the world of rules from within this world, Dole recently found that he felt like he was looking at flowers in the fog. The rules of space are hidden very deeply, and those more hidden rules cannot be found at all. He wants to see more things. From the current point of view, unless he enters the void to see, standing in a higher dimension to see a higher world. But if he stands in the void, whether he can still see is a problem. He does not think that void creatures can see all kinds of rules in the void. This is a question of biological existence. The number of rules, and the amount of mastery, are the key to a wizard's strength. Although he has determined his direction, who would complain that he has not understood enough, now he has 2 things on hand. The first is to set up a caravan. Gretel and Eugene are still concerned. Recently, they are coordinating the ironware. He is also setting up a mining company, and handing it over to Ivy to manage. 10 kilometers away, in the southeast corner of the city, he is preparing to build a smelting furnace to refine materials. This needs to be handed over to a dedicated person. Originally, he wanted to hand it over to several big families, but in the end, he had to let his own people come forward. After thinking about it, he finally decided to hand it over to a few slaves to see who was willing to take care of it. Thinking of this, he transferred his consciousness, and a clone was formed in the Wizard Alliance. Soon, several slaves quickly came to Leda, a large and quiet meeting room. Just as Dole's figure appeared, Gideon and Tava came in first. Both of them were very energetic. A few years later, Gideon has grown up a lot, and he is also much more handsome and confident. Now he is almost as tall as the majestic Tava, and his meditation method has reached the 3rd level, which is pretty good. As soon as he walked in, Gideon was a little excited and knelt down with Tava. Meet the master. Dole nodded and said, Get up, don't be so restrained, sit down. The 2 stood up immediately, and Gideon's bright eyes moved slightly at this time. Master, is there anything this time? Dole rarely talked to them. They are now considered members of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Although they are Dole's slaves and have a low status, no one dares to underestimate them just based on Dole's own status. The important thing is that several people work very hard, and are all level 3 and 4 strengths. No one dares to underestimate them. Dole nodded and said, There are some things. Let's talk about it later when everyone comes together. Although Gideon had many doubts, he did not ask specifically, but sat at the top position. Tava still stood behind Gideon and performed his duties faithfully. Dole glanced at Tava, but Tava did not dare to look at Dole. He was Dole's slave, and now he was almost over the rank, so he was even more afraid to look at Dole. A moment later, Mora, Libisa, Dino, Canchel, Hannah, and Dino all arrived. They were all excited, especially Libisa, who was Dole's former slave. She was very excited at this moment. Several people came in together, and Dole just glanced at them, and was filled with emotion. When he bought them, they were still very small. Now, after a few years, they have all grown up. These children are descendants of princes and nobles. Although their country was destroyed, and their families were ruined, and they had been slaves, their self-confidence and the aristocratic temperament they had cultivated for a long time could not be changed. All good material. He thought about it, and had a few more ideas in his mind. After several people greeted each other together, Dole asked them to sit down excitedly, and then slowly said, "I called you here today to arrange something." The city lord's mansion basically used people from several major families before. There are two considerations. One is that I need some power support, and the other is that there are really no people available. You haven't grown up yet. Now that I see you, I feel relieved. You have grown up. Dole sighed. He only asked for 3 boys in total, and the rest were girls. Now the girls have grown up, and are very beautiful. His vision was still good at the time. Gideon immediately stood up and said, "Master, you give orders? No matter what, we can do it. We have made achievements in potions and alchemy, and we will not be a drag." "That's right, Master, we are all grown up now, and can help you share some things," Mora said beside him. Libessa also stood up and said, "Master, you speak." Several people stood up together, and started talking. They were not afraid of Dole. They had known Dole's temper for so long. Now was the time to ask for a mission. Dole felt a little ashamed when he saw this. These slaves were still useful to him except when they were in Krista. After they were all withdrawn here, he almost forgot about them. There were 2 people left in Krista, but now they were all withdrawn. Krista has become a commercial tower, and is only rented out. He coughed and everyone quieted down. This time, there are 2 things, so you have to be divided into 2 parts. The things are not difficult, but a little cumbersome. You all know that the city lord's mansion has been arranging mining and smelting recently. The manpower has been organized, but the specific manager has not been determined yet. The reason for mining metal ores is to sell them to the villages in the rainforest. He told me everything he saw and thought in the rainforest. So, we are going to set up a metal smelting company here. The metal smelting company will be divided into 2 parts, one to manage the mines, and the other to manage the smelting company. You decide for yourself.